He's like, when we remind him, like, Ralph, you're alive, buddy. And then he has the times where it's like, why? I did nothing wrong. Why? I did nothing wrong. And he just cannot understand why.
Ralph Yarl is a junior in high school. His teachers describe him as gifted in science and passionate about music. Yarl's attorneys say he is home now and recovering, and he spoke with President Biden overnight, who invited the teen to the White House after he recovers.
There is outrage in Akron, Ohio this morning after a grand jury decided against charging 8 police officers over the shooting death of Jayland Walker. The 25-year-old black man was shot more than 40 times in late June last year. The DA says he shot at police from his car earlier during a chase after they tried stopping him for a traffic violation. A loaded handgun was later found in the car. Here's Jesse Kirsch.
Ohio's Attorney General announcing the 8 Akron police officers who shot Jayland Walker more than 40 times will face no state criminal charges for killing the 25-year-old black man.
The grand jury concluded that the officers were legally justified in their use of force.
Walker's family outraged by the decision.
I wish you could have been in the home about 4:30 p.m. when I broke the news to the family. I wish you could have heard and felt and seen the screams.
Authorities say last June, police attempted a traffic stop before Walker fled in his vehicle, firing at least once at officers before taking off on foot in a ski mask. Authorities say officers twice tried stopping Walker with a taser.
Mr. Walker then reached for his waistband in what several officers described as a cross-draw motion, planted his foot, and turned toward the officers while raising his hand. Only then did the officers fire.
Officers firing 94 shots in less than 7 seconds. Walker was hit roughly 46 times.
It is critical to remember that Mr. Walker had fired on the police and that he shot first.
The officers have not been publicly identified. The release of their body cam footage last summer sparked large protests here. A special grand jury reviewed evidence for more than a week. According to the Attorney General, 7 of the 9 special grand jurors would have needed to find sufficient evidence to issue an indictment.
By all accounts, this was a good man, a good person with no prior criminal record, so he was not acting himself.
The city of Akron calling for peace.
We will protect our citizens' right to assemble, demonstrate, and petition this government, but to do so peacefully.
Our thanks to Jesse for that report.
A 20-year-old woman was fatally shot after turning up the wrong driveway in upstate New York. Police say Kaylin Gillis was in the car with 3 friends looking for a friend's house in the rural area of Hebron, New York on Saturday night. After mistakenly pulling into the wrong driveway, police say Kevin Monahan came out of the house and fired 2 shots. One of the shots struck Gillis. They then drove to the neighboring town of Salem to get cell service and call for help. Emergency responders performed CPR on Gillis, but she was pronounced dead.
There was clearly no threat from anyone in the vehicles. There was no reason for Mr. Monahan to feel threatened, especially as it appears the vehicles were leaving at the time.
According to officials, Monahan, who was 65, refused to come out of his house when officers arrived. He has been charged with second-degree murder and is being held in Warren County Jail.
After a short delay, the highly anticipated defamation trial between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News is kicking off with opening statements this morning in Delaware. The trial was set to begin on Monday, but was postponed on Sunday evening amidst talk of a potential settlement. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
The defamation trial against Fox News getting off to a slow start. Instead of opening statements, the judge pushing proceedings to Tuesday. There were multiple reports of last-minute settlement discussions. The Washington Post citing 2 sources familiar with the negotiations. NBC News has not confirmed the reports. Dominion and Fox are not commenting. There is no word of a deal.
Talking settlement on the eve of trial on the courthouse steps, even after a jury's been selected, is not uncommon at all. It happens all the time.
The trial will likely last 5 to 6 weeks. At the center of the case, 20 statements made on Fox News, largely by network anchors and Trump's legal team, in the weeks and months following the 2020 election.
It's where they were flipping votes in the computer system or adding votes that did not exist.
Dominion argued in court filings that Fox News endorsed, repeated, and broadcast a series of verifiably false, devastating lies about Dominion. Fox calls the lawsuit a political crusade in search of a payout. The real cost, it said in a statement, would be cherished First Amendment rights. Fox News hosts Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson could take the stand, along with 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch, chairman of the Fox Corporation, according to Dominion's witness list. A court document filed by Dominion included parts of Murdoch's deposition. The media mogul was asked, "It is fair to say you seriously doubted any claim of massive election fraud?" Murdoch answering, "Oh, yes. From the beginning, yes." He was also asked, according to the filing, if he could have stopped President Trump's attorneys from appearing on the network, and responded, "I could have, but I didn't." Fox's attorneys pushing back against the claims of Murdoch's editorial control in its own brief, saying Murdoch played no role whatsoever in the creation or publishing of any of the statements.
Well, thanks to Stephanie for that report.
2 Chinese nationals were arrested Monday on charges of operating an illegal police station in New York City. The Justice Department said the men set up the police station in Chinatown and used it to, quote, monitor and intimidate critics of the Chinese government. Federal prosecutors said the secret police station was closed last fall after the men became aware of the FBI investigation.
The New Mexico judge presiding over the wrongful death lawsuit against Alec Baldwin and other crew members on the film Rust agreed on Monday to seal the terms of a proposed settlement agreement in the case. The terms pertain to the 10-year-old son of slain cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Judge Brian Beachide said at Monday's hearing that the right to privacy for Hutchins' son overrides obligations for public disclosure. The lawsuit was filed by Hutchins' widower last year and argues that Baldwin and other crew members ignored safety standards that led to Hutchins' death on the set of the Western in 2021. Baldwin and other defendants have disputed these accusations.
Thunderstorms are brewing in the forecast today. For the latest, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're tracking our next system that's going to emerge out of the Rockies and into the plains and bring with it the potential for some strong storms. Now, today, that threat isn't quite as high as it will be in the coming days, where we'll see a better chance to see strong to even severe storms. Notice what happens tomorrow. Some snow showers will be present from Montana and North Dakota. We'll unfortunately be looking at this late season snow, but also the risk for severe weather will stretch from Kansas to Iowa and even Nebraska. By the time we get into Thursday, that'll shift a little farther to the east, and you can see this long line of thunderstorms stretching from Chicago all the way into portions of Texas. We will see a severe threat for places like Arkansas. In the meantime, as we look ahead to tomorrow, 5 million people included in this severe risk, with Omaha, Des Moines, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. We'll see large hail as well as damaging wind and a potential for some isolated tornadoes. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, temperatures remain cool. Scranton at 53 degrees, Philadelphia at 59. We'll still see some lingering snow showers along the Great Lakes. And meanwhile, in the south, we'll watch for some strong storms in places like San Antonio, Houston. Shreveport ends up at 80 degrees today. And it's been a temperature roller coaster ride after feeling like summer in a lot of places last week. We've seen the cool air work in, guys, and we're going to have a little bit of another roller coaster ride here over the next couple of days. I'll tell you what I mean coming up.
All right, I mean, jackets in the morning, you know, shorts and that. All right, pizza delivery guy served up justice in Pennsylvania over the weekend. Check out this video here. Police were chasing the driver of a stolen car until he took off on foot. You see, he did not get far. The delivery man tripped him up on the sidewalk. No pizzas were harmed, and it looked pretty smooth, but police are asking people, please do not intervene with suspects.
Hope we got a good tip with that, too. Coming
right.
over, move over, Jimmy Neutron, a boy genius in Pennsylvania, is going to college.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
true crime original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A New York City radio host is warning others against cosmetic surgery after she says she suffered rashes, muscle pain, and heart palpitations from her breast implants. NBC News medical fellow Ash K. Sayal has her story.
49 seconds before we crack open the mic.
Radio personality Marissa Gonzalez, better known as Lala, goes on the air to talk about entertainment, music, and culture with her co-host and twin sister, Lulu.
35 KTU, the beat of New York.
But these days, she's talking about something else.
I've been sharing my story about explanting and
explant surgery, or the removal of breast implants. Breast augmentation is one of the most popular kinds of cosmetic surgery, but its history has been fraught with legal challenges and even temporary suspensions of the procedure over possible health issues. After her surgery, Gonzalez says she began developing symptoms like rashes, joint and muscle pain, and even heart palpitations.
I went to a dermatologist, I went to an allergist, I threw out all my makeup, all the brushes. It wouldn't go away.
The FDA, which has approved saline and silicone-filled implants, says that they're monitoring and researching symptoms similar to Gonzalez's, described as breast implant illness. But the agency doesn't recognize the illness as a formal medical diagnosis, and that's left many patients without answers.
I felt like no doctor was taking me serious. They were like, it's gonna heal, you're fine.
But breast implant removal is becoming more common. Between 2006 and 2019, there was a 30% increase in these kinds of surgeries, according to data from the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. Dr. David Rankin, a plastic surgeon, once did hundreds of breast augmentations a year. Now, he focuses on patients who've had problems with the implants.
We see a lot of patients with thyroid issues. Joint pain is a big one, hair loss, brain fog, just generally tired, lethargic, not feeling themselves. There's theories that it's just a foreign body and your body's fighting against it. The real bottom line is, at this point, we really don't know.
Dee Hicks is a patient care coordinator for Dr. Rankin. She and other advocates have been pushing for the FDA to further acknowledge risks linked to augmentation. The agency issuing its strictest black box warning in 2021. But Hicks says the work is not over.
I see the suffering every day. I see people lose their jobs, their relationships, their health.
After months of feeling unwell, Gonzalez set up an appointment with Dr. Rankin to have her implants removed.
I'm finally here at Dr. Rankin's office.
How many days, weeks after did it take to kind of get better, or was it?
For me, it was immediate. I just felt like it's like a second chance of life. I'm happy that I can share my journey to help all those women that are probably feeling the same thing I was feeling.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, NBC News.
Well, it looks like graduation came early for one special Pennsylvania student. David Balagoon has become one of the youngest high school graduates in the U.S. He's just 9 years old. Look at this guy. David received his diploma from Reach Cyber Charter School in Harrisburg after taking remote classes. He is currently enrolled in online classes at Bucks County Community College with dreams of becoming an astrophysicist, studying black holes and supernovas. His family is still exploring colleges and universities for the young genius. Where he's going to end up, it's probably going to be a while before we know, because he's just going to keep on reaching those goals in stride.
Yeah, remember, we've talked about him before. That kid has some bright future. It is that time of year, y'all. We will take a look at some of the most influential people on Earth after the break.
And still to come, an unreal photo that is snapping up controversy.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From actors to activists, Time magazine has released its list of the 100 most influential people this year. Creed star Michael B. Jordan was named as an artist for his over quarter-century career. Meanwhile, Jennifer Coolidge of recent White Lotus fame was celebrated as an icon. Pop star Doja Cat was listed as a pioneer, and Ukraine's First Lady was honored as leader. Award-winning actress Angela Bassett was highlighted as a titan, and Disney CEO Bob Iger was called an innovator. If you look at these names, how many headlines literally we've done and reports of stories that we've done on all of them, fitting that they are on the cover right there.
Yeah, I'd like to look back. And then Jennifer Coolidge, what a year she had.
Stifler's mom, it all started there.
She's got it going on. There it is. It's a perfect little snapshot of the zeitgeist, right? You look back and see who meant what to everybody, you know, in this year. It's important. All right, check out this lovely photograph here. This is by German artist Boris Aldixen. He won a prize at last week's Sony World Photography Awards. Pretty nice, right? There's only one problem with this. I don't know if you can spot it. This thing is completely AI generated. Yeah, he posted on his website that he admitted to being a, quote, cheeky monkey who entered the competition to spark debate about the use of AI. After coming clean, he refused to accept the award. Instead, he asked that it be donated to a photography festival in Odessa, Ukraine. So it's one thing that he was trying to, you know, pass it off and win and take the prize money or whatever it was, but he did this very intentionally to spark debate. Is it art? Is it photography? You know, what is it?
I'm thinking of Times Person of the Year. We just did Times Most Influential. I can see at the end of the year, it's going to be an AI-generated person, probably, because as much as we're talking about AI, almost every day we're talking about something AI, the controversy in it. It's really coming to terms. I mean, the filters and Photoshop are so 2 years ago.
It is, but it just goes to show like just how hard it is to tell. If the people there at the Sony World Photography Awards did not know, you know, how could we tell, you know?
All right, Midwest is due to heat up. Angie is tracking that after the break.
And still to come, emotional celebrations at the end of the Boston Marathon.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family. Welcome back. We're waking up to below normal temperatures in both the Northeast and the Pacific Northwest. The middle of the country, though, on the warmer end of things. Look where we end up later this afternoon. 46 in Detroit, 49 for Pittsburgh. Temperatures back to the upper 70s. We'll be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It was a Kenyan sweep at the Boston Marathon yesterday. Evan Chebet and Helen Obiri beat out the competition. Chebet took first place for the second year in a row, while Obiri celebrated her first marathon win. The finish line was full of mixed emotions. WNBC's Abby Nizgoda was there as runners celebrated that 26.2.
That's what it sounds like to finish Boston.
I love Boston because the energy is just truly unmatched.
And this is what it looks like.
I feel great. I won't feel good in an hour.
Exhaustion and celebration as 30,000 runners come down Boylston, each with their own reason pushing them through all 26.2.
I met my guides yesterday, first time I've ever run with them.
For Joe Burke, it's about showing his kids he can run, even though he's blind.
I call it dad strength, just you do anything for those kids.
To Cal Calamia, it's about getting to run in the Boston Marathon's first ever non-binary division.
For me, it's like I've been wanting to run this my whole life, and to be able to finally do it in this way, in this category, just means the world to me.
And to Brendan Peltier, it's about finishing the race he didn't get to in 2013 when the bombs went off.
Just the emotions came and said, I get to do it. I'm finishing here 10 years later. Everything going on, I was happy. I'm happy, great race. I couldn't be more thankful for the city. I love my city.
The attacks on this race 10 years ago and the lives lost that day, not lost on anyone here.
You can't run more than 3 or 4 minutes without someone yelling out, Martin's name or MR8.
Together, they define what it means to be Boston strong, now 10 years stronger.
Boston strong. Boston will be here forever. This marathon will be here forever. Stronger than ever.
Congrats to all who finished there. Thanks to Abby for that report.
All right, after an incredible season on the field, Jalen Hurts is flying high after signing a record-setting deal. Hurts and the Eagles agreed to a 5-year extension, which the NFL Network reports is worth $255 million, so that would make Hurts the highest paid player in the NFL. He scored 35 total touchdowns for Philly last season, leading the Eagles to the NFL's best record, and also the franchise's 40th Super Bowl appearance, or 4th, I should say, Super Bowl appearance. That would be a totally different thing, and a lot more zeros in those millions if that were 40th. But that is spectacular. And you keep track of all of this stuff when it comes to numbers and where it's tracked.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts, he's just a special story. I mean, this guy lost his job in college. He was not a first-round pick. And this time last year, people weren't even sure that he should be the Eagles starting quarterback. Look at him now.
Glory moment for him.
That's
well
right.
deserved. Thanks for kicking off your morning with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We'll see you tomorrow.
The blockbuster $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News set to begin today. Will Rupert Murdoch take the stand, or will we see a last-minute settlement?
Growing outrage in Kansas City when an errand almost cost a black teenager his life. The 16-year-old shot after mistakenly going to the wrong door.
A Tennessee National Guardsman applies to be an assassin, only it's a fake website. How federal agents nabbed the wannabe hitman.
They've got the meats and the dice. Arby's bringing back a fan favorite, and it's causing a frenzy. It's Tuesday, April 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. There is outrage in Akron, Ohio, after a grand jury decided against charging 8 police officers over the shooting death of Jalen Walker. The 25-year-old black man was shot more than 40 times in late June last year. While no gun was found on Walker, the DA says he shot at police from his car during a chase after they tried stopping him for a traffic violation. Walker later fled the car on foot wearing a ski mask. Minutes later, he was shot. NBC's Jesse Kirsch starts us off this morning.
Ohio's Attorney General announcing the 8 Akron police officers who shot Jalen Walker more than 40 times will face no state criminal charges for killing the 25-year-old black man.
The grand jury concluded that the officers were legally justified in their use of force.
Walker's family outraged by the decision.
I wish you could have been in the home about 4:30 p.m. when I broke the news to the family. I wish you could have heard and felt and seen the screams.
Authorities say last June, police attempted a traffic stop before Walker fled in his vehicle, firing at least once at officers before taking off on foot in a ski mask. Authorities say officers twice tried stopping Walker with a taser.
Mr. Walker then reached for his waistband in what several officers described as a cross-draw motion, planted his foot, and turned toward the officers while raising his hand. Only then did the officers fire.
Officers firing 94 shots in less than 7 seconds. Walker was hit roughly 46 times.
It is critical to remember that Mr. Walker had fired on the police and that he shot first.
The officers have not been publicly identified. The release of their body cam footage last summer sparked large protests here. A special grand jury reviewed evidence for more than a week. According to the Attorney General, 7 of the 9 special grand jurors would have needed to find sufficient evidence to issue an indictment.
By all accounts, this was a good man, a good person with no prior criminal record, so he was not acting himself.
The city of Akron calling for peace.
We will protect our citizens' right to assemble, demonstrate, and petition this government, but to do so peacefully.
Oh, thanks to Jesse for that report.
After days of protests, charges have been filed in the shooting of a Kansas City teenager. 84-year-old Andrew Lester is accused of shooting a 16-year-old who rang his doorbell by mistake. Prosecutors believe there was a racial component to the incident. Attorneys for Ralph Yarl say the teen was asked to pick up his younger twin brothers on Thursday, and he mistakenly went down the wrong street. They allege that the man inside said, "Don't come back around here," and immediately fired a weapon. According to a probable cause statement, the homeowner thought he was the victim of an attempted break-in. The mayor of Kansas City reacted to that statement last night.
I've read the probable cause charging statement, and probably just the most heinous part is that the gentleman who shot, I shouldn't say gentleman, just the criminal, the defendant, an 85-year-old man, shot because he claimed he was scared of this black teenager. And I say a black teenage boy, not because of an insult, more because of the fact that this is a kid. This is a kid who's sent out by his mother to pick up his younger brothers, the sort of thing that should be normal and routine, and indeed is. And in our community, tragically last week, it was something that could have taken this boy's life.
Ralph Yarl is a junior in high school. His teachers describe him as gifted in science and passionate about music. Yarl's attorneys say he is now recovering at home, and he spoke with President Biden overnight, who invited him to the White House once he recovers.
A 20-year-old woman was fatally shot after turning up the wrong driveway in upstate New York. Police say Kaylin Gillis was in the car with 3 friends looking for a friend's house in the rural area of Hebron, New York on Saturday night. After mistakenly pulling into the wrong driveway, police say Kevin Monahan came out of the house and fired 2 shots. One of the shots struck Gillis. They then drove to the neighboring town of Salem to get cell service and call for help. Emergency responders performed CPR on Gillis, but she was pronounced dead.
There was clearly no threat from anyone in the vehicles. There was no reason for Mr. Monahan to feel threatened, especially as it appears the vehicles were leaving at the time.
According to officials, Monahan, who is 65, refused to come out of his house when officers arrived. He has been charged with second-degree murder and is being held in Warren County Jail.
Today at 10 a.m. Eastern, the Supreme Court is expected to release some major decisions, and one that could affect nationwide access to the abortion pill mifepristone could come this week. On Friday, Supreme Court Justice Alito temporarily blocked a Texas judge's ruling that ordered the suspension of the FDA's approval of the drug. The Justice Department and mifepristone's manufacturer appealed the Texas decision. Anti-abortion medical associations and doctors who challenged the FDA's approval of the drug have until noon today to submit their responses to the High Court. The temporary stay blocking the abortion pill ban is set to expire Wednesday at midnight.
After a short delay, the highly anticipated defamation trial between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News is kicking off with opening statements this morning in Delaware. The trial was set to begin on Monday, but was postponed on Sunday evening amidst talk of a potential settlement between the 2 parties. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
The defamation trial against Fox News getting off to a slow start. Instead of opening statements, the judge pushing proceedings to Tuesday. There were multiple reports of last-minute settlement discussions. The Washington Post citing 2 sources familiar with the negotiations. NBC News has not confirmed the reports. Dominion and Fox are not commenting. There is no word of a deal.
Talking settlement on the eve of trial on the courthouse steps, even after a jury's been selected, is not uncommon at all. It happens all the time.
The trial will likely last 5 to 6 weeks. At the center of the case, 20 statements made on Fox News, largely by network anchors and Trump's legal team, in the weeks and months following the 2020 election.
It's where they were flipping votes in the computer system or adding votes that did not exist.
Dominion argued in court filings that Fox News endorsed, repeated, and broadcast a series of verifiably false, devastating lies about Dominion. Fox calls the lawsuit a political crusade in search of a payout. The real cost, it said in a statement, would be cherished First Amendment rights. Fox News hosts Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson could take the stand, along with 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch, chairman of the Fox Corporation, according to Dominion's witness list. A court document filed by Dominion included parts of Murdoch's deposition. The media mogul was asked, "It is fair to say you seriously doubted any claim of massive election fraud?" Murdoch answering, "Oh, yes. From the beginning, yes." He was also asked, according to the filing, if he could have stopped President Trump's attorneys from appearing on the network, and responded, "I could have, but I didn't." Fox's attorneys pushing back against the claims of Murdoch's editorial control in its own brief, saying Murdoch played no role whatsoever in the creation or publishing of any of the statements.
And our thanks to Stephanie for that report.
NBC News has learned that the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office has received the case of sexual assault against actor Armie Hammer. According to a source familiar with the investigation, the LAPD sent along findings related to allegations made in 2021 when a woman publicly accused the actor of physical and emotional abuse. The DA's office confirmed that the LAPD presented a case for them to look at, but they didn't specify which one. And it's unclear why it took more than 2 years for the DA to receive the case. An attorney for Hammer declined to comment.
The TV and film industry is one step closer to grinding to a halt after members of the Writers Guild of America voted overwhelmingly to authorize a strike. The union has been negotiating with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers over major changes to writers' pay. Demands include a hike in minimums and changes to how residual pay from streaming shows is calculated. The vote does not guarantee a strike, but rather empowers union leaders to call one if the existing contract expires before an agreement is reached.
We got storms a-brewing on this Tuesday. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here tracking that new system for us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Morning, guys. Yeah, we certainly do have our next storm system that we're going to be tracking across the country here in the coming days. In the meantime, we're waking up to some lingering snow showers across the Great Lakes, but there's the system that I mentioned. It'll dip just into the plains here as we get through the later parts of today, and we'll eventually start to see some of these afternoon thunderstorms firing up in places from Wyoming to Texas. Now, those will be general thunderstorms. The more severe activity that we're expecting is going to happen tomorrow and even into Thursday. We'll see those stronger storms for places like Kansas, Iowa, and even Nebraska. We could see some damaging winds, some large hail, as well as some isolated tornadoes. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Buffalo ends up at 41 degrees today. Detroit at 46. Still some snow showers in those locations. Meanwhile, in the south, much warmer. 88 for Lubbock and Amarillo. Oklahoma City ends up at 79 degrees. And for New Orleans, 78 degrees with clouds overhead. And it's feeling like spring in some spots, but others are sitting way below normal for this time of year, guys. We have another temperature roller coaster ride to get on as we get through the next couple of days. We'll talk about it coming up.
More important than ever to stick around for your forecast. Thank you, Angie. Early Today is back in 60 seconds with a new report highlighting the racial and ethnic studies gap in higher education.
And after expressing hitman ambitions, an Air National Guardsman could face some hard time. Don't want to miss this story.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis.
a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
An Air National Guardsman is facing up to a decade in prison after prosecutors say he applied to become an assassin online, sending his credentials to a parody website called rentahitman.com. NBC's Stephen Romo has a story.
A Tennessee Air National Guardsman has been arrested and charged after allegedly trying to get a job as a hitman. And the website he tried using, rentahitman.com. The site boasts glowing testimonials, plus a quick and easy hitman job application page to join one of the, quote, world's best problem resolution organizations. But the site is all a parody, apparently lost on 21-year-old Josiah Ernesto Garcia. According to the criminal complaint, in early February, Garcia submitted a resume and identification documents saying he was, quote, an expert marksman and earned the nickname Reaper. Just days later, the complaint says Garcia sent another email to the rentahitman.com site, writing, quote, I'm looking for a job that pays well related to my military experience, shooting and killing the marked target, so I can support my kid on the way, adding, put me in, coach. The complaint says the website's owner contacted the FBI and then an undercover agent reached out to Garcia, acting as a, quote, recruiter for Rent-A-Hitman. Court documents go on to say when he was asked if he was comfortable with taking fingers or ears as trophies or performing torture at a client's request, his response was, if it's possible and in my means to do so, I'm more than capable. The complaint alleges the undercover agent gave Garcia multiple chances to walk away. Former FBI agent David Shapiro says presenting opportunities to back out can make defending against such allegations more difficult.
And I think that's where, based on what I've seen, where his defense would be lacking. I mean, he goes out of his way, it seems, to demonstrate that he's eager.
The complaint also alleges Garcia agreed to assassinate a mark for $5,000, receiving half of the money and asking if he needed to take a photo of the dead body as proof that the job was complete. At that point, FBI agents arrested Garcia. He's now charged with the use of interstate commerce facilities in the commission of a murder for hire. We've been unable to reach his family for comment, but he could face up to 10 years in prison.
Sending out enough solicitations, somebody will fall for it. But then again, on the other hand, I'm reminded of what the comic Ron White said, you can't fix stupid.
That's right. Our thanks to Stephen for that report.
Amid political uproar targeting the teaching of racial and ethnic studies, the new report is showing that very few four-year universities in the U.S. offer majors in these topics. According to data from the Latinx Research Center from the University of California, Berkeley, just 3% of colleges offer majors in Latino studies. The same goes for Native American studies. 9% offer programs in African American and Black studies, and only 2% have majors in Asian American studies.
A civil rights landmark is making a big move. The historic Jackson House served as a safe haven for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders to strategize marches from Selma to Montgomery, and it'll now be moving from Alabama to Michigan. The 3,000-square-foot home will be dismantled and shipped over 800 miles to Dearborn, Michigan, where it'll be preserved and put on display to the public at the Henry Ford Museum. This project is expected to take up to 3 years.
Still to come, if you missed one of music's biggest weekends, don't worry, we got your Coachella highlights next.
And it's an Arby's adventure. The chain brings back a limited edition game set.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
No need to say I miss you. The original members of Blink-182 played their first show together since 2014 at Coachella over the weekend. And the history-making didn't stop with the rockers at weekend one in the Indio, California Music Festival. Bad Bunny became the first Latin music artist to headline Coachella in the event's history, while Blackpink performed as the festival's first K-pop headliner. Over 150 of the world's biggest artists are set to return to the desert again starting Friday for Coachella's second weekend. This has grown to be such a force in so many aspects of pop culture when it comes to just music, fashion, all the influencers with their festival fits. But it's so great to see Blink-182 healthy and rocking it the way we knew when they were starting. Well deserved. I mean, they've been through so much health issues. It was plane crash for Travis Barker's marriage, everything.
Tom DeLonge was gone doing his own thing, you know, chasing aliens and whatever else, but he's back, and it's just great to see that. It makes history quite a bit. All right, for the second time in 2 years, Arby's is saying we have the dice. The fast food chain is rolling out a Dungeons & Dragons dice set, complete with the Arby's hat embedded inside each one. The players are on a quest to get their hands on some. Arby's is restocking its supply on their website this Friday because the 7-piece set sold out within hours this week, just like it did back when it was first released in 2021. So these things sell for about $12 each, but now on eBay, like several $100s.
I believe they look really cool. I'm not really into Arby's or Dungeons & Dragons, but I mean, just on your coffee table, for like a nice decorative ad. It looks really cool.
Cool paperweight.
Yep. Still ahead, Angie is tracking an above-average warm-up on the way for parts of the country.
And we've got some tax day deals and discounts that might relieve some of the stress for today's last-minute filers.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're waking up to some fire alerts that are not only in parts of the Southwest, but also up through Washington, Roanoke. Included in this, we could likely see some of these fires starting easier and spreading quicker with that low humidity and those gusty winds. Notice also we have the freeze alerts for 17 million people, including Chicago, Indianapolis, and Lexington, because our temperatures, as we get up this morning, into the 30s. Be aware of that. We'll eventually end up with our temperatures in the mid-40s in the same region by later today. We'll be right back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm
A
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
at least like 11.
Now to the economy, as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city. Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, Go
ahead. Nice to see you.
It was a Kenyan sweep at the Boston Marathon yesterday. Evans Chebet and Helen Obiri beating out the competition. Chebet took first place for a second time in a row, while Obiri celebrated her first marathon win. The finish line was full of mixed emotions. WNBC's Abby Nezgoda was there as runners celebrated that 26.2.
That's what it sounds like to finish Boston.
I love Boston because the energy is just truly unmatched.
And this is what it looks like.
I feel great. I won't feel good in an hour.
Exhaustion and celebration as 30,000 runners come down Boylston, each with their own reason pushing them through all 26.2.
I met my guides yesterday, first time I've ever run with them.
For Joe Burke, it's about showing his kids he can run, even though he's blind.
I call it dad strength, just you do anything for those kids.
To Cal Calamia, it's about getting to run in the Boston Marathon's first ever non-binary division.
For me, it's like I've been wanting to run this my whole life, and to be able to finally do it in this way, in this category, just means the world to me.
And to Brendan Peltier, it's about finishing the race he didn't get to in 2013 when the bombs went off.
Just the emotions came and said, I get to do it. I'm finishing here 10 years later. Everything going on, I was happy. I'm happy, great race. And I couldn't be more thankful for the city. I love my city.
The attacks on this race 10 years ago and the lives lost that day, not lost on anyone here.
You can't run more than 3 or 4 minutes without someone yelling out, Martin's name or MR8.
Together, they define what it means to be Boston strong, now 10 years stronger.
Boston strong. Boston will be here forever. This marathon will be here forever. Stronger than ever.
So glad that Boston, the state of Massachusetts, has that as Patriots Day, a holiday, so everybody could be out and celebrating. They really needed it for that 10 years.
Yeah.
Thanks to Abby for that report.
I believe it has been that 10 years, but just to see the joy and just the feeling of self-accomplishment on all of their faces, so well deserved. All right, today is tax day. Yep, and to help with that sting, we got some deals to tell you about, from free sandwiches to discounted donuts. Restaurants like Cheesecake Factory are offering $10.40 off, $50 for all takeout orders with the promo code TAXDAY at checkout. And Boston Market is offering $10.40 off any family meal. And for those of the Sweet Tooth customers at Krispy Kreme who purchase an assorted or original glazed donut will only have to pay the sales tax for a second dozen with the code TAXBREAK. As always, remember to check for participating stores near you.
Yeah, if you didn't get the tax break, you got a price break at least with some of these treats, so enjoy.
Any victory we can achieve on this day.
Little by little.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, outrage. This morning, a city on edge and officials pleading for peaceful protest after an Ohio grand jury declined to indict 8 Akron police officers, 7 of them white, for the shooting death of 25-year-old black man Jayland Walker.
I would ask that during these times of tension and trauma, that you turn towards one another and not on each other.
And in Kansas City, protests over the shooting of a black 16-year-old boy who rang the wrong doorbell. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, on trial, the high-profile defamation trial against Fox News, soon underway after a one-day delay. We'll have team coverage with more on what to expect, plus the new reports about what may have been behind the pause in yesterday's proceedings. Caught in the crossfire, developing this morning an intensified fight in Sudan as rival forces battle for control of the country. Now Americans are being warned to shelter in place with no plans for evacuations. We'll talk to one woman about her experience. And flying high, it's a good morning for Eagles fans and their star quarterback Jalen Hurts, who just signed a record-breaking $255 million contract extension with the team. More on the mega deal and what it might mean for the league. Pretty impressive for him.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that this morning, but we begin this morning with growing outrage in Ohio, where a grand jury declined to bring any charges against the 8 police officers connected to the fatal shooting of 25-year-old black man Jalen Walker.
Walker was killed by police after being pulled over for an alleged traffic violation last June. Police say he fired a shot from the car before running off, and that a gun was later found in the car. In this body cam video released by Akron police, officers can be seen chasing Walker before shooting him a combined 46 times. Both local officials and lawyers representing the Walker family expressed their feelings after the decision.
The jurors ultimately determined that our officers did not commit a crime when they encountered Mr. Walker.
I wish you could have been in the home about 4:30 p.m. when I broke the news to the family. I wish you could have heard and felt and seen the screams. There was screaming.
Despite the grand jury's decision not to bring charges against the officers because they concluded the use of force was legally justified, Walker's family says they will file a lawsuit, and the Akron Police Department says it will begin its own internal investigation into the officers involved. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Akron, Ohio, with more on what's next.
Sinclair and Lindsay, good morning. You can see we still have some windows boarded up in downtown Akron, though demonstrations overnight appeared to have been largely, if not entirely, peaceful. We have not received any official word from police yet on arrests in this community. All of this in the aftermath of the announcement from the Ohio State Attorney General that there will be no state-level criminal charges against any of the 8 Akron police officers who officials say fired at Jalen Walker, the 25-year-old black man who was shot and killed by police last June. Officials held a press conference yesterday, again laying out what they say was the timeline of events that unfolded last June. Officials saying that Walker was attempting to be pulled over. I should say police were attempting to pull over Walker for a traffic stop, at which point officials say that he fled in a vehicle, then fired at least 1 gunshot, then took off on foot. Officials say police also tried tasing Walker before he motioned in a way that led police to fire what we're told, according to officials, was more than 90 times in less than 7 seconds. Authorities say that Walker was hit roughly 46 times and he died. I spoke one-on-one with an attorney for Walker's family last night. That attorney says he does not trust the investigative findings that have been shared by officials. All of this playing out as the family says they will be filing a civil lawsuit. And here in Akron, this community has its public schools closed for today. Sinclair and Lindsay, back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you. A Missouri man is now facing charges for allegedly shooting 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, a black teen who mistakenly rang the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers.
Yeah, Kansas City police have identified the man as 84-year-old Andrew Lester, who is white. A warrant has been issued for Lester's arrest. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is on the ground there in Kansas City with the latest.
Sinclair, Lindsay, good morning. After days of protests demanding justice here in Kansas City, prosecutors here have now charged the white homeowner who they say shot a black teenage boy after family says that teenager just basically rang the wrong doorbell. 84-year-old Andrew Lester now faces 2 felony counts, including first-degree assault and armed criminal action. Specific to that first charge, he could get up to life in prison. Lester, per the probable cause warrant for his arrest, telling police that he thought 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was trying to break into his house Thursday night when he rang that doorbell, and he told detectives he was, quote, scared for his life. We spoke to the family of Ralph Yarl, his aunt and the family attorney, and they say Yarl was just trying to pick up his younger twin brothers from a friend's house when he accidentally went to the wrong home and again just rang the doorbell. The family also saying that Yarl was shot twice, once in the head and once in the arm, and miraculously after that happened on Thursday, and they said Yarl had brain surgery, has already been discharged from the hospital, and they say is home healing one day at a time. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, thanks so much. And Dominion Voting Systems' landmark defamation trial against Fox is expected to get underway this morning following a brief delay.
Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis appeared in court yesterday and announced the start of the trial was delayed until 9 a.m. today. Multiple reports citing sources suggest the delay was due to Fox pursuing settlement talks, but NBC News has not confirmed that. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is also with us to break all this down. So Emily, first to you, what happened yesterday with the judge and what are we watching for today?
Yeah, good morning to you. Well, the judge merely made a formal announcement yesterday that the trial would be pushed. It would be delayed from yesterday until this morning. He provided no insight around to why that might be the case, as we had been hoping for. It was short and sweet. He said these kinds of delays are not unusual. But with those reports swirling around the last-minute push for settlement talks, we were watching closely for any kind of announcement to potentially develop overnight. No announcement, I can tell you, has come. So as things stand now, you can see the folks lining up behind me to get into the courthouse. Jury selection process will begin here in just a matter of hours. Around 9 a.m. they will finalize that process, and once the jury is seated, there will be about, we're told, a 15-minute recess before they get into opening arguments. Dominion will lead off, Fox will follow, and all eyes are on Delaware this week because of some of the folks that are expected to take the stand and testify. Among them, Fox Corporation Chairman Rupert Murdoch, also some of Fox's most popular hosts, including Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Tucker Carlson. Lindsay and Clay.
Yeah, and Danny, I want to bring you in because there were multiple reports yesterday that were suggesting that they may reach a settlement. Obviously, the trial is happening today, so is a settlement off the table?
Absolutely not. I mean, settlement can happen even after the jury has the case and they're deliberating. And you can imagine a scenario where settlement talks could pop up in the middle of trial if there's some devastating witness who gets up there and just buries Fox, or possibly buries the plaintiff's case, although I don't really see how that could happen. It could. Anything's possible. And when your risk shifts like that, sometimes parties come to the table. I wouldn't be surprised at all if settlement talks are reignited at some point along the way, because as you get closer and closer to verdict, each side has a lot to lose, and one or more may blink. They may want to come to the table and talk settlement. Keep in mind, yes, everyone says the plaintiff has a good case, but for every plaintiff, I don't care if you're Dominion or just some Joe Schmo nobody knows, money today, guaranteed, is always better than maybe money in the future, only if it's upheld on appeal years from now.
Okay. Emily, let's talk about that fired Fox producer, Abby Grossberg. She said in a new sworn statement she actually found more evidence relevant to the case, recordings that were taken at the time that she spent with the company. She says she plans to turn them over to the court. Remind us who she is, her role in all this, and what do we know about these recordings?
Okay, so Abby Grossberg used to be a senior producer for Fox News hosts like Tucker Carlson and Maria Bartiromo. She was fired in March after she filed a lawsuit against the network claiming that they had forced her into giving misleading testimony for this case, for the Dominion case. Fox has called her lawsuit baseless and said they fired her because she divulged privileged information. Now, throughout her time at Fox, she says she would regularly record conversations, pre-interviews with her boss, Maria Bartiromo, involving voter fraud allegations made on those calls through a transcription service. She recently got a hold of some of those new recordings with the help of a forensic expert, and one of the calls involves Senator Ted Cruz, who emphasizes on that call the need for facts and proof. He did not respond to our request for comment. Fox News says that it has complied with all of the discovery obligations, and at a hearing last week, some of its lawyers said that Grossberg did not disclose the existence of such actual recordings. Grossberg is among the potential lists of witnesses to take the stand. Guys?
And Danny, I want to talk about the judge for a minute, because Judge Davis also ruled that Fox lawyers could not use newsworthiness as a defense. Obviously, a little problematic given it's Fox News. So what strategy do you think they're going to use in this trial? What arguments should we expect?
Newsworthiness is not a defense to defamation, but the witnesses for Fox can mention that they thought what they were doing was newsworthy. The problem with that is the judge may instruct the jury, hey, jury, you just heard this testimony, but I need you to know that newsworthiness is not a defense defense to defamation. So the net benefit of putting on that kind of evidence may not be that good for Fox. I think for Dominion, the strategy here, though, is that the jurors are going to be thinking about the fact, well, what if something is newsworthy? What are news stations, what are journalists supposed to do? Are they supposed to ignore it or put somebody on and grill them? I think that's why Dominion needs to really put on a case to differentiate what Fox did from what other people would do in similar situations. That's their challenge, and they need to meet it.
Definitely a fluid case. Danny Savalos, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited 2 occupied regions of Ukraine, seemingly to rally his troops as the war between both countries continues. The Kremlin says Putin met with military commanders in the southern region of Kherson and Luhansk in the east, but did not say when the visits took place. Moscow annexed the regions last September, but Russian forces only partially occupy them. Last month, Putin visited the occupied city of Mariupol, where some of the heaviest fighting of the war took place. This morning, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich is in a Moscow court appealing his arrest. Gershkovich, who is a U.S. citizen, was arrested last month on espionage charges, which he and the U.S. both deny. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us for more on this. So, Megan, what have we seen so far, and what are the expectations from today?
Well, Lindsay, good morning. Good to be with you. Our cameras were allowed briefly inside the courtroom. And in fact, I want to show you some of that video where we are seeing Gershkovich inside this glass and metal enclosure, certainly very reminiscent to what we've seen just months ago when Brittany Griner would appear in court. He had blue jeans on, a blue shirt. He had his arms crossed, and he didn't say anything. But as you mentioned, today is about him appealing the detention for the charges of espionage. So in other words, he's appealing the decision to hold him in jail until his trial. Now, we have producers on the ground there. The suspicion here is that the judge will reject that. That hasn't yet happened. Our producers are closely monitoring the situation. But this is different from what happens in the United States, as we know. This is a different ballgame. There is no right to a fair and speedy trial. We saw that again with Brittany Griner. It took months before she went to trial. And we suspect that it will likely be months before we will see Gershkovich on trial.
And we understand the U.S. ambassador to Russia just visited Gershkovich in prison yesterday. What did she say about him and how he's doing?
Yeah, that's right. She just gained access and the ability to actually go inside the prison and to meet with him, to have that encounter, something that the U.S. had been pressing for the last several weeks since he was detained in the end of March. And so she actually tweeted about her encounter. I want to just read for you a little bit of what she said. She said, "He is in good health and remains strong. We reiterate our calls for his immediate release." We also understand that she expressed to him just how hard the United States is fighting to try and secure his release. Lindsay.
Megan, while we have you, we're also following the story of top Kremlin critic Vladimir Kara-Murza, who was convicted of treason for publicly denouncing the war in Ukraine. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. What more can you tell us about him?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Vladimir Kara-Murza is not a new person. We've been following him for several years now. He has been this outspoken critic against the Kremlin, against Putin. He said that he was poisoned several times and blamed the Kremlin for that. We also saw in the beginning stages of this invasion how outspoken he was, speaking and addressing members of the State House of Representatives in Arizona, speaking on our air to Stephanie Ruhle, to our Ali Velshi on MSNBC about his views against the invasion of Ukraine. And of course, we saw that he paid the price for that. He was shortly after arrested and then just convicted and sentenced yesterday, as you mentioned, to 25 years in prison. And I want you to listen because his wife is now speaking out about this. And I want you to listen to a little bit of what she had to say.
This sentence shows that they're so afraid of him and they hate him so much for his consistency, for his courage, for his amazing bravery. They're so afraid of him and they hate him so much that they want to lock him up for a quarter of a century.
And that was most certainly a sentiment that was echoed by the U.S. ambassador, along with the ambassador to Russia from Britain here and the Canadian ambassador as well, saying that he is brave to have done that and denouncing what's happening here. It is likely that he will appeal this decision, but the likelihood is that he will remain in prison. Lindsay.
All right, Megan, thank you. And federal prosecutors have arrested 2 men in New York City for allegedly running a Chinese secret police station. According to the Justice Department, the 2 men created the first secret police station in the U.S. on behalf of the Chinese Ministry of Public Security. They're also suspected of intimidating Chinese nationals living in the U.S. Both men have been charged with conspiracy to act as agents for China and obstruction of justice. They're scheduled to appear in court on Monday, and the Chinese government has denied the existence of these secret police stations in the past. International intelligence communities believe there are at least 100 of these stations across the world.
Let's switch gears here. Get a check of your morning News Now weather. We're seeing a drop in temps this Tuesday morning. In the Midwest, some 17 million people are waking up to freeze alerts.
So here to walk us through it is NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. You know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news after folks in the Midwest were dealing with temperatures in the 80s. They saw quick temperature drops, and now we even have some leftover snow showers, late April snow showers for folks along the Great Lakes. Downwind, we still have that cold air coming off the lake, so no surprise there. We also have some snow showers happening in parts of the Pacific Northwest and some rain stretched down through the south. Now, we're going to talk about first that next system that we're going to be tracking to bring even more snow to folks and a temperature roller coaster over the coming days. So first things first, we got to talk about some of the severe weather that could be associated with that. I think through the afternoon hours today, it'll mainly be general thunderstorms, maybe a strong one here or there, but the better chance is going to come as we get into tomorrow, specifically into the afternoon hours, stretching from Omaha to Wichita and Oklahoma City, all included in the potential as this system marches to the east to see some of these thunderstorms firing up that could pack a punch, maybe some damaging winds, some large hail, as well as the potential for some isolated tornadoes. And it once again is in that same kind of area that we've been seeing for days and days, stretching through the plains. Here's the best chance for where we can see that larger hail. We're talking 2 inches or bigger. It does include places like Kansas City and Wichita, so just a heads up if you're going to be out and about in those areas for tomorrow afternoon. And then the line continues marching to the east as that cold front moves to the east as well, and really some heavy rain associated with that, so we'll watch for the flooding potential. I'll show you those totals here in a moment, but we're also going to have another day where Little Rock, Lufkin, parts of Texas are included in a day where we could see some of those stronger storms. It will have the damaging hail. It'll also be a day where we could see those wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and we're not going to rule out an isolated tornado. Rainfall amounts come in maybe 1.5 inches in the highest areas, maybe Kansas City, Minneapolis, Green Bay, Little Rock, all seeing those higher amounts, so we will watch for flooding concerns. And here's those temperatures that we mentioned. We are talking 46 degrees for the high in Detroit today, 50 for Pittsburgh. We're sitting way below normal for this time of year, and it's kind of that lingering system that's bringing those snow showers with that cooler air off the lake that's keeping us cool. Doesn't last for too long. We'll start to see things warming up a little bit tomorrow, upper 70s, not bad for Cincinnati into the afternoon hours tomorrow, and St. Louis hits the low 80s. Unfortunately, it doesn't last. Look what happens by the time we head from Thursday into Saturday from Chicago. We have a 20+ degree temperature drop in a lot of these places. Cleveland will hit the 80s on Thursday, but you'll need those spring jackets on Saturday with the upper 50s. So just, day by day, take it.
I don't know how to dress, but you said spring jacket, so.
Well, you're going to need the short sleeves for Thursday, maybe a lighter layer Friday.
Angie Lassman, keeping us honest. Thank you. And there are new developments this morning in connection to that deadly mass shooting at a Sweet 16 party in Alabama over the weekend. 4 people were killed and dozens more injured. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Dadeville. Good morning, Jay. So I just want to jump in here. We understand the number of people injured has actually increased since yesterday, and we're also learning more about the victims, too. So what do we know?
Yeah, Clay, first on the number of those wounded or injured, we heard from state police overnight in a written statement that initially there were 28 people identified. They came back identified more, so now that number is up to 32 that were either wounded by gunfire or injured trying to escape the attack. As for the 4 people who were killed, all went to the same high school here. We know that Corbin Holston, 23, had graduated, but was still close to those in this community, and really him being at at this party is evidence of what so many people say in this town, that they are a tight-knit community, that they stick together. The 3 other people who were killed, all students that were just weeks away from graduation. Kiki Smith was 17. Her friends say that she was always smiling, just lit up any room that she went into. She had planned to continue her education at the University of Alabama. Marshia Collins, 19, an aspiring musician, somebody who had planned to go to school at LSU, Louisiana State University, and he was best friends with Philstavius Dowdell, 18 years old, a gifted athlete who was going to Jackson State on a football scholarship. In fact, we heard from the coach at Jackson State, who has said, our thoughts and prayers are with the family of Philstavius Dowdell and the other victims of the senseless tragedy last night. He issued this right after the shooting. He was a great young man with a bright future. My staff and I are heartbroken and hope that everyone will support his family through this difficult time. And when you speak about his family, the Sweet 16 birthday party was for his young sister. Their mom was also wounded during the attack.
I mean, so many lives cut short, Jay, and I mean, we're talking about the issue of gun violence. So, of course, this is raising the questions about gun laws in states around the country. We've seen it happen in other states, Jay. Just last week, Tennessee's governor signed an executive order after the school shooting in Nashville. Now, in Alabama, where you are, groups like the Alabama Black Caucus are talking about laws they're working on. What are lawmakers saying right now?
Well, here in Alabama, it's clear the governor is not to that point. You know, you're right. It's the same question we seem to hear asked every week after the latest mass shooting. And the governor here in Alabama was pushed on that issue. Give a listen to what she had to say.
A lot of Democrats in the state came together to support red flag law legislation. Is this something that you would support, or any type of gun control legislation?
I'll have to look at the bill. I can't say yay or nay right now.
Is there any sort of gun reform that you would support?
Not without seeing it.
Yeah, so right now, no clear support, as you just heard, for any new gun legislation by the governor here in Alabama.
Jake Gray, thank you so much. And coming up, stuck in Sudan, American civilians caught in the middle of what some are calling an all-out civil war.
When we come back, we'll talk to one woman who's there right now about her experience as the fighting intensifies. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in Spation, Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We are back with the latest on the situation in Sudan, which is embroiled in a violent power struggle that has left at least 185 people dead.
Heavy fighting continues for a fourth straight day in the capital, Khartoum. This morning, Al Arabiya television captured this video live, showing the moment a massive explosion rocked the city. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken issued a warning to the rival generals at the heart of the conflict after a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire. Here's what he said about the incident on the sidelines of the G7 in Japan.
All of our people are safe and unharmed. But this action was reckless, it was irresponsible, and of course unsafe. In the calls that I had this morning with Generals Hamedi and Burhan, I made very clear that any attacks, threats, dangers posed to our diplomats were totally unacceptable.
Joining us now to talk more about the situation on the ground is Lakshmi Parthasarathi. She's an American traveler currently in Sudan. Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining us, especially at a time like this. First off, I hope you and yours are keeping safe right now. Can you just tell us a bit about yourself, what brought you to Sudan, and where you're specifically staying, how long you've been there?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm a travel writer and photographer, and so I was traveling to Sudan as a tourist to visit the sites here, learn about the culture, and I've been here for a few weeks, and I came to Khartoum a few days ago and woke up to what I initially thought was a thunderstorm, and it turned out to be all-out war happening right next to an Airbnb that I was staying at, about a few kilometers away from the airport, where that whole area was under siege, and there's just been chaos now for the last few days. Actually, right at this moment, my friend and I were here, hitchhiked south to find water and power because the city center and the areas around there where there's fighting, there's no access to a lot of basic resources. And it's just kind of constant gunshots and sound bombs and shelling, and yeah, it's been a difficult few days. And my thoughts are kind of just with the people that I've seen now here in the city people who are fleeing their homes with their families. It's been a very tough situation for a lot of people.
So Lakshmi, you said that you hitchhiked to find some resources. Are you still in areas where you're seeing and hearing fighting, and what are some of the locals telling you?
Yeah. So we went 10 kilometers south, and this area had been peaceful, as what the people had said. But actually last night, a few hours after we arrived, there was a bomb strike on actually this mosque that we are standing in front of at this moment. No one was killed, fortunately, but a lot of people fled this area as well. So the fighting just seems to be escalating and spreading farther and farther out into other parts of the city. So it doesn't really seem like it's clear where there's safety and where there's not. There was a car of army soldiers or militia forces, unclear, kind of going around pointing guns. So it's calm here at the moment, but it's also still very, very tense, unclear what's happening. And people are just not really sure what the next steps are. People that have like a place to go outside of the city, people are trying to get there, but it's also not a safe journey leaving. So right now, the advice has been to like stay inside, but a lot of people don't have resources, so people have to move. It's been tough.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to talk a bit more about that advice to stay inside. I mean, I know the airport is closed right now, and you said it, that it's not clear where is safe and where is not. I know the U.S. State Department has issued an order to stay indoors and shelter with no current plans for evacuations. How are you feeling about that? What's your reaction? Do you feel safe? Are you trying to get out of
I'm just kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen in the coming days. It does not seem like things are de-escalating, and there's definitely areas in the city that do not feel safe at all. I think at the moment, trying to find shelter and stay in place is good advice. Difficult to follow completely, but I'm hopeful that there's that there'll be areas where we can stay safe, and that hopefully over like the coming days or weeks or whatnot, we can see some improvement.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's no way to fly out. It's a very, very big country, so to travel to any border to another country is like not an easy journey. So right now, the only thing we can do is just kind of stay here and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of waiting and seeing, and just know that we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. Hope you stay safe, stay well, and have the resources you need. Lakshmi, thank you so much.
Just an incredible story. All right, more world headlines now. Vows of unity are emerging from a G7 meeting of foreign ministers in Japan.
Tehran bureau chief and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with other international headlines. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Russia's threat to station nuclear weapons in Belarus and China's coercion of Taiwan have been at the top of the agenda of the three-day G7 summit in Tokyo. The group, which comprises of the United States, Japan, Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Canada, showed a united front, threatening Russia with severe consequences if they use chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons in Ukraine, while criticizing China's intimidation of Taiwan. A massive 2-ton haul of cocaine wrapped in plastic has been scooped up by the police in the sea off eastern Sicily. Authorities believe a cargo ship left it in the sea in order for another vessel to come pick it up, adding that they found around 1,600 packets of cocaine in 70 bundles with an estimated street value of $450 million. And finally, a previously unknown coral reef with a copious marine life has been discovered off Ecuador's Galapagos Islands. The completely pristine reef is roughly 1.2 miles long at a depth of just over 1,300 feet and sits on the summit of a submarine mountain. Over 50% of the coral on the reef is living, which is believed to be several thousand years old. Let's hope our discovery doesn't wipe it out.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Ali. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a man with a plan. President Biden is set to announce new efforts to make childcare more affordable. We'll have that just ahead.
Plus, the results are in and the burnout is real. The new study shedding light on stress in the workplace and what you can do to relax. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks later today about the administration's efforts to make child care more affordable.
And meanwhile, another showdown could be coming over the debt ceiling after new comments from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, good morning. Let's go ahead and start with the president's remarks today. What can we expect?
Yeah, and this is something that candidate Joe Biden had really promised, trying to improve and make child care more affordable for millions of families across the country. And in his role as president, what he can do is sign executive action that really starts at sort of the federal government level, directing agencies to try to find places where they can use money that's already been allocated for this to basically make it a bit better. So, for instance, for veterans, for home-based care, trying to improve that, trying to raise the pay and benefits for teachers that are a part of the federal Head Start program. And then also looking at places where they feel like this could really be something that is used a little bit more strategically, again, with money that's already been allocated through the Health and Human Services, to try to help so many families who certainly throughout the pandemic and in the aftermath have needed to improve childcare and try to get it to be a little bit more affordable so that so many people can also then return to the workforce. So this is something that the president's going to be talking about today in the Rose Garden. And this is something also that he has laid out in his 2024 budget. But the White House is saying they don't want to wait for Congress to act to already try to make some of these smart decisions to improve this critical industry. Lindsay and Zinclay.
And Monica, I do want to turn to the latest on the debt ceiling limit fight in Washington. We know House Speaker Kevin McCarthy gave remarks at the New York Stock Exchange just yesterday, and while there, he laid out some of House Republicans' plans to address the limit. So what were some of the big takeaways and the president's reaction to it?
So this battle has really been brewing for months since we knew that the U.S. was heading toward what ultimately would be an unprecedented situation, since the United States has never before defaulted on its ability basically to borrow. So this is all about raising the debt ceiling, something that the deadline loosely has been pointed to as June or so. And so that is why you saw the president and the White House unveil their budget in the last couple of months, and they're asking Republicans to now put forth their plan. And they're saying they will do that in the coming weeks, though Speaker McCarthy was not providing tons of specifics in this speech yesterday. But this just continues to be basically a really high stakes game of chicken. Here is how the speaker put this in his remarks yesterday.
If Washington wants to spend more, it'll have to come together to find savings elsewhere. Just like every single American household does. Our proposal will also restore work requirements that ensure able-bodied adults without dependents earn a paycheck and learn new skills. That will grow our economy and help the supply chain.
So Republicans are really pitching spending cuts here. The White House says this is not a place for negotiation. It's too critical. And so we saw Speaker McCarthy come to the White House after he took that new leadership position and speak with the president. But since then, there haven't really been any clear meetings about what happens next. So clearly talks need to take place. But again, this is a president who has said, I'm not going to get into some of the nitty gritty. This is too important for the country. I think, maybe.
Monica, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to your weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at burnout in the workplace and why some say it's worse than it was at the height of the pandemic.
Plus, we're going to dig into the laws of attraction between people, that is. We're going to explain why shared interests might not play as big of a role in falling in love than we previously thought.
So let's dig into it with Dr. Soumya Dave to help break down some of these headlines. She's a psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family. Thank you so much for being with us. So let's start with stress in the office. A new AFLAC report shows that many employees feel burnout is actually worse now compared to the height of the COVID pandemic. That's kind of surprising. So what exactly is leading to more burnout, and what are employees looking toward to ease that stress?
So people have really been through so much, right? They're dealing with inflation, rising costs of living, layoffs, so many different stressors, and burnout occurs when stress is prolonged. Now, in terms of what to do about it, I like to divide it into 2 steps. The first step being awareness. So identify that this is what's going on. Have you been feeling depleted for a long time? And can you know that this is the cause of it, that you're feeling burned out? The second step is to take action. Now, that action can mean reframing how you're thinking about your work. Are there positive aspects of your work that you can focus on? Are there benefits to your long-term goals that you're getting out of your job? Are there opportunities to take time off or reevaluate your career to work more flexibly? And for some people, it might mean actually thinking about a career pivot or a transition of some sort altogether. And then, of course, prioritizing sleep, self-care, setting boundaries, saying no to things that aren't restoring you, and really just remembering that this is the result of long-term depletion. So whatever helps you feel restored should go to the top of your priority list.
Yeah, really interesting, that graphic we were just showing. I mean, flexible scheduling, that's what people want. Not necessarily permanently working from home, but, you know, work with me. All right, doctor, let's turn to matters of the heart. New research suggests shared interests, so liking the same music, sharing a political view, maybe a bit of an illusion. Why is that? And does this mean we maybe shouldn't be so quick to write someone off?
So this is so interesting, right? We like sharing things in common with people. We like having common interests. And essentialism is this idea that when we share certain traits with a person, we also share the same essence as a person, right? So we think that sharing one similarity means we naturally share so many more. There was really, really interesting research done about this with the lead author, Dr. Charles Chu. So many great findings. And one that really stood out was that when people found that they shared the same interest in an artist, so they were both fans of an artist's work, they also thought that that meant they shared the same worldview. So we can sometimes think that one part equals to a whole. That might or might not be necessarily true. So I think it's always a good reminder to think about, how are we making assumptions about people? Where are we filling in the blanks? And is there an opportunity to dig in deeper, because human beings are complex?
And Dr. Dave, we just have a few moments here, but I wanted to talk about new polling from YouGov and Vox. It found that younger generations are turning to voice messaging or voice memos as a preferred way to talk. Why is that going on? Why is that happening?
So I'm getting more of these too, okay? I don't know if everyone else feels this way. I definitely am getting more of these as well. And what I found is that people are really exhausted with technology, right? So the idea of picking up the phone and having a full conversation sounds overwhelming. Things can get lost in translation and text messages. It can be hard to convey the full scope of it. A voice note is a low-stakes, low-pressure way to communicate with someone, have them hear your voice, which helps us feel comforted and more connected, and also tell a story in some way, right? Because you can speak for minutes, and unless you've changed your default settings, the voice note will disappear in a couple of minutes. So knowing that it might disappear also takes the pressure off as well.
It's so funny, because I got this and I tried to send one back and I couldn't figure it out. I don't know if that makes me
neither. I can't do it.
It's a good way to make sure things don't get lost in translation. Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up, he's a big deal, and he just made a really big deal. We are talking about Eagles QB Jalen Hurts, just signed a record-breaking contract extension with the team.
We'll tell you about it and how it could change the NFL. That's next on Morning News Now.
going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We've got the latest on a blockbuster deal in professional football. Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts made history a little more than 2 months ago when, for the first time ever, he was one of 2 black quarterbacks playing in the Super Bowl.
Well, now Hurts is making history on the field again, signing a record-setting contract extension that makes him the NFL's highest-paid player ever. For more on this, we're joined by Zach Berman. He reports on the Eagles for The Athletic. Zach, good morning. We're talking about a lot of money. So how did this deal come to be? How was he able to get it?
Well, he earned it, and that's the place to start. He's someone who, from the time he was drafted as a second-round pick in 2020 to now, has simply improved every season. He went from backup to a starter trying to keep his job to the franchise player. And so this contract here, where based on annual average salary, average annual salary rather, he's the highest paid player in the league. He got it because he plays quarterback as well as anyone in the league. He was number 2 in the MVP voting last year, brought the Eagles to the Super Bowl. So he earned this deal.
And you said it, right? He earned it. Hurts clearly had a great year this past season with the Eagles, and somehow he's only 24 years old. Very impressive. But also impressive is the fact that his deal was negotiated by Nicole Lynn, and it's believed to be the largest ever contract completed by a female agent. Pretty cool. So how significant is the deal closed by a black woman? What does it say about the state of the industry right now?
Yeah, it's a credit to Nicole, because this is a record-setting deal. This is a deal that sets the market for quarterbacks here, and that's what an agent's supposed to do is get the best deal for the client. And so it's a credit to Nicole that this was completed, because oftentimes these can become acrimonious. You've seen that elsewhere, where the 2 sides can't agree, and the fact that Jalen Hurts' side with Nicole leading it, and then the Eagles were able to find that middle ground here, reach a deal that worked for both sides, and the significance of it for Nicole Lynn should not be understated.
There's another high-profile name, Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. He's reportedly looking for a similar deal, maybe even more guaranteed money. So does this kind of contract, does this deal sort of set the stage? How does this change the landscape?
Yeah, well, what this does, I think, is it sets the market. It shows this is the going rate for top quarterbacks, for MVP caliber quarterbacks, which Lamar Jackson is. Now, every situation's different, and you just spoke about the agency. In Lamar Jackson's case, he represents himself, right? So there are maybe different variables at play. Also, Lamar Jackson is later on in his career, he's a free agent with a franchise tag. So there are variables that are different than the Jalen Hurts situation. But what the Jalen Hurts deal does is it now sets the going rate for top quarterbacks. So this can be used as a new template for whether it's Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert.
All right, Zach Berman, thanks so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Let's go to some financial headlines. David's Bridal Stores announcing the company is filing for bankruptcy. They just did that Monday.
Yeah, CNBC Silvana now joins us with this and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, Lindsay, good morning to you. That's right. So David's Bridal has filed for bankruptcy. This is the second time in the past 5 years. And the move comes just days after the retailer said it was laying off more than 9,000 workers. The company says stores will remain open and business will continue as usual while it looks for a buyer. Orders will still be fulfilled and customers can still take advantage of Diamond, which is the company's rewards program. Ernst & Young plans to cut about 3,000 jobs in the U.S. The decision comes about a week after the company halted efforts to split its auditing and consulting businesses. The Big Four accounting giant cites economic conditions, a strong employee retention rate, and overcapacity in parts of the firm as reasons for the job cuts, which represent about 5% of its U.S. workforce. Apple has opened its first retail store in India today. CEO Tim Cook was on hand to open the doors at the location in Mumbai. Apple has operated in India for more than 25 years, but primarily sells products through authorized retailers and a website it launched a few years ago. It only has about a 3% market share in the country, trailing well behind the likes of Samsung and China's Xiaomi. So there you have it.
Okay, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
All right, everybody, coming up, a streaming snafu.
Yeah, Netflix is doing damage control after a highly anticipated live event did not happen as planned. We'll give you the lowdown next on Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back now with a gem that is one of a kind. No, we're not talking about zinc clay. We are talking about a ruby worth more than 55 carats, and it is poised to become the world's largest gem to appear at auction. It is called the Star of Fura in Portuguese. It was found less than a year ago in the southern African nation of Mozambique. The auction house estimates it'll rake in more than $30 million. That would make it the largest and most expensive ruby ever sold at an auction. The gem will make its way to New York to be auctioned in June after going on display in China, Singapore, Geneva, and Dubai.
Well, I'm glad it's coming to New York because, you know, folks, I'm on the market for a ring. So.
Yeah, that is the only way I will get near something that valuable, is seeing it through a case.
Yes, love it, Lindsay. Thank you. And finally, at this hour, we told you yesterday, love is not blind. It's delayed. Netflix continues receiving backlash from fans after the highly anticipated live reunion of the series Love is Blind would not load for many viewers on Sunday.
So several attempts to get the show back on the air. Eventually, the streaming giant opted to tape the event, and they said, look, we're sorry. Look at the statement here on the screen. We are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. But this didn't stop fans from voicing their frustrations on social media.
Who's getting fired on Netflix tonight? Who?
What are you doing?
I'm literally watching Love is Blind through TikTok Live because of friggin' Netflix.
Bro!
To be upping the prices and to prevent password sharing, and you have us waiting for an hour and a half?
People clearly upset. Some good points there. So joining us now to dig into them is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Baltazar. Brian, good morning.
Hey, Brian.
So much TV drama, so much delay. So was the reunion ultimately worth the wait? Walk us through what people have been saying about it after it was posted.
Oh, boy. Well, it turns out that a lot of people say that it wasn't. So, you know, we are trained to see all the tea spilled on these specials. And it turns out whether it was a snafu from those technical problems throwing people off, or perhaps the host, some say, it just was not well received. So I think we have a few tweets that we have coming up here. One of them, well, there's the big screen that most people saw. Instead of Love is Blind, you were seeing this. It's kind of ironic that the show is about not seeing the one you love right away. That was the case with the special. But basically, people, as you can see, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez was saying, someone called Lucia the seamstress to fix this. This is one of the women on the show who, well, it's actually a woman in a hometown who fixed a guy's pants just before he was getting married. So it's a reference to a woman on the show. Karamo saying the error message was sending him Chris Hayes, our own. And that's what's interesting, too. You know, like members of the media and media companies were also responding. Bravo had something fun and snarky to say. So did Blockbuster. But it turns out that what happens then, you know, at the end of the day, you want to see some juice happen. And apparently it just wasn't happening. You know, Andy Cohen actually said, you know, there's a reason these things aren't live, because sometimes, say, these Housewives specials, they'll shoot them for hours to get the best hour edited down.
Yeah,
and
I'm still waiting for Vanderpump. I mean, they just shot that, and like, when am I going to get to see that?
Exactly. And I mean,
right,
Brian,
well, they're ensuring you that you get the best moments, right? Yeah. And that's what didn't happen here.
And you mentioned sort of the controversy surrounding Vanessa and Nick Lachey around their hosting style. Can you dig into that a little?
Yeah, well, some people were saying that they were a little bit, Vanessa in particular, was too favorable to the women, right? Nick didn't say enough, and that they didn't drill down deeply enough into some of these topics. And I think that's partly because of the time constraint they were under. They had to cram it all into what ended up being 90 minutes. But it's just really hard to get people's emotions heightened on the first question. And so people were saying even that Vanessa was pressing too hard about having babies and whether they had had sex yet. So people are really tough on this, but I think people were set off by what was a really terrible misstep in the very beginning, and it may have set the tone for the whole night.
So, Brian, where do you see this going here? I mean, is Netflix learning some things here? We just heard that person on TikTok say, look, you're raising prices. You're locking me out from letting my nephew and my cousin use this. And also, is the industry watching this, too, and thinking, all right, let's not do that?
Yes, they are watching. In fact, Netflix's earnings report is released today. And of course, you want to talk about what the future is for Netflix at the same time. You know, it's a good thing this didn't happen with the Chris Rock special. I think the backlash would have been even far greater. But, you know, it's not like live is an unprecedented thing. We're live right now. So it shouldn't really be that hard for Netflix to figure out. But I think all eyes are going to be on them about what they schedule next. And the stakes are going to be really high for them to get that right. Most streamers love to say that the demand broke the internet. But Netflix hasn't really said that. They haven't said it was too many people. And so I'm really curious to see what has happened. I think they're being really quiet about it. They have a lot to figure out before they do this again.
All eyes on this one. Love is blind, but not patient.
I think Brian was saying if we could figure it out, they should be. I don't know. Was that thinking about
I mean, it's not as easy as people think. Live is done all the time, every day. They should be able to figure it out, right?
Let them know, Brian. Brian,
I was praying my Zoom wouldn't freeze during that moment, by the way.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, under arrest. After days of protests, a white homeowner is now facing charges after police say he shot a black teen twice when he mistakenly rang the wrong doorbell. Why prosecutors say they're not pushing for hate crime charges, despite saying there was a racial component in the case. Appeal denied. New developments this morning in the arrest of an American journalist in Russia. Evan Gershkovich appeared publicly in a Russian court today for the first time since his detention. We have the latest from the courtroom and new reaction from Washington. Courtroom courtroom showdown after a one-day delay. A landmark billion-dollar defamation case gets underway this morning, pitting Fox News against Dominion voting systems. At issue, false claims made about the 2020 presidential election on some of the network's most prominent programs, the big names who could take the stand, and the far-reaching impact the case could have. And flipping the script, Broadway's Bad Cinderella is putting a new twist on the classic story. We talked to the stars of the show about making history and showcasing diversity on the biggest stage. And love that Joe Fryer gets these interviews. He's the best at them.
We love him.
Yeah, that'll be coming up next. But we are going to begin this morning in Kansas City, Missouri. The homeowner who police say shot 16-year-old Ralph Yarl after he accidentally rang the wrong doorbell is now facing 2 felony counts.
Yeah, Yarl has been discharged from the hospital, but his lawyers say he suffered a traumatic brain injury. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is on the ground there in Kansas City with the latest.
Hey, good morning here from Kansas City. Per court documents, Andrew Lester telling police he had never seen Ralph Yarl before, and the two didn't exchange any words. Police also noting Lester was upset and repeatedly expressed concern for the 16-year-old boy after the shooting, a shooting which prosecutors say has, quote, a racial component. This morning, mounting calls for justice after a Missouri teen was shot when, according to his family, he simply rang the wrong doorbell.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
84-year-old Andrew Lester, the Kansas City homeowner who is white, is facing first-degree assault and armed criminal action charges for allegedly shooting 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, who is black. The high school junior went to pick up his younger twin brothers Thursday night, but his family says he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the bell. According to the probable cause warrant for his arrest, Lester thought Ralph Yarl was attempting to break in and was, quote, scared to death.
There was a racial component to the case.
Clay County prosecutor Zachary Thompson says Yarl never crossed into Lester's home and alleges he was shot through a glass door with a .32 revolver. Yarl told police Lester also said, "Don't come around here." Civil rights attorney Lee Merritt says Yarl was shot twice, including once in the head. After he was shot, running for help, knocking on multiple doors.
And then the third neighbor gave him instructions to put his hands in the air and lie on the ground.
The shooting garnered the attention of the nation, making headlines in Hollywood, too. Halle Berry and Viola Davis posting on social media demanding charges. Merritt also says President Biden called Yarl, inviting him to the White House. Relatives say Yarl is a marching band standout with dreams of attending Texas A&M for chemical engineering, and that his community is strong, his family thankful he's alive.
He's alive. I think that's the biggest message that I want people to remember, is that he is alive.
The family saying 16-year-old Ralph Yarl is home coping with injuries that the family attorney says are very serious and he could have for the rest of his life. The family maintaining that Yarl was shot twice, once in the head and once in the arm. That first shot, they say, left him with a cracked skull and a traumatic brain injury. And after having brain surgery in the hospital, he has been discharged. He is home, and his aunt telling us he's healing one day at a time. Back to you.
Maggie, thanks so much.
In Ohio this morning, 8 police officers in Akron will not face criminal charges in connection with the death of 25-year-old Jaylen Walker. Yesterday, a grand jury returned what's called a no-bill decision after spending about a week deliberating potential charges. Walker's death sparked outrage across the country last summer after police body camera footage showed officers chasing him before shooting him nearly 50 times. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Akron, Ohio with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. Here in downtown Akron, some business storefront windows remain boarded up. Others look like any other Main Street USA right now. We haven't gotten any official word from police about potential arrests from overnight, but the protests and demonstrations we've seen appear to be largely, if not entirely, peaceful in an unsettled community.
Overnight, outrage in Akron, Ohio. Dozens protesting after Ohio's Attorney General announced Monday there will be no state criminal charges against any of the 8 officers who opened fire on Jaylen Walker, the 25-year-old black man killed by police last June.
The grand jury concluded that the officers were legally justified in their use of force.
7 of the special grand jury's 9 members would have needed to find sufficient evidence for an indictment. Officials say the panel included 2 black jurors, 3 men, and 6 women.
Do you think this was more
heartbreak, a feeling of injustice, outrage?
It's betrayal. It's the constant refrain is, when will this change?
An attorney for Walker's family says he does not trust the findings from a month-long investigation. Police attempt a traffic stop. They say Walker flees in his vehicle before firing a gun at least once. Walker then flees on foot in a ski mask. Police tried to tase Walker.
Mr. Walker then reached for his waistband in what several officers described as a cross-draw motion, planted his foot, and turned toward the officers while raising his hand. Only then did the officers fire.
The scene illustrated in this new video shared by authorities. According to prosecutors, police fired 94 shots in less than 7 seconds, roughly 46 bullets striking Walker, who died.
Although the officers did not know it at the time, Mr. Walker had left his recently purchased gun in his car.
Officials say police believed Walker was a threat.
If he was a lethal threat leaving his car, he should have been shot immediately when he left his car. But he wasn't.
Police say that the officers who shot at Walker remain on administrative duty. Officials will not publicly name those officers, saying they believe those officers continue to face threats. We've reached out to police asking if those officers who shot at Walker faced any prior use of force complaints, but we have not heard back. Lindsay?
Jesse, thank you. And now to Russia, where this morning a Moscow court rejected the appeal against the detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Gershkovich was arrested last month on espionage charges. He's denied any involvement in espionage. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Keir.
Hey, Zinkley, good morning to you. Evan Gershkovich looked relaxed and determined in court, despite learning just in the last hour that he has lost that appeal against his detention. He is the first U.S. journalist to be arrested over spying charges since the Cold War, charges which he denies. The Wall Street Journal saying he was simply doing his job as a journalist.
This morning, Evan Gershkovich in a Russian court. The first images of him for weeks, standing in a glass box, surrounded by masked security guards as the cameras were brought in. Wearing a shirt and jeans, arms folded, at one point talking to his legal team, appealing against charges of spying with vehement denials by the US and his employer. Gershkovich was an accredited journalist. "I love you very, very much," he told his family in a letter published by the Wall Street Journal, his first direct contact with them. "Until we meet soon," he wrote. Evan Gershkovich was detained during a reporting trip to Yekaterinburg. He's now held in a notorious Moscow prison. The newspaper releasing an interview with his parents and sister.
It was just like crushing, totally crushing.
Along with a video of the reporter as a child.
Happy birthday to you.
Growing up, playing sports and the cello.
I'm just in awe of him.
His family says he loved Russia and being a reporter. "I'm not losing hope," he wrote to them in his 2-page note home.
I know that he felt like it was his duty to report. He loved Russian people, you know.
He still does?
He still does, yes.
He was really passionate about showing other sides to Russia, the nuance and the beauty of it.
But as the court hearing got underway this morning, Russian television focused on footage of President Putin visiting Russian-occupied Ukraine, speaking to Russian troops in the Kherson region. It's not clear when that trip took place.
And the U.S. ambassador who was in court this morning was able to see Evan Gershkovich this week for the first time, saying that he is in good health and remains strong. But Gershkovich could face up to 20 years in prison if he is convicted. And Russian experts tell us that a case like this for espionage could take a year or 18 months to play out.
Keir, thanks so much.
You bet.
Now let's bring in Kristen Gibbons-Fedden to talk more about this story. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor. Kristen, good morning. So, as expected, the court in Moscow has rejected Gershkovich's appeal against his pre-trial detention. What's your reaction to this decision, and what does it mean for journalists, and this journalist specifically in his case going forward?
You know, it's not a surprising result given Russia's track record. I think this case is
specifically related, excuse me, to espionage. You know, when you look at the Griner case, which was not an espionage charge, but then you look at Whelan case, which was an espionage charge, you can see the complexities and the difficulties that really deal with the nature of these types of cases, particularly to Russia, who is the prosecuting agency and who is the governing agency. It really, in this particular case, as well as for journalists, highlights the need for a more robust and coordinated approach from the U.S. government to really secure the release of American citizens, particularly journalists, whose job it is to really engage with the freedom of the press, who are wrongfully detained abroad.
And Kristen, I want to dig into the nature of the charges a bit, because Evan is the first American journalist to be detained in Russia on espionage charges, specifically since the Cold War. So how much more complex is the legal process compared to someone like Brittany Griner, who was convicted on drug charges in Russia and then later released in a prisoner exchange?
This particular case, the espionage case, is going to be more similar to Paul Whelan's case, not like Brittany Griner's. And these espionage cases, like I mentioned, are generally more complex and difficult to resolve. And the complexity really arises from the nature of the charges and the high level of sensitivity surrounding espionage allegations. You know, while the U.S. government has deemed them and designated both Whelan and Gershkovich wrongfully detained, indicating that they deny the legitimacy of these espionage charges, the Russian government has really taken these charges very serious, which really complicates negotiations and makes their release a more challenging and sensitive diplomatic process. On the other hand, Brittany Griner, which involved a non-espionage related case, and her release came really after a prisoner swap. But while her case really still required diplomatic efforts, the nature of the charges were less sensitive. And really, she wasn't released until after almost a year in prison, and again, after trial. So with regard to Gershkovich, I don't imagine that there's going to be any release until there is some type of trial. And given, again, Russia's track record, it will most likely result in a conviction.
All right, really important legal analysis there. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much.
The landmark trial involving Dominion voting systems and Fox News is set to get underway this morning in Delaware after that one-day delay. The trial will determine whether Fox News can be held liable for false claims that Dominion's voting machines were used to rig the 2020 presidential election. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. You know, that delay was unexpected, and the judge didn't give a reason. There were reports that there were last-minute settlement negotiations underway, but neither side would comment. NBC News could not confirm those reports. The trial, the judge says, starts today.
With the start of the landmark trial finally here, some of Fox News' biggest stars could be taking the stand in the coming weeks, along with company heads, including 92-year-old Fox Corporation chairman Rupert Murdoch. At the center of the case, 20 statements following the 2020 presidential election. President Trump's lawyers were repeated guests on Fox News, claiming Dominion voting machines rigged the election.
The machine ran an algorithm that shaved votes from Trump and awarded them to Biden.
At the center of it all, Dominion voting systems. Are they the culprit here? Not the only culprit, but are they the principal culprit?
All of the allegations false, Judge Eric Davis says, writing in a recent decision the evidence was crystal clear. None of the statements relating to Dominion about the 2020 election are true. But Dominion will have to prove actual malice, that Fox published lies knowingly or with reckless disregard for the truth. A necessary standard for a democracy, say legal experts.
Otherwise, we're going to create a chilling effect where it's actually hard for people to get information.
According to court documents, Fox News argues it gave context and informed their audience at every turn that the allegations were just allegations. In a statement, Fox News saying Dominion's lawsuit is a political crusade in search of a financial windfall, but the real cost would be cherished First Amendment rights. Less than 2 weeks after the election, Fox was facing a backlash. Audience numbers down by more than 30%, according to court documents. November 12th, the Fox White House correspondent challenged Mr. Trump's claims about the election. Tucker Carlson texted Sean Hannity, "Please get her fired. It's measurably hurting the company. The stock price is down." The text, part of a mountain of evidence that has been released publicly. Fox argues much of it cherry-picked to hurt the network's reputation. A rare behind-the-scenes look after one of the country's most contentious elections.
One of the key questions will be who had editorial control, and then linking those people to the specific broadcasts in question, and then proving that they acted with actual malice. Lindsay, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Let's take a turn now and get a check on your morning news now weather.
NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the latest forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We are kicking things off with a potential for some fires to quickly start and quickly spread here through the day. We've got 23 million people in the southwest and in parts of the northeast and mid-Atlantic included in these fire alerts that are up for now. We've got gusty winds up to 45 miles per hour and that low humidity, so just be careful about that. Meanwhile, cooler than normal temperatures have settled in for parts of the northeast and the Great Lakes areas. 46 degrees in Detroit, Cincinnati sitting at 65 degrees, 58 for New York. Not bad for this time of year, but definitely not what it was just a couple of days ago. The warmth will start to work its way back into the picture, though, here as we get into tomorrow. You can see these temperatures are already improved for much of the Tennessee Valley and extending out towards the east. Atlanta ends up at 84 degrees tomorrow, Cincinnati at 79, and St. Louis is back to the 80s. That warmth is short-lived. We'll deal with it for a little while before we start to see those temperatures taking a tumble once again. Chicago's into the low 70s on Thursday, 60s by Friday, and back to the 40s by Saturday. So the moral of the story is don't put away the layers. You'll likely need that jacket again, whether you're in Cincinnati, where you'll end up into the 80s by Thursday and 60s by Saturday. We'll see these temperatures continue to cool down as some colder air settles in thanks to a front that's going to be working through. Now, that same front is going to change some things as far as severe weather potential and rain chances over the next couple of days for a lot of folks. Here's the setup right now on your satellite and radar. One thing to note, we have an exiting system that's still leaving some lingering snow showers along the Great Lakes. It's all of that cold air moving across those lakes and leaving anyone that's downwind of the lakes with some additional snowfall. So that's mainly folks like Buffalo into portions of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And this is going to be something we'll see for a little while longer today before we get that out of the picture. Meanwhile, along the Pacific Northwest, we do have some more snow showers working that way. We're going to eventually start to see a system take shape and work out of the Rockies into the plains and bring a couple of chances for us to see some of these stronger and even severe storms over the next few days. So a couple days where you're going to want to stay connected weather-wise. We do have a marginal risk through the day today, into the afternoon mainly and into the evening hours. We could see some of these stronger, severe storms develop. Notice there's also going to be some folks that will deal with some snow in places like Montana and the Dakotas. We'll see those storm chances last into the evening hours tonight, and then tomorrow will really ramp them up. So strong winds, isolated hail, isolated tornadoes, all can be a possibility, and that does include places like Omaha, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. The larger hail, same kind of area, so we're going to watch for the potential of up to 2-inch hail as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Looking ahead to Thursday, the potential doesn't go away, and we're going to add on some flash flooding concerns. We'll have all of those same kind of threats that will be possible into the afternoon hours. They just shift a little farther to the east from Chicago to Texas. We'll see that potential. And how about the rain? Yeah, the flash flooding concern will be there as well. You can see some of those higher amounts in places like Green Bay, Minneapolis, Des Moines, and Kansas City, as well as Little Rock, Shreveport. A lot of areas that already have had a lot of rain so far this season. They don't necessarily need it, and maybe they have some swollen waterways or saturated ground, and we could potentially see some flash flooding concerns in that same area in the coming days.
Important to be alert to any alerts in your community.
Exactly.
Angie Lastman, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, Ron DeSantis ramping up his ongoing fight with Disney.
Yeah, we'll tell you about the new threats from the Florida governor as he once again takes aim at the theme park giant.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis ramping up his ongoing fight against Disney.
It's his latest threat against Disney to possibly build a state prison right next to the happiest place on earth. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Good morning, Gabe.
Lindsay and St. Clair, good morning. So Governor Ron DeSantis is heading here to D.C. today for a rare trip with GOP lawmakers amid widespread speculation that he'll soon announce a run for president. But now, as the Florida legislature is still underway, he's doubling down on his fight against an American icon, Mickey Mouse.
This morning, the ongoing feud between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney is intensifying.
They're going to live under the same laws as everybody else.
DeSantis says a new bill's in the works from Florida's Republican-controlled legislature to wrestle back power from Disney, the state's largest single-site employer. He wants to revoke the company's self-inspection of rides and monorails and investigate potential safety hazards. The move comes after Disney quietly managed to prevent the state board from taking control of a 42-square-mile special tax district, which essentially allows the entertainment company self-rule in Florida.
This is basically a sham agreement.
The clash started last year when Disney opposed Florida's parental rights and education law, which opponents called the Don't Say Gay bill. It bans classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in kindergarten through third grade. DeSantis also now floating the idea of the state developing land next to Disney World.
Maybe try to do more amusement parks. Someone even said, like, maybe you need another state prison. Who knows?
The renewed political brawl comes as DeSantis ramps up his travel nationwide ahead of a possible presidential run, speaking to supporters last week in Ohio, Virginia, and New Hampshire.
We have made Florida the state where woke goes to die.
But his poll numbers are dropping after sustained attacks from Donald Trump.
Ron DeSanctimonious is being crushed in the polls, all of them.
And while DeSantis has largely avoided engaging Trump directly, NBC News has exclusively reported that DeSantis' political team has reached out to members of Florida's congressional delegation to keep them from endorsing the former president. And this week, a super PAC supporting DeSantis is out with a 7-figure ad buy, even though he's not yet formally in the race.
Disney said it had no comment on Governor DeSantis' latest remarks, but in its first tweet following the news conference, it highlighted an upcoming Pride event at Disneyland. And earlier this month, CEO Bob Iger said it seemed wrong to him that the governor would seek to punish a company for exercising free speech. Lindsay and Sinclair.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
And the road to the White House is getting a little more crowded.
Next week, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is expected to formally announce that he is running for the Republican nomination for president.
NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard spent some time with Hutchinson and traveled across Iowa and now brings us an exclusive first on Morning News Now. Good morning, Von.
Good morning, guys. Asa Hutchinson is different than the other Republican candidates who have announced at this point. Why? Because he's taking Donald Trump on directly, and he said that is the way to win this Republican nomination. This man,
hello, Governor. Hey, how are we doing?
Good to meet you. Is a Republican.
I might be spending as much time up here as I do in Arkansas.
Taking on Donald Trump.
I'm running for president because we need a course correction in our country. I'll just tell you very frankly, we need a course correction in the Republican Party as well.
This is Asa Hutchinson, a former congressman, a former Bush administration official, and most recently, the two-term governor of Arkansas. How are you going to do this?
Well, it's going to take a lot of shoe leather. We're going to have to be going to small venues. We're going to be visiting with people about the issues.
We spent the day in Iowa with Hutchinson, his first trip to the caucus state since formally filing his paperwork to win the Republican nomination for president. He intends to make this campaign very different than Mr. Trump's.
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
One focused on traveling town to town.
I'd like to have one of those mushrooms there.
Those are my favorite.
And then that New York strip. This guy looks like a Brussels sprouts guy to me.
you're the one candidate so far who is really taking Donald Trump on directly, not really going around the edges of this. Why?
Because he's a defining person in this campaign. And if you don't say, I'm different from Donald Trump, that I'm going to provide a different leadership than he does, then why are you in the race?
Why does the party need to move on from Donald Trump?
Because Donald Trump has taken us back to bitterness. He's taken us back to, what's a personal vendetta. Whenever you look at what he wants to do as president, it's more about getting even with his political enemies than leading our country, and that concerns me. Oh, listen, we are cooking that. Yeah, I like what I see.
What evidence or data have you seen that would suggest that you can win this nomination?
Well, history. Whenever you look at the history of front-runners, it's not too good.
This front-runner, though, still here in Iowa this month has 80% favorability among Iowa Republicans. How do you make that not reality?
Well, you get in there and you make your case. And sure, I will concede that this is a challenge. All right.
Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump have really played to these ideas of cultural fights. And in the Republican Party, we've seen it galvanize a primary electorate. But to what extent do you fear that it alienates a part of the general electorate that you would need to win the presidency?
Well, I think you have to be careful about using the same tools the left use. Do we want the conservative government to tell businesses what you can and can't do, or what you can't speak out on and not speak out on?
You also vetoed a ban on gender-affirming care for minors in Arkansas. What went into your thought process when you did that?
I think whether you're talking about the government telling parents about vaccines, or parents telling how you raise your children on some very sensitive issues like gender identity, I think you have to be careful about getting the government right in the middle of that.
Wow, really important reporting, Vaughn. So now he's in the race, but has he previously supported former President Donald Trump?
Yes, he has. He was the Arkansas chair of Donald Trump's presidential campaign. He spoke at the 2016 Republican National Convention, saying that Donald Trump was the leader of our times. Wow. But over the course, especially after the January 6th attack, that's when Asa Hutchinson said that the Republican Party needed to move in a different direction. And look, Asa Hutchinson, he's just wrapped up his 2 terms as governor. He is a longtime social conservative. Nobody would question his Republican credentials up until this point, and that's why he said he felt that this was his moment to get into this race and to present his case to the Republican electorate that they should return to its roots.
I think he knows he's got an uphill climb to go with current polling. Trump still leading the party, essentially. I have a really important question for you. Do you like Brussels sprouts?
I love Brussels sprouts.
Okay,
He called me out in real time. I don't know what would give him that indication, but...
I'd love to see it. Vaughn Hillier, great reporting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, time now for international headlines, starting with a surprise visit to occupied Ukraine by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Tehran bureau chief and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. As Russia's war in Ukraine grinds into its 14th month of conflict, Vladimir Putin has embarked on a morale-building exercise, visiting Kremlin forces in command post fighting in Ukraine. A video released by the Kremlin and broadcast by Russian state television showed Putin arriving by helicopter in the southern Kherson region. It was his second trip in 2 months to the Russian-occupied territories. As fighting continues between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, otherwise known as the RSF, a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire in an apparent attack by fighters linked to the RSF, drawing a sharp rebuke from the Secretary of State, Blinken, who called the incident reckless and irresponsible, adding that the convoy was flying U.S. flags and that they were all safe. Fighting that erupted on Saturday between Sudan's army and paramilitary RSF has killed 185 people so far and injured 1,800 others, according to the UN. And finally, the second member of the popular K-pop boy band BTS has begun his mandatory military service in South Korea. The Grammy-nominated band member J-Hope kept a low profile as a van carrying him delivered him to his enlistment ceremony. On Monday, the singer posted a picture on social media of himself with a shaved head, saying he will be back soon. More than 10,000 fans left comments wishing him well. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Ali Ruzi, thank you so much.
And coming up, a new treatment for melanoma brings promising results.
Up next, we're taking a closer look at this medical breakthrough and what it could mean for potentially other deadly diseases.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back, everybody. There is a new experimental skin cancer vaccine which appears to be effective in keeping the cancer from coming back, according to new data from a trial.
A study presented at the American Association for Cancer Research's annual meeting showed that patients who received the vaccine to treat melanoma combined with immunotherapy reduced the risk of recurrence by nearly half.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, good to see you. Good morning. This is an mRNA vaccine. It's made by Moderna and Merck. So how does it work, and what are some of the key takeaways here?
Yeah, this is incredible news. So the key takeaways in this situation is that we have melanoma and recurrent melanoma, which is a form of skin cancer that can be incredibly hard to get rid of. And what they did in a phase 2 trial, which means that they're still in the early stages, but they took a trial, took about half of the participants, of 150 people with melanoma, half of them, and gave them the standard immunotherapy, which is kind of a standard chemotherapy cocktail, if you will. But then in the other half did this tailored vaccine. They removed the initial cancer from these patients, and then in a lab basically took the patient's cancer cells and programmed a vaccine, just like our COVID vaccines, to then put back into the patient in the form of a vaccine and teach the patient's own natural immune system to kill any remaining cancer cells. And here's where it got even more surprising, to kill any recurrent cancer cells. And that's what they saw in the trial. They saw that this vaccine could prevent recurrence, which is remarkable.
Dr. Patel, I mean, this is truly remarkable. So what are the next steps here with this vaccine? Does it now go to a longer trial to test its effectiveness?
Right. Yeah, in the kind of clinical trial world, a phase 2 trial that's this successful gets tracked into what we call a phase 3 trial, which means more people, more clinical trial participants, just a bigger group to see if more than 157 people had this similar response. Given the strength of those initial results, I fully expect that phase 3 trial will have results in the next 2 to 3 years. And then we could see this vaccine and this immunotherapy, the combination of these therapies, vaccine plus that standard therapy, the combination of those could be available to all patients with melanoma in a matter of 3 to 4 years.
Doctor, got to be quick with you on this, but what could this mean for potentially other diseases?
This is remarkable, not just for other cancers, but think about it, taking any other disease and taking your own immune system and teaching your natural immune system to block that disease and any recurrence. It's just dramatic. It's a watershed moment in medicine.
Wow. Dr. Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there's growing concern this morning across the U.S. following several toxic spills and chemical fires this year. As NBC's Tom Costello explains, the incidents are raising worries about the long-term health impact on families who live nearby.
From that massive fire in Georgia to a chemical spill near Philadelphia, the train derailment in East Palestine and the plastics fire in Richmond, Indiana, fear of the unknown is most terrifying. The EPA finding hydrogen cyanide, benzene, chlorine, and carbon monoxide.
It's hard for me to breathe. My lungs are hurting. I have extremely bad headache.
Lynn Childers already had emphysema. He lives 5.5 miles from the Richmond fire and was outside gardening with his great-grandchild.
And this black looked like soot or something falling from the sky.
Sharice Munyon lives in East Palestine.
I'm concerned with myself, but I want to make sure that my kids are going to be okay.
A coalition of groups working to track and prevent chemical disasters estimates there's a chemical fire, explosion, or toxic release every other day in this country.
That is just simply too much. You can't smell cancer on your skin, right? So these chemicals can do harm either immediately or over a long period of time.
The coalition wants stronger EPA regulations on hazmat storage, switching to safer alternatives, and informing communities and firefighters of the toxins in their backyards. Lung experts warn even minimal exposure to some toxins can do lasting damage.
The effects can last for some time. And how long? Could be weeks, could be months, could be years.
Lynn Childers is most concerned for his 4-year-old great-grandchild.
My time probably is short in this life. But my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, what's the long-term health effects of this going to be on her?
The chemical concerns come as non-smoking lung cancer rates are rising in the U.S. Researchers blame exposure to air pollution and toxins. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Coming up, TikTok ban. Montana is now the first state to make it illegal to download the popular app.
We're breaking down the decision and the impact it could have as the fight plays out on the national stage.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Time may be running out for TikTok as the White House continues to negotiate with the company about its future in the U.S. One state is trying to take action on its own. Montana, now the first state to pass a bill making it illegal to download the app. It alleges that TikTok gathers users' data against their will to share with the Chinese government. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the story.
Hey, good morning, Zinkley. Yeah, Montana's bill would make it illegal to download TikTok in the state, but not illegal to use if you already have it on your phone. And experts say if the Republican governor there signs it into law, it will certainly end up in court.
Montana TikTokers saying they are not happy about the prospect of their favorite app being banned in Big Sky country.
It's absolutely dumb and ludicrous for the state of Montana to be banning TikTok.
If it's such a huge threat to our national security, we need to know exactly what that threat is. Nobody's telling us.
But the bill's sponsor says the threat from China is clear, and she hopes to send a message to Washington.
After years of investigative reporting, we now know this to be true. TikTok endangers the safety of Montanans and Americans at large.
Around half the states and the federal government already banned TikTok on government devices. This bill, backed by Montana's GOP-controlled legislature, would go even further, prohibiting downloads of TikTok in the state and penalizing mobile app stores or TikTok up to $10,000 a day. It does not apply to individual TikTok users and wouldn't take effect until January 2024. Some small business owners who depend on the app for marketing say they don't like the idea.
I would say that this is trying to ban TikTok is sort of censorship in its, finest form.
A spokesperson for TikTok called the bill, quote, egregious government overreach and said the issue will be decided in court, adding the bill's champions have admitted they have no feasible plan for operationalizing this attempt to censor American voices. Without citing specific examples, the bill claims TikTok gathers significant information and accesses users' data against their will to share with the People's Republic of China. Testifying before Congress last month, TikTok CEO said parent company ByteDance is not controlled by the Chinese government.
Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it.
The White House has given the company an ultimatum: sell the app or face a ban in the U.S.
Senate Bill 419 has passed the House.
Until then, legislators in this deep red state say TikTok represents an espionage threat more significant than any high-altitude balloon.
Whatever information the balloon gathered, it surely fell short of China's other surveillance tool, TikTok.
Now, once the bill reaches Montana governor's desk, he has 10 days to act on it. The governor hasn't commented specifically on this yet, but he's already banned the use of TikTok on state devices. And at that time, writing, we will defend the state of Montana against all who pose a threat to our security and way of life. Zinkley, back to you.
Important reporting. Gotti, thank you.
Turning to financial headlines now, and if you're thinking about going electric, there's an updated list of cars that qualify for tax credits.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, Lindsay, good morning to you. Yep, so the U.S. government's strict new guidelines on electric vehicles go into effect today, and only 6 models now qualify for the full $7,500 federal tax credit. It's the Cadillac Lyriq, the Chevy Bolt and Bolt EUV, some Tesla Model 3 and Model Y versions, and the Ford F-150 Lightning. The updated rules pertain to where EV batteries are made and cuts out China as an approved trading partner. Lululemon is exploring a sale of Mirror. That's the maker of connected fitness devices it bought for $500 million just 3 years ago. Bloomberg reports sales have fallen short of Lululemon's targets, and the company incurred losses on the business in the fourth quarter of last year. Lululemon had sold Mirror products in stores, but it's now shifted to a digital and app-based product rebranded as Lululemon Studio. And McDonald's is bringing back the Hamburglar mascot to promote a new burger recipe. So the fast food giant is rolling out improvements to the Big Mac, McDouble, and the classic cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, and hamburger. McDonald's says The sandwiches will have softer, pillowy buns, perfectly melted cheese, and juicier caramelized flavor from adding white onions to the patties while they're still on the grill. McDonald's has already implemented the changes in Australia, Canada, and Belgium, and is introducing them in some U.S. markets, including Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Phoenix, Denver, and Tucson. So look out for some
do
new
that
hamburgers.
story when we have been on set for an hour and 48 minutes. I am starving.
Believe me, it's made me very hungry.
Burger, Beyond Burger.
That's a lot of things.
Sure thing.
We are getting a new look at the dramatic rescue of actor Jeremy Renner. Images captured by first responders in the aftermath of that January snowplow accident are revealing the actions they took to save the star's life. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details along with that dramatic footage.
Hey, good morning, Lindsay. As Jeremy Renner continues to recover from that accident that nearly killed him, we are getting a closer look at just how tense the situation was, with police and medics arriving to a harrowing site, stunned by what they found, and rushing to provide life-saving care.
The newly released body cam video shows the dramatic aftermath of the January 1st snowplow accident near actor Jeremy Renner's house in Nevada that left him with 30 broken ribs, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung.
Right where his blood is at, that's right where it all happened.
The video shows the large emergency response that saved Renner's life and offers more detail about exactly how Renner ended up being crushed by a snowplow after the actor tried to help his nephew.
That's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there. He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Renner himself thought he was in grave danger in those moments.
If I was there on my own, that would have been a horrible way to die. But I wasn't alone. It was my nephew, sweet Alex, and the rest of the cavalry came.
He spent weeks recovering at renowned regional medical center. And just last week, he returned to the hospital to, quote, revisit the amazing group of people who saved my life. And against all odds, he stepped out onto the red carpet for the premiere of his Disney Plus series, Renovations. A miracle recovery for Renner, who waited 22 minutes for emergency crews to reach him in Lake Tahoe amidst difficult winter conditions.
Are there any obvious injuries?
Yeah, oh my God, yes. He said he's got ribs issues.
Okay.
His right side. Yeah, his right chest and the upper torso. His ribs look like they might be crushed. He's got a head wound as well.
From the brink of death to bouncing back in true superhero spirit.
And Jeremy Renner has joked his calendar is now wide open as this accident completely derailed his plans for the year. But he's excited about that new Disney Plus reality series that serves children's charities. And as for his health, Renner says some good came of the accident. It helped him finally quit smoking. Now, he still has a long road ahead, but what a remarkable recovery he has already made. Lindsay.
Just incredible. Kaylee, thank you so much for that story.
And coming up, making history. The stars of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Bad Cinderella open up about the role that they say is a dream come true.
And she's not the only one. Our very own Joe Fryer is here to show us how they're putting a new spin on the classic story. There he is, Joe. You're going to give us the story in a little bit. Stick with us.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, on today's Good Talker, we're talking about rats. The rats are fighting back, specifically in New York. Just last week, New York City appointed its first ever rat czar to crack down on rodent populations. Well, now on behalf of the furry population, rat ambassadors are starting to squeak up. That's right, rat ambassadors. Meet Runa, an African giant pouched rat at the San Diego Zoo, who's doing her best to counter the bad press. She is one of many rodents placed at 3 U.S. zoos, and they're showing off their traits such as sniffing that they can use to potentially detect diseases and stop trafficking. The rats were provided by a Tanzania-based organization with the hopes of broadening people's understanding of these animals and gain support.
Do you see how big that rat is compared to that hand? That is the size of a cat.
See, those are the stereotypes they're trying to overcome.
Sorry, just what you thought you needed.
Yeah.
Rat video, bright and early.
Rats. So there you have it.
All right, now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity.
Enter the two leading stars of Broadway's Bad Cinderella, the newest Andrew Lloyd Webber musical, which puts a new twist on a classic fairy tale. Well, our very own Joe Fryer got to speak with two of them and joins us now. Joe, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. So it was just 2 days ago that the longest running show on Broadway, Phantom of the Opera, closed after a 35-year run. It was composed, of course, by the legend Andrew Lloyd Webber, who already has a new musical, Bad Cinderella. It opened just last month, featuring 2 young stars, Lady Hanau, who went from business administration degree to Broadway performer, and Jordan Dobson, who, like Hanau, is originating his first leading role on The Great White Way.
Call me a wretch or witch, well, choose one. Every fairy tale for sure can use one.
We all know the story of Cinderella, but we probably don't know the story of Bad Cinderella. What are the big differences here?
It's very much an unconventional fairy tale. Cinderella doesn't leave with the prince and her glass slipper like we all know. She's a rebel in her town because she's an outcast. She doesn't fit in because she doesn't want to conform to society and be the way everyone is, dress the same way, compose herself the same way. She's her own person and demands that respect and takes up that space.
Do you feel some of her in you?
Absolutely. She empowers me too. I feel more comfortable in my own skin, demanding the space that I take up and kind of respecting myself in that way. So I really love that.
So this is a musical by someone folks may have heard of named Andrew Lloyd Webber, an up-and-comer in the business.
Possibly.
What does it mean to be in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical?
Oh my goodness, it feels so surreal. I mean, it's just a dream come true.
And for Lady Hanau, it's a history-making dream. She's the first Latina to originate a role in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical.
It's much bigger than me, and I only pray and hope that it opens doors for other people to see themselves represented on stage, because until In the Heights, I never had that. And especially in TV, for a princess, I didn't have a princess that I could look up to that looked like me, sounded like me, or that I could really relate to. To be a part of that is just the honor of my life.
Cinderella is a show that in some form or fashion has been performed many times over many decades. For you guys, what does it mean to have different voices telling these stories?
When we leave the show every night and go out to the stage door and see fans of the show who are waiting, and we see young kids of color look at us and say, oh, I can do that, or I see myself up there, I think that is the biggest gift of what we do.
I used to sit all the way up there, crying hysterically when I would watch a show because I wanted to be up here. And especially when I finally saw myself represented on stage, where knowing in my heart that I could do it and that I could be up here. And so to see that now in this position, to see someone going through that and expressing that to me, it's full circle, and I don't take it lightly.
My understanding is when you were younger, you applied to various theater schools and heard a lot of no's and maybe thought, well, I got to go a different path. How did you get back to your dream, and what's your advice to people who also have that dream that feel like, I don't know if I can get there?
I was told to, audition for these 3 schools. They're the best schools in the country. I was like, okay, I'll audition. If I get in, great. And if not, it's not meant to be. I'm not good enough. That's okay. I didn't get in. Well, I got notice of the open call for On Your Feet, the Gloria Estefan musical, that they were looking for Latinos. What do I have to lose? I took a selfie on my iPhone 4, printed it at Walgreens, and just had theater experience from high school. And I went. And it just reminds me, there's this saying that we say in Spanish, lo que es para ti, nadie te lo quita. What's meant for you is yours, and no one can take that from you. Sometimes it is that opportunity that is meant for you and is there, and you just have to trust yourself enough to go and do it.
Jordan, what's your advice for people who are looking at you right now and saying, I want to do that, I want to be just like Jordan?
Find a community to lean on. I lean on Linetti, like this is our first time originating lead roles together, and so we're sharing so much of the experience together and sharing our nerves and our excitement. So even being here, you need that sense of community. You need people to lean on, because you can't do anything alone.
Great messages there. Our thanks to Linetti Henao and Jordan Dobson for taking time to talk with us. Bad Cinderella now on Broadway at the Imperial Theater. I also love that they say they had chemistry tests when they were figuring out who was going to get cast, and that they just knew when they were working together in the audition the chemistry that they had together.
You can tell how much they support each other.
Exactly.
So
just so important.
Joe Fryer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Happening now, police press charges against the white homeowner who prosecutors say shot a black teenager after he rang the wrong doorbell. We're in Kansas City with the latest on the teen's condition and the new information we're learning about the shooting.
Plus, an Ohio grand jury chooses not to charge 8 police officers in the shooting death of a black man. Why jurors say the officers were justified in the killing, and the outrage across the city of Akron this morning.
And new this morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin makes a surprise visit to eastern Ukraine. We have the latest on Russia's efforts to rally its troops as Ukraine braces for more fighting.
Plus, a major cancer breakthrough. What we're learning about a vaccine trial for skin cancer.
Thanks so much for starting your day with us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Those stories and more in just a few minutes. But first, we want to begin with day 1 of the landmark defamation case involving Dominion Voting Systems and Fox. The trial is just now getting underway after a brief delay, and the outcome of this case could have far-reaching impacts. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware. So, Emily, you're just stepping out of the courthouse. Set at the scene for us. What's happening right now?
Okay, well, already we are getting a sense for just the high stakes in this trial merely by seeing the attorneys, the team of attorneys for both sides arriving to the courthouse within the last half hour or so. We saw roughly 30 lawyers with the Dominion team proceed into the courthouse, later followed by a team of more than a dozen Fox lawyers. As you mentioned, I was just inside, kind of just to get understand the setting of the courtroom before I had to step outside. All 7 rows already filled to watch this high stakes trial play out. First, what's going to be happening is the jury selection process will be finalized. Lawyers from both sides will have the opportunity to strike a handful of potential jurors, narrowing the pool down to 12 jurors and 12 alternates. Then they will be moving into opening arguments, and we expect to hear from Dominion's team alleging that Fox destroyed its reputation by its hosts and its guests, amplifying false claims of voter fraud, and that Dominion played some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election. On the other side, we will hear from Fox defending its election coverage, saying they should be protected by the First Amendment, and they were merely reporting on extraordinary claims made by the then president. And I think I'm having some audio issues, so I might not be able to hear you guys, but I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Emily, yeah, it appears we lost comms with you, but appreciate your reporting so much. Thank you.
Turning now to calls for justice growing in Kansas City, Missouri. This morning after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers. Kansas City police say the homeowner, 84-year-old Andrew Lester, who is white, is now facing 2 felony counts for the shooting.
A warrant was issued for Mr. Lester's arrest, and bond was set at $200,000.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Kansas City, Missouri with the very latest. Maggie, good morning. So police have issued an arrest warrant for Andrew Lester. What do we know about him and the charges he's now facing?
Yeah, so at last check, Andrew Lester is still not in custody, Clay. Again, as you said, that arrest warrant is out, and we also have the probable cause warrant tied to those charges, tied to what we expect to be the looming arrest. And basically, Andrew Lester, as you said, is the white homeowner in this case. He told detectives per that probable cause warrant that he had never seen Ralph Yarl before, the 16-year-old, before Thursday night when this shooting happened. He told detectives that he said he was, quote, scared to death, and that he thought Ralph Yarl was trying to break into his home. That being said, prosecutors say that Yarl was shot through the glass door, the front door of Lester's home. And they also said, as you pointed out, that there is a racial component to this. Obviously, the charges now against Lester speak volumes as to how much they basically believe his story at this point. But we'll see how it plays out in St. Cloud.
And Maggie, to that point, the racial component, we know that the family has hired prominent civil rights attorneys Ben Crump and Lee Merritt. I know you spoke to one of them. What exactly did they tell you about the shooting?
Yeah, so we spoke to Lee Merritt yesterday, and he says, and this is really important, he says that Ralph Yarl rang the doorbell Thursday night and then did nothing else. He said there was no jiggling of the door handle. There was no yelling to anyone inside. Basically, in short, he says the teenager did not try to enter the home. And the reason that he says that is because of possible defenses, including self-defense type arguments like stand your ground or castle doctrine that they suspect that Lester might use. So here's more about what Lee Merritt, the attorney for Ralph Yarl and his family, told us about the moments leading up to Thursday's shooting. Take a listen.
As I understand it, the evidence that we have, Ralph simply rang the doorbell and waited for the person in the home to respond. He never used force. He never threatened force. He never appeared to have a weapon. Ralph's specific memory was first being fired upon, struck in the head, and going immediately to the ground. And while he was on the ground, he has a memory of being shot a second time.
And that second shot, according to Merritt and the family, was to Ralph's arm. So 2 gunshot wounds, the first to his head, which left him with, we're told, a fractured skull and a traumatic brain injury. The second one to his arm. We're told Ralph will likely have lifelong injuries to some degree, but that he is home and recovering, and his family is hopeful that it can be close to a full recovery as far as his cognitive ability is concerned, if not a full one. So obviously we're hoping for them as well, St. Clay.
Yeah, we're all hoping for that. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Turning now to another case causing outrage, this one in Ohio. A special grand jury there has decided not to indict 8 Akron police officers in the shooting death of 25-year-old Jalen Walker. Walker was killed by police after being pulled over for an alleged traffic violation last June. Police say he fired a shot from the vehicle before running away, and that a gun was later found in the car. Yesterday, the Ohio Attorney General announced the grand jury concluded the officers were justified in using force. Following the decision, demonstrators took to the streets to protest the grand jury's decision. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Akron, Ohio with the latest. Jesse, good morning. First, walk us through the grand jury's decision here.
Yeah, good morning, Lindsay. And you can see right now it's quiet and peaceful in downtown Akron. It appears to have been largely peaceful, if not entirely peaceful, in terms of demonstrations overnight. We don't have any word on arrests from police at this point, but we're waiting for answers on that front. We don't know much, frankly, about the grand jury's decision. Those are secretive proceedings. We know that 7 of the 9 members of that panel would have needed to find sufficient evidence to issue an indictment. Officials say they cannot share what that vote was, but we do know that they did not meet that 7 of 9 threshold, obviously, on indictments for any of the 8 officers involved in that shooting of Jalen Walker. We are told, however, that the grand jury included 2 black jurors, 3 men, and 6 women. Other than that, we don't have many details about this special group's proceedings, but the Attorney General for the state of Ohio says that they reviewed evidence for more than a week, Lindsay.
And Jesse, we know this, of course, has been a trying time for the Walker family. We know they plan to file a lawsuit. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we know they plan to file a civil lawsuit. They say this will be a wrongful death lawsuit that they plan to file in the months ahead before the 1-year anniversary or by the 1-year anniversary of Jalen Walker's death, which was in late June of last year. Here's part of what an attorney for the family shared yesterday.
I wish you could have been in the home about 4:30 p.m. when I broke the news to the family. I wish you could have heard and felt and seen the screams. There was screaming.
That is an attorney for the family describing sharing the news that a grand jury declined to indict any of the officers. That attorney told me last night that he does not trust the investigative findings from authorities, Lindsay.
Jesse, got to be quick with you here. In terms of protests, what do we see?
Yeah, we're bracing for the potential for more demonstrations today. There are windows boarded up here, others that look like any Main Street USA right now. And again, what we've seen has been largely, if not entirely, peaceful so far, Lindsay.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. This morning, we're learning more about that deadly mass shooting at a Sweet 16 party in Alabama over the weekend. 4 people were killed, dozens more injured when those shots rang out. Those victims, all identified now, ranging in age from 17 to 23. The youngest 3 victims are seniors at a local high school who were supposed to graduate in just weeks. Officials there confirm they're providing counseling to their classmates. The number of injured people also on the rise overnight, increasing from 28 to 32. Authorities say they are still on the hunt for a suspect.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited 2 occupied regions of Ukraine, meeting with military commanders and trying to rally his troops as the war between both countries continues. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Ukraine and joins us now with more. Ellison, good morning. Good to see you. So what do we know about President Putin's trip? When did it happen? And where exactly did he go?
Hey, Clay. So every bit of information we have about this is primarily coming from the Kremlin and Russian state media. They say Russian President Vladimir Putin visited 2 areas that are currently controlled by Russian forces, that he traveled to the Luhansk region and then also to the Russian occupied portion of the Kherson region. And there they released video of it as well. They say that he toured headquarters there, military headquarters in Kherson, and also met with military leaders. One thing that we are hearing from the Kremlin, a spokesperson says that this video was taken on Monday, but one of the very few Russian independent news outlets, they say and have noted that in some of this video, you hear President Putin make a reference to some of the soldiers about the upcoming Orthodox Easter. That would have been Sunday. Again, the Kremlin is saying this video was taken on Monday. NBC News has not independently verified this video, but this visit is significant for a couple of reasons. One, it is the second time we have seen the Russian president traveled to Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine in the last 2 months. The fact that he's also visiting the region of Kherson, the portion that is controlled by Russia, military analysts say that is significant because it is likely an effort on Russian side to try and boost morale amongst their troops there as Ukrainian forces prepare to launch a spring counteroffensive. Remember, this region is where Russia suffered one of its most embarrassing defeats. This is an area that they took control of fairly early in the full-scale invasion, but back in November, Ukrainian forces were able to take back all of the territory of the Kherson region that is on the right bank of the Dnipro River, as well as the city of Kherson, and forced Russian troops to retreat. So this has been, this is quite frankly a region that is an embarrassment for the Russian military, but something that Ukrainian military were very proud of. And the fact that we are seeing this visit on the heels of what, or in the front of what we expect to soon be a Ukrainian spring offensive is noteworthy. Clay.
And Ellison, you touched on it a bit, but there are reports that Ukraine is planning to launch a new counteroffensive this spring. Where exactly do plans stand for that? Tell us more.
Yeah, so we heard from Ukraine's defense minister a couple times this week. Most recently, he sat down and spoke with the Associated Press, and he said that they are still making preparations, that they feel confident that they will be able to take back territory when they do launch this new counteroffensive, but said ultimately when they decide to launch it, it will be when they feel they are prepared. If you think back to those Pentagon leaks, you'll remember that there were some documents in it where U.S. intelligence said in documents dated February 2023 that they thought Ukraine might not be able to make significant territorial gains because they said they didn't have the troops and the weaponry necessary. Ukrainian officials have pushed back very hard on that, saying other countries do not know their secrets, that they are prepared and they will launch the counteroffensive when they know that they are ready and they feel confident they can make gains. Clay.
Important reporting. Ellison Barber in Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Earlier this morning, a court in Moscow rejected an appeal by Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich to be released from pretrial detention. The U.S. citizen was arrested and charged with espionage last month, which he and the U.S. deny. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now for more on this. So, Keir, not entirely surprising, but give us what's the reason the court gave for its rejection of this appeal, and how did Gershkovich seem?
Yeah, not really surprising. A chilling split screen, though, right? Seeing President Putin there on Russian television at the same time as Evan Gershkovich is appearing in a Russian court. He looked relaxed. He looked determined, wearing a pair of jeans and a shirt. A fellow reporter calling out to him, "Stay strong, Evan," inside the courtroom. You're right. It isn't perhaps surprising that he lost his appeal against detention, given that he's facing espionage charges. Those charges, of course, that he vehemently denies, that the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies, that the U.S. government vehemently denies. But all the same, we now look forward to when the actual case will take place, and he will be in this notorious prison in Moscow until then.
What is the U.S. ambassador to Russia saying about this decision, Keir?
He was in there. He was in the courtroom. Came out from the court and spoke almost immediately. Take a listen.
I can only say how troubling it was to see Evan, an innocent journalist, held in these circumstances. The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
Apologies, she was in there, I should have said, of course, and she was with Evan Gershkovich earlier this week. That was the first visit by the U.S. ambassador to Gershkovich in prison, something that the U.S. have been calling for some time, and she talked about wanting to have more access to him while he is being held, and describes him, though, as seeming confident.
What's next, Keir?
Well, he's going to be held now, according to the Russians, until late May. So perhaps that will be a time when we'll begin to see another court hearing and perhaps some of the actual charges discussed in court. But Russian lawyers tell us that these things can take a year to 18 months. And, worryingly, of course, particularly for his family, it can be many, many years in prison if he is convicted.
Keir Simmons, thank you.
You bet.
Turning now to the latest on Capitol Hill, where Republicans and Democrats are butting heads over committee assignments, including the future of Senator Dianne Feinstein's spot on the Judiciary Committee. Here to break it all down for us is NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake, who joins us now from Capitol Hill. Garrett, good morning. So, longtime California Senator Dianne Feinstein had asked to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee as she battled some health issues. But, of course, that plan is now facing some pushback. What exactly is going on? What's the latest there?
Significant pushbacks, and Clay, I think the best way to think about this is most of where the action is going to be in the U.S. Senate for the next couple of months is going to be on the Judiciary Committee. They're trying to move judges to get lifetime appointments. It's really one of the few areas where Joe Biden can push his agenda through a divided Congress. Republicans have looked at the kind of lay of the land here and decided they don't want to make it any easier for Democrats to do that. And replacing Feinstein in a temporary manner on the Judiciary Committee would do just that. We heard from a lot of Republicans yesterday saying we're not going to do anything to make that process easier. And we heard some interesting pushback from some female Republican senators who are close with Feinstein, including Susan Collins, who said, look, she saw this as basically a sexist push to lean on Feinstein to get her to retire. She said she wouldn't support the effort out of a desire to essentially stick up for her friend. So I don't expect to see any action on that anytime in the near future.
I also want to turn to COVID because there's another hearing today on the origins of COVID-19. What should we be expecting from that hearing?
Yeah, look, this is a hearing on this select subcommittee focused entirely on this issue. The witnesses are both political witnesses. One of them is the former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, who will say in his statement that he is convinced, based on all the intelligence that he has seen, that it was a leak out of a Chinese laboratory that started the COVID-19 pandemic. But I point out that these are political witnesses because we have seen a lot of debate, recent intelligence community assessments from various branches about the, where this leak or where this pandemic really started. These aren't scientific witnesses. These aren't intelligence community witnesses per se. I think we're probably likely to have more heat shed than light today in that particular hearing.
And Garrett, tomorrow the House Oversight Committee is expected to hold a hearing on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. What are you learning about that? We just have a few moments here.
Yeah, look, this will be fertile ground for Republicans. They have long viewed the Afghanistan withdrawal as perhaps Joe Biden's biggest weakness. They're going to dig into everything about that. Oversight's having this hearing tomorrow. Multiple Republican-led committees in the House are focused on this issue. Expect to see a lot of attention on the Afghan withdrawal in the months ahead, Clay.
All right, we know you'll be on it. Garrett Haake, thanks so much. And severe storms are in the mix in the plains today. So let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, ladies. Yeah, we've got a couple of these showers and even thunderstorms that are going to fire up throughout the day today. And you can see some of that rain already working into portions of southern Texas, stretching from Houston to Brownsville. And that's where we're just starting to see some of that activity. Meanwhile, in parts of the Great Lakes, still picking up on some snow showers. And in the Pacific Northwest, more snow showers and some rain mixing in as well. We've got a couple of systems that we're watching. But this one that is bringing the snow and the cooler air, that's on its way out. But we still, nonetheless, are going to see temperatures well below normal in much of the Midwest through the day today. 46 degrees for Detroit, 41 for Buffalo. Pittsburgh ends up at just 50 degrees, sitting 15 degrees below where we should be for this time of year. So cooler than normal. Doesn't last for long. We start to see some warmer air settling in as we get into tomorrow. It becomes a little more mild, especially for places like Cincinnati, St. Louis, that will flirt with those upper 70s to low 80s and will be above normal. Now, that doesn't last for long. We're kind of on a roller coaster ride here with these temperatures in the next couple of days, because by Thursday, Chicago hits 72 degrees. We have a 10-degree temperature drop just 24 hours after that for Friday afternoon. And we're into the 40s for Saturday plans that you might have in places like Chicago, 50s for St. Louis. So we're going to warm up a little bit and then we're going to cool down. So just bear with me here with how to dress for that. You're going to want to keep at least the jackets out for a little while longer. Now, switching gears and talking about those severe storms that we mentioned, we have our next system that's going to develop and get its act together and move out of the Rockies and into the plains. And that happens through the day today, changing things for the forecast into the afternoon, especially into the evening hours. It looks like we'll see some thunderstorms across much of the plains. Bismarck could see some rain, maybe some snow in places like Montana. But then we'll have the potential to see those severe thunderstorms into the overnight hours tonight and especially into tomorrow. That's where we'll start to see some of those stronger storms developing. Omaha, Kansas City, Wichita, Oklahoma City, all have the potential to see some isolated hail up to 2 inches. That does include places, again, Omaha, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. You could see some of that large hail as well as the damaging winds and some isolated tornadoes. The line of storms continues to move to the east, so that area will be quiet. But now we'll start to look for places like Chicago, St. Louis, Little Rock, and Houston to have the potential for some of these stronger storms. We'll also have the heavy rain with this. And that means that the flash flooding concern will be there, too. But again, another day where damaging hail is a possibility, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and isolated tornadoes, too.
Ooh, hopefully no flooding in that area.
Yeah, I mean, Angie, is this level of variation typical?
Temperature-wise, yeah. You know, it's kind of that transitional period of the year where we go from the cool to the warm, and we're trying to figure it out. So not surprising when these systems are working their way east. But when it comes to severe weather, we've already had quite a start to the season, and it's only getting started.
Yeah, just hoping the plants survive it.
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
Angie Lastman, thank you so much. And there's a new breakthrough for cancer treatment that could be on the horizon. New research from a clinical trial for melanoma treatment suggests mRNA vaccines may be the future.
NBC News reporter Kirsten Dahlgren takes a look at the trial results and what it means for cancer patients.
What may be a watershed moment for fighting cancer.
The data were pretty darn impressive.
In a stage 2 clinical trial, researchers like Dr. Jeffrey Weber found adding an mRNA cancer vaccine to standard treatment reduced the chances for melanoma recurrence or death by 44%. Research on the vaccine was started before an mRNA vaccine was used for COVID, and it works similarly. Doctors use a blueprint from a patient's individual tumor to encode a personalized vaccine.
So basically turning your own immune system against the cancer.
That is absolutely correct. We're going to generate killer cells that are going to seek out and find the tumor and get rid of it.
In 2019, Gary Keblish got the devastating diagnosis, advanced melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer.
I feel that I probably would have been one of those statistics had I not been involved in the clinical trial.
More than 3 years later, Gary is still cancer-free.
Taking this vaccine has given me freedom.
The vaccine now goes to a much bigger stage 3 clinical trial over the next few years before it could be commercially available. But researchers are hopeful for melanoma and maybe someday other cancers.
And if we get to the point where you can literally prevent almost everyone from relapsing, that's a gigantic win.
Roxy.
A win may be one big step closer. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Just incredible research there, hopefully very promising. All right, coming up, Americans in Sudan are on alert this morning as fighting intensifies in the country. One woman currently trapped there joins us next with what she's seeing and how she's staying safe right now.
And later this hour, more workers are suffering from burnout more now than during the height of the pandemic. We'll explain what's behind this new wave of exhaustion. You're watching Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We are back with the latest on the situation in Sudan, which is embroiled in a violent power struggle that has left at least 185 people dead.
Heavy fighting continues for a fourth straight day in the capital, Khartoum. This morning, Al Arabiya television captured this video live, showing the moment a massive explosion rocked the city. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken issued a warning to the rival generals at the heart of the conflict after a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire. Here's what he said about the incident on the sidelines of the G7 in Japan.
All of our people are safe and unharmed. But this action was reckless, it was irresponsible, and of course unsafe. In the calls that I had this morning with Generals Hamedi and Burhan, I made very clear that any attacks, threats, dangers posed to our diplomats were totally unacceptable.
Joining us now to talk more about the situation on the ground is Lakshmi Parthasarathi. She's an American traveler currently in Sudan. Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining us, especially at a time like this. First off, I hope you and yours are keeping safe right now. Can you just tell us a bit about yourself, what brought you to Sudan, and where you're specifically staying, how long you've been there?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm a travel writer and photographer, and so I was traveling to Sudan as a tourist to visit the sites here, learn about the culture, and I've been here for a few weeks, and I came to Khartoum a few days ago and woke up to what I initially thought was a thunderstorm, and it turned out to be all-out war happening right next to an Airbnb that I was staying at, about a few kilometers away from the airport, where that whole area was under siege, and there's just been chaos now for the last few days. Actually, right at this moment, my friend and I were here hitchhiked south to find water and power because the city center and the areas around there where there's fighting, there's no access to a lot of basic resources. And it's kind of constant gunshots and South bombs and shelling, and yeah, it's been a difficult few days. And my thoughts are kind of just with the people that I've seen now here in the city people who are fleeing their homes with their families. It's been a very tough situation for a lot of people.
So Lakshmi, you said that you hitchhiked to find some resources. Are you still in areas where you're seeing and hearing fighting, and what are some of the locals telling you?
Yeah. So we went 10 kilometers south, and this area had been peaceful, as what the people had said. But actually, last night, a few hours after we arrived, there was a bomb strike on actually this mosque that we are standing in front of at this moment. No one was killed, fortunately, but a lot of people fled this area as well. So the fighting just seems to be escalating and spreading farther and farther out into other parts of the city. So it doesn't really seem like it's clear where there's safety and where there's not. There was a car of army soldiers or militia forces, unclear, kind of going around pointing guns. So it's calm here at the moment, but it's also still very, very tense, unclear what's happening. And people are just not really sure what the next steps are. People that have like a place to go outside of the city, people are trying to get there, but it's also not a safe journey leaving. So right now, the advice has been to like stay inside, but a lot of people don't have resources, so people have to move. It's been tough.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to talk a bit more about that advice to stay inside. I mean, I know the airport is closed right now, and you said it, that it's not clear where is safe and where is not. I know the U.S. State Department has issued an order to stay indoors and shelter with no current plans for evacuations. How are you feeling about that? What's your reaction? Do you feel safe? Are you trying to get out of Sudan?
I'm just kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen in the coming days. It does not seem like things are de-escalating, and there's definitely areas in the city that do not feel safe at all. I think at the moment, trying to find shelter and stay in place is good advice. Difficult to follow completely, but I'm hopeful that that there'll be areas where we can stay safe, and that hopefully over like the coming days or weeks or whatnot, we can see some improvement.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's no way to fly out. It's a very, very big country, so to travel to any border to another country is like not an easy journey. So right now, the only thing we can do is just kind of stay here and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of waiting and seeing, and just know that we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. Hope you stay safe, stay well, and have the resources you need. Lakshmi, thank you so much.
Just an incredible story. All right, more world headlines now. Vows of unity are emerging from a G7 meeting of foreign ministers in Japan.
Tehran bureau chief and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with other international headlines. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Russia's threat to station nuclear weapons in Belarus and China's coercion
of Taiwan have been at the top of the agenda of the three-day G7 summit in Tokyo. The group, which comprises of the United States, Japan, Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Canada, showed a united front threatening Russia with severe consequences if they use chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons in Ukraine, while criticizing China's intimidation of Taiwan. A massive 2-ton haul of cocaine wrapped in plastic has been scooped up by the police in the sea off eastern Sicily. Authorities believe a cargo ship left it in the sea in order for another vessel to come pick it up, adding that they found around 1,600 packets of cocaine in 70 bundles with an estimated street value of $450 million. And finally, a previously unknown coral reef with a copious marine life has been discovered off Ecuador's Galapagos Islands. The completely pristine reef is roughly 1.2 miles long at a depth of just over 1,300 feet and sits on the summit of a submarine mountain. Over 50% of the coral on the reef is living, which is believed to be several thousand years old. Let's hope our discovery doesn't wipe it out.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Ali. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a man with a plan. President Biden is set to announce new efforts to make childcare more affordable. We'll have that just ahead.
Plus, the results are in and the burnout is real. The new study shedding light on stress in the workplace and what you can do to relax. We'll be right back.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from France, Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks later today about the administration's efforts to make childcare more affordable.
And meanwhile, another showdown could be coming over the debt ceiling after new comments from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, good morning. Let's go ahead and start with the president's remarks today. What can we expect?
Yeah, and this is something that candidate Joe Biden had really promised, trying to improve and make childcare more affordable for millions of families across the country. And in his role as president, what he can do is sign executive action that really starts at sort of the federal government level, directing agencies to try to find places where they can use money that's already been allocated for this to basically make it a bit better. So for instance, for veterans, for home-based care, trying to improve that, trying to raise the pay and benefits for teachers that are a part of the federal Head Start program. And then also looking at places where they feel like this could really be something that is used a little bit more strategically, again, with money that's already been allocated through the Health and Human Services, to try to help so many families who certainly throughout the pandemic and in the aftermath have needed to improve childcare and try to get it to be a little bit more affordable so that so many people can also then return to the workforce. So this is something that the president's going to be talking about today in the Rose Garden. And this is something also that he has laid out in his 2024 budget, but the White House is saying they don't want to wait for Congress to act to already try to make some of these smart decisions to improve this critical industry. Lindsay and Zinclay.
And Monica, I do want to turn to the latest on the debt ceiling limit fight in Washington. We know House Speaker Kevin McCarthy gave remarks at the New York Stock Exchange just yesterday, and while there, he laid out some of House Republicans' plans to address the limit. So what were some of the big takeaways and the president's reaction to it?
So this battle has really been brewing for months since we knew that the U.S. was heading toward what ultimately would be an unprecedented situation, since the United States has never before defaulted on its ability basically to borrow. So this is all about raising the debt ceiling, something that the deadline loosely has been pointed to as June or so. And so that is why you saw the president and the White House unveil their budget in the last couple of months, and they're asking Republicans to now put forth their plan. And they're saying they will do that in the coming weeks, though Speaker McCarthy was not providing tons of specifics in this speech yesterday. But this just continues to be basically a really high stakes game of chicken. Here is how the speaker put this in his remarks yesterday.
If Washington wants to spend more, it'll have to come together to find savings elsewhere. Just like every single American household does. Our proposal will also restore work requirements that ensure able-bodied adults without dependents earn a paycheck and learn new skills. That will grow our economy and help the supply chain.
So Republicans are really pitching spending cuts here. The White House says this is not a place for negotiation. It's too critical. And so we saw Speaker McCarthy come to the White House after he took that new leadership position and speak with the president. But since then, there haven't really been any clear meetings about what happens next. So clearly talks need to take place. But again, this is a president who has said, I'm not going to get into some of the nitty gritty. This is too important for the country. I think,
Okay. Monica, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to your weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at burnout in the workplace and why some say it's worse than it was at the height of the pandemic.
Plus, we're going to dig into the laws of attraction between people, that is. We're going to explain why shared interests might not play as big of a role in falling in love than we previously thought.
So let's dig into it with Dr. Soumya Dave to help break down some of these headlines. She's a psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family. Thank you so much for being with us. So let's start with stress in the office. A new Aflac report shows that many employees feel burnout is actually worse now compared to the height of the COVID pandemic. That's kind of surprising. So what exactly is leading to more burnout, and what are employees looking toward to ease that stress?
So people have really been through so much, right? They're dealing with inflation, rising costs of living, layoffs, so many different stressors, and burnout occurs when stress is prolonged. Now, in terms of what to do about it, I like to divide it into two steps. The first step being awareness. So identify that this is what's going on. Have you been feeling depleted for a long time? And can you know that this is the cause of it, that you're feeling burned out? The second step is to take action. Now, that action can mean reframing how you're thinking about your work. Are there positive aspects of your work that you can focus on? Are there benefits to your long-term goals that you're getting out of your job? Are there opportunities to take time off or reevaluate your career to work more flexibly? And for some people, it might mean actually thinking about a career pivot or a transition of some sort altogether. And then, of course, prioritizing sleep, self-care, setting boundaries, saying no to things that aren't restoring you, and really just remembering that this is the result of long-term depletion. So whatever helps you feel restored should go to the top of your priority list.
Yeah, really interesting, that graphic we were just showing. I mean, flexible scheduling, that's what people want. Not necessarily permanently working from home, but, you know, work with me. All right, doctor, let's turn to matters of the heart. New research suggests shared interests, so liking the same music, sharing a political view, maybe a bit of an illusion. Why is that? And does this mean we maybe shouldn't be so quick to write someone off?
So this is so interesting, right? We like sharing things in common with people. We like having common interests. And essentialism is this idea that when we share certain traits with a person, we also share the same essence as a person, right? So we think that sharing one similarity means we naturally share so many more. There was really, really interesting research done about this with the lead author, Dr. Charles Chu. So many great findings. And one that really stood out was that when people found that they shared the same interest in an artist, so they were both fans of an artist's work, they also thought that that meant they shared the same worldview. So we can sometimes think that one part equals to a whole. That might or might not be necessarily true. So I think it's always a good reminder to think about, how are we making assumptions about people? Where are we filling in the blanks? And is there an opportunity to dig in deeper, because human beings are complex?
And Dr. Dave, we just have a few moments here, but I wanted to talk about new polling from YouGov and Vox. It found that younger generations are turning to voice messaging or voice memos as a preferred way to talk. Why is that going on? Why is that happening?
So I'm getting more of these too, okay? I don't know if everyone else feels this way. I definitely am getting more of these as well. And what I found is that people are really exhausted with technology, right? So the idea of picking up the phone and having a full conversation sounds overwhelming. Things can get lost in translation and text messages. It can be hard to convey the full scope of it. A voice note is a low-stakes, low-pressure way to communicate with someone, have them hear your voice, which helps us feel comforted and more connected, and also tell a story in some way, right? Because you can speak for minutes, and unless you've changed your default settings, the voice note will disappear in a couple of minutes. So knowing that it might disappear also takes the pressure off as well.
It's so funny because I got this and I tried to send one back and I couldn't figure it out. I don't know if that makes
I can either. I can't do it.
It's a good way to make sure things don't get lost in translation. Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up, he's a big deal, and he just made a really big deal. We are talking about Eagles QB Jalen Hurts, just signed a record-breaking contract extension with the team.
We'll tell you about it and how it could change the NFL. That's next on Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got the latest on a blockbuster deal in professional football. Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts made history a little more than 2 months ago when, for the first time ever, he was one of 2 black quarterbacks playing in the Super Bowl.
Well, now Hurts is making history on the field again, signing a record-setting contract extension that makes him the NFL's highest-paid player ever. For more on this, we're joined by Zach Berman. He reports on the Eagles for The Athletic. Zach, good morning. We're talking about a lot of money. So how did this deal come to be? How was he able to get it?
Well, he earned it, and that's the place to start. He's someone who, from the time he was drafted as a second-round pick in 2020 to now, has simply improved every season. He went from backup to a starter trying to keep his job to the franchise player. And so this contract here, where based on annual average salary, average annual salary rather, he's the highest paid player in the league. He got it because he plays quarterback as well as anyone in the league. He was number 2 in the MVP voting last year, brought the Eagles to the Super Bowl. So he earned this deal.
And you said it, right? He earned it. Hurts clearly had a great year this past season with the Eagles, and somehow he's only 24 years old. Very impressive. But also impressive is the fact that his deal was negotiated by Nicole Lynn, and it's believed to be the largest ever contract completed by a female agent. Pretty cool. So how significant is the deal closed by a black woman? What does it say about the state of the industry right now?
Yeah, it's a credit to Nicole, because this is a record-setting deal. This is a deal that sets the market for quarterbacks here, and that's what an agent's supposed to do is get the best deal for the client. And so it's a credit to Nicole that this was completed, because oftentimes these can become acrimonious. You've seen that elsewhere, where the 2 sides can't agree, and the fact that Jalen Hurts' side, with Nicole leading it, and then the Eagles were able to find that middle ground here, reach a deal that worked for both sides, and the significance of it for Nicole Lynn should not be understated.
There's another high-profile name, Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. He's reportedly looking for a similar deal, maybe even more guaranteed money. So does this kind of contract, does this deal sort of set the stage? How does this change the landscape?
Yeah, well, what this does, I think, is it sets the market. It shows this is the going rate for top quarterbacks, for MVP caliber quarterbacks, which Lamar Jackson is. Now, every situation's different, and you just spoke about the agency. In Lamar Jackson's case, he represents himself, right? So there are maybe different variables at play. Also, Lamar Jackson is later on in his career, he's a free agent with a franchise tag. So there are variables that are different than the Jalen Hurts situation. But what the Jalen Hurts deal does is it now sets the going rate for top quarterbacks. So this can be used as a new template for whether it's Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert.
All right, Zach Berman, thanks so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Let's go to some financial headlines. David's Bridal Stores announcing the company is filing for bankruptcy. They just did that Monday.
Yeah, CNBC Silvana Henao joins us with this and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, Lindsay, good morning to you. That's right. So David's Bridal has filed for bankruptcy. This is the second time in the past 5 years. And the move comes just days after the retailer said it was laying off more than 9,000 workers. The company says stores will remain open and business will continue as usual while it looks for a buyer. Orders will still be fulfilled and customers can still take advantage of Diamond, which is the company's rewards program. Ernst & Young plans to cut about 3,000 jobs in the U.S. The decision comes about a week after the company halted efforts to split its auditing and consulting businesses. The Big Four accounting giant cites economic conditions, a strong employee retention rate, and overcapacity in parts of the firm as reasons for the job cuts, which represent about 5% of its U.S. workforce. Apple has opened its first retail store in India today. CEO Tim Cook was on hand to open the doors at the location in Mumbai. Apple has operated in India for more than 25 years, but primarily sells products through authorized retailers and a website it launched a few years ago. It only has about a 3% market share in the country, trailing well behind the likes of Samsung and China's Xiaomi. So there you have it.
Okay, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
All right, everybody, coming up, a streaming snafu.
Yeah, Netflix is doing damage control after a highly anticipated live event did not happen as planned. We'll give you the lowdown next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back now with a gem that is one of a kind. No, we're not talking about zinc clay. We are talking about a ruby worth more than 55 carats, and it is poised to become the world's largest gem to appear at auction. It is called the Star of Fura in Portuguese. It was found less than a year ago in the southern African nation of Mozambique. The auction house estimates it'll rake in more than $30 million. That would make it the largest and most expensive ruby ever sold at an auction. The gem will make its way to New York to be auctioned in June after going on display in China, Singapore, Geneva, and Dubai.
Well, I'm glad it's coming to New York because, you know, folks, I'm on the market for a ring. So.
That is the only way I will get near something that valuable, is seeing it through a case.
Yes, love it, Lindsay. Thank you. And finally, at this hour, we told you yesterday, love is not blind. It's delayed. Netflix continues receiving backlash from fans after the highly anticipated live reunion of the series Love is Blind would not load for many viewers on Sunday.
So several attempts to get the show back on the air. Eventually, the streaming giant opted to tape the event. And they said, look, we're sorry. Look at this, the statement here on the screen. We are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. But this didn't stop fans from voicing their frustrations on social media.
Who's getting fired on Netflix tonight? Who?
What are you doing?
I'm literally watching Love is Blind through TikTok Live because of friggin' Netflix.
Bro!
To be upping the prices and to prevent password sharing, and you have us waiting for an hour and a half?
People
That's a
clearly
point.
upset. Some good points there. So joining us now to dig into them is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Baltazar. Brian, good morning.
Hey, Brian.
So much TV drama, so much delay. So was the reunion ultimately worth the wait? Walk us through what people have been saying about it after it was posted.
Oh, boy. Well, it turns out that a lot of people say that it wasn't. So, you know, we are trained to see all the tea spilled on these specials. And it turns out whether it was a snafu from those technical problems throwing people off, or perhaps the host, some say, it just was not well received. So I think we have a few tweets that we have coming up here. One of them, well, there's the big screen that most people saw. Instead of Love is Blind, you were seeing this. It's kind of ironic that the show is about not seeing the one you love right away. That was the case with the special. But basically, people, as you can see, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez was saying, someone called Lucia the seamstress to fix this. This is one of the women on the show who, well, it's actually a woman in a hometown who fixed a guy's pants just before he was getting married. So it's a reference to a woman on the show. Karamo saying the error message was sending him. Chris Hayes, our own. And that's what's interesting, too. You know, like members of the media and media companies were also responding. Bravo had something fun and snarky to say. So did Blockbuster. But it turns out that what happens then, you know, at the end of the day, you want to see some juice happen. And apparently it just wasn't happening. You know, Andy Cohen actually said, you know, there's a reason these things aren't live, because sometimes, say, these Housewives specials, they'll shoot them for hours to get the best hour edited down.
Yeah,
and
I'm still waiting for Vanderpump. I mean, they just shot that, and like, when am I going to get to see that?
Exactly. And I mean,
right, well, they're ensuring you that you get the best moments, right? Yeah. And that's what didn't happen here.
And you mentioned sort of the controversy surrounding Vanessa and Nick Lachey around their hosting style. Can you dig into that a little?
Yeah, well, some people were saying that they were a little bit, Vanessa in particular, was too favorable to the women, right? Nick didn't say enough, and that they didn't drill down deeply enough into some of these topics. And I think that's partly because of the time constraint they were under. They had to cram it all into what ended up being 90 minutes. But it's just really hard to get people's emotions heightened on the first question. And so people were saying even that Vanessa was pressing too hard about having babies and whether they had had sex yet. So people were really tough on this, but I think people were set off by what was a really terrible misstep in the very beginning, and it may have set the tone for the whole night.
So, Brian, where do you see this going here? I mean, is Netflix learning some things here? We just heard that person on TikTok say, look, you're raising prices. You're locking me out from letting my nephew and my cousin use this. And also, is the industry watching this, too, and thinking, all right, let's not do that?
Yes, they are watching. In fact, Netflix's earnings report is released today. And of course, you want to talk about what the future is for Netflix at the same time. You know, it's a good thing this didn't happen with the Chris Rock special. I think the backlash would have been even far greater. But, you know, it's not like live is an unprecedented thing. We're live right now. So it shouldn't really be that hard for Netflix to figure out. But I think all eyes are going to be on them about what they schedule next. And the stakes are going to be really high for them to get that right. Most streamers love to say that the demand broke the internet. But Netflix hasn't really said that. They haven't said it was too many people. And so I'm really curious to see what has happened. I think they're being really quiet about it. They have a lot to figure out before they do this again.
All eyes on this one. Love is blind, but not patient.
I think Brian was saying if we could figure it out, they should be. I don't know. Was that picking up?
I mean,
it's not as easy as
live
people
is done
think.
all the time, every day. They should be able to figure it out, right?
Let them know, Brian.
I was praying my Zoom wouldn't freeze during that moment, by the way.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samwan.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, under arrest. After days of protests, a white homeowner is now facing charges after police say he shot a black teen twice when he mistakenly rang the wrong doorbell. White prosecutors say they're not pushing for hate crime charges, despite saying there was a racial component in the case. Appeal denied. New developments this morning in the arrest of an American journalist in Russia. Evan Gershkovich appeared publicly in a Russian court today for the first time since his detention. We have the latest from the courtroom and new reaction from Washington. Courtroom showdown after a one-day delay. A landmark billion-dollar defamation case gets underway this morning, pitting Fox News against Dominion voting systems. At issue, false claims made about the 2020 presidential election on some of the network's most prominent programs, the big names who could take the stand, and the far-reaching impact the case could have. And flipping the script, Broadway's Bad Cinderella is putting a new twist on the classic story. We talked to the stars of the show about making history and showcasing diversity on the biggest stage. And love that Joe Fryer gets these interviews. He's the best at them.
We love him.
Yeah, that'll be coming up next. But we are going to begin this morning in Kansas City, Missouri. The homeowner who police say shot 16-year-old Ralph Yarl after he accidentally rang the wrong doorbell is now facing 2 felony counts.
Yeah, Yarl has been discharged from the hospital, but his lawyers say he suffered a traumatic brain injury. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is on the ground there in Kansas City with the latest.
Hey, good morning here from Kansas City. Per court documents, Andrew Lester telling police he had never seen Ralph Yarl before, and the two didn't exchange any words. Police also noting Lester was upset and repeatedly expressed concern for the 16-year-old boy after the shooting, a shooting which prosecutors say has, quote, a racial component. This morning, mounting calls for justice after a Missouri teen was shot when, according to his family, he simply rang the wrong doorbell.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
84-year-old Andrew Lester, the Kansas City homeowner who is white, is facing first-degree assault and armed criminal action charges for allegedly shooting 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, who is black. The high school junior went to pick up his younger twin brothers Thursday night, but his family says he accidentally went to the wrong home and rang the bell. According to the probable cause warrant for his arrest, Lester thought Ralph Yarl was attempting to break in and was, quote, scared to death.
There was a racial component to the case.
Clay County prosecutor Zachary Thompson says Yarl never crossed into Lester's home and alleges he was shot through a glass door with a .32 revolver. Yarl told police Lester also said, "Don't come around here." Civil rights attorney Lee Merritt says Yarl was shot twice, including once in the head. After he was shot, running for help, knocking on multiple doors.
And then the third neighbor gave him instructions to put his hands in the air and lie on the ground.
The shooting garnered the attention of the nation, making headlines in Hollywood, too. Halle Berry and Viola Davis posting on social media demanding charges. Merritt also says President Biden called Yarl, inviting him to the White House. Relatives say Yarl is a marching band standout with dreams of attending Texas A&M for chemical engineering, and that his community is strong, his family thankful he's alive.
He's alive. I think that's the biggest message that I want people to remember, is that he is alive.
The family saying 16-year-old Ralph Yarl is home coping with injuries that the family attorney says are very serious and he could have for the rest of his life. The family maintaining that Yarl was shot twice, once in the head and once in the arm. That first shot, they say, left him with a cracked skull and a traumatic brain injury. And after having brain surgery in the hospital, he has been discharged. He is home, and his aunt telling us he's healing one day at a time. Back to you.
Maggie, thanks so much.
In Ohio this morning, 8 police officers in Akron will not face criminal charges in connection with the death of 25-year-old Jaylen Walker. Yesterday, a grand jury returned what's called a no-bill decision after spending about a week deliberating potential charges. Walker's death sparked outrage across the country last summer after police body camera footage showed officers chasing him before shooting him nearly 50 times. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Akron, Ohio with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. Here in downtown Akron, some business storefront windows remain boarded up. Others look like any other Main Street USA right now. We haven't gotten any official word from police about potential arrests from overnight, but the protests and demonstrations we've seen appear to be largely, if not entirely, peaceful in an unsettled community.
Overnight, outrage in Akron, Ohio. Dozens protesting after Ohio's Attorney General announced Monday there will be no state criminal charges against any of the 8 officers who opened fire on Jaylen Walker, the 25-year-old black man killed by police last June.
The grand jury concluded that the officers were legally justified in their use of force.
7 of the special grand jury's 9 members would have needed to find sufficient evidence for an indictment. Officials say the panel included 2 black jurors, 3 men, and 6 women.
Do you think this was more heartbreak, a feeling of injustice, outrage?
It's betrayal. It's the constant refrain is, when will this change?
An attorney for Walker's family says he does not trust the findings from a month-long investigation. Police attempt a traffic stop. They say Walker flees in his vehicle before firing a gun at least once. No! Walker then flees on foot in a ski mask. Police tried to tase Walker.
Mr. Walker then reached for his waistband in what several officers described as a cross-draw motion, planted his foot, and turned toward the officers while raising his hand. Only then did the officers fire.
The scene illustrated in this new video shared by authorities. According to prosecutors, police fired 94 shots in less than 7 seconds, roughly 46 bullets striking Walker, who died.
Although the officers did not know it at the time, Mr. Walker had left his recently purchased gun in his car.
Officials say police believed Walker was a threat.
If he was a lethal threat leaving his car, he should have been shot immediately when he left his car. But he wasn't.
Police say that the officers who shot at Walker remain on administrative duty. Officials will not publicly name those officers, saying they believe those officers continue to face threats. We've reached out to police asking if those officers who shot at Walker faced any prior use of force complaints, but we have not heard back. Lindsay?
Jesse, thank you.
And now to Russia, where this morning a Moscow court rejected the appeal against the detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Gershkovich was arrested last month on espionage charges. He's denied any involvement in espionage. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Keir.
Hey, Zinkley, good morning to you. Evan Gershkovich looked relaxed and determined in court, despite learning just in the last hour that he has lost that appeal against his detention. He is the first U.S. journalist to be arrested over spying charges since the Cold War, charges which he denies. The Wall Street Journal saying he was simply doing his job as a journalist.
This morning, Evan Gershkovich in a Russian court. The first images of him for weeks, standing in a glass box, surrounded by masked security guards as the cameras were brought in. Wearing a shirt and jeans, arms folded, at one point talking to his legal team, appealing against charges of spying with vehement denials by the US and his employer. Gershkovich was an accredited journalist. I love you very, very much, he told his family in a letter published by the Wall Street Journal, his first direct contact with them. Until we meet soon, he wrote. Evan Gershkovich was detained during a reporting trip to Yekaterinburg. He's now held in a notorious Moscow prison. The newspaper releasing an interview with his parents and sister.
It was just like crushing, totally crushing.
Along with a video of the reporter as a child. Happy birthday to you. Growing up, playing sports and the cello.
I'm just in awe of him.
His family says he loved Russia and being a reporter. I'm not losing hope, he wrote to them in his 2-page note home.
I know that he felt like it was his duty to report. He loved Russian people, you know.
He still does.
He still does, yes.
He was really passionate about showing other sides to Russia, the nuance and the beauty of it.
But as the court hearing got underway this morning, Russian television focused on footage of President Putin visiting Russian-occupied Ukraine, speaking to Russian troops in the Kherson region. It's not clear when that trip took place.
And the U.S. ambassador who was in court this morning was able to see Evan Gershkovich this week for the first time, saying that he is in good health and remains strong. But Gershkovich could face up to 20 years in prison if he is convicted. And Russian experts tell us that a case like this for espionage could take a year or 18 months to play out.
Keir, thanks so much.
You bet.
Now let's bring in Kristen Gibbons-Fedden to talk more about this story. She's a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor. Kristen, good morning. So, as expected, the court in Moscow has rejected Gershkovich's appeal against his pre-trial detention. What's your reaction to this decision, and what does it mean for journalists, and this journalist specifically in his case going forward?
You know, it's not a surprising result given Russia's track record. I think this case is specifically related, excuse me, to espionage. You know, when you look at the Griner case, which was not an espionage charge, but then you look at Whalen case, which was an espionage charge, you can see the complexities and the difficulties that really deal with the nature of these types of cases, particularly to Russia, who is the prosecuting agency and who is the governing agency. It really, in this particular case, as well as for journalists, highlights the need for a more robust and coordinated approach from the U.S. government to really secure the release of American citizens, particularly journalists, whose job it is to really engage with the freedom of the press, who are wrongfully detained abroad.
And Kristen, I want to dig into the nature of the charges a bit, because Evan is the first American journalist to be detained in Russia on espionage charges, specifically since the Cold War. So how much more complex is the legal process compared to someone like Brittany Griner, who was convicted on drug charges in Russia and then later released in a prisoner exchange?
This particular case, the espionage case, is going to be more similar to Paul Whelan's case, not like Brittany Griner's. And these espionage cases, like I mentioned, are generally more complex and difficult to resolve. And the complexity really arises from the nature of the charges and the high level of sensitivity surrounding espionage allegations. You know, while the U.S. government has deemed them and designated both Whelan and Gershkovich wrongfully detained, indicating that they deny the legitimacy of these espionage charges, the Russian government has really taken these charges very serious, which really complicates negotiations and makes their release a more challenging and sensitive diplomatic process. On the other hand, Brittany Griner, which involved a non-espionage related case, and her release came really after a prisoner swap. But while her case really still required diplomatic efforts, the nature of the charges were less sensitive. And really, she wasn't released until after almost a year in prison, and again, after trial. So with regard to Gershkovich, I don't imagine that there's going to be any release until there is some type of trial. And given, again, Russia's track record, it will most likely result in a conviction.
All right, really important legal analysis there. Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much.
The landmark trial involving Dominion voting systems and Fox News is set to get underway this morning in Delaware after that one-day delay. The trial will determine whether Fox News can be held liable for false claims that Dominion's voting machines were used to rig the 2020 presidential election. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. You know, that delay was unexpected, and the judge didn't give a reason. There were reports that there were last-minute settlement negotiations underway, but neither side would comment. NBC News could not confirm those reports. The trial, the judge says, starts today. With the start of the landmark trial finally here, some of Fox News' biggest stars could be taking the stand in the coming weeks, along with company heads, including 92-year-old Fox Corporation chairman Rupert Murdoch. At the center of the case, 20 statements following the 2020 presidential election. President Trump's lawyers were repeated guests on Fox News, claiming Dominion voting machines rigged the election.
The machine ran an algorithm that shaved votes from Trump and awarded them to Biden.
At the center of it all, Dominion voting systems. Are they the culprit here? Not the only culprit, but are they the principal culprit?
All of the allegations false, Judge Eric Davis says, writing in a recent decision the evidence was crystal clear. None of the statements relating to Dominion about the 2020 election are true. But Dominion will have to prove actual malice, that Fox published lies knowingly or with reckless disregard for the truth. A necessary standard for a democracy, say legal experts.
Otherwise, we're going to create a chilling effect where it's actually hard for people to get information.
According to court documents, Fox News argues it gave context and informed their audience at every turn that the allegations were just allegations. In a statement, Fox News saying Dominion's lawsuit is a political crusade in search of a financial windfall, but the real cost would be cherished First Amendment rights. Less than 2 weeks after the election, Fox was facing a backlash. Audience numbers down by more than 30%, according to court documents. November 12th, the Fox White House correspondent challenged Mr. Trump's claims about the election. Tucker Carlson texted Sean Hannity, "Please get her fired. It's measurably hurting the company. The stock price is down." The text, part of a mountain of evidence that has been released publicly. Fox argues much of it cherry-picked to hurt the network's reputation. A rare behind-the-scenes look after one of the country's most contentious elections. One of the key questions will be who had editorial control, and then linking those people to the specific broadcasts in question, and then proving that they acted with actual malice. Lindsay, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Let's take a turn now and get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the latest forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We are kicking things off with a potential for some fires to quickly start and quickly spread here through the day. We've got 23 million people in the Southwest and in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic included in these fire alerts that are up for now. We've got gusty winds up to 45 miles per hour and that low humidity, so just be careful about that. Meanwhile, cooler than normal temperatures have settled in for parts of the Northeast and and the Great Lakes areas. 46 degrees in Detroit, Cincinnati sitting at 65 degrees, 58 for New York. Not bad for this time of year, but definitely not what it was just a couple of days ago. The warmth will start to work its way back into the picture, though, here as we get into tomorrow. You can see these temperatures are already improved for much of the Tennessee Valley and extending out towards the east. Atlanta ends up at 84 degrees tomorrow, Cincinnati at 79, and St. Louis is back to the 80s. That warmth is short-lived. We'll deal with it for a little while before we start to see those temperatures taking a tumble once again. Chicago's into the low 70s on Thursday, 60s by Friday, and back to the 40s by Saturday. So the moral of the story is don't put away the layers. You'll likely need that jacket again, whether you're in Cincinnati, where you'll end up into the 80s by Thursday and 60s by Saturday. We'll see these temperatures continue to cool down as some colder air settles in thanks to a front that's going to be working through. Now, that same front is going to change some things as far as severe weather potential and rain chances over the next couple of days for a lot of folks. Here's the setup right now on your satellite and radar. One thing to note, we have an exiting system that's still leaving some lingering snow showers along the Great Lakes. It's all of that cold air moving across those lakes and leaving anyone that's downwind of the lakes with some additional snowfall. So it's mainly folks like Buffalo into portions of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And this is going to be something we'll see for a little while longer today before we get that out of the picture. Meanwhile, along the Pacific Northwest, we do have some more snow showers working that way. We're going to eventually start to see a system take shape and work out of the Rockies into the plains and bring a couple of chances for us to see some of these stronger and even severe storms over the next few days. So a couple days where you're going to want to stay connected weather-wise. We do have a marginal risk through the day today, into the afternoon mainly and into the evening hours. We could see some of these stronger, severe storms develop. Notice there's also going to be some folks that will deal with some snow in places like Montana and the Dakotas. We'll see those storm chances last into the evening hours tonight, and then tomorrow will really ramp them up. So strong winds, isolated hail, isolated tornadoes, all can be a possibility, and that does include places like Omaha, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. The larger hail, same kind of area, so we're going to watch for the potential of up to 2-inch hail as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Looking ahead to Thursday, the potential doesn't go away, and we're going to add on some flash flooding concerns. We'll have all of those same kind of threats that will be possible into the afternoon hours. They just shift a little farther to the east from Chicago to Texas. We'll see that potential. And how about the rain? Yeah, the flash flooding concern will be there as well. You can see some of those higher amounts in places like Green Bay, Minneapolis, Des Moines, and Kansas City, as well as Little Rock, Shreveport. A lot of areas that already have had a lot of rain so far this season. They don't necessarily need it, and maybe they have some swollen waterways or saturated ground, and we could potentially see some flash flooding concerns in that same area in the coming days.
Important to be alert to any alerts in your community.
Exactly.
Angie Lassman, thank you so much. All right, coming up, Ron DeSantis ramping up his ongoing fight with Disney. Yeah, we'll tell you about the new threats from the Florida governor as he once again takes aim at the theme park giant.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. This is what it looks and feels. Storms.
The bigger piece of the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis ramping up his ongoing fight against Disney.
It's his latest threat against Disney to possibly build a state prison right next to the happiest place on earth. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Good morning, Gabe.
Lindsay and St. Clair, good morning. So Governor Ron DeSantis is heading here to D.C. today for a rare trip with GOP lawmakers amid widespread speculation that he'll soon announce a run for president. But now, as the Florida legislature is still underway, he's doubling down on his fight against an American icon, Mickey Mouse.
This morning, the ongoing feud between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney is intensifying.
They're going to live under the same laws as everybody else.
DeSantis says a new bill's in the works from Florida's Republican-controlled legislature to wrestle back power from Disney, the state's largest single-site employer. He wants to revoke the company's self-inspection of rides and monorails and investigate potential safety hazards. The move comes after Disney quietly managed to prevent the state board from taking control of a 42-square-mile special tax district, which essentially allows the entertainment company self-rule in Florida.
This is basically a sham agreement.
The clash started last year when Disney opposed Florida's parental rights in education law, which opponents called the Don't Say Gay bill. It bans classroom discussion about sexual orientation and gender identity in kindergarten through third grade. DeSantis also now floating the idea of the state developing land next to Disney World.
Maybe try to do more amusement parks. Someone even said, like, maybe you need another state prison. Who knows?
The renewed political brawl comes as DeSantis ramps up his travel nationwide ahead of a possible presidential run, speaking to supporters last week in Ohio, Virginia, and New Hampshire.
We have made Florida the state where woke goes to die.
But his poll numbers are dropping after sustained attacks from Donald Trump.
Ron DeSanctimonious is being crushed in the polls, all of them.
And while DeSantis has largely avoided engaging Trump directly, NBC News has exclusively reported that DeSantis' political team has reached out to members of Florida's congressional delegation to keep them from endorsing the president. And this week, a super PAC supporting DeSantis is out with a 7-figure ad buy, even though he's not yet formally in the race.
Disney said it had no comment on Governor DeSantis' latest remarks, but in its first tweet following the news conference, it highlighted an upcoming Pride event at Disneyland. And earlier this month, CEO Bob Iger said it seemed wrong to him that the governor would seek to punish a company for exercising free speech. Lindsay and Sinclair.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
And the road to the White House is getting a little more crowded.
Next week, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is expected to formally announce that he is running for the Republican nomination for president.
NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard spent some time with Hutchinson and traveled across Iowa and now brings us an exclusive first on Morning News Now. Good morning, Von.
Good morning, guys. Asa Hutchinson is different than the other Republican candidates who have announced at this point. Why? Because he's taking Donald Trump on directly, and he said that is the way to win this Republican nomination.
This man,
hello, Governor. Hey, how are we doing?
Good to meet you. Is a Republican.
I might be spending as much time up here as I do in Arkansas.
Taking on Donald Trump.
I'm running for president because we need a course correction in our country. I'll just tell you very frankly, we need a course correction in the Republican Party as well.
This is Asa Hutchinson, a former congressman, a former Bush administration official, and most recently, the two-term governor of Arkansas. How are you going to do this?
Well, it's going to take a lot of shoe leather. We're going to have to be going to small venues. We're going to be visiting with people about the issues.
We spent the day in Iowa with Hutchinson, his first trip to the caucus state since formally filing his paperwork to win the Republican nomination for president. He intends to make this campaign very different than Mr. Trump's.
How we doing? Good, how are you? Good, good.
One focused on traveling town to town.
I'd like to have one of those mushrooms there.
Those are my favorite.
And then that New York strip. This guy looks like a Brussels sprouts guy to me.
You're the one candidate so far who is really taking Donald Trump on directly, not really going around the edges of this. Why?
Because he's a defining person in this campaign. And if you don't say, I'm different from Donald Trump, that I'm going to provide a different leadership than he does, then why are you in the race?
Why does the party need to move on from Donald Trump?
Because Donald Trump has taken us back to bitterness. He's taken us back to, what's a personal vendetta. Whenever you look at what he wants to do as president, it's more about getting even with his political enemies than leading our country, and that concerns me. Oh, listen, we are cooking that. Yeah, I like what I see.
What evidence or data have you seen that would suggest that you can win this nomination?
Well, history. Whenever you look at the history of front runners, it's not too good.
This front runner, though, still here in Iowa this month has 80% favorability among Iowa Republicans. How do you make that not reality?
Well, you get in there and you make your case. And sure, I will concede that this is a challenge. All right.
Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump have really played to these ideas of cultural fights. And in the Republican Party, we've seen it galvanize a primary electorate. But to what extent do you fear that it alienates a part of the general electorate that you would need to win the presidency?
Well, I think you have to be careful about using the same tools the left use. Do we want the conservative government to tell businesses what you can and can't do, or what you can't speak out on and not speak out on?
You also vetoed a ban on gender-affirming care for minors in Arkansas. What went into your thought process when you did that?
I think whether you're talking about the government telling parents about vaccines, or parents telling how you raise your children on some very sensitive issues like gender identity, I think you have to be careful about getting the government right in the middle of that.
Wow, really important reporting, Vaughn. So now he's in the race, but has he previously supported former President Donald Trump?
Yes, he has. He was the Arkansas chair of Donald Trump's presidential campaign. He spoke at the 2016 Republican National Convention, saying that Donald Trump was the leader of our times. Wow. But over the course, especially after the January 6th attack, that's when Asa Hutchinson said that the Republican Party needed to move in a different direction. And look, Asa Hutchinson, he's just wrapped up his 2 terms as governor. He is a longtime social conservative. Nobody would question his Republican credentials up until this point, and that's why he said he felt that this was his moment to get into this race and to present his case to the Republican electorate that they should return to its roots.
I think he knows he's got an uphill climb to go with current polling. Trump still leading the party, essentially. I have a really important question for you. Do you like Brussels sprouts?
I love Brussels sprouts.
Okay,
you called me out in real time. I don't know I would give him that indication, but...
I'd love to see it. Vaughn Hillier, great reporting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, time now for international headlines, starting with a surprise visit to occupied Ukraine by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Tehran bureau chief and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. As Russia's war in Ukraine grinds into its 14th month of conflict, Vladimir Putin has embarked on a morale-building exercise, visiting Kremlin forces in command posts fighting in Ukraine. A video released by the Kremlin and broadcast by Russian state television showed Putin arriving by helicopter in the southern Kherson region. It was his second trip in 2 months to the Russian-occupied territories. As fighting continues between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces, otherwise known as the RSF, a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire in an apparent attack by fighters linked to the RSF, drawing a sharp rebuke from the Secretary of State, Blinken, who called the incident reckless and irresponsible, adding that the convoy was flying U.S. flags and that they were all safe. Fighting that erupted on Saturday between Sudan's army and paramilitary RSF has killed 185 people so far and injured 1,800 others, according to the UN. And finally, the second member of the popular K-pop boy band BTS has begun his mandatory military service in South Korea. The Grammy-nominated band member J-Hope kept a low profile as a van carrying him delivered him to his enlistment ceremony. On Monday, the singer posted a picture on social media of himself with a shaved head, saying he will be back soon. More than 10,000 fans left comments wishing him well. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Ali Ruzi, thank you so much.
And coming up, a new treatment for melanoma brings promising results.
Up next, we're taking a closer look at this medical breakthrough and what it could mean for potentially other deadly diseases.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back, everybody. There is a new experimental skin cancer vaccine which appears to be effective in keeping the cancer from coming back, according to new data from a trial.
A study presented at the American Association for Cancer Research's annual meeting showed that patients who received the vaccine to treat melanoma combined with immunotherapy reduced the risk of recurrence by nearly half.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, good to see you. Good morning. This is an mRNA vaccine. It's It's made by Moderna and Merck. So how does it work, and what are some of the key takeaways here?
Yeah, this is incredible news. So the key takeaways in this situation is that we have melanoma and recurrent melanoma, which is a form of skin cancer that can be incredibly hard to get rid of. And what they did in a phase 2 trial, which means that they're still in the early stages, but they took a trial, took about half of the participants, of 150 people with melanoma, half of them, and gave them the standard immunotherapy, which is kind of a standard chemotherapy cocktail, if you will. But then in the other half, did this tailored vaccine. They removed the initial cancer from these patients, and then in a lab, basically took the patient's cancer cells and programmed a vaccine, just like our COVID vaccines, to then put back into the patient in the form of a vaccine and teach the patient's own natural immune system to kill any remaining cancer cells. And here's where it got even more surprising, to kill any recurrent cancer cells. And that's what they saw in the trial. They saw that this vaccine could prevent recurrence, which is remarkable.
Dr. Patel, I mean, this is truly remarkable. So what are the next steps here with this vaccine? Does it now go to a longer trial to test its effectiveness?
Right. Yeah, in the kind of clinical trial world, a phase 2 trial that's this successful gets tracked into what we call a phase 3 trial, which means more people, more clinical trial participants, just a bigger group to see if more than 157 people had this similar response. Given the strength of those initial results, I fully expect that phase 3 trial will have results in the next 2 to 3 years. And then we could see this vaccine and this immunotherapy, the combination of these therapies, vaccine plus that standard therapy, the combination of those could be available to all patients with melanoma in a matter of 3 to 4 years.
Doctor, got to be quick with you on this, but what could this mean for potentially other diseases?
This is remarkable, not just for other cancers, but think about it, taking any other disease and taking your own immune system and teaching your natural immune system to block that disease and any recurrence. It's just dramatic. It's a watershed moment in medicine.
Wow. Dr. Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there's growing concern this morning across the U.S. following several toxic spills and chemical fires this year. As NBC's Tom Costello explains, the incidents are raising worries about the long-term health impact on families who live nearby.
From that massive fire in Georgia to a chemical spill near Philadelphia, the train derailment in East Palestine and the plastics fire in Richmond, Indiana, fear of the unknown is most terrifying. The EPA finding hydrogen cyanide, benzene, chlorine, and carbon monoxide.
It's hard for me to breathe. My lungs are hurting. I have extremely bad headaches.
Lynn Childers already had emphysema. He lives 5.5 miles from the Richmond fire and was outside gardening with his great-grandchild.
And this black looked like soot or something falling from the sky.
Sharice Munyon lives in East Palestine.
I'm concerned with myself, but I want to make sure that my kids are going to be okay.
A coalition of groups working to track and prevent chemical disasters estimates there's a chemical fire, explosion, or toxic release every other day in this country.
That is just simply too much. You can't smell cancer on your skin, right? So these chemicals can do harm either immediately or over a long period of time.
The coalition wants stronger EPA regulations on hazmat storage, switching to safer alternatives, and informing communities and firefighters of the toxins in their backyards. Lung experts warn even minimal exposure to some toxins can do lasting damage.
The effects can last for some time, and how long? Could be weeks, could be months, could be years.
Lynn Childers is most concerned for his 4-year-old great-grandchild.
My time probably is short in this life, but my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, what's the long-term health effects of this going to be on her?
The chemical concerns come as non-smoking lung cancer rates are rising in the U.S. Researchers blame exposure to air pollution and toxins. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much.
Coming up, TikTok ban. Montana is now the first state to make it illegal to download the popular app.
We're breaking down the decision and the impact it could have as the fight plays out on the national stage.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle,
from
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Time may be running out for TikTok as the White House continues to negotiate with the company about its future in the U.S. One state is trying to take action on its own. Montana, now the first state to pass a bill making it illegal to download the app. It alleges that TikTok gathers users' data against their will to share with the Chinese government. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the story.
Hey, good morning, Zinkley. Yeah, Montana's bill would make it illegal to download TikTok in the state, but not illegal to use if you already have it on your phone. And experts say if the Republican governor there signs it into law, it will certainly end up in court.
Montana TikTokers saying they are not happy about the prospect of their favorite app being banned in Big Sky country.
It's absolutely dumb and ludicrous for the state of Montana to be banning TikTok.
If it's such a huge threat to our national security, we need to know exactly what that threat is. Nobody's telling us.
But the bill's sponsor says the threat from China is clear, and she hopes to send a message to Washington.
After years of investigative reporting, we now know this to be true. TikTok endangers the safety of Montanans and Americans at large.
Around half the states and the federal government already banned TikTok on government devices. This bill, backed by Montana's GOP-controlled legislature, would go even further, prohibiting downloads of TikTok in the state and penalizing mobile app stores or TikTok up to $10,000 a day. It does not apply to individual TikTok users and wouldn't take effect until January 2024. Some small business owners who depend on the app for marketing say they don't like the idea.
I would say that this is trying to ban TikTok is sort of censorship in its, finest form.
A spokesperson for TikTok called the bill, quote, egregious government overreach and said the issue will be decided in court, adding the bill's champions have admitted they have no feasible plan for operationalizing this attempt to censor American voices. Without citing specific examples, the bill claims TikTok gathers significant information and accesses users' data against their will to share with the People's Republic of China. Testifying before Congress last month, TikTok CEO said parent company ByteDance is not controlled by the Chinese government.
Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it.
The White House has given the company an ultimatum: sell the app or face a ban in the U.S.
Senate Bill 419 has passed the House.
Until then, legislators in this deep red state say TikTok represents an espionage threat more significant than any high-altitude balloon.
Whatever information the balloon gathered, it surely fell short of China's other surveillance tool, TikTok.
Now, once the bill reaches Montana governor's desk, he has 10 days to act on it. The governor hasn't commented specifically on this yet, but he's already banned the use of TikTok on state devices. And at that time, writing, we will defend the state of Montana against all who pose a threat to our security and way of life. Sinclair, back to you.
Important reporting. Gotti, thank you.
Turning to financial headlines now, and if you're thinking about going electric, there's an updated list of cars that qualify for tax credits.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, Lindsay, good morning to you. Yep, so the U.S. government's strict new guidelines on electric vehicles go into effect today, and only 6 models now qualify for the full $7,500 federal tax credit. It's the Cadillac Lyriq, the Chevy Bolt and Bolt EUV, some Tesla Model 3 and Model Y versions, and the Ford F-150 Lightning. The updated rules pertain to where EV batteries are made and cuts out China as an approved trading partner. Lululemon is exploring a sale of Mirror. That's the maker of connected fitness devices it bought for $500 million just 3 years ago. Bloomberg reports sales have fallen short of Lululemon's targets, and the company incurred losses on the business in the fourth quarter of last year. Lululemon had sold Mirror products in stores, but it's now shifted to a digital and app-based product rebranded as Lululemon Studio. And McDonald's is bringing back the Hamburglar mascot to promote a new burger recipe. So the fast food giant is rolling out improvements to the Big Mac, McDouble, and the classic cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, and hamburger. McDonald's says the sandwiches will have softer, pillowy buns, perfectly melted cheese, and juicier caramelized flavor from adding white onions to the patties while they're still on the grill. McDonald's has already implemented the changes in Australia, Canada, and Belgium, and is introducing them in some U.S. markets, including Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Phoenix, Denver, and Tucson. So look out for some new hamburgers.
Story when we have been on set for an hour and 48 minutes. I am starving.
Believe me, it's making me very
veggie burger, Beyond Burger. That's a lot of things.
Sure thing.
We are getting a new look at the dramatic rescue of actor Jeremy Renner. Images captured by first responders in the aftermath of that January snowplow accident are revealing the actions they took to save the star's life. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details along with that dramatic footage.
Hey, good morning, Lindsay. As Jeremy Renner continues to recover from that accident that nearly killed him, we are getting a closer look at just how tense the situation was, with police and medics arriving to a harrowing sight, stunned by what they found, and rushing to provide life-saving care. The newly released body cam video shows the dramatic aftermath of the January 1st snowplow accident near actor Jeremy Renner's house in Nevada that left him with 30 broken ribs, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung.
Right where his blood is at, that's right where it all happened.
The video shows the large emergency response that saved Renner's life and offers more detail about exactly how Renner ended up being crushed by a snowplow after the actor tried to help his nephew.
That's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there. He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Renner himself thought he was in grave danger in those moments.
If I was there on my own, that would have been a horrible way to die. But I wasn't alone. It was my nephew, Sweet Alex, and the rest of the cavalry came.
He spent weeks recovering at renowned regional medical center. And just last week, he returned to the hospital to, quote, revisit the amazing group of people who saved my life. And against all odds, he stepped out onto the red carpet for the premiere of his Disney Plus series, Renovations. A miracle recovery for Renner, who waited 22 minutes for emergency crews to reach him in Lake Tahoe amidst difficult winter conditions.
Are there any obvious injuries?
Yeah, oh my God, yes. He said he's got ribs issues.
Okay.
His right side. Yeah, his right chest and the upper torso. His ribs look like they might be crushed. He's got a head wound as well.
From the brink of death to bouncing back in true superhero spirit.
And Jeremy Renner has joked his calendar is now wide open as this accident completely derailed his plans for the year, but he's excited about that new Disney Plus reality series that serves children's charities. And as for his health, Renner says some good came of the accident. It helped him finally quit smoking. Now, he still has a long road ahead, but what a remarkable recovery he has already made. Lindsay.
Just incredible. Kaylee, thank you so much for that story.
And coming up, making history. The stars of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Bad Cinderella open up about the role that they say is a dream come true.
And she's not the only one. Our very own Joe Fryer is here to show us how they're putting a new spin on the classic story. There he is, Joe.
Hey,
You're going to give us the story in a little bit. Stick with us.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
All right, on today's Good Talker, we're talking about rats. The rats are fighting back, specifically in New York. Just last week, New York City appointed its first ever rat czar to crack down on rodent populations. Well, now on behalf of the furry population, rat ambassadors are starting to squeak up. That's right, rat ambassadors. Meet Runa, an African giant pouched rat at the San Diego Zoo, who's doing her best to counter the bad press. She is one of many rodents placed at 3 U.S. zoos, and they're showing off their traits such as sniffing that they can use to potentially detect diseases and stop trafficking. The rats were provided by a Tanzania-based organization with the hopes of broadening people's understanding of these animals and gain support.
Do you see how big that rat is compared to that hand? That is the size of a cat.
See, those are the stereotypes they're trying to overcome.
Sorry, just what you thought you needed.
Yeah.
Rat video, bright and early.
Rats. So there you have it.
All right, now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity.
Enter the two leading stars of Broadway's Bad Cinderella, the newest Andrew Lloyd Webber musical, which puts a new twist on a classic fairy tale. Well, our very own Joe Fryer got to speak with two of them and joins us now. Joe, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. So it was just 2 days ago that the longest running show on Broadway, Phantom of the Opera, closed after a 35-year run. It was composed, of course, by the legend Andrew Lloyd Webber, who already has a new musical, Bad Cinderella. It opened just last month, featuring 2 young stars, Lady Hanau, who went from business administration degree to Broadway performer, and Jordan Dobson, who, like Hanau, is originating his first leading role on The Great White Way.
witch, a witch. Well, choose one. Every fairy tale for sure can use one.
We all know the story of Cinderella, but we probably don't know the story of bad Cinderella. What are the big differences here?
It's very much an unconventional fairy tale. Cinderella doesn't leave with the prince and her glass slipper like we all know. She's a rebel in her town because she's an outcast. She doesn't fit in because she doesn't want to conform to society and be the way everyone is, dress the same way, compose herself the same way. She's her own person and demands that respect and takes up that space.
Do you feel some of her in you?
Absolutely. She empowers me too. I feel more comfortable in my own skin, demanding the space that I take up and kind of respecting myself in that way. So I really love that.
So this is a musical by someone folks may have heard of named Andrew Lloyd Webber, an up-and-comer in the business.
Possibly.
What does it mean to be in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical?
Oh my goodness, it feels so surreal. I mean, it's just a dream come true.
And for Lanaty Henao, it's a history-making dream. She's the first Latina to originate a lead role in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical.
It's much bigger than me, and I only pray and hope that it opens doors for other people to see themselves represented on stage, because until In the Heights, I never had that. And especially in TV, for a princess, I didn't have a princess that I could look up to that looked like me, sounded like me, or that I could really relate to. To be a part of that is just the honor of my life.
Cinderella is a show that in some form or fashion has been performed many times over many decades. For you guys, what does it mean to have different voices telling these stories?
When we leave the show every night and go out to the stage door and see fans of the show who are waiting, and we see young kids of color look at us and say, oh, I can do that, or I see myself up there, I think that is the biggest gift of what we do.
I used to sit all the way up there, crying hysterically when I would watch a show because I wanted to be up here, and especially when I finally saw myself represented on stage, where knowing in my heart that I could do it and that I could be up here. And so to see that now in this position, to see someone going through that and expressing that to me, it's full circle, and I don't take it lightly.
My understanding is when you were younger, you applied to various theater schools and heard a lot of no's and maybe thought, well, I got to go a different path. How did you get back to your dream, and what's your advice to people who also have that dream that feel like, I don't know if I can get there?
I was told to, audition for these 3 schools. They're the best schools in the country. I was like, okay, I'll audition. If I get in, great. And if not, it's not meant to be. I'm not good enough. That's okay. I didn't get in. Well, I got notice of the open call for On Your Feet, the Gloria Estefan musical, that they were looking for Latinos. What do I have to lose? I took a selfie on my iPhone 4, printed it at Walgreens, and just had theater experience from high school. And I went, and it just reminds me, there's this saying that we say in Spanish, lo que es para ti, nadie te lo quita. What's meant for you is yours, and no one can take that from you. Sometimes it is that opportunity that is meant for you and is there, and you just have to trust yourself enough to go and do it.
Jordan, what's your advice for people who are looking at you right now and saying, I want to do that, I want to be just like Jordan?
Find a community to lean on. I lean on Lanaty, like this is our first time originating lead roles together, and so we're sharing so much of the experience together and sharing our nerves and our excitement. So even being here, you need that sense of community. You need people to lean on, because you can't do anything alone.
Great messages there. Our thanks to Lanaty Henao and Jordan Dobson for taking time to talk with us. Bad Cinderella now on Broadway at the Imperial Theater. I also love that they say they had chemistry tests when they were figuring out who was going to get cast, and that they just knew when they were working together in the audition, the chemistry that they had together.
You can tell how much they support each other.
Exactly. So important.
Joe Fryer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Happening now, police press charges against the white homeowner who prosecutors say shot a black teenager after he rang the wrong doorbell. We're in Kansas City with the latest on the teen's condition and the new information we're learning about the shooting.
Plus, an Ohio grand jury chooses not to charge 8 police officers in the shooting death of a black man. Why jurors say the officers were justified in the killing, and the outrage across the city of Akron this morning.
And new this morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin makes a surprise visit to eastern Ukraine. We have the latest on Russia's efforts to rally its troops as Ukraine braces for more fighting.
Plus, a major cancer breakthrough. What we're learning about a vaccine trial for skin cancer.
Thanks so much for starting your day with us. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Those stories and more in just a few minutes. But first, we want to begin with day one of the landmark defamation case involving Dominion Voting Systems and Fox. The trial is just now getting underway after a brief delay, and the outcome of this case could have far-reaching impacts. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware. So, Emily, you're just stepping out of the courthouse. Set at the scene for us. What's happening right now?
Okay, well, already we are getting a sense for just the high stakes in this trial merely by seeing the attorneys, the team of attorneys for both sides arriving to the courthouse within the last half hour or so. We saw roughly 30 lawyers with the Dominion team proceed into the courthouse, later followed by a team of more than a dozen Fox lawyers. As you mentioned, I was just inside, kind of just to get understand the setting of the courtroom before I had to step outside. All 7 rows already filled to watch this high stakes trial play out. First, what's going to be happening is the jury selection process will be finalized. Lawyers from both sides will have the opportunity to strike a handful of potential jurors, narrowing the pool down to 12 jurors and 12 alternates. Then they will be moving into opening arguments, and we expect to hear from Dominion's team alleging that Fox destroyed its reputation by its hosts and its guests, amplifying false claims of voter fraud, and that Dominion played some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election. On the other side, we will hear from Fox defending its election coverage, saying they should be protected by the First Amendment, and they were merely reporting on extraordinary claims made by the then president. And I think I'm having some audio issues, so I might not be able to hear you guys, but I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Emily, yeah, it appears we lost comms with you, but appreciate your reporting so much. Thank you.
Turning now to calls for justice growing in Kansas City, Missouri. This morning after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers. Kansas City police say the homeowner, 84-year-old Andrew Lester, who is white, is now facing 2 felony counts for the shooting.
A warrant was issued for Mr. Lester's arrest, and bond was set at $200,000.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Kansas City, Missouri with the very latest. Maggie, good morning. So police have issued an arrest warrant for Andrew Lester. What do we know about him and the charges he's now facing?
Yeah, so at last check, Andrew Lester is still not in custody, Zinklea. Again, as you said, that arrest warrant is out, and we also have the probable cause warrant tied to those charges, tied to what we expect to be the looming arrest. And basically, Andrew Lester, as you said, is the white homeowner in this case. He told detectives per that probable cause warrant that he had never seen Ralph Yarl before, the 16-year-old, before Thursday night when this shooting happened. He told detectives that he said he was, quote, scared to death, and that he thought Ralph Yarl was trying to break into his home. That being said, prosecutors say that Yarl was shot through the glass door, the front door of Lester's home. And they also said, as you pointed out, that there is a racial component to this. Obviously, the charges now against Lester speak volumes as to how much they basically believe his story at this point. But we'll see how it plays out, Sinclair.
And Maggie, to that point, the racial component, we know that the family has hired prominent civil rights attorneys Ben Crump and Lee Merritt. I know you spoke to one of them. What exactly did they tell you about the shooting?
Yeah, so we spoke to Lee Merritt yesterday, and he says, and this is really important, he says that Ralph Yarl rang the doorbell Thursday night and then did nothing else. He said there was no jiggling of the door handle. There was no yelling to anyone inside. Basically, in short, he says the teenager did not try to enter the home. And the reason that he says that is because of possible defenses, including self-defense type arguments like stand your ground or castle doctrine, they suspect that Lester might use. So here's more about what Lee Merritt, the attorney for Ralph Yarl and his family, told us about the moments leading up to Thursday's shooting. Take a listen.
As I understand it, the evidence that we have, Ralph simply rang the doorbell and waited for the person in the home to respond. He never used force. He never threatened force. He never appeared to have a weapon. Ralph's specific memory was first being fired upon, struck in the head, and going immediately to the ground. And while he was on the ground, he has a memory of being shot a second time.
And that second shot, according to Merritt and the family, was to Ralph's arm. So 2 gunshot wounds, the first to his head, which left him with, we're told, a fractured skull and a traumatic brain injury. The second one to his arm. We're told Ralph will likely have lifelong injuries to some degree, but that he is home and recovering, and his family is hopeful that it can be close to a full recovery as far as his cognitive ability is concerned, if not a full one. So obviously we're hoping for them as well, as in Clay.
Yeah, we're all hoping for that. Maggie Vespa, thank you. Turning now to another case causing outrage, this one in Ohio. A special grand jury there has decided not to indict 8 Akron police officers in the shooting death of 25-year-old Jalen Walker. Walker was killed by police after being pulled over for an alleged traffic violation last June. Police say he fired a shot from the vehicle before running away, and that a gun was later found in the car. Yesterday, the Ohio Attorney General announced the grand jury concluded the officers were justified in using force. Following the decision, demonstrators took to the streets to protest the grand jury's decision. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Akron, Ohio with the latest. Jesse, good morning. First, walk us through the grand jury's decision here.
Yeah, good morning, Lindsay. And you can see right now it's quiet and peaceful in downtown Akron. It appears to have been largely peaceful, if not entirely peaceful, in terms of demonstrations overnight. We don't have any word on arrests from police at this point, but we're waiting for answers on that front. We don't know much, frankly, about the grand jury's decision. Those are secretive proceedings. We know that 7 of the 9 members of that panel would have needed to find sufficient evidence to issue an indictment. Officials say they cannot share what that vote was, but we do know that they did not meet that 7 of 9 threshold, obviously, on indictments for any of the 8 officers involved in that shooting of Jalen Walker. We are told, however, that the grand jury included 2 black jurors, 3 men, and 6 women. Other than that, we don't have many details about this special group's proceedings, but the Attorney General for the state of Ohio says that they reviewed evidence for more than a week, Lindsay.
And Jesse, we know this, of course, has been a trying time for the Walker family. We know they plan to file a lawsuit. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we know they plan to file a civil lawsuit. They say this will be a wrongful death lawsuit that they plan to file in the months ahead before the 1-year anniversary or by the 1-year anniversary of Jalen Walker's death, which was in late June of last year. Here's part of what an attorney for the family shared yesterday.
I wish you could have been in the home about 4:30 p.m. when I broke the news to the family. I wish you could have heard and felt and seen the screams. There was screaming.
That is an attorney for the family describing sharing the news that a grand jury declined to indict any of the officers. That attorney told me last night that he does not trust the investigative findings from authorities, Lindsay.
Jesse, got to be quick with you here. In terms of protests, what do we see?
Yeah, we're bracing for the potential for more demonstrations today. There are windows boarded up here, others that look like any Main Street USA right now. And again, what we've seen has been largely, if not entirely, peaceful so far, Lindsay.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. This morning, we're learning more about that deadly mass shooting at a Sweet 16 party in Alabama over the weekend. 4 people were killed, dozens more injured when those shots rang out. Those victims, all identified now, ranging in age from 17 to 23. The youngest 3 victims are seniors at a local high school who were supposed to graduate in just weeks. Officials there confirm they're providing counseling to their classmates. The number of injured people also on the rise overnight, increasing from 28 to 32. Authorities say they are still on the hunt for a suspect.
And Russian President Vladimir Putin has visited 2 occupied regions of Ukraine, meeting with military commanders and trying to rally his troops as the war between both countries continues. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Ukraine and joins us now with more. Ellison, good morning. Good to see you. So what do we know about President Putin's trip? When did it happen? And where exactly did he go?
Hey, Clay. So every bit of information we have about this is primarily coming from the Kremlin and Russian state media. They say Russian President Vladimir Putin visited 2 areas that are currently controlled by Russian forces, that he traveled to the Luhansk region and then also to the Russian occupied portion of the Kherson region. And there they released video of it as well. They say that he toured headquarters there, military headquarters in Kherson, and also met with military military leaders. One thing that we are hearing from the Kremlin, a spokesperson says that this video was taken on Monday, but one of the very few Russian independent news outlets, they say and have noted that in some of this video, you hear President Putin make a reference to some of the soldiers about the upcoming Orthodox Easter. That would have been Sunday. Again, the Kremlin is saying this video was taken on Monday. NBC News has not independently verified this video, but this visit is significant for a couple of reasons. One, it is the second time we have seen the Russian president traveled to Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine in the last 2 months. The fact that he's also visiting the region of Kherson, the portion that is controlled by Russia, military analysts say that is significant because it is likely an effort on Russian side to try and boost morale amongst their troops there as Ukrainian forces prepare to launch a spring counteroffensive. Remember, this region is where Russia suffered one of its most embarrassing defeats. This is an area that they took control of fairly early in the full-scale invasion, but back in November, Ukrainian forces were able to take back all of the territory of the Kherson region that is on the right bank of the Dnipro River, as well as the city of Kherson, and forced Russian troops to retreat. So this has been, this is quite frankly a region that is an embarrassment for the Russian military, but something that Ukrainian military were very proud of. And the fact that we are seeing this visit on the heels of what, or in the front of what we expect to soon be a Ukrainian spring offensive is noteworthy. Sinclair.
And Ellison, you touched on it a bit, but there are reports that Ukraine is planning to launch a new counteroffensive this spring. Where exactly do plans stand for that? Tell us more.
Yeah, so we heard from Ukraine's defense minister a couple times this week. Most recently, he sat down and spoke with the Associated Press, and he said that they are still making preparations, that they feel confident that they will be able to take back territory when they do launch this new counteroffensive, but said ultimately when they decide to launch it, it will be when they feel they are prepared. If you think back to those Pentagon leaks, you'll remember that there were some documents in it where U.S. intelligence said in documents dated February 2023 that they thought Ukraine might not be able to make significant territorial gains because they said they didn't have the troops and the weaponry necessary. Ukrainian officials have pushed back very hard on that, saying other countries do not know their secrets, that they are prepared and they will launch the counteroffensive when they know that they are ready and they feel confident they can make gains. Clay.
Important reporting, Ellison Barber in Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Earlier this morning, a court in Moscow rejected an appeal by Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich to be released from pretrial detention. The U.S. citizen was arrested and charged with espionage last month, which he and the U.S. deny. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now for more on this. So, Keir, not entirely surprising, but give us what's the reason the court gave for its rejection of this appeal, and how did Gershkovich seem?
Yeah, not really surprising. A chilling split screen, though, right? Seeing President Putin there on Russian television at the same time as Evan Gershkovich is appearing in a Russian court. He looked relaxed. He looked determined, wearing a pair of jeans and a shirt. A fellow reporter calling out to him, "Stay strong, Evan," inside the courtroom. You're right. It isn't perhaps surprising that he lost his appeal against detention, given that he's facing espionage charges. Those charges, of course, that he vehemently denies, that the Wall Street Journal vehemently denies, that the U.S. government vehemently denies. But all the same, we now look forward to when the actual case will take place, and he will be in this notorious prison in Moscow until then.
What is the U.S. ambassador to Russia saying about this decision, Keir?
He was in there. He was in the courtroom. I came out from the court and spoke almost immediately. Take a listen.
I can only say how troubling it was to see Evan, an innocent journalist, held in these circumstances. The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
Apologies, she was in there, I should have said, of course, and she was with Evan Gershkovich earlier this week. That was the first visit by the U.S. ambassador to Gershkovich in prison, something that the U.S. have been calling for some time, and she talked about wanting to have more access to him while he is being held, and describes him, though, as seeming confident.
What's next, Keir?
Well, he's going to be held now, according to the Russians, until late May. So perhaps that will be a time when we'll begin to see another court hearing and perhaps some of the actual charges discussed in court. But Russian lawyers tell us that these things can take a year to 18 months. And, worryingly, of course, particularly for his family, it can be many, many years in prison if he is convicted.
Keir Simmons, thank you.
You bet.
Turning now to the latest on Capitol Hill, where Republicans and Democrats are butting heads over committee assignments, including the future of Senator Dianne Feinstein's spot on the Judiciary Committee. Here to break it all down for us is NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake, who joins us now from Capitol Hill. Garrett, good morning. So, longtime California Senator Dianne Feinstein had asked to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee as she battled some health issues. But, of course, that plan is now facing some pushback. What exactly is going on? What's the latest there?
Significant pushbacks. And Clay, I think the best way to think about this is most of where the action is going to be in the U.S. Senate for the next couple of months is going to be on the Judiciary Committee. They're trying to move judges to get lifetime appointments. It's really one of the few areas where Joe Biden can push his agenda through a divided Congress. Republicans have looked at the kind of lay of the land here and decided they don't want to make it any easier for Democrats to do that. And replacing Feinstein in a temporary manner on the Judiciary Committee would do just that. We heard from a lot of Republicans yesterday saying we're not going to do anything to make that process easier. And we heard some interesting pushback from some female Republican senators who are close with Feinstein, including Susan Collins, who said, look, she saw this as basically a sexist push to lean on Feinstein to get her to retire. She said she wouldn't support the effort out of a desire to essentially stick up for her friend. So I don't expect to see any action on that anytime in the near future.
I also want to turn to COVID because there's another hearing today on the origins of COVID-19. What should we be expecting from that hearing?
Yeah, look, this is a hearing on this select subcommittee focused entirely on this issue. The witnesses are both political witnesses. One of them is the former director of national intelligence, John Radcliffe, who will say in his statement that he is convinced, based on all the intelligence that he has seen, that it was a leak out of a Chinese laboratory that started the COVID-19 pandemic. But I point out that these are political witnesses because we have seen a lot of debate, recent intelligence community assessments from various branches about where this leak where this pandemic really started. These aren't scientific witnesses. These aren't intelligence community witnesses per se. I think we're probably likely to have more heat shed than light today in that particular hearing.
And Garrett, tomorrow the House Oversight Committee is expected to hold a hearing on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. What are you learning about that? We just have a few moments here.
Yeah, look, this will be fertile ground for Republicans. They have long viewed the Afghanistan withdrawal as perhaps Joe Biden's biggest weakness. They're going to dig into everything about that. Oversight's having this hearing tomorrow. Multiple Republican-led committees in the House are focused on this issue. Expect to see a lot of attention on the Afghan withdrawal in the months ahead, Clay.
All right, we know you'll be on it. Garrett Haake, thanks so much. And severe storms are in the mix in the plains today. So let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, ladies. Yeah, we've got a couple of these showers and even thunderstorms that are going to fire up throughout the day today. And you can see some of that rain already working into portions of southern Texas, stretching from Houston to Brownsville. And that's where we're just starting to see some of that activity. Meanwhile, in parts of the Great Lakes, still picking up on some snow showers. And in the Pacific Northwest, more snow showers and some rain mixing in as well. We've got a couple of systems that we're watching. But this one that is bringing the snow and the cooler air, that's on its way out. But we still, nonetheless, are going to see temperatures well below normal in much of the Midwest through the day today. 46 degrees for Detroit, 41 for Buffalo. Pittsburgh ends up at just 50 degrees, sitting 15 degrees below where we should be for this time of year. So cooler than normal. Doesn't last for long. We start to see some warmer air settling in as we get into tomorrow. It becomes a little more mild, especially for places like Cincinnati, St. Louis, that will flirt with those upper 70s to low 80s and will be above normal. Now, that doesn't last for long. We're kind of on a roller coaster ride here with these temperatures in the next couple of days, because by Thursday, Chicago hits 72 degrees. We have a 10-degree temperature drop just 24 hours after that for Friday afternoon. And we're into the 40s for Saturday plans that you might have in places like Chicago, 50s for St. Louis. So we're going to warm up a little bit and then we're going to cool down. So just bear with me here with how to dress for that. You're going to want to keep at least the jackets out for a little while longer. Now, switching gears and talking about those severe storms that we mentioned, we have our next system that's going to develop and get its act together and move out of the Rockies and into the plains, and that happens through the day today, changing things for the forecast into the afternoon, especially into the evening hours. It looks like we'll see some thunderstorms across much of the plains. Bismarck could see some rain, maybe some snow in places like Montana, but then we'll have the potential to see those severe thunderstorms into the overnight hours tonight, and especially into tomorrow. That's where we'll start to see some of those stronger storms developing. Omaha, Kansas City, Wichita, Oklahoma City, all have the potential to see some isolated hail up to 2 inches. That does include places, again, Omaha, Wichita, and Oklahoma City. You could see some of that large hail as well as the damaging winds and some isolated tornadoes. The line of storms continues to move to the east, so that area will be quiet, but now we'll start to look for places like Chicago, St. Louis, Little Rock, and Houston to have the potential for some of these stronger storms. We'll also have the heavy rain with this, and that means that the flash flooding concern will be there too. But again, another day where damaging hail is a possibility, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and isolated tornadoes too.
Ooh, hopefully no flooding in that area.
Yeah, I mean, Angie, is this level of variation typical?
Temperature-wise, yeah. You know, it's kind of that transitional period of the year where we go from the cool to the warm, and we're trying to figure it out. So not surprising when these systems are working their way east, but when it comes to severe weather, we've already had quite a start to the season, and it's only getting started.
Yeah, just hoping the plants survive it.
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
Angie Lassman, thank you so much. And there's a new breakthrough for cancer treatment that could be on the horizon. New research from a clinical trial for melanoma treatment suggests mRNA vaccines may be the future.
NBC News reporter Kirsten Dahlgren takes a look at the trial results and what it means for cancer patients.
What may be a watershed moment for fighting cancer.
The data were pretty darn impressive.
In a stage 2 clinical trial, researchers like Dr. Jeffrey Weber found adding an mRNA cancer vaccine to standard treatment reduced the chances for melanoma recurrence or death by 44%. Research on the vaccine was started before an mRNA vaccine was used for COVID, and it works similarly. Doctors use a blueprint from a patient's individual tumor to encode a personalized vaccine.
So basically turning your own immune system against the cancer.
That is absolutely correct. Going to generate killer cells that are going to seek out and find the tumor and get rid of it.
In 2019, Gary Keblish got the devastating diagnosis, advanced melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer.
I feel that I probably would have been one of those statistics had I not been involved in the clinical trial.
More than 3 years later, Gary is still cancer-free.
Taking this vaccine has given me freedom.
The vaccine now goes to a much bigger stage 3 clinical trial over the next few years before it could be commercially available. But researchers are hopeful for melanoma and maybe someday other cancers.
And if we get to the point where you can literally prevent almost everyone from relapsing, that's a gigantic win.
Roxy! A win may be one big step closer. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Just incredible research there, hopefully very promising. All right, coming up, Americans in Sudan are on alert this morning as fighting intensifies in the country. One woman currently trapped there joins us next with what she's seeing and how she's staying safe right now.
And later this hour, more workers are suffering from burnout more now than during the height of the pandemic. We'll explain what's behind this new wave of exhaustion. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free
now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back with the latest on the situation in Sudan, which is embroiled in a violent power struggle that has left at least 185 people dead.
Heavy fighting continues for a fourth straight day in the capital, Khartoum. This morning, Al Arabiya television captured this video live, showing the moment a massive explosion rocked the city. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken issued a warning to the rival generals at the heart of the conflict after a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire. Here's what he said about the incident on the sidelines of the G7 in Japan.
All of our people are safe and unharmed. But this action was reckless, it was irresponsible, and of course unsafe. In the calls that I had this morning with Generals Hamedi and Burhan, I made very clear that any attacks, threats, dangers posed to our diplomats were totally unacceptable.
Joining us now to talk more about the situation on the ground is Lakshmi Parthasarathi. She's an American traveler currently in Sudan. Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining us, especially at a time like this. First off, I hope you and yours are keeping safe right now. Can you just tell us a bit about yourself, what brought you to Sudan, and where you're specifically staying, how long you've been there?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm a travel writer and photographer, and so I was traveling to Sudan as a tourist to visit the sites here, learn about the culture, and I've been here for a few weeks, and I came to Khartoum a few days ago and woke up to what I initially thought was a thunderstorm, and it turned out to be all-out war happening right next to an Airbnb that I was staying at, about a few kilometers away from the airport, where that whole area was under siege, and there's just been chaos now for the last few days. Actually, right at this moment, my friend and I were here, hitchhiked south to find water and power because the city center and the areas around there where there's fighting, there's no access to a lot of basic resources. And it's just kind of constant gunshots and sound bombs and shelling, and yeah, it's been a difficult few days. And my thoughts are kind of just with the people that I've seen now here in the city people who are fleeing their homes with their families. It's been a very tough situation for a lot of people.
So, Lakshmi, you said that you hitchhiked to find some resources. Are you still in areas where you're seeing and hearing fighting, and what are some of the locals telling you?
Yeah. So we went 10 kilometers south, and this area had been peaceful, is what the people had said. But actually, last night, a few hours after we arrived, there was a bomb strike on actually this mosque that we are standing in front of at this moment. No one was killed, fortunately, but a lot of people fled this area as well. So the fighting just seems to be escalating and spreading farther and farther out into other parts of the city. So it doesn't really seem like it's clear where there's safety and where there's not. There was a car of army soldiers or militia forces, unclear, kind of going around pointing guns. So it's calm here at the moment, but it's also still very, very tense, unclear what's happening. And people are just not really sure what the next steps are. People that have like a place to go outside of the city, people are trying to get there, but it's also not a safe journey leaving. So right now, the advice has been to like stay inside, but a lot of people don't have resources, so people have to move. It's been tough.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to talk a bit more about that advice to stay inside. I mean, I know the airport is closed right now, and you said it, that it's not clear where is safe and where is not. I know the U.S. State Department has issued an order to stay indoors and shelter with no current plans for evacuations. How are you feeling about that? What's your reaction? Do you feel safe? Are you trying to get out of Sudan?
I'm just kind of waiting and seeing what's going to happen in the coming days. It does not seem like things are de-escalating, and there's definitely areas in the city that do not feel safe at all. I think at the moment, trying to find shelter and stay in place is good advice. Difficult to follow completely, but I'm hopeful that that there'll be areas where, we can stay safe, and that hopefully over like the coming days or weeks or whatnot, we can see some improvement.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's no way to fly out. It's a very, very big country. So to travel to any border to another country is like not an easy journey. So right now, the only thing we can do is just kind of stay here and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of waiting and seeing, and just know that we're keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. Hope you stay safe, stay well, and have the resources you need. Lakshmi, thank you so much.
Just an incredible story. All right, more world headlines now. Vows of unity are emerging from a G7 meeting of foreign ministers in Japan.
Tehran bureau chief and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with other international headlines. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Russia's threat to station nuclear weapons in Belarus and China's coercion of Taiwan have been at the top of the agenda of the three-day G7 summit in Tokyo. The group, which comprises of the United States, Japan, Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Canada, showed a united front, threatening Russia with severe consequences if they use chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons in Ukraine, while criticizing China's intimidation of Taiwan. A massive 2-ton haul of cocaine wrapped in plastic has been scooped up by the police in the sea off eastern Sicily. Authorities believe a cargo ship left it in the sea in order for another vessel to come pick it up, adding that they found around 1,600 packets of cocaine in 70 bundles with an estimated street value of $450 million. And finally, a previously unknown coral reef with a copious marine life has been discovered off Ecuador's Galapagos Islands. The completely pristine reef is roughly 1.2 miles long at a depth of just over 1,300 feet and sits on the summit of a submarine mountain. Over 50% of the coral on the reef is living, which is believed to be several thousand years old. Let's hope our discovery doesn't wipe it out.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Ali. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a man with a plan. President Biden is set to announce new efforts to make childcare more affordable. We'll have that just ahead.
Plus, the results are in and the burnout is real. The new study shedding light on stress in the workplace and what you can do to relax. We'll be right back.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
How do do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storms
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Welcome back. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks later today about the administration's efforts to make child care more affordable.
And meanwhile, another showdown could be coming over the debt ceiling after new comments from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, good morning. Let's go ahead and start with the president's remarks today. What can we expect?
Yeah, and this is something that candidate Joe Biden had really promised, trying to improve and make child care more affordable for millions of families across the country. And in his role as president, what he can do is sign executive action that really starts at sort of the federal government level, directing agencies to try to find places where they can use money that's already been allocated for this to basically make it a bit better. So for instance, for veterans, for home-based care, trying to improve that, trying to raise the pay and benefits for teachers that are a part of the federal Head Start program. And then also looking at places where they feel like this could really be something that is used a little bit more strategically, again, with money that's already been allocated through the Health and Human Services, to try to help so many families who certainly throughout the pandemic and in the aftermath have needed to improve childcare and try to get it to be a little bit more affordable so that so many people can also then return to the workforce. So this is something that the president's going to be talking about today in the Rose Garden. And this is something also that he has laid out in his 2024 budget, but the White House is saying they don't want to wait for Congress to act to already try to make some of these smart decisions to improve this critical industry. Lindsay and Zinclay.
And Monica, I do want to turn to the latest on the debt ceiling limit fight in Washington. We know House Speaker Kevin McCarthy gave remarks at the New York Stock Exchange just yesterday, and while there, he laid out some of House Republicans' plans to address the limit. So what were some of the big takeaways and the president's reaction to it?
So this battle has really been brewing for months since we knew that the U.S. was heading toward what ultimately would be an unprecedented situation since the United States has never before defaulted on its ability basically to borrow. So this is all about raising the debt ceiling, something that the deadline loosely has been pointed to as June or so. And so that is why you saw the president and the White House unveil their budget in the last couple of months. And they're asking Republicans to now put forth their plan. And they're saying they will do that in the coming weeks, though Speaker McCarthy was not providing tons of specifics in this speech yesterday. But this just continues to be basically a really high stakes game of chicken. Here is how the speaker put this in his remarks yesterday.
If Washington wants to spend more, it'll have to come together to find savings elsewhere. Just like every single American household does. Our proposal will also restore work requirements that ensure able-bodied adults without dependents earn a paycheck and learn new skills. That will grow our economy and help the supply chain.
So Republicans are really pitching spending cuts here. The White House says this is not a place for negotiation. It's too critical. And so we saw Speaker McCarthy come to the White House after he took that new leadership position and speak with the president. But since then, there haven't really been any clear meetings about what happens next. So clearly talks need to take place. But again, this is a president who has said, I'm not going to get into some of the nitty gritty. This is too important for the country. I think, maybe.
Monica, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to your weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at burnout in the workplace and why some say it's worse than it was at the height of the pandemic.
Plus, we're going to dig into the laws of attraction between people, that is. We're going to explain why shared interests might not play as big of a role in falling in love than we previously thought.
So let's dig into it with Dr. Soumya Dave to help break down some of these headlines. She's a psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family. Thank you so much for being with us. So let's start with stress in the office. A new Aflac report shows that many employees feel burnout is actually worse now compared to the height of the COVID pandemic. That's kind of surprising. So what exactly is leading to more burnout, and what are employees looking toward to ease that stress?
So people have really been through so much, right? They're dealing with inflation, rising costs of living, layoffs, so many different stressors, and burnout occurs when stress is prolonged. Now, in terms of what to do about it, I like to divide it into two steps. The first step being awareness. So identify that this is what's going on. Have you been feeling depleted for a long time? And can you know that this is the cause of it, that you're feeling burned out? The second step is to take action. Now, that action can mean reframing how you're thinking about your work. Are there positive aspects of your work that you can focus on? Are there benefits to your long-term goals that you're getting out of your job? Are there opportunities to take time off or reevaluate your career to work more flexibly? And for some people, it might mean actually thinking about a career pivot or a transition of some sort altogether. And then, of course, prioritizing sleep, self-care, setting boundaries, saying no to things that aren't restoring you, and really just remembering that this is the result of long-term depletion. So whatever helps you feel restored should go to the top of your priority list.
Yeah, really interesting, that graphic we were just showing. I mean, flexible scheduling, that's what people want. Not necessarily permanently working from home, but, you know, work with me. All right, doctor, let's turn to matters of the heart. New research suggests shared interests, so liking the same music, sharing a political view, maybe a bit of an illusion. Why is that? And does this mean we maybe shouldn't be so quick to write someone off?
So this is so interesting, right? We like sharing things in common with people. We like having common interests. And essentialism is this idea that when we share certain traits with a person, we also share the same essence as a person, right? So we think that sharing one similarity means we naturally share so many more. There was really, really interesting research done about this with the lead author, Dr. Charles Chu. So many great findings. And one that really stood out was that when people found that they shared the same interest in an artist, so they were both fans of an artist's work, they also thought that that meant they shared the same worldview. So we can sometimes think that one part equals to a whole. That might or might not be necessarily true. So I think it's always a good reminder to think about, how are we making assumptions about people? Where are we filling in the blanks? And is there an opportunity to dig in deeper, because human beings are complex?
And Dr. Dave, we just have a few moments here, but I wanted to talk about new polling from YouGov and Vox. It found that younger generations are turning to voice messaging or voice memos as a preferred way to talk. Why is that going on? Why is that happening?
So I'm getting more of these too, okay? I don't know if everyone else feels this way. I definitely am getting more of these as well. And what I found is that people are really exhausted with technology, right? So the idea of picking up the phone and having a full conversation sounds overwhelming. Things can get lost in translation and text messages. It can be hard to convey the full scope of it. A voice note is a low-stakes, low-pressure way to communicate with someone, have them hear your voice, which helps us feel comforted and more connected, and also tell a story in some way, right? Because you can speak for minutes, and unless you've changed your default settings, the voice note will disappear in a couple of minutes. So knowing that it might disappear also takes the pressure off as well.
It's so funny because I got this and I tried to send one back and I couldn't figure it out. I don't know if that makes
I
sense.
I can't do it.
It's a good way to make sure things don't get lost in translation. Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up, he's a big deal, and he just made a really big deal. We are talking about Eagles QB Jalen Hurts, just signed a record-breaking contract extension with the team.
We'll tell you about it and how it could change the NFL. That's next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here. How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We've got the latest on a blockbuster deal in professional football. Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts made history a little more than 2 months ago when, for the first time ever, he was one of 2 black quarterbacks playing in the Super Bowl.
Well, now Hurts is making history on the field again, signing a record-setting contract extension that makes him the NFL's highest-paid player ever. For more on this, we're joined by Zach Berman. He reports on the Eagles for The Athletic. Zach, good morning. We're talking about a lot of money. So yes. How did this deal come to be? How was he able to get it?
Well, he earned it, and that's the place to start. He's someone who, from the time he was drafted as a second-round pick in 2020 to now, has simply improved every season. He went from backup to a starter trying to keep his job to the franchise player. And so this contract here, where based on annual average salary, average annual salary rather, he's the highest paid player in the league. He got it because he plays quarterback as well as anyone in the league. He was number 2 in the MVP voting last year, brought the Eagles to the Super Bowl. So he earned this deal.
And you said it, right? He earned it. Hurts clearly had a great year this past season with the Eagles, and somehow he's only 24 years old. Very impressive. But also impressive is the fact that his deal was negotiated by Nicole Lynn, and it's believed to be the largest ever contract completed by a female agent. Pretty cool. So how significant is the deal closed by a black woman? What does it say about the state of the industry right now?
Yeah, it's a credit to Nicole because this is a record-setting deal. This is a deal that sets the market for quarterbacks here, and that's what an agent's supposed to do is get the best deal for the client. And so it's a credit to Nicole that this was completed, because oftentimes these can become acrimonious. You've seen that elsewhere where the two sides can't agree, and the fact that Jalen Hurts' side with Nicole leading it, and then the Eagles were able to find that middle ground here, reach a deal that worked for both sides, and the significance of it for Nicole Lynn should not be understated.
There's another high-profile name, Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. He's reportedly looking for a similar deal, maybe even more guaranteed money. So does this kind of contract, does this deal sort of set the stage? How does this change the landscape?
Yeah, well, what this does, I think, is it sets the market. It shows this is the going rate for top quarterbacks, for MVP caliber quarterbacks, which Lamar Jackson is. Now, every situation's different, and you just spoke about the agency. In Lamar Jackson's case, he represents himself, right? So there are maybe different variables at play. Also, Lamar Jackson is later on in his career, he's a free agent with a franchise tag. So there are variables that are different than the Jalen Hurts situation. But what the Jalen Hurts deal does is it now sets the going rate for top quarterbacks. So this can be used as a new template for whether it's Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert.
All right, Zach Berman, thanks so much for breaking that down for us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Let's go to some financial headlines. David's Bridal Stores announcing the company is filing for bankruptcy. They just did that Monday.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with this and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, Lindsay, good morning to you. That's right. So David's Bridal has filed for bankruptcy. This is the second time in the past 5 years. And the move comes just days after the retailer said it was laying off more than 9,000 workers. The company says stores will remain open and business will continue as usual while it looks for a buyer. Orders will still be fulfilled and customers can still take advantage of Diamond, which is the company's rewards program. Ernst & Young plans to cut about 3,000 jobs in the U.S. The decision comes about a week after the company halted efforts to split its auditing and consulting businesses. The Big Four accounting giant cites economic conditions, a strong employee retention rate, and overcapacity in parts of the firm as reasons for the job cuts, which represent about 5% of its U.S. workforce. Apple has opened its first retail store in India today. CEO Tim Cook was on hand to open the doors at the location in Mumbai. Apple has operated in India for more than 25 years, but primarily sells products through authorized retailers and a website it launched a few years ago. It only has about a 3% market share in the country, trailing well behind the likes of Samsung and China's Xiaomi. So there you have it.
Okay, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
All right, everybody, coming up, a streaming snafu.
Yeah, Netflix is doing damage control after a highly anticipated live event did not happen as planned. We'll give you the lowdown next on Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family. We are back now with a gem that is one of a kind. No, we're not talking about zinc clay. We are talking about a ruby worth more than 55 carats, and it is poised to become the world's largest gem to appear at auction. It is called the Star of Fura in Portuguese. It was found less than a year ago in the southern African nation of Mozambique. The auction house estimates it'll rake in more than $30 million. That would make it the largest and most expensive ruby ever sold at an auction. The gem will make its way to New York to be auctioned in June after going on display in China, Singapore, Geneva, and Dubai.
Well, I'm glad it's coming to New York because, you know, folks, I'm on the market for a ring. So.
Yeah, that is the only way I will get near something that valuable, is seeing it through a case.
Yes, love it, Lindsay. Thank you. And finally, at this hour, we told you yesterday, love is not blind. It's delayed. Netflix continues receiving backlash from fans after the highly anticipated live reunion of the series Love is Blind would not load for many viewers on Sunday.
So several attempts to get the show back on the air. Eventually, the streaming giant opted to tape the event, and they said, look, we're sorry. Look at this, the statement here on the screen. We are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. But this didn't stop fans from voicing their frustrations on social media.
Who's getting fired on Netflix tonight? Who?
What are you doing?
I'm literally watching Love is Blind through TikTok Live because of friggin' Netflix.
Bro!
To be up in the prices and to prevent password sharing, and you have us waiting for an hour and a half?
People clearly upset. Yeah, some good points there. So joining us now to dig into them is entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Baltazar. Brian, good morning.
Hey, Brian.
So much TV drama, so much delay. So was the reunion ultimately worth the wait? Walk us through what people have been saying about it after it was posted.
Oh, boy. Well, it turns out that a lot of people say that it wasn't. So, you know, we are trained to see all the tea spilled on these specials. And it turns out whether it was a snafu from those technical problems throwing people off, or perhaps the host, some say, it just was not well received. So I think we have a few tweets that we have coming up here. One of them, well, there's the big screen that most people saw. Instead of Love is Blind, you were seeing this. It's kind of ironic that the show is about not seeing the one you love right away. That was the case with the special. But basically, people, as you can see, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez was saying, someone called Lucia the seamstress to fix this. This is one of the women on the show who, well, it's actually a woman in a hometown who fixed a guy's pants just before he was getting married. So it's a reference to a woman on the show. Karamo saying the error message was sending him Chris Hayes, our own. And that's what's interesting, too. You know, like members of the media and media companies were also responding. Bravo had something fun and snarky to say. So did Blockbuster. But it turns out that what happens then, you know, at the end of the day, you want to see some juice happen. And apparently it just wasn't happening. You know, Andy Cohen actually said, you know, there's a reason these things aren't live, because sometimes, say, these Housewives specials, they'll shoot them for hours to get the best hour edited down.
Yeah,
and
I'm still waiting for Vanderpump. I mean, they just shot that, and like, when am I going to get to see that?
Exactly. And I mean,
right,
Brian,
well, they're ensuring you that you get the best moments, right? Yeah. And that's what didn't happen here.
And you mentioned sort of the controversy surrounding Vanessa and Nick Lachey around their hosting style. Can you dig into that a little?
Yeah, well, some people were saying that they were a little bit, Vanessa in particular, was too favorable to the women, right? Nick didn't say enough, and that they didn't drill down deeply enough into some of these topics. And I think that's partly because of the time constraint they were under. They had to cram it all into what ended up being 90 minutes. But it's just really hard to get people's emotions heightened on the first question. And so people were saying even that Vanessa was pressing too hard about having babies and whether they had had sex yet. So people were really tough on this, but I think people were set off by what was a really terrible misstep in the very beginning, and it may have set the tone for the whole night.
So, Brian, where do you see this going here? I mean, is Netflix learning some things here? We just heard that person on TikTok say, look, you're raising prices. You're locking me out from letting my nephew and my cousin use this. And also, is the industry watching this, too, and thinking, all right, let's not do that?
Yes, they are watching. In fact, Netflix's earnings report is released today. And of course, you want to talk about what the future is for Netflix at the same time. you know, it's a good thing this didn't happen with the Chris Rock special. I think the backlash would have been even far greater. But, you know, it's not like live is an unprecedented thing. We're live right now, so it shouldn't really be that hard for Netflix to figure out. But I think all eyes are going to be on them about what they schedule next, and the stakes are going to be really high for them to get that right. Most streamers love to say that the demand broke the internet, but Netflix hasn't really said that. They haven't said it was too many people. And so I'm really curious to see what has happened. I think they're being really quiet about it. They have a lot to figure out before they do this again.
All eyes on this one. Love is blind, but not patient.
I think Brian was saying if we could figure it out, they should be. I don't know. Was that thinking
No,
about
I mean,
it's not as easy as
live is
people
done
think.
all the time, every day. They should be able to figure it out, right?
Let them know, Brian.
I was praying my Zoom wouldn't freeze during that moment, by the way.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, April 18th. Appeal denied. The Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia makes his first court appearance. What happens next in his fight for freedom and what we're now hearing from his family.
Conflicting stories. The man accused of shooting a 16-year-old in Kansas City is arrested. What he's telling police as the teen's mother speaks out about her son's difficult road to recovery.
Banning TikTok. Montana is one step closer to blocking the popular app. Why people there say the bill should be thrown out and what it could mean for a federal ban.
Dress woes. David's Bridal files for bankruptcy for the second time in 5 years. The new concerns for soon-to-be brides ahead of the busy wedding season.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're glad you could be with us. We begin with the Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich in Russia. Today, the journalist's appeal against the pre-trial detention was rejected by a Moscow court. This means he will remain in a Russian jail until he goes on trial.
Now, this is the first time we have seen Gershkovich since his arrest. He appeared inside a glass box, staying in the prison that Russia uses for prominent political dissidents. Gershkovich was arrested last month on allegations of spying. His lawyer and the Wall Street Journal strongly deny those allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now. So, Megan, first of all, tell us what this all means for Gershkovich's case going forward, and what are we hearing from his family right now?
Well, you know, this is what was expected. They did this appeal. It was rejected. It was denied by the judge. That was something that was expected. But what it means is that he will remain in jail until his trial. And, of course, this is something completely different from what happens in the United States, a completely different ballgame where you don't have the right to a fair and speedy trial. So it is likely it will be months and months and months before he goes to trial, and he will remain behind bars. Now, his attorney earlier today mentioned that the parent company for the Wall Street Journal even offered up more than $600,000 for his bail. Of course, that too was rejected. And you know, you talk about his parents. They sat down with the Wall Street Journal just a couple of days ago, his colleagues at the Wall Street Journal, and they opened up about their concern. Obviously, they're devastated that this has happened. They talked about how they were concerned for his safety being in Russia as one of the few American journalists that are there, but that he had this duty, they said, to be able to tell this all-important story. And then earlier today, we heard remarks from the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, and I want you to listen to a little bit of what she had to say.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
And, you know, it's very interesting to hear her say that because, you know, I've been talking to people today who say, look, this is another opportunity. We've got a detained American in Russia, wrongfully detained. It's another opportunity to bring to light Paul Whelan's case. As you just heard from the ambassador there, he's going on 5 years wrongfully detained in Russia. Obviously, he wasn't a part of that prisoner swap that we saw with Brittany Griner. The hope moving forward, the Kremlin has said they're not even going to talk about a potential prisoner swap until he goes to trial. But in the event that that does happen, the hope, of course, is that Paul Whelan will be a part of that as well.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, thank you.
In Missouri, the Clay County Prosecutor's Office has officially charged the homeowner who police say shot a black teenager. Now, lawyers for that teen, 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, say that he rang the wrong doorbell when trying to pick up his twin brothers.
The homeowner is 84-year-old Andrew Lester. He is facing 2 felony counts, including assault in the first degree and armed criminal action. The Clay County prosecutor says Lester is not currently in custody, but a warrant is out for his arrest. The prosecutor also said there was a racial component to this shooting, but did not give further details about that. We have NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton on set with us now. So, Antonia, police had a chance to talk finally with 16-year-old Ralph Yarl. It cannot be underscored how miraculous it was that he has woken up and is actually out of the hospital at this point. Talk about what he said to officers about what happened and how that conflicts with what the shooter says.
That's right, Vicki. And you're right to emphasize just how miraculous this is. He's now made his way home. Thankfully, he's out of the hospital, recovering with family. And the 16-year-old, who by all accounts is a high-achieving student, someone whose teachers and classmates say was a leader in the band at school, they're all in shock over this. But what the young man has described is going to the door, thinking that he was at the right home to pick up his twin siblings, and ringing the doorbell, and being shot twice through a glass door that separated him and Andrew Lester. His family has described pretty gruesome details of how he then stumbled out into the street and went to 3 different neighbors' homes before he was finally able to get any kind of assistance or someone to call authorities and medical EMS for help for him. The accused, Andrew Lester, described to authorities being afraid upon seeing Ralph Yarl at the door, saying that because he lives alone and is elderly, that he was frightened, and that's why he grabbed his shotgun. But as you mentioned, there's allegedly this racial component to this, and community members are furious. They feel like they're getting drips of details, but they're not getting the full story here. They don't know why the prosecutor said that without backing it up with additional information. Right. And there's also this anger, of course, because the shooting happened days ago, about why he's still not in custody at this point, Vicki.
You know, NBCNews.com spoke exclusively with a good Samaritan who came in and helped Ralph Yarl when it seemed like no one else was. What did he say about what happened here?
That's right. And his account is matching what the family has described about him stumbling out into the road, trying to find somebody who would help him. This man, James Lynch, describes having showered, being in his regular evening routine, and hearing noises out on the street, and coming out and seeing Ralph Yarl in distress. He rushed to him, gave him support, describes holding onto his hand really tight as Ralph struggled to describe to him basic things like, you know, where he went to school, what his name was, why he was there. And he stayed with him. Another neighbor rushed out to support him, but they were worried that he was dead. You know, that's how dire the situation was that day. And so, you know, he described these sort of heroic in the moment actions, but the family is still reeling. And, you know, he is lucky right now, it seems, to be alive.
Reeling, but grateful that he is there at home with them right now. Antonia Hilton, thank you for your reporting. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is ramping up his battle against Disney. DeSantis says a new bill is in the works to block the company from sidestepping state oversight of its theme parks.
He is also floating the idea of building a state prison right next to Walt Disney World. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is tracking the fallout here. So, Gabe, first of all, break down what this legislation would actually do and tell us how's Disney responding.
Hi there, Joe and Vicki. Well, this is something that is in the works in the Florida legislature, according to Ron DeSantis. And the governor wants the state to have oversight of Disney's rides and monorails. And, of course, this all comes after a clash that extends into last year when Disney came out against the Parental Rights and Education bill, which critics called the Don't Say Gay bill, that banned classroom discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through 3rd grade in Florida. Well, since then, there have been a war of words between Disney and DeSantis over the last few months. And just a short time ago, a few weeks ago, it came out that the outgoing board that oversaw Disney, the special tax district that Disney is a part of, the outgoing board had struck an agreement with the company, essentially sidestepping some of the state oversight that DeSantis was proposing. Yesterday, he came out strongly against it. Take a listen to some of what the governor had to say at a news conference yesterday.
This was basically a sham agreement, that this was just a corporation doing an agreement for itself. They're going to live under the same laws as everybody else, pay their fair share of taxes, and honor the debts that they've accumulated over these years.
Now, Disney has no comment on DeSantis' remarks, but earlier this month, CEO Bob Iger said that he thought it was wrong that the governor was going after a company for expressing freedom of speech.
Quickly,
So,
Gabe.
Vicky.
Oh, we're running out of time. All right. Thank you so much, Gabe. We appreciate it. Well, we're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. As companies look for new ways to find and keep employees in today's tight labor market, many are offering more benefits for mental health. Some business execs say carving out extra personal days and creating on-site respite rooms are crucial to attracting new workers.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Boza joined us now. So, Deirdre, what mental health benefits are companies offering?
Well, exact policies, they vary, but generally companies are offering workers time away from the office to focus on mental health. Some companies are dedicating several days a year for employees to unplug, completely closing their doors outside of normally scheduled holidays. Others are offering workers extra paid time off to recover from traumatic events. Meantime, Elon Musk says that he is diving into the AI race. In an interview, the Tesla and Twitter CEO said the platform, which he may call Truth GPT, will challenge AI offerings from Microsoft and Google. Musk criticizing those two companies, saying that Microsoft-backed OpenAI has trained its software to lie, and accusing Google co-founder Larry Page of not taking AI safety seriously. The Tesla CEO has reportedly been poaching researchers from Google to launch his rival operation, despite previous warnings about AI's risk to society. Finally, NFL quarterback Jalen Hurts signing a record-breaking $255 million five-year contract extension with the Philadelphia Eagles. The agreement makes him the highest-paid player in NFL history at an average of $51 million. Must be nice, guys.
$51 million bucks a year. Not bad.
No,
all right.
not
CNBC Tech
Not
Check
bad.
anchor Deirdre Boza, thank you so much.
Coming up, Montana lawmakers have voted to ban TikTok. What this could mean for the app's future in the United States. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Leslie?
Well, lawmakers on Capitol Hill argue over the future of TikTok. Montana could become the first state to ban downloads of the app. A bill passed Friday would make it illegal for app stores to offer TikTok for download and for TikTok to operate within the state.
So many layers to this. If you already have TikTok on your phone, you would still be able to use it under this ban. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz takes us through this bill that is now on its way to the governor's desk.
Montana TikTokers saying they are not happy about the prospect of their favorite app being banned in Big Sky country.
It's absolutely dumb and ludicrous for the state of Montana to be banning TikTok.
If it's such a huge threat to our national security, we need to know exactly what that threat is. Nobody's telling us.
But the bill's sponsor says the threat from China is clear, and she hopes to send a message to Washington.
After years of investigative reporting, we now know this to be true. TikTok endangers the safety of Montanans and Americans at large.
Around half the states and the federal government already banned TikTok on government devices. This bill, backed by Montana's GOP-controlled legislature, would go even further, prohibiting downloads of TikTok in the state and penalizing mobile app stores or TikTok up to $10,000 a day. It does not apply to individual TikTok users and wouldn't take effect until January 2024. Some small business owners who depend on the app for marketing say they don't like the idea.
I would say that this is trying to ban TikTok is sort of censorship in its, finest form.
A spokesperson for TikTok called the bill, quote, egregious government overreach and said the issue will be decided in court, adding the bill's champions have admitted they have no feasible plan for operationalizing this attempt to censor American voices. Without citing specific examples, the bill claims TikTok gathers significant information and accesses users' data against their will to share with the People's Republic of China. Testifying before Congress last month, TikTok CEO said parent company ByteDance is not controlled by the Chinese government.
Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it.
The White House has given the company an ultimatum: sell the app or face a ban in the U.S.
Senate Bill 419 has passed the House.
Until then, legislators in this deep red state say TikTok represents an espionage threat more significant than any high-altitude balloon.
Whatever information the balloon gathered, it surely fell short of China's other surveillance tool, TikTok.
Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
A lot of food for thought there. TikTok says it will likely take action to prevent the Montana bill from becoming law.
But if the bill does get the governor's signature, well, NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward takes a look at the major obstacles the state will have in actually enforcing the ban.
If Montana lawmakers have their way, then on January 1st, 2024, Montana will become the first state in the nation and in American history to ban a social media platform for all its citizens, residents, and visitors. Anybody inside Montana state lines would, in theory, be not allowed to download or use TikTok. Now, the feasibility of this, according to TikTok, is not entirely clear. The company says that even the bill's champions say they can't operationalize this, and they call it the potential for censorship of Americans. But it is not entirely clear whether the onus would actually fall on lawmakers to figure out how this would work, or if instead lawmakers would simply impose a fine on TikTok such that TikTok would have to figure this out on its own, or perhaps the handset makers, Apple, Google, and others would have to sort out how they keep this off of people's phones that are inside Montana state lines. Now, how would this apply, for instance, to those inside the tribal territories? There are 7 of them inside Montana. All of that, of course, remains to be seen. The larger issue here, of course, is this question of both national security. Speaking to intelligence experts, they tell me that TikTok, like any social media platform, is an extraordinary way of keeping tabs on the habits and physical locations of huge swaths of the populace. But then there is also, of course, the broader issue of there being a lack of data privacy and data data transparency laws at the federal level here in the United States. We simply do not have laws on the books that make it possible to regulate a platform like this across the nation, in spite of more than 6 years of hearings on the subject and a general public sense of favor for trying to take some sort of control of how social media works in this country. Nothing has come out of Washington, and that is why, of course, we're getting to this place where Montana becomes the first of what could wind up being a patchwork of states across the country that very much regulate the way we see the internet. You could have very much a different internet depending on where you go. Cross into Montana state lines, your experience entirely different from going to a neighboring state. It's a very strange new world we're facing, historic, and of course stems from this lack of federal regulation, which means that states like Montana are taking this kind of extreme action. Back to you.
Jake Ward, thank you. Really a lot of insight there on the complications of, even if everybody is in favor of it, how do you enforce it? And then what about the slew of lawsuits that's bound to come?
Political ramifications, tech ramifications, it goes on and on. All right, up next, the new body cam footage showing the moment after actor Jeremy Renner was crushed by a giant snowplow, plus his road to recovery later in our hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
After recent toxic fires and hazardous train derailments, people across the country say their families are now at risk of long-term health risks. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello spoke with some of them about the specific changes they want to see.
From that massive fire in Georgia to a chemical spill near Philadelphia, the train derailment in East Palestine and the plastics fire in Richmond, Indiana, fear of the unknown is most terrifying. The EPA finding hydrogen cyanide, benzene, chlorine, and carbon monoxide.
It's hard for me to breathe. My lungs are hurting. I have extremely bad headaches.
Lynn Childers already had emphysema. He lives 5.5 miles from the Richmond fire and was outside gardening with his great-grandchild.
And this black looked like soot or something falling from the sky.
Sharice Munyon lives in East Palestine.
I'm concerned with myself, but I want to make sure that my kids are going to be okay.
A coalition of groups working to track and prevent chemical disasters estimates there's a chemical fire, explosion, or toxic release every other day in this country.
That is just simply too much. You can't smell cancer on your skin, right? So these chemicals can do harm either immediately or over a long period of time.
The coalition wants stronger EPA regulations on hazmat storage, switching to safer alternatives, and informing communities and firefighters of the toxins in their backyards. Lung experts warn even minimal exposure to some toxins can do lasting damage.
The effects can last for some time, and how long? Could be weeks, could be months, could be years.
Lynn Childers is most concerned for his 4-year-old great-grandchild.
My time probably is short in this life, but my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, what's the long-term health effects of this going to be on her?
Tom Costello, NBC News.
A mother in southern Maine is suing her child's former school, claiming the school didn't tell her that her child was using a different gender identity. Now, in the lawsuit filed in federal court, the mother's attorneys say what the school did is unconstitutional, while LGBTQ advocates say the school was doing right by the student. Here's David Guilford with our Portland, Maine affiliate WCSH.
If a child identifies themselves with a different gender at school than they do at home, does the school have a constitutional responsibility to tell that child's parents? That's the core of an argument that started here at the Great Salt Bay School in Damariscotta, and it's one that's already gained national attention. Amber Levine of Newcastle is suing the school. Last December, Levine said she found a chest binder used to flatten someone's breasts in her 13-year-old child's room. Levine says the school either provided it or helped obtain it. Then she alleges she learned the school began using different pronouns and names for her child, all without telling her. Her attorneys say that violates Levine's 14th Amendment rights to liberty, arguing the public school infringed on her freedom to educate and raise her child as she saw fit. Those attorneys work for the Goldwater Institute, a conservative think tank based in Arizona that has thrown its weight behind gay and trans cases in the past. Adam Shelton is representing Levine.
What we're saying is that once school officials take an active step with regards to any sort of decision that directly affects the mental health or physical well-being of a child, they must tell the parents. But it's only once the school officials take some sort of affirmative step on their end with respect to a child.
We reached out to the school and the district for comment, but have not yet received a reply. Meanwhile, Mary Bonato, an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, or GLAD, said schools have a responsibility to parents, yes, but their first priority is to the well-being and learning environment for their students.
This is a legal complaint of a parent against a school for doing what schools are supposed to do, which is to be student-centered and to make sure that when students come to school, they have a safe, welcoming, supportive environment where they can be comfortable in their own skin and do what they are supposed to do at school, which is to be able to learn and develop.
And that was David Guilford with our Portland, Maine affiliate WCSH reporting.
All right, up next, the family of Jayland Walker is taking action, what they are now doing after an Ohio grand jury decided against bringing charges in his death. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Really, Joe, the possibilities are almost endless.
So many possibilities.
So many places. Your news continues right after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
And we're back on this Tuesday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now, President Joe Biden is signing an executive order today detailing nationwide child and home care policies. Officials say the order is expected to advance affordable caregiving options and expand access to long-term care and to child care.
A New York man is being accused of shooting and killing a 20-year-old woman after she pulled into his driveway by mistake. Police say Kaylin Gillis was looking for a friend's house Saturday night when she pulled onto the property of 65-year-old Kevin Monahan. Authorities say Monahan fired the fatal shot as Gillis realized she was at the wrong home and was trying to leave. Monahan is facing charges of second-degree murder.
And Variety is reporting that actor Jonathan Majors is being dropped by his talent manager 3 weeks after facing domestic violence charges. Neither Majors nor his attorney have responded to Variety's reporting. Majors was arrested in New York last month and charged with assault and harassment surrounding a domestic dispute with a 30-year-old woman. Majors and his legal team have denied the assault allegations, saying that evidence exists that would clear the actor of the charges.
Opening statements are expected to begin next hour in a high-stakes defamation case against Fox News. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network for $1.6 billion.
Dominion is accusing Fox News of damaging its reputation by spreading false claims that its voting machines rigged the 2020 election. A spokesperson for Fox calls the lawsuit a political crusade intended to generate headlines.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is live outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Emily, good to see you. So you've actually been inside the courthouse today. Walk us through what's expected to happen.
Good to be with you both. Well, today is a moment 2 years in the making. The $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit was filed back in 2021. And so this high stakes trial, the jury has officially been empaneled. 12 jurors, 12 alternate jurors, and they were given the instructions to avoid looking at social media over the next 5 to 6 weeks. Also avoid talking about the case at all with anyone else. And you're seeing kind of the significant efforts to maintain their privacy, including they were only being referred to by numbers throughout the jury selection process, which has played out for the last several hours. Right now, what is happening, a lunch break, and then they will return for opening statements. But already we're really getting a sense for just the high stakes nature of this trial. We saw it in merely the way that both legal teams entered the courthouse behind me. Some 30 plus people, part of the legal team for Dominion alone, in an organized fashion entering into the building. I was briefly in the courtroom earlier this morning, and I can tell you people are packed in there like sardines, journalists, members of legal teams, members of the public, filling all 7 rows in this highly watched case, guys.
No shortage of attorneys in this one. So, Emily, the trial's expected to last up to 6 weeks, and some pretty big names could be called to testify. Who and how soon?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of Fox's biggest names could take the stand. As I mentioned before, opening statements are expected to get underway in the next hour or so. Each side will have about an hour and a half, and so that will take us to the end of the day. So we likely won't see any witnesses take the stand until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Some of the names that we could see and hear from, well, Fox Corporation Chairman Rupert Murdoch. Also, as I mentioned before, some of the most popular hosts, including Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Brett Baer, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa. Emily, thank you so much.
Well, Joe, the family of Jalen Walker, the 25-year-old black driver who was shot and killed by police in Akron, Ohio last year, that family is planning to file a civil lawsuit. The attorney for the family confirmed the plans to NBC News after a grand jury declined to charge the 8 officers involved in Walker's death. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us live now from Akron, Ohio. Ron, walk us through the evidence the grand jury was presented with, and what more do we know about this civil suit the Walker family says they're now planning to file?
Well, the key piece of evidence was
body camera video and video from another police car's dash cam that showed Walker, the police said, firing a shot at the police at one point during the chase. There's a muzzle flash that you see. There was a shell casing recovered that matched a gun that he had on the seat of his car, which police were not aware of when they chased him, but they say that he fired first. Then when they caught up with him, he bolted out of the car with a mask on. Police say that they tried to tase him. He kept going, and they say they only fired at him when he turned around in what they perceived as a threatening manner, again, thinking that he had a gun because he'd already fired a shot. The family, a lot of people in this community, think the bottom line problem is that there never should have been a chase in the first place, because this all started because of a faulty license plate light on this car. And that is what led to his death. And here and across the country, in a lot of communities, people are wondering, why should police be chasing someone because of something like that? It can be done in a much different way. If you know the person, you send them a summons or what have you. So there's that part of the controversy that, yes, the police say they were justified in what they did by firing and defending themselves, they would argue. But on the other side, the family and others are saying this never should have happened in the first place.
It escalated so quickly. We know there were protests last night there, Ron. What is it like there today? And what is the community reaction to the grand jury not charging these officers?
It's very quiet. Overnight, there were 6 arrests, police say. The biggest problem was a caravan of some 60 vehicles that were going through the city, and there were some altercations between police and people in this caravan. They were driving to sensitive sites, to places around the city to just voice their opinion and their disappointment and their anger about what's happened, the decision not to charge any of the officers. Now attention is focused on the police internal investigation that's going to happen. And there are calls here for the Justice Department to launch a federal investigation, what's called a pattern and practices investigation of the Akron Police Department from top to bottom, not just this particular case. And of course, there's the family's civil lawsuit, which they say they're going to file before the anniversary of Jalen's death, which is, of course, in June.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you so much.
We're now getting a firsthand look at what happened in the moments after a giant snowplow crushed actor Jeremy Renner. Body cam video shows a team of first responders rushing to save his life. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has more on the dramatic rescue and Renner's road to recovery. And we do want to warn you, some of this video is graphic.
Hey there, as Jeremy Renner continues to recover from that accident that nearly killed him, we are getting a closer look at just how tense the situation was, with police and medics arriving to a harrowing sight, stunned by what they found and rushing to provide life-saving care. The newly released body cam video shows the dramatic aftermath of the January 1st snowplow accident near actor Jeremy Renner's house in Nevada that left him with 30 broken ribs, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung.
At about right where his blood is at, that's right where it all happened.
The video shows the large emergency response that saved Renner's life and offers more detail about exactly how Renner ended up being crushed by a snowplow after the actor tried to help his nephew.
That's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there. So
he tried to jump on it?
He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Renner himself thought he was in grave danger in those moments.
If I was there on my own, that would have been a horrible way to die. But I wasn't alone. It was my nephew, Sweet Alex, and the rest of the cavalry came.
He spent weeks recovering at renowned regional medical center. And just last week, he returned to the hospital to, quote, revisit the amazing group of people who saved my life. And against all odds, he stepped out onto the red carpet for the premiere of his Disney Plus series, Renovations. A miracle recovery for Renner, who waited 22 minutes for emergency crews to reach him in Lake Tahoe amidst difficult winter conditions.
Are there any obvious injuries?
Yeah, oh my God, yes. He said he's got ribs issues.
Okay.
His right side. Yeah, his right chest and the upper torso. His ribs look like they might be crushed. He's got a head wound as well.
From the brink of death to bouncing back in true superhero spirit.
And Jeremy Renner has joked his calendar is now wide open as this accident completely derailed his plans for the year. But he is excited about that new Disney Plus reality series that serves children's charities. And as for his health, Renner says some good came of the accident. It helped him finally quit smoking. Now, he still has a long road ahead, but what a remarkable recovery he has already made.
No doubt. I think his calendar will fill up quickly.
Yeah.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung, thanks so much.
Well, finding the perfect dress can be one of the most important parts of prepping for your wedding day, but this season's search is getting harder for some, with retail chain David's Bridal declaring bankruptcy.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke to brides about their stressful search to say yes to that dress.
In the race down the aisle, there are few moments more monumental than finding the perfect dress.
Now, this is what you're looking for. Memorize it.
Stunning news for one of the nation's most bustling bridal suppliers. David's Bridal is declaring bankruptcy just days after laying off more than 9,000 employees. In the bankruptcy filing, the company points to a dwindling demand for formal wedding attire, noting shifts in consumer behaviors that have led to an overall casualization in wedding events.
We have just the look for every magical moment.
In a statement to NBC News, David's Bridal says all stores will remain open and we intend to fulfill orders without disruptions or delay. Adding, our customers should not expect to see any change in service. That is little comfort for bride-to-be Allura Sham.
Potentially, like, my dress gone. It's terrifying, honestly.
She ordered her bridal gown just a couple of weeks ago in Kentucky.
Everyone around here, everybody gets their dresses at David's Bridal.
This is the second time the wedding super chain has filed for bankruptcy, the first in 2018. One of the company's struggles, competing with boutique shops and online options. Brianna Bard bought her dress at David's.
In this generation, people are wanting that boutique style dress, the look, the overall experience, and I just don't feel like you'll get that at David's Bridal.
In a statement, the CEO says the chain is looking for a buyer who can continue to operate our stores going forward. All of it comes at an especially stressful time for brides-to-be. Weddings are quickly becoming more expensive. The average price tag to walk down the aisle, $29,000. That's up nearly $5,000 since before the pandemic.
What do you tell a bride at a time like this? Don't panic.
Planner Jan Hill has been in the industry for nearly 20 years. She suggests brides always have a backup.
Review the contract, contact the store, ask what the policy is, check the specific arrival time for your gown, bridesmaids' dresses.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
As if weddings weren't stressful enough. All right, straight ahead, raising children with or without religion, how you can approach the conversation and how to respond if your child isn't interested. More NBC News Daily right after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Nearly 3 in 4 Americans say they identify with a specific religion. That's according to an average of all 2021 Gallup polling. Now, the polling also shows a decline in religious affiliation each year. It's noteworthy because researchers at Harvard found that children who are raised with religious or spiritual beliefs have better overall health and happiness.
Their data shows that children in faith-based homes tend to be better protected from the big 3 dangers of adolescence, which are depression, substance abuse, and risky behavior. But the experts say it's really important not to force beliefs on kids. So how do you sort through all this? We have pastor, speaker, and author Jesse Bradley here with us on set. Jesse, I'm so excited to talk about this with you because I think it's an issue that so many families struggle with. And as we see more younger people sort of moving away from faith and religion, how do you have these conversations in your home? Introduce your kids to religion, especially if it's important to you, but then also make them not feel forced to be into it.
That's right. Thank you so much for inviting me. And you can empower and encourage your children and set a healthy and positive culture. And when you bring authenticity and consistency, that's going to lead to their discovery so they can own their own faith as well. And habits are essential. Habits in all of our life, I like to call them hope habits, whether that's the rhythm of a family and weekend worship or before bedtime. My wife and I will spend time reading, praying with our kids together, and that's a sweet time. And when you think about parents communicating to kids, it's not just what you believe, it's also why you believe. And sometimes that gets overlooked. The why is historical because facts lead to faith, and also it's personal. Everyone's journey is important. You have a wide range of viewers, and I share with my kids. I went to Dartmouth College, successful on the outside, empty on the inside. And I took a religion class because I was curious. And when I learned about Jesus, I decided to follow him, and then the joy that came from that. And so share your heart with your kids, share your why, your story, and your passion, because they want to connect with you on a deep level.
That's great advice. In many households, the parents may come from different religious backgrounds. What is the best way to handle that when talking to your kids about religion?
That can get kind of tense and awkward and unfortunately lead to some division. I come from a family that's kind of like Baskin-Robbins, 31 flavors spiritually. So we've had a lot of years of practice with this. And I would say love is primary. Commit to staying close and loving each other, even if there's differences. And then there's going to be some courageous conversations. And when you have those, be clear, be compassionate, and be calm. The combination of honesty and humility bears the most fruit. You can also find some common ground. It could be a common religious figure like Abraham that you all want to talk about and learn more, or it could be scripture like Jews, Christians. You share a lot of the same texts, and it could be common ground about loving your neighbor. We're blessed to be a blessing. And this is not just dead or dry religion. This is a relationship, and where you live, work, learn, or play, you can live it out with joy together. And really that unity in the family is important to guard.
I love that 31 flavors. That is so funny. So let's say you want to double up on the 2 exposures in your family, like maybe mom or dad or dad or dad or whatever, whoever. You have 2 different things, and there are points of conflict, and you do disagree. How do you have those disagreements in a healthy way in front of your children and introduce them to that?
That's right. Be respectful and be kind. We need to work on that in our country right now. So it starts in the home. That's kind of a microcosm of state. It always starts in the home. And when you can talk through things together, agree to disagree at some points. But like you mentioned, the Harvard study, if faith, and it is, so beneficial on so many levels for kids right now, and the results show that mental health, anxiety, even suicidal thoughts, like we're seeing things happen in our country that we didn't see 10 years ago. And God is love. And this relationship with God, this security, kids need love. And when they receive love, it drives away anxiety, it brings security, and kids need to be reminded that they are loved, that they can love themselves, they're loved by their parents, they're loved by God, and all those sources of love really help kids flourish.
We have about 30 seconds here for this next one, which might not be fair, but I'm going to throw it at you anyway. There are situations where the parents are religious, but the kids just aren't that into it. What is your advice for parents to deal with that?
Okay, I need to mention jessebradley.org. Generational Hope is a free ebook and resource, and we talk about this and some other topics as well, so you can access that. I would just say don't put too much pressure on kids. Continue to live, because the way you live is more important than what you talk about a lot of times, and kids watch. They're always reading you. So don't be too harsh. Don't push them away unnecessarily. Just walk with them, listen to them, try to understand, and continue to love them.
It sounds like you found God later in life, so maybe your childhood didn't involve a lot of church, right?
You never know when God's love is going to break through in some way.
Exactly. All right. Pastor, speaker, and author Jessie Bradley, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate this conversation.
Great conversation, truly. Thank you, Jessie. You are watching NBC News Daily.
music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
At this year's Boston Marathon, many people were running in support of the victims of the bombing that happened 10 years ago. And for one man, it was a chance to reconnect with the Marines who helped him and his wife in the moments after the 2013 attack.
But as he told NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt, it's what those Marines did in the final days and weeks after the bombing that really made the difference.
What has always struck me is that there was that one moment of evil, and then every moment thereafter was humanity at its best.
An appreciation that for 10 years has guided Patrick Downs and his wife Jessica Kensky, spectators and newlyweds on that fateful Monday.
Jess and I both lost our left legs below the knee. We were totally helpless. We entrusted our lives and our livelihood into the hands of these total strangers.
Strangers who would truly become shoulders to lean on.
I will never forget that moment, and every time I think about it, I get the chills, because these 5 Marines walked into my hospital room 5 days after the bombing to see these guys, 4 on prosthetics, 1 in a wheelchair, back to life, big smiles on their faces, full of spirit, and It was just the most incredible gift, and then they kept coming back.
They couldn't get rid of us.
They couldn't get rid of you.
Retired Marine Sergeant Gabe Martinez lost both his legs in an IED blast in Afghanistan in 2010. Gabe and other veterans from an organization called Semper Fi and America's Fund immediately set out for Boston.
What was the message that you wanted to bring to these folks who were still going through the shock and the trauma of what had just happened?
The message that I wanted to bring was purely, like Patrick said, just the hope.
Just like the hope he had found 3 years earlier.
The moment when another amputee, a triple amputee Marine, walked in my room, it was that same thing. It was like, man, look at him. Like, he's what I wanted. There's hope.
And you wanted to give that hope to Patrick.
Exactly.
We were bonded in a way that I just couldn't have imagined.
Patrick and Jessica were rushed to different hospitals after the blast, and it was weeks before they were reunited. Together, they have overcome dozens of surgeries and rehab. Jessica would have her other leg amputated. The bombing didn't define who they were, but did define their direction. Jessica is a nurse, and Patrick, a psychologist, serving military members, vets, and their families.
What I see here is everybody kind of giving forward.
Absolutely. I tell people all the time that they might hear about, us Marines going out and seeing them, but I tell them it helped me just as much, probably even more.
You end your broadcast saying, please take care of yourselves and each other.
I do.
And not only is that a great call to action, but it's also a really meaningful way to live your lives. Mm-hmm. And Gabe certainly started that chain of reaction that Jess and I have really tried to keep going forward.
A friendship forged from tragedy, today and every day, Boston strong.
We've been picked up and carried by this unbelievable community. And it's been like the most overwhelming, awestruck moments of my life.
Our thanks to NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt for that report.
Here's what's trending now. Outer Banks and The Mandalorian. Those were last month's most streamed shows. Nielsen's monthly streaming report shows viewers watched 4.6 billion minutes of Netflix's Outer Banks. Really adds up, doesn't it? Which is more than any other streaming program. Disney's The Mandalorian captured viewers' attention for more than a mere 3.6 billion minutes.
Okay. Well, actor Mel Gibson and rapper 50 Cent are set to star in an upcoming indie crime thriller. The film is called Boneyard. It will tell the story of an FBI agent on his hunt for a serial killer. Gibson will play the FBI agent alongside 50 Cent, who will play the film's police chief. No word yet on a release date.
And fans are getting a first look into the movie adaptation of Wicked. Film's director John Chu shared 2 photos of the main characters, played by Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, writing, "What happens when you veer off the yellow brick road? Question mark. There's no answer, I guess. The 2-part film adaptation is set to be released starting the end of next year. So many people are excited about that one.
You gotta watch to get the answer, I guess.
Exactly. I want to hear her sing Defying Gravity.
I know. That's gonna be good. And it's still running on Broadway, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey there, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
Welcome. I'm Vicki Wynn, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, April 18th. 2 felony counts. Charges have been filed against the man who police say shot a 16-year-old boy for ringing the wrong doorbell. How the teen is now reportedly recovering from a traumatic brain injury.
Defamation trial. It is one of the biggest media trials in decades, as a jury is set to consider whether Fox News should be liable for its claims about Dominion voting systems. We'll take you to Wilmington, Delaware, to hear how this case is unfolding.
Charged with conspiracy, the FBI is accusing 2 people of helping operate an illegal police station in New York on behalf of the Chinese government. We're going to break down the charges and the alleged plan.
That one is wild. Course of action when dealing with a sudden illness. Is it best to go to an urgent care center or a hospital? We have tips to help you pick the best option.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start in Missouri, where the Clay County Prosecutor's Office has officially charged a homeowner who police say shot a black teenager. Now, attorneys for the 16-year-old Ralph Yarl say that he was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his twin brothers.
The homeowner, 84-year-old Andrew Lester, now faces 2 felony charges, including assault in the first degree and armed criminal action. The county prosecutor says he's not in custody yet, but a warrant is out for his arrest. The prosecutor also said there was a racial component to this shooting, but did not elaborate.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now. So, Maggie, what else do we know about the suspect here, and what did he say to police about what happened?
Yeah, so we have that probable cause warrant that, as you guys said, the warrant has been issued for Andrew Lester's arrest, but basically he's not in custody yet, and we're pressing police and prosecutors to ask why, now almost 5 days after this shooting of the 16-year-old who knocked on his door. But in that warrant, we have kind of his initial conversations with detectives, the 84-year-old telling detectives that he was going to bed Thursday night. He was already in bed when someone rang his doorbell. According to that interview in the probable cause warrant, Lester says he immediately grabbed his gun and then walked to the front door, opening kind of the interior solid door that he couldn't see through. He says he saw a 6-foot-tall black man, and he says that person was trying to jiggle the handle of the outer glass door. He says he was afraid that someone was breaking in. He says he actually feared for his life, and then he opened the door and shot twice. I want to be very clear here. The family of Ralph Yarl and the family attorneys say Yarl never did anything like jiggling the door, and they say there was no attempt by the 16-year-old to get into the home. So those 2 stories definitely at odds with each other and could be key, guys, as you know, for a possible defense down the line.
Yeah, Maggie, take us through a little bit more of that. It's really remarkable that this teenage boy, Ralph Yarl, has been discharged from the hospital. He's now recovering at home. First, tell us how he's doing, and also what did police learn from him?
Sure. So at this point, Ralph Yarl, as we know, has given at least one statement to police. That was on Friday when he was still in the hospital, again, having been shot in the head, suffering a traumatic brain injury. He's since undergone brain surgery since this happened and was discharged on Saturday. He told police, again, he was just looking to pick up his younger twin brothers, that he rang the doorbell and he waited. That's what he says happened. He also told police that when the homeowner, who we now know to be Lester, opened the door, the teenager says Lester told him basically, get out of here, don't come back here. And then that's when Ralph Yarl says the homeowner shot him again in the head and then in the arm when he was on the ground. So Yarl telling a different story, especially in some key components there. And also, guys, again, very important to note, he is out of the hospital. He is home recovering, but doctors fear he could have some permanent damage as a result, again, of being shot in the head and sustaining that traumatic brain injury. So we're just hoping, of course, for all the best for him and his family, guys.
Maggie, before we let you go, we know Jarl's lawyers say he spoke to President Biden on the phone and received an invitation to the White House. Do you know more about what they talked about? And I understand a GoFundMe for Ralph Jarl has garnered a lot of attention and a lot of money for his future.
A lot of money, well over $1 million. All of that, we're told, is going to Ralph Jarl. That was started by his aunt, who we interviewed yesterday. As far as the call from President Biden goes, that also happened yesterday. The White House confirming today that the president basically called Ralph to tell him, he said in his words, that we are all waiting for justice in your case. But they also just talked about who the teenager is. Ralph Jarl telling the president he wants to go to Texas A&M, studying chemical engineering, that he loves music. They share that. And the president, again, telling him that he'd love for him to come to the White House as soon as he is able, and rooting for, again, justice in this case, guys.
Rooting for a full recovery for that young teenager as well. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you.
The Wall Street Journal reporter who was detained in Russia is being ordered to stay in a Moscow jail until his trial. Now, these are the first images of Evan Gershkovich since his arrest on espionage charges. He appeared inside a glass box as a Russian court denied his appeal. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now. So, Megan, Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal, and the U.S. government, they all strongly deny these spying allegations. What does this all mean for his case? What kind of response are we seeing to this?
Yeah, well, you're right. You know, we've heard from the United States government, who said they're doing everything they can. They will continue to do everything they can to try and secure his release. Earlier today, we heard from Evan Gershkovich's attorney, and among the things that were said was that the parent company for the Wall Street Journal put up more than $600,000 to try and secure his bail. Of course, that was denied. There's a tremendous amount of support here. We know that that's incredibly comforting for his family. And then, of course, earlier today, we heard from the U.S. ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy. In fact, I want to play for you a little bit of what she had to say.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
Now, as far as Evan Gershkovich's case is concerned, what we're waiting for next is a trial date to be set. It could be set by the end of May, but we've also been down this road before. You think Brittany Griner, we know that that trial date continued to be postponed and postponed months into the future. So this is really just a wait and see when this case will go to trial.
Yeah, and Megan, we also heard the ambassador mention Paul Whelan there. That's the former Marine who's still imprisoned in Russia after all these years. Does all of this impact his case? I mean, could he be any closer to getting home?
Joe, you know, it's a really good question. I mean, now that another American is wrongfully detained in Russia, it is most certainly putting the spotlight on Paul Whelan's case. And, you know, he obviously was not a part of that prisoner swap that we saw with Brittany Griner. The Kremlin has already spoken out and said that they won't even discuss the possibility of a prisoner swap until he goes to trial and until this trial concludes. But if that were to happen, certainly the hope is that the United States would also get back Paul Whelan, who has been detained wrongfully for going on 5 years now, Joe.
NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, thank you.
Joe, opening statements are expected to begin this hour in what could be a landmark trial against Fox News. Dominion Voting Systems is suing the network over false claims of fraud during the 2020 election. Fox is arguing the comments are protected under the First Amendment. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is live outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware for us this afternoon. Emily, so set the scene here. What is happening right now as the trial resumes after lunch here?
Hey there, Vicki. So jurors and lawyers, they are gearing up to return from lunch, as you mentioned, to begin the process of opening statements. Dominion will lead off that process for about an hour and a half, followed by Fox as this high-stakes trial officially gets underway. And just to give you a sense of just how many people are following this case, we have access to a phone line that will stream the audio. And the first phone line actually reached capacity, so they had to open an additional phone line for this case and trial. Earlier this morning, we watched the jury selection process play out. They narrowed down the pool of jurors to 12 jurors now seated and impaneled and 12 alternates. That number notably an uptick compared to typical cases. And the judge has previously in the pretrial hearings expressed some level of concern about the potential for juror tampering. So they are really taking significant steps to protect their privacy, only referring to them by numbers throughout this morning's process. They also, he instructed the jurors who are now impaneled to avoid looking at social media over the next 5 to 6 weeks, which is the anticipated timeline, and not to talk to anyone about this case. So many people are following it. All eyes on Delaware here today. Vicki.
And Emily, many legal analysts say this really is not a clear-cut case for Dominion. Walk us through what the company actually has to prove to win this case.
So interestingly, the judge has actually already ruled that the conspiracy theories that were floated around Dominion having some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election are just that, conspiracy theories, and they're false. So what Dominion has to do over the next couple of weeks is prove something called actual malice. And what that means is they have to show what Fox was thinking, which speaks to the difficulty level of defamation law, what Fox was thinking at the time when they were airing these cases. And they have to prove that Fox knowingly aired false claims of voter fraud, or at least acted with reckless disregard for the truth. Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa. Thank you so much, Emily.
Time now for a CNBC Money Minute. Hospitals are getting into the gig economy. Systems like Providence and Advocate Health are looking to apps to attract nurses. Persistent labor shortages, of course, have been creating major staffing gaps at some of the country's biggest hospitals.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, we've done some reporting on this. These apps are being compared to ride-hailing technology like Uber and Lyft, but for nurses. How are hospitals using them right now?
So, Vicki, Joe, to your points, and like you mentioned, it's the tight labor supply that's really driving hospitals to search for these alternative ways to find talent. So these apps work in different ways. Some just adjust the pay rate to match the supply of workers available at any given location. Others allow workers to bid for shifts outright, but all of them really act as an extension of labor pools that hospitals can tap in order to fill some of those shifts for much needed help in those healthcare industry kind of type jobs. Meanwhile, speaking of, EY is announcing it will cut 3,000 jobs in the U.S. less than a week after hitting the pause button on plans to spin off part of the firm into a new company. The accounting giant, formerly known as Ernst & Young, saying it's making the move to eliminate overcapacity, with the cuts impacting about 5% of its U.S. workforce. Now, a majority of the job cuts will come from the consulting side of the business. And finally, the U.S. government's strict new guidelines on electric vehicles goes into effect today. Only 6 models now qualify for the full $7,500 federal tax credit for EVs. The Cadillac Lyriq, the Chevy Bolt, the Bolt EUV, and some Tesla Model 3 and Model Y versions, and the Ford F-150 Lightning. Those are the 6. The updated rules pertain to where EV batteries are actually made and cuts out China as an approved trading partner for some of those tax credits. So keep an eye on those if you're a big EV enthusiast, guys. Back over to you.
Right. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Schools from coast to coast are now looking into artificial intelligence detectors, the latest in the battle against cheating on essays. When we come back, you're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Teachers around the country are now taking on a new battle, artificial intelligence. While many schools are using tools to help differentiate between humans and computers, those tools also rely on AI.
NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz introduces us to one professor who's putting all of it to the test.
At the University of Southern California, a new kind of test.
It is continuous autocomplete.
Dr. Karen North asking her students to write an essay themselves.
Public speaking can be difficult, but here are some good practices that can help keep you on track and have a good public speech.
And to use an artificial intelligence program that writes the essay in seconds.
Public speaking is a crucial skill that can make or break one's personal and professional success.
Can you tell which is which? That question growing more critical by the day as AI programs become more prevalent.
It's pretty much everywhere you look, like in the classrooms, outside of the classrooms.
All raising the prospect that students may not be hitting the books to get that better grade, but hitting AI programs like ChatGPT and making it hard for teachers to tell the difference.
So you're thinking going all the way back
I'm going to.
pen and paper.
Yep. You're going to take a test. I'm going to hand out the test. Everybody take out a pen. Close your computers.
Now tech company Turnitin, known for software that detects plagiarism, has developed a new program to detect AI.
Are you using AI to help detect AI?
Absolutely. Our detector itself is a piece of AI trained on data that we have. It's developed using our over 20 years of expertise in understanding student writing.
But how accurate is it? Well, Dr. North put it to the test. To generate an essay using AI, students simply go to a program like ChatGPT and type in a simple prompt, like write an essay about crisis communications in the digital age, and then in seconds, it spits out an essay.
First step in crisis communication is to have a plan in place before the crisis occurs.
Students can take that entire essay, hand it in, or use portions or ideas that come from it. For this test, those whole essays are then uploaded to Turnitin.
So many of them are 100% AI.
Did Turnitin catch all of the AI-generated responses?
We were sort of shocked. It did catch a lot.
But some did slip through.
There's one kid who had a 100% AI-generated document, and it flagged him as 3% AI.
And this essay also got a flag.
First of all, know your audience because you should be able to speak to the age, demographic, and interests of your audience. Next, being nervous is normal.
Except that was an original essay written without ChatGPT.
Are you offended?
Yes. I'm super offended that it thinks I'm an AI.
What scares you the most, AI or AI detectors?
When somebody who didn't cheat is identified as cheating, that's catastrophic.
But Turnitin says a flag should lead to conversation, not punishment.
Our detector is really intended to highlight areas of text that teachers should pay attention to. It should highlight areas of text that might plausibly have been generated by AI.
Do you think teaching is going to change forever?
100%. We've seen it with the calculator. We've seen it with Google search. The problem with this one is that it actually generates the product for the kid, and therefore it doesn't teach the student how to think.
Classroom discussions with real-world implications.
It's interesting, right? Is this pretty eye-opening, you guys? Frighteningly.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
More tech news now. Montana could become the first state to ban downloads of TikTok. A bill passed by state lawmakers on Friday is now on its way to the governor's desk. If he approves it and signs it, the bill would make it illegal for app stores to offer TikTok and for the video sharing app to operate in the states.
But here's the thing. If you already have TikTok on your phone, you will still be able to use it. This bill would take effect on January 1st, 2024. TikTok says it will likely take action to prevent the ban from becoming law.
The FBI says it discovered the Chinese government was behind an illegal police station in New York City. The two people who were arrested, what they're accused of doing there. Coming up, you're watching NBC News Daily.
feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
After recent toxic fires and hazardous train derailments, people across the country say their families are now at risk of long-term health risks. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello spoke with some of them about the specific changes they want to see.
From that massive fire in Georgia to a chemical spill near Philadelphia, the train derailment in East Palestine and the plastics fire in Richmond, Indiana, fear of the unknown is most terrifying. The EPA finding hydrogen cyanide, benzene, chlorine, and carbon monoxide.
It's hard for me to breathe. My lungs are hurting. I have extremely bad headaches.
Lynn Childers already had emphysema. He lives 5.5 miles from the Richmond fire and was outside gardening with his great-grandchild.
And this black looked like soot or something falling from the sky.
Sharice Munyon lives in East Palestine.
I'm concerned with myself, but I want to make sure that my kids are going to be okay.
A coalition of groups working to track and prevent chemical disasters estimates there's a chemical fire, explosion, or toxic release every other day in this country.
That is just simply too much. You can't smell cancer on your skin, right? So these chemicals can do harm either immediately or over a long period of time.
The coalition wants stronger EPA regulations on hazmat storage, switching to safer alternatives, and informing communities and firefighters of the toxins in their backyards. Lung experts warn even minimal exposure to some toxins can do lasting damage.
The effects can last for some time, and how long? Could be weeks, could be months, could be years.
Lynn Childers is most concerned for his 4-year-old great-grandchild.
My time probably is short in this life, but my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren, what's the long-term health effects of this going to be on her?
Tom Costello, NBC News.
A mother in southern Maine is suing her child's former school, claiming the school didn't tell her that her child was using a different gender identity. Now, in the lawsuit filed in federal court, the mother's attorneys say what the school did is unconstitutional, while LGBTQ advocates say the school was doing right by the student. Here's David Guilford with our Portland, Maine affiliate WCSH.
If a child identifies themselves with a different gender at school than they do at home, does the school have a constitutional responsibility to tell that child's parents? That's the core of an argument that started here at the Great Salt Bay School in Damariscotta, and it's one that's already gained national attention. Amber Levine of Newcastle is suing the school. Last December, Levine said she found a chest binder used to flatten someone's breasts in her 13-year-old child's room. Levine says the school either provided it or helped obtain it. Then she alleges she learned the school began using different pronouns and names for her child, all without telling her. Her attorneys say that violates Levine's 14th Amendment rights to liberty, arguing the public school infringed on her freedom to educate and raise her child as she saw fit. Those attorneys work for the Goldwater Institute, a conservative think tank based in Arizona that has thrown its weight behind gay and trans cases in the past. Adam Shelton is representing Levine.
What we're saying is that once school officials take an active step with regards to any sort of decision that directly affects the mental health or physical well-being of a child, they must tell the parents. But it's only once the school officials take some sort of affirmative step on their end with respect to a child.
We reached out to the school and the district for comment, but have not yet received a reply. Meanwhile, Mary Bonato, an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, or GLAD, said schools have a responsibility to parents, yes, but their first priority is to the well-being and learning environment for their students.
This is a legal complaint of a parent against a school for doing what schools are supposed to do, which is to be student-centered and to make sure that when students come to school, they have a safe, welcoming, supportive environment where they can be comfortable in their own skin and do what they are supposed to do at school, which is to be able to learn and develop.
And that was David Guilford with our Portland, Maine affiliate WCSH reporting.
All right, up next, the family of Jalen Walker is taking action, what they are now doing after an Ohio grand jury decided against bringing charges in his death. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Really, Joe, the possibilities are almost endless.
So many possibilities.
So many places. Your news continues right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now, Senator Bob Menendez is outlining a new framework on how to manage the number of migrants passing over the U.S.-Mexico border. His proposal includes more funding for border security, new routes to American citizenship, humanitarian aid, and an increased focus on targeting human traffickers.
Damar Hamlin of the Buffalo Bills is okay to play. Wow. Hamlin was cleared today and is also attending the team's voluntary workout program. This, of course, comes after he went into cardiac arrest during a game in early January. The team's general manager says all three specialists were in agreement about the decision after Hamlin's remarkable recovery.
That's incredible. All right, a T-Rex skeleton is going up for auction in Switzerland today, in case you ever wanted to have your own T-Rex. The 293-piece bone structure, which has been named Trinity, it's 38 feet long and stands about 13 feet tall, and it is expected to sell between $5.6 and $8.9 million. Very specific number there, Joe. So
it is, but
you've got that budget.
People who are experts on T-Rex appraisals know what they're talking about. All right, moving on now to other news. An attorney for the family of Jalen Walker says that they are planning to file a civil suit. The 25-year-old was shot and killed by police in Akron, Ohio last year.
An announcement of that suit comes after a grand jury's decision to not charge the 8 officers involved in Walker's death. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Akron. So, Jesse, you actually talked to the family attorney last last night. What are they saying about the grand jury's decision not to indict and their next moves?
Yeah, so the family disagrees with the decision that was reached, is the way to put it simply, Vicky. I talked with the attorney yesterday after the attorney general held a press conference, laid out the presentation of what was found by authorities over a months-long investigation, and flat out, the attorney for the family says he does not trust that investigation. Here's part of what he shared with us about what is forthcoming for this family.
It's going to be a wrongful death suit. It'll be, which means that we are going to be alleging that they wrongfully took his life. We're going to be alleging constitutional violations that speak to the human rights that are involved in every human being here in America, and that protect those rights. We'll file it before the 1-year anniversary of his death.
There have also been calls for federal investigations, but at this point, according to the state attorney general, because this special grand jury declined to indict any of the 8 officers who shot at Jayland Walker, there will be no state-level criminal charges against any of those officers, guys.
And Jesse, I mean, we know there were protests last night. What's it like there today? How is the community reacting to this decision not to charge the officers?
Yeah, Joe, it has been largely, if not entirely, peaceful. We have heard of around 6 arrests from police here in Akron. Here's the scene downtown right now. It's pretty quiet. You can see that there are some windows and storefronts that are boarded up. Others, though, look as if we're dealing with just any main street in a downtown American city right now. We are expecting more demonstrations today, but I can tell you in this downtown area, it has been pretty quiet. This, what you're seeing right now, has been the status quo here, but there are still people who are protesting, saying that justice has not been served. Joe?
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch in Akron. Jesse, thank you.
An Air National Guardsman has been arrested in Tennessee after applying for a fake assassin job. He used a joke website called rentahitman.com and even allegedly agreed to take trophies from his victims. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details on how the FBI eventually caught him.
A Tennessee Air National Guardsman has been arrested and charged after allegedly trying to get a job as a hitman. And the website he tried using, rentahitman.com. The site boasts glowing testimonials, plus a quick and easy hitman job application page to join one of the, quote, world's best problem resolution organizations. But the site is all a parody, apparently lost on 21-year-old Josiah Ernesto Garcia. According to the criminal complaint, in early February, Garcia submitted a resume and identification documents saying he was, quote, an expert marksman and earned the nickname Reaper. Just days later, the complaint says Garcia sent another email to the rentahitman.com site, writing, quote, I'm looking for a job that pays well related to my military experience, shooting and killing the marked target, so I can support my kid on the way, adding, put me in, coach. The complaint says the website's owner contacted the FBI and then an undercover agent reached out to Garcia, acting as a, quote, recruiter for Rent-A-Hitman. Court documents go on to say when he was asked if he was comfortable with taking fingers or ears as trophies or performing torture at a client's request, his response was, if it's possible and in my means to do so, I'm more than capable. The complaint alleges the undercover agent gave Garcia multiple chances to walk away. Former FBI agent David Shapiro says presenting opportunities to back out can make defending against such allegations more difficult.
And I think that's where, based on what I've seen, where his defense would be lacking. I mean, he goes out of his way, it seems, to demonstrate that he's eager.
The complaint also alleges Garcia agreed to assassinate a mark for $5,000, receiving half of the money and asking if he needed to take a photo of the dead body as proof that the job was complete. At that point, FBI agents arrested Garcia. He's now charged with the use of interstate commerce facilities in the commission of a murder for hire. We've been unable to reach his family for comment, but he could face up to 10 years in prison.
Sending out enough solicitations, somebody will fall for it. But then again, on the other hand, I'm reminded of what the comic Ron White said, you can't fix stupid.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
The FBI arrested 2 men in New York City who are accused of running a secret police station here for the Chinese government. Now, the Justice Department announced the bust yesterday. Officials say it's part of an elaborate scheme by Beijing to harass and silence its critics who are living here in the U.S. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is following the story. So, Ken, feds say this police station was set up in an office building in Chinatown. Explain how this raid went down and why it's so significant.
That's right, Joe, right in the middle of Lower Manhattan. And what the Justice Department is saying here is that this was essentially an overseas police station where these 2 accused men were targeting and harassing dissidents and things like trying to convince people wanted for bogus corruption charges in China to return home by putting pressure on their families, or otherwise looking for people who were saying negative things about the Chinese government. And the Justice Department issued 2 other indictments or complaints yesterday alleging a much broader scheme. They charged 40 people who work for the Ministry of State Security in China with trying to target Chinese dissidents in the United States and abroad, including creating fake social media accounts in English and trying to manipulate U.S. public opinion. And in terms of the police stations, you know, human rights groups have found that there are more than 100 of these around the world, and they're raising concerns among diplomats and law enforcement that what these are covers for the Chinese government to harass people that disagree with them.
So, Ken, any response yet from the Chinese government on this?
Yeah, the Chinese Foreign Ministry says this is all a big misunderstanding, that this was not a police station, in fact. And actually, they're accusing the United States of malicious political intent here with these charges. Of course, in the indictment, the Justice Department references some email traffic where the Chinese themselves referred to this as a police station. These 2 men face many years in prison. The other people indicted in this case are unlikely to ever see a U.S. courtroom, Joe.
All right. Fascinating case. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much.
There is new fallout today in the showdown between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney. DeSantis just proposed a new bill to take back more control over the company's theme parks in the state.
It comes as the Republican governor is traveling to D.C. today to meet with GOP allies ahead of a possible presidential run. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is following it all for us. So, Gabe, we'll get to that trip in just a moment. But first, explain what this new proposed bill would actually mean for Disney.
Well, hey there, Joe. Well, the legislature has a bill in the works to try and revoke the development agreement that Disney struck with outgoing board members that were supposed to provide oversight of the company. Now, this all comes after the governor first clashed with Disney last year following the legislature passing what critics dubbed the Don't Say Gay law that banned classroom discussion of gender identity and sexual orientation in kindergarten through 3rd grade. There's been an escalating war of words since then, and now Governor DeSantis says it'll be up to the legislature to try and strip back some of the power, wrestle away some of that power back from Disney, Joe.
Gabe, DeSantis seems to be trying to build up Republican support for a possible presidential bid. Tell us about his visit to D.C. and where DeSantis stands in the polls right now.
That's right, Vicki. Well, Governor DeSantis has actually lost quite a bit of altitude in the last several weeks, and this has come after sustained attacks from former President Trump on the campaign trail, despite his indictment. And last night, a 5th member of Congress from Florida actually endorsed former President Trump, and it has a lot of national Republicans asking, will he have the momentum to be able to take on Trump when and if he finally declares as a candidate? So yes, Governor DeSantis making a rare trip to D.C., set to meet with GOP lawmakers and activists later this afternoon as he tries to shore up support in the Republican Party. But again, former President Trump rising in the polls despite his indictment, Joe and Vicki.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, good to see you. Thank you, Gabe.
As more urgent care centers pop up all around the country, we've got expert advice on when to go there versus the emergency room. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're now getting a first-hand look at the moments after a giant snowplow crushed actor Jeremy Renner. Body cam video shows a team of first responders rushing to save his life.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung has more on the dramatic rescue and Renner's road to recovery. But we do want to warn you, some of this video is graphic.
Hey there, as Jeremy Renner continues to recover from that accident that nearly killed him, we are getting a closer look at just how tense the situation was, with police and medics arriving to a harrowing sight, stunned by what they found and rushing to provide life-saving care. The newly released body cam video shows the dramatic aftermath of the January 1st snowplow accident near actor Jeremy Renner's house in Nevada that left him with 30 broken ribs, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung.
Right where his blood is at, that's right where it all happened.
The video shows the large emergency response that saved Renner's life and offers more detail about exactly how Renner ended up being crushed by a snowplow after the actor tried to help his nephew.
That's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there. So
he tried to jump on it?
He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Renner himself thought he was in grave danger in those moments.
If I was there on my own, that would have been a horrible way to die. But I wasn't alone. It was my nephew, Sweet Alex, and the rest of the cavalry came.
He spent weeks recovering at renowned regional medical center. And just last week, he returned to the hospital to, quote, revisit the amazing group of people who saved my life. And against all odds, he stepped out onto the red carpet for the premiere of his Disney Plus series, Renovations. A miracle recovery for Renner, who waited 22 minutes for emergency crews to reach him in Lake Tahoe amidst difficult winter conditions.
Are there any obvious injuries?
Yeah, oh my God, yes. He said he's got ribs issues.
Okay.
His right side. Yeah, his right chest and the upper torso. His ribs look like they might be crushed. He's got a head wound as well.
From the brink of death to bouncing back in true superhero spirit. And Jeremy Renner has joked his calendar is now wide open as this accident completely derailed his plans for the year. But he is excited about that new Disney Plus reality series that serves children's charities. And as for his health, Renner says some good came of the accident. It helped him finally quit smoking. Now, he still has a long road ahead, but what a remarkable recovery he has already made.
Absolutely. All right, NBC's Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
Well, urgent care centers are popping up all over the U.S. Now there are more than 11,000 nationwide, and they are seeing more and more patients every year.
Patient volume, in fact, has jumped 60% since 2019. That's according to the Urgent Care Trade Group. But are they the best option? And how should you decide where to go in an emergency? MSNBC medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now. So let's start with the basics here. When should you be going to urgent care versus when should you go to an ER?
Yeah, so this is a topic that's very dear to my heart because I'm an emergency medicine physician, so I've worked at ERs and I've worked in urgent cares. And so you should go to an urgent care if your symptoms are mild or minor. If you have, say, cold symptoms, maybe a sprained ankle, ear pain, a rash, something where you don't want to have to wait to see your primary care physician, but it's not an emergency.
Got it. It's in that little middle space. And as we talked about, there's been this explosion of urgent care facilities. They're becoming more popular. People want to use them. When you go there, what should you be aware of? And what are the limitations of going to an urgent care facility? Because they can't handle everything.
Right. And so, you know, what happened during the beginning of the pandemic, we had very sick people going to urgent care. We actually saw a spike in urgent care volume at the beginning of the pandemic because people wanted to avoid the ER, but people didn't realize that we don't have a lot of staff. We don't have specialists there. So there isn't a heart doctor or a brain doctor there. So if you're having a stroke or heart attack, urgent care is not where you need to be. There's also very limited resources. So they can maybe draw blood, but it doesn't come back right away. You have to wait till the next day. Some can do imaging, but just x-rays, not a CAT scan or MRI.
Let's throw one more thing into the mix here, and that's telehealth, something we've all become quite familiar with, especially during the pandemic. How does that play into all of this?
So I think telehealth actually can be used for primary care visits as well as urgent care visits. So these are visits for, again, it's not emergent, doesn't need to be taken care of right away, but you can actually get a lot of information from the patient, just by talking to them. You don't necessarily have to do a thorough examination of them, but just talking to them, hearing their symptoms, you can actually dictate how you're going to treat and manage them.
Yeah, especially for kids, it's so great to have telehealth as an option, because the last thing you want to do is drag a sick kid or one that just has maybe pink eye or something all the way to the doctor's office. But you say, Dr. Blackstock, we should certainly still have our preventative visits, our checkups. So kind of run us through that gamut of what we ought to be doing with our primary care physician.
Absolutely. So primary care physician is your physician that's going to handle the chronic medical problems or help you prevent from developing a chronic medical problem. So this is the person that you're going to see at least once or twice a year for your annual physical exam, get your screening labs like your diabetes screening, your high blood pressure screening. And what's really important about your primary care doctor is that they are someone who knows you well. And so what we're seeing with urgent care, sometimes people, because it's more convenient, they're going to urgent care, but you kind of get fragmented care. You're being seen by someone who doesn't know you as well as your primary care doctor.
I'm curious, what was the bigger problem? Were you in urgent care and saw people who came and should have been going to an ER, or were you more in an ER and saw people who should not have been in the ER?
I saw both.
Okay, all right. They both happened.
And it made me realize a lot of patient education has to happen. When is it appropriate to go to the ER, and when is it appropriate to go to urgent care?
Well, you just helped answer a lot of those questions for us, and hopefully for the doctors too. MSNBC medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much.
We appreciate all your advice. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, over the weekend, the longest-running show on Broadway, Phantom of the Opera, had its final curtain call after a 35-year run.
Just a few weeks earlier, the show's legendary composer, Andrew Lloyd Webber, opened his newest project. It's called Bad Cinderella. And I got the chance to speak with two of the show's stars, Lynette Henao and Jordan Dobson, who are both originating their first lead roles on The Great White Way.
Call me a wretch, a witch, well, choose one. Every fairy tale for sure can use one.
We all know the story of Cinderella, but we probably don't know the story of Bad Cinderella. What are the big differences here?
It's very much an unconventional fairy tale. Cinderella doesn't leave with the prince and her glass slipper like we all know. She's a rebel in her town because she's an outcast. She doesn't fit in because she doesn't want to conform to society and be the way everyone is, dress the same way, compose herself the same way. She's her own person and demands that respect and takes up that space.
Do you feel some of her in you?
Absolutely. She empowers me too. I feel more comfortable in my own skin, demanding the space that I take up and kind of respecting myself in that way. So I really love that.
So this is a musical by someone folks may have heard of named Andrew Lloyd Webber, an up-and-comer in the business.
Possibly.
What does it mean to be in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical?
Oh my goodness, it feels so surreal. I mean, it's just a dream come true.
And for Lynette Henao, it's a history-making dream. She's the first Latina to originate a lead role in an Andrew Lloyd Webber musical.
It's much bigger than me, and I only pray and hope that it opens doors for other people to see themselves represented on stage, because until In the Heights, I never had that. And especially in TV, for a princess, I didn't have a princess that I could look up to that looked like me, sounded like me, or that I could really relate to. To be a part of that is just the honor of my life.
Cinderella is a show that in some form or fashion has been performed many, 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 many times over many, many, many decades. For you guys, what does it mean to have different voices telling these stories?
When we leave the show every night and go out to the stage door and see fans of the show who are waiting, and we see young kids of color look at us and say, oh, I can do that, or I see myself up there, I think that is the biggest gift of what we do.
I used to sit all the way up there, crying hysterically when I would watch a show because I wanted to be up here, and especially when I finally saw myself represented on stage, where knowing in my heart that I could do it and that I could be up here. And so to see that now in this position, to see someone going through that and expressing that to me, it's full circle, and I don't take it lightly.
My understanding is when you were younger, you applied to various theater schools and heard a lot of no's and maybe thought, well, I got to go a different path. How did you get back to your dream, and what's your advice to people who also have that dream that feel like, I don't know if I can get there?
I was told to, audition for these 3 schools. They're the best schools in the country. I was like, okay, I'll audition. If I get in, great. And if not, it's not meant to be. I'm not good enough. That's okay. I didn't get in. Well, I got notice of the open call for On Your Feet, the Gloria Estefan musical, that they were looking for Latinos. What do I have to lose? I took a selfie on my iPhone 4, printed it at Walgreens, and just had theater experience from high school. And I went, and it just reminds me, there's this saying that we say in Spanish, lo que es para ti, nadie te lo quita. What's meant for you is yours, and no one can take that from you. Sometimes it is that opportunity that is meant for you and is there, and you just have to trust yourself enough to go and do it.
Jordan, what's your advice for people who are looking at you right now and saying, I want to do that, I want to be just like Jordan?
Find a community to lean on. I lean on Lynette, like this is our first time originating lead roles together, and so we're sharing so much of the experience together and sharing our nerves and our excitement. So even being here, you need that sense of community. You need people to lean on, because you can't do anything alone.
Wow.
Our thanks to Lynette Henao and Jordan Dobson for chatting with us. Bad Cinderella is on Broadway now at the Imperial Theater.
Love the costumes. Looks like a fun show, and that was great advice. All right, guys, here is what's trending now. A second member of the popular K-pop group BTS is joining the South Korean army. J-Hope begins boot camp today for his 18 months of compulsory service. The first member to leave for service was Jin. That was back in December. South Korea requires all able-bodied men to fulfill their military duties by the time they are 28.
And actress Emma Watson is getting candid in an Instagram post celebrating her 33rd birthday. In an emotional caption, she writes about the highs and lows of her life in recent years. She highlights her mental health journey, adoption of her dog Sophia, and filming the Harry Potter reunion.
That'll be interesting. All right, well, I am Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Daily. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Peter Alexander. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023, the lawsuit, Fox on trial. Lawsuit seeking more than $1 billion, pitting a voting machine company against a cable news giant. The massive implications this case could have for free speech.
Breaking news, Southwest meltdown. It's happened again. A technical problem grounds hundreds of planes. What's to blame and how it's impacting passengers.
Student Fight Club, the shocking cell phone video capturing middle schoolers in an all-out brawl. Who's accused of organizing those violent confrontations?
And TikTok block, the first state in America putting strict limits on that Chinese-owned social media app, what it could mean for users nationwide.
It is 11 a.m. in Spokane, 1 p.m. in St. Louis, 2 p.m. in New York.
We're going to begin this hour with a potential landmark trial underway in a Delaware courtroom. Dominion Voting Systems alleges that Fox News knowingly spread false information, claiming its voting machines rigged the 2020 election, claims stoked by then-President Donald Trump and his allies.
Fox News denies those claims, citing First Amendment protections and what it calls the media's absolute right to cover the news. Dominion is seeking $1.6 billion in damages from Fox. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Emily, let's set the scene. What's happened so far today inside that courtroom?
Well, Kate, I can tell you this, the high-stakes trial here getting off to a bit of a slow start. Opening statements were supposed to get underway a half hour ago. I saw the whole courtroom was filled with people, but still quiet at this moment as we wait to first hear from Dominion's lawyers, and then Fox is set to file. But already this morning during the jury selection process, some fireworks playing out. After the 12 jurors were seated, 12 alternate jurors also seated. One of the alternate jurors said, I can't do this. And so that prompted the judge to actually provide an additional strike to both legal teams and get the official 12 jurors and 12 alternate jurors impaneled shortly after that. That played out just a couple of hours ago. We also learned from the judge this morning that there were additional filings made overnight, and it continues to speak to just the mound of evidence we will learn about over the next 5 to 6 weeks, which is the anticipated timeline for this trial. Looking at Dominion's filing, for instance, they have more than 7,000 exhibits submitted, and you have to think broadcasts, texts, email communications. Fox, a similar kind of mass submission of more than 5,000 different exhibits submitted. We won't see any witnesses today, but our partner CNBC is reporting that one of the first people that could make an appearance on the witness stand is Tony Fratto. He was a crisis communications consultant for Dominion back in 2020. Also, we're expecting to hear from some high-profile people at Fox, including Chairman Rupert Murdoch.
Emily Aketa there outside the courthouse. Emily, thanks so much. We want to get to Danny now, and I want to talk about this term defamation, Danny, if we can for a second here. What does that mean legally, and what specifically does Dominion have to prove in this case?
It is a false statement that causes someone harm, and the requisite intent is that the defendant did so either knowing that the statement was false or, more likely, they were reckless about whether it was false. In other words, there were obvious signs that this was a false statement, but they either ignored it or, like an ostrich, stuck their head in the sand. And that is what Dominion has to prove. But they are aided by the fact that the judge in this case has already concluded that the statements were false. That's huge. That means that Dominion has already proven a large part of its burden.
But it's the what's behind making those false statements that matters, right? And then can you talk also about the protection of the First Amendment, because Fox is leaning heavily on that. What legally do they have in terms of protection?
Fox has tried mightily to argue that they had a newsworthiness defense. The reality is there is no newsworthiness defense to defamation. And in fact, even though the defendant here can raise newsworthiness, producers can say, hey, I thought these guests were newsworthy, that's why we put them on. The judge is going to instruct the jury that newsworthiness is not a defense to defamation. And the First Amendment is not absolute. In other words, yes, there is a right to free speech, but it is not absolute. There are many instances in which you do not have a right to say whatever you want. The classic example is you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. And another example is you can't defame other people.
So let's walk through this. The date that was circled on the calendar for a long time was yesterday. This case, this trial, has already been delayed by a day right now amid some speculation that there might be a settlement between the two sides here. The fact that the trial is now beginning, does that rule out the possibility of a settlement?
No way. And I bet that Fox will raise this issue again. The feeling and vibe I'm getting is that it's Dominion that is trial or bust. They want that verdict. And Fox is likely really, really interested in settling this case.
Danny Savalas, appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Outrage is growing in Kansas City after a black teenager was shot and nearly killed. 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was trying to pick up his younger brothers, but he went to the wrong house. An arrest warrant is now out for the 84-year-old man who was in that house accused of shooting Yarl. NBC News has learned that he is not yet in custody. Yarl, meantime, is now out of the hospital, but his lawyers say he's still dealing with serious injuries. And that is video from earlier today. Yarl's classmates marching en masse around their school, chanting his name in support. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following the latest from Kansas City, Missouri. Maggie, we're hearing some conflicting stories, right, about what actually happened when he approached the house, as well as some new details about the arrest warrant. Can you bring us up to speed?
Yeah, the arrest warrant is really key, and there are a couple of conflicting details between the story that Ralph Yarl's family has been telling us and now what we're reading in this probable cause warrant. One in particular that could be key when it comes to 84-year-old Andrew Lester, the homeowner's potential defense strategy. Basically, in this probable cause warrant, Lester is telling detectives that he was in bed Thursday night when he heard someone ring his doorbell. He says he immediately reached for his gun, a Smith & Wesson revolver, and as he was walking up to the door, he says he heard whoever was at the door jiggling the handle of the kind of glass storm door out front. And he says because of that, he was afraid someone was breaking into his home. He told detectives he was, quote, scared to death. He says he opened the door, said nothing, and fired twice. A lot of that really flies in the face of what the family told us. Ralph Yarl's family is saying the teenager only rang the doorbell, stand there and waited, and that when Lester opened the door, he told him to get out of the neighborhood and then shot him in the head and again in the arm when he was on the ground. So those two stories obviously at odds on a number of fronts. Kate.
Yeah. Let's go back to that walkout that we were showing of the students at his high school. Tell me about what happened. What was the message there?
Yeah, those students really standing strong with Ralph, wearing his favorite color, walking out of their classes in blue, and just telling us they wanted to show support to their classmate who at this point is out of the hospital and home recovering. Take a listen.
We definitely had the message sent out a little late, so for them to show up on not only last minute notice, but to come out in that manner and stand in arms with each other was it was emotional.
I want him to know that we're here supporting him, so that like he's got friends here that are like out there.
Frustration among those students fueled by a couple of late headlines yesterday. Number one, prosecutors here in the Kansas City area basically saying that there is indeed a racial component in this case, which a lot of students already believed to be true. And then number two, just to reiterate, Andrew Lester, the homeowner in this case, still not in custody. Police just gave us an update saying basically they're working on it. Kate?
Okay, Maggie Vespa, thank you.
At this hour, Southwest Airlines is resuming its operations after technical problems disrupted more than 1,700 flights. Southwest asked the FAA to pause departures for a period after reporting those tech problems. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello is joining us now from Washington. Tom, bring us up to speed here for a second. First, most importantly, is everything back to normal? And what happened that led to this latest round of delays for Southwest?
Yeah. It does appear that things are back to normal now. I count now 1,800 flight delays, about 44% of Southwest schedule today. It's all because they suffered what they call a technical issue early this morning, and then they asked the FAA to hit a pause on all their departures. That only lasted about 15, 20 minutes or so, and then Southwest said, okay, systems are starting to come back up again, and we can, in fact, resume normal operations. It's going to take a while, though, for an entire ripple effect to play itself out throughout the day. Southwest says the issues specifically had to do with a vendor that was doing some work on their computer system, and a firewall failure occurred during that process. As a result of that, the whole system kind of ground to a halt. So the system's now back up and running. It's going to take a while to get through the entire schedule of the day. But, you know, this is the latest black eye for Southwest, most recently over the Christmas holiday, when they also had a computer failure. 2 million passengers were stranded for days on end. They could not fly their flights. They have since invested $1 billion into their IT system, their computer system, with 16,000 people cancel flights over the holidays. But again, they've now invested $1 billion trying to get their system and their people back up online following the Christmas meltdown. And now we have a little bit of a hiccup today. We don't know if these two issues are related, but the system now seems to be back up and running, Peter.
Yeah, you can imagine the frustration for so many flyers today. Tom Costello with the very latest on that Southwest impact. We want to move on to the tax day if we can. The IRS clearing out some of its backlog, and more Americans appear to be souring on the U.S. economy.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. I know a lot of Americans must be a little stressed today because tax day is today, and the IRS is reporting that it has finally been able to clear out the backlog of unprocessed returns from previous years. The agency said the new funding from the Inflation Reduction Act has allowed it to purchase new technology and speed up processing. The IRS has also hired 5,000 new service agents to cut down on call waiting time. Let's see about that wait time today, and has plans to use funding to hire 20,000 more employees. The U.S. arm of Ernst & Young is cutting 5% of its workers, or about roughly 3,000 people. The decision comes days after the company decided not to split up its auditing and consulting divisions. EY said these cuts are unrelated to that recent development and more based on, quote, overcapacity in parts of the firm. And a new CNBC survey reveals that public pessimism about the economy hits a new high. A record 69% of the public holds negative views about the economy, both now and in the future, citing concerns about inflation and lagging wage growth, guys.
I feel like that reflects almost everyone in my life. Also, Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up right here, new outrage in Ohio after a grand jury decides not to charge the officers in a deadly police shooting, and why those officers could still be punished. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
In Akron, Ohio, peaceful protests overnight after a grand jury declined to indict 8 police officers connected to the shooting death of Jayland Walker. Walker's death happened nearly 10 months ago. Investigators say Walker shot at police first during a car chase. The jurors found that justified the officers' use of deadly force. But the number of shots fired by police is angering people in the Akron community. In 6.7 seconds, officers fired off 94 shots. 46 of those bullets struck Jayland Walker. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Akron, Ohio for us. Jesse, good to see you. These officers could still be disciplined, as I understand it, once an internal investigation wraps up. How long could that process take?
Yeah, so at this point, that is in its early stages, obviously, and we know that there is an oversight board as well that has commented on this here in Akron. But so far at this point, Kate, we're told that the officers remain on the force and working in administrative roles. So they are not patrolling out in the community. They've been on administrative duty for a few months now as this investigation has been ongoing, as the investigations broadly have been ongoing. And we're told that will continue at this point. Their identities are not being shared publicly at this point. Officials saying there are still concerns. They believe that threats against those officers are still real. So their names are being withheld publicly at this point. And again, that investigation is moving forward. We also know that there will be no state-level criminal charges, according to the state attorney general here in Ohio. But the AG made a point of saying that the decision by the grand jury does not preclude the family from filing a civil lawsuit, and there are plans for that, according to the family's attorney.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. What do we know about the possibility of, since there's no criminal charges, some kind of civil action?
Yeah, so the family, we're told, is planning a wrongful death lawsuit that is expected in the months ahead as we approach the one-year anniversary of Jayland Walker's death. There also have been calls for a federal investigation, so that's something we'll be keeping an eye out for. But the big picture from the top prosecutor, the attorney general for the state of Ohio, there will be no state-level criminal charges, but again, other legal options appear to still be open. Kate?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us. Jesse, thanks.
A shocking story now to tell you about from Texas. A fired substitute teacher is facing criminal charges. She's accused of turning her middle school classroom into a fight club. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following the story for us. Gary, walk us through this. What happened? How did this happen?
Yeah, Peter, a substitute teacher who had been with the Mesquite, Texas Independent School District for just over a month is this afternoon behind bars, accused of encouraging her students to get up out of their seats and fight each other. And it was all caught on video.
24-year-old substitute teacher Natalie Garcia was arrested Monday, charged with 4 counts of child endangerment after this video came to light. You can see these are 12 and 13-year-olds at Kimbrough Middle School in Mesquite, Texas, whose faces have been blurred because they're minors, appear to be fighting each other at the encouragement of their substitute teacher. The incident was caught on a cell phone video obtained by NBC Dallas. The mother of the student who filmed this video says she was shocked at what she saw.
I was devastated. I was like, I couldn't watch the full video. I had to stop it multiple times because I didn't think it was real. I said, this must be a prank. This is not real.
According to Martinez, her daughter told her Garcia pushed desks aside to create a space for the students to fight each other, with some leaving the classroom bleeding.
I do not want this on record.
The school district confirmed the teacher encouraged the fighting and told a student to keep watch at the door while fights took place.
Who in their right mind? Because I trust my child to go to school, but I also trust the staff to keep my kids safe. And then this lady, she actually making them fight.
Mesquite Independent School District released a statement calling Garcia's actions appalling and intolerable. They write in part, "As educators, our hearts are heavy, knowing that an individual entrusted with the supervision and care of our students could behave in this manner, and we share the disgust that the families of students in this class must feel. Mesquite ISD has fired Garcia, who had been an employee of the district for just over a month. It's not clear if Garcia has obtained legal counsel. The Dallas County Public Defender's Office has not responded to a request for comment. Now, Beatrice Martinez, whose daughter filmed the video, says her daughter is getting death threats from fellow students for reporting the incident. Peter?
Still hard to believe that's real. Gary Grumbach with the very latest from Texas. Gary, thank you.
Well, coming up, what went down when an American journalist detained in Russia appeared in court today for the very first time. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from France, Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Okay, for the home chefs among us, you know those delivery kits are hugely popular. They really took off during the pandemic.
Yeah, these are certainly popular in our house, but there is a downside to all this, all the packaging needed to keep those ingredients cold. Well, now some companies are trying to put a dent into all of that waste. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now with the latest on that, the latest installment in her series, Clean Start. Diana.
Well, Peter, anyone who gets food deliveries like I do, and obviously you guys do, knows the convenience is immeasurable. And the packaging waste, a lot of which is styrofoam, is colossal. But it doesn't have to be. Just 2 years ago, fresh food meal kits were a $7 billion industry. By next year, it's projected to be over $10 billion. Much of that, though, is wasted on packaging that can't be recycled. So companies like ThermoSafe, Sealed Air, and a Virginia-based startup called TemperPak are inventing new materials that don't go to waste.
All of the paper in our products can be recycled, and the starch, which is cornstarch that we use, is compostable.
TemperPak is working with grocers, meal kit companies, biotech, and online pharmacies. Anyone who previously had used styrofoam coolers.
It's very affordable, which means we can scale it up. And then everything we build is extremely sustainable in terms of, how we get it, how we make it, what the options are at the end of life.
Because not only is the packaging recyclable, but TemperPak is putting the machines the insulation is made on, basically 3D printers, inside customer facilities, lowering costs and increasing sustainability. That was a big draw for Martha Stewart branded meal maker Marley Spoon.
The goal is to save money at various points within the supply chain. Obviously, because we make it within the facility, we don't have any logistics or shipping costs.
Temper Pack is backed by Goldman Sachs, Grosvenor Food and Ag Tech, Revolution Growth, SJF Ventures, Arborview Capital, and Harbert Growth Partners. Total funding just over $200 million. Temper Pack's McGough said just one of its customers could receive 40 tractor-trailer trucks a month of installation. So by producing it on site, that goes down to just 4. Keep going with that math, and in a year, it's taking more than 400 trucks off the highway just for one customer. Kate and Peter.
Well, it's something, right? Diana Olick, thank you. Well, America will be marking the 53rd annual Earth Day this Saturday.
Millions around the planet prepare to celebrate our planet. We're looking at some of the numbers behind the environmental impact of what we do every day. And NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is joining us now with that. Brian, walk us through this. Let's start with travel if we can for a second. A lot of us are doing it on a daily basis right now. How much of an impact does our travel have on the environment, and what's being done about that?
Yeah, well, Peter, Kate, I mean, in the spirit of Earth Week, right, ways that we can think about how we're impacting the planet, and the biggest one is travel. So every time we get in our car, we're using a lot of carbon. So the carbon emissions, 4.6 metric tons just from your individual car. So that's a lot of emissions, and one way you can get past that is maybe by biking to work. If you're able to do so, you can reduce your emissions by 67%, and also by 37% if you take the train instead of flying. There's a big debate between whether or not getting to DC is faster by train or by flight, but you have to remember, there's an environmental impact of that as well.
Train is far better.
Train is far better, and for how far you go, that emissions improvement is going to be
too far to bike from New York to DC.
I was just going to say, I'm going to tell my kids about the biking option, because maybe that'll be an argument they'll actually listen to, not ask me for a ride everywhere. What about shopping habits? How can we change our habits to maybe help the Earth?
Yeah, well, this is really interesting because, you know, people go, well, how can I actually impact the environment by shopping? Well, you can reuse and recycle. So one talking point, it's that 28.2. That's how many million tons of carbon emissions could be saved if you reuse your clothes or furniture. People are buying stuff from IKEA and then they just throw it away as soon as they get done with it or they move, right? Try to maybe pass it down to somebody else. Drop it in a community group and see if you could pass it on to another family that needs it. And the estimate is that 25%, that's a reduction we can get in emissions by buying secondhand clothes. Go to a thrift shop. There's a lot of them popping up in every city around the country. Maybe, and it's also a fun alternative to kind of up your wardrobe as well. So.
I also see that with my Gen Z kids, that they love thrifting. Like it's having a moment. There's tons of new thrift stores.
Yeah, and Rent the Runway is also a big thing now too, right?
Call it hand-me-downs.
Hand-me-downs.
But it's
yes,
because of this too. They're inspired to do something better for the planet.
It makes a real difference.
Exactly.
Brian, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Coming up, the first state to put strict limits on TikTok and why more states could soon follow suit. You're watching.
feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
According to the Kremlin, Russian President Vladimir Putin made a visit to Ukraine's Kherson region, an area partially occupied by Russia, as well as another occupied territory there. Video of the trip, which has not been independently verified, shows Putin visiting command posts, an apparent attempt to rally his troops. This was Putin's second trip in 2 months to the Russian-occupied territories as the war in Ukraine approaches 14 months now.
U.S. Secret Service agents were deployed on the grounds of the White House today after a toddler squeezed through the metal fencing along the north side. The agents retrieved the little guy, brought him back to his parents. They were briefly questioned before being allowed to continue on their way. The Secret Service did not provide any additional details about the toddler or his parents.
Parents everywhere cringing on that one. A story that seemed improbable back in January. Buffalo Bills cornerback Damar Hamlin has been cleared to resume playing football. The now 25-year-old, you remember, collapsed on the field during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals after suffering cardiac arrest following a tackle. Hamlin spent 9 days in 2 hospitals receiving treatment. The Bills say every specialist Damar has seen agrees he is able to retake the field.
Yeah, his really is a miracle story there. An American journalist will stay behind bars in Russia for at least a few more weeks after he lost his appeal today against his pretrial detention. Earlier today, this happened. Evan Gershkovich is his name. He's with the Wall Street Journal. He was seen for the first time in weeks when he appeared in that Moscow courtroom. He is the first American correspondent since the Cold War to be detained in Russia on spying accusations. Gershkovich and the U.S. have denied the allegations, and they are demanding his release. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has been watching this for us today. Megan, tell us about Gershkovich's court appearance today and what we should be watching for to happen next.
Well, Peter, you know, we were able to get access inside the courtroom briefly, so you can actually see Evan Gershkovich inside this glass and metal cage, essentially. He had on blue jeans. He was wearing this dark-colored, blue, long-sleeved collared shirt. He had his arms crossed. He didn't speak, but we know from his meeting yesterday, finally, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, was able to have a meeting with him yesterday, and she tweeted out and said he is in good health and remains strong, and that certainly appeared to be the case. But what we're looking for now is the fact that his trial date should be set at the end of next month. But history has taught us, Brittany Griner, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to happen. We saw Brittany Griner's case being pushed back by months for that trial date to be set. So the suspicion is that it's possible that that could happen again. But once that trial date is set, the Kremlin has said that if it's a possibility that after the trial, there could be conversations about a potential prisoner swap.
What's striking is these are the kind of sham trials that Evan Gershkovich should have been covering, and instead he was the one at the center of it today. What are we hearing from U.S. government officials about this appearance and about the rejection of that appeal by the judge?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's such a good point, Peter. And, you know, the United States continues to say that they are going to do everything. They're continuing to do everything they can to try and secure his release. We heard earlier today, shortly after that detention hearing was denied by the judge, from the U.S. ambassador to Russia. In fact, I want to play for you a little bit of what she had to say.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
Now, the detention of Paul Whelan is certainly, or excuse me, of Evan Gershkovich has certainly shined a light on the detention of Paul Whelan, who's been in custody, as you know, for the last 5 years.
Megan Fitzgerald, thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in Washington, D.C. today for a rare trip. He's meeting with Republican lawmakers as speculation grows that he will soon announce a presidential bid. His visit also comes as he ramps up attacks against Disney, even floating the idea of building a state prison on land next to the amusement park. National correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is following this one for us. Hi, Gabe. So what sort of support does Governor DeSantis have for this escalation against Disney?
Well, hi there, Kate. Well, the governor says that the Florida legislature will take up a new bill to try and wrestle back some of that power from Disney. Of course, this has been an ongoing clash between Governor DeSantis and Disney since the company last year opposed what critics referred to as the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. Well, now the governor says that he wants the state to have more oversight over Disney, and there's been a back and forth over the last several months. Today, though, former President Trump also responding to this, saying that Ron DeSantis is getting absolutely destroyed by Disney. His original PR plan fizzled, so now he's going back with a new one in order to save face. Also, another potential presidential hopeful, Chris Christie, responding and slamming DeSantis as well. And Democrats in Florida also saying that DeSantis is using this as a distraction, Kate.
So what happens next in this tug of war, and how is Disney responding at this point?
Well, there is a board meeting scheduled for tomorrow in Central Florida. But, you know, as I said, the state legislature now is drafting up this legislation to try and get the state officials more power when it comes to Disney. But there's also been a response from Disney's CEO earlier this month saying that he thought it was wrong for Governor DeSantis to target a company for practicing free speech. Disney itself has not commented following the governor's news conference yesterday. But, and if we could put this tweet up, the company did tweet out a promotion of a Pride event in Disneyland right after the governor's news conference, Kate.
And Gabe, when you said a board meeting, is that, just to clarify, a Disney board meeting, the company?
No, that is not a Disney board meeting. It's actually the board meeting of the State Oversight Board that was appointed by Governor DeSantis. There has been, again, a back and forth in the last couple of weeks. Outgoing board members struck up an agreement with Disney in order to leave Disney some of that power. Governor DeSantis yesterday said that that wasn't going to fly, and so he's trying to get the state to have more oversight. The people that he appointed over this board, there is, of course, a special tax district in Central Florida that's 42 square miles that essentially lets Disney rule itself, and that's what Governor DeSantis is trying to push back on and get more power to the state.
Understood.
Kate?
Appreciate it. Gabe Gutierrez following all that. Thank you.
Montana is now the first state in the country to pass a bill that would ban TikTok. That bill would make it illegal to download the app in the state. It comes as a nationwide ban is being discussed by the Biden administration. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is joining us now. Ryan, good to see you as always. How would this potential ban work? And then how do they enforce it?
Yeah, Peter, you know, state legislatures are often thought of as the incubators of democracy, and there's no doubt that everyone here on Capitol Hill is watching as to how Montana passes this bill and then, as you point out, ultimately implements it. This is what the bill calls for. It says that it will be illegal to download the app TikTok in the state. There could be a $10,000 a day fine against mobile app stores. What's interesting, though, is that at this point, there are no penalties for the users of the app. So it's unclear at this point how Montana, within state lines, will prevent people from having the app on their phone or downloading the app and then using it in Montana. But it is the first example of an outright ban anywhere in the United States. And it is something, obviously, members of Congress have called for on a nationwide basis, Peter.
Yeah, so you can't download it, but if you already have it, maybe you can use it. What are they going to do about it? This is a tricky one, obviously. Do we expect the governor of Montana to sign this bill? And what are the folks at TikTok saying about it?
It does appear as though this will ultimately become law, and TikTok is pushing back in a big way. They said in a statement that, quote, the champion of this bill even indicates that they think that this is something that cannot be actually put into law, that there's not an actual practical application for this, to your point, the implementation of it, and that TikTok believes in freedom of speech and that they want to continue to fight for freedom of speech. So this is the argument that they've made here on Capitol Hill. It's the argument that their CEO made during a very testy hearing here. There's a lot of back and forth about this. Peter, lawmakers are very concerned about it. They're concerned about the potential of the Chinese government having access to the app, but users still love the app. It's still very popular, which is why this has been such a difficult issue for lawmakers to wrestle with.
Yeah, as a lot of China critics say, they say you got balloons overhead surveilling and phones in your pocket doing the same. Ryan Nobles, nice to see you. Thanks.
We are reporting on yet another incident of someone being in the wrong place, being shot, and losing their life as a result. This time it happened in upstate New York. NBC News reporter Maya Eglin joins us now. Maya, tell us about this latest incident.
Hi, Kate. 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis was in a car with a group of her friends driving through the rural area of Hebron, New York, just 50 miles north of Albany. The group was searching for another friend's house when they accidentally pulled into the wrong driveway. According to authorities, that's when the homeowner, 65-year-old Kevin Monahan, fired 2 shots, one of them killing Kaylin Gillis. Here's what the sheriff had to say about the tragedy.
She was, like I said, an innocent young girl who was out with friends looking for another friend's house. I know for a fact that she comes from a good family, a very good family, and I know them personally. And, she's a young girl that was taken way too young.
Now, what complicated things here a bit was the area was so rural that there was no cell service at the location of the shooting. The group of friends had to drive several miles away before they could reach 911, and Gillis was pronounced dead at the scene. Kate.
So sad. And Maya, is the shooter facing any charges? What happens next for him?
So authorities say that Monahan was uncooperative with police, and there was an hour-long standoff between him and authorities after the shooting. It's unclear if he has a lawyer or representative, and officials haven't figured out his exact motive yet. He was taken to the Warren County Jail and booked on 1 charge of second-degree murder and is slated to appear in court sometime this week. Kate.
All right, Maya Eglin following that. Thank you.
More millennials are putting their lives on hold to care for their parents. Coming up, the conversations you may need to have now, or even if you're not one of them.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Sunset tonight marks the end of Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. That's marked by Jewish people around the world. And at the Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland, a woman is seen there proudly carrying an Israeli flag.
She is there as part of the 35th annual March of the Living, a program that brings young people to Poland to better understand the history and the impact of the Holocaust. Of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, more than 1 million of them died at Auschwitz.
Kelly, it's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A mother is suing her child's former school, claiming the school did not tell her the child was using a different gender identity. David Guilford from our NBC affiliate in Portland, Maine, has more.
If a child identifies themselves with a different gender at school than they do at home, does the school have a constitutional responsibility to tell that child's parents? That's the core of an argument that started here at the Great Salt Bay School in Damariscotta, and it's one that's already gained national attention. Amber Levine of Newcastle is suing the school. Last December, Levine said she found a chest binder used to flatten someone's breasts in her 13-year-old child's room. Levine says the school either provided it or helped obtain it. Then she alleges she learned the school began using different pronouns and names for her child, all without telling her. Her attorneys say that violates Levine's 14th Amendment rights to liberty, arguing the public school infringed on her freedom to educate and raise her child as she saw fit. Those attorneys work for the Goldwater Institute, a conservative think tank based in Arizona that has thrown its weight behind gay and trans cases in the past. Adam Shelton is representing Levine.
What we're saying is that once school officials take an active step with regards to any sort of decision that directly affects the mental health or physical well-being of a child, they must tell the parents. But it's only once the school officials take some sort of affirmative step on their end with respect to a child.
We reached out to the school and the district for comment, but have not yet received a reply. Meanwhile, Mary Bonato, an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, or GLAD, said schools have a responsibility to parents, yes, but their first priority is to the well-being and learning environment for their students.
This is a legal complaint of a parent against a school for doing what schools are supposed to do, which is to be student-centered and to make sure that when students come to school, they have a safe, welcoming, supportive environment where they can be comfortable in their own skin and do what they are supposed to do at school, which is to be able to learn and develop.
David Guilford reporting there. Aging LGBTQ adults are more likely to experience loneliness, depression, anxiety, and food insecurity than other older adults. But one organization in New York City is trying to change that. LX News' Mackenzie Bem takes us inside.
I've always knew that I was different. I went through all the traditional things, you know, having children, getting married. I went through all of those, but you always know that there's something. You know, I'm tired of hiding, but Sage has changed my life or gave me a space.
My name is Jose Colazo. My pronouns are he and him, and I am the site director here at Sage Center Bronx at the Katrona Pride House. Sage is the oldest and largest LGBT organization in the country, providing services, just a whole host of programming that support our LGBT elders.
I've been trying to get it for years. I finally did it.
A lot of our participants that come here had to persevere, probably the most ugliest face of homophobia back in the 60s and 70s. They really paved a road for this generation, and just being among them has been an honor. And now it's our time to take care of them.
You don't want to be attacked physically, mentally. You just want to be able to come and just be yourself. That's the importance of it.
They are twice likely to live alone or be isolated. They're also 4 times likely to not have children. And so many of them do live severely isolated. They're at the most at risk for a lot of disparity, including health and physical and mental health. They're in the highest bracket when it comes to depression and anxiety, food insecurity. We provide a whole host of programs to address some of those disparities.
I think all of the centers basically have the same kind of, you know, workshops and groups and whatnot. But a difference is that we have support groups. We have the L group, which is a lesbian support group, and so that we can talk about things that we're going through, you know, and we also have a women's group. Hopefully SAGE is part and pivotal where we can see a large number of LGBT identified participants being comfortable coming out and coming together as a community.
There's more news ahead right now.
You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places you see on your screen right there. The news continues right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's modern parenting, a growing number of millennials and Gen Z adults are putting their life on hold to become full-time caregivers for their parents. Data from the AARP shows that more than 42 million people are caring for an aging friend or family member, with the share of caregivers under the age of 45 quintupling 5 times more over the past 2 decades. AARP National Family and Caregiving expert Amy Goyer joins us now. Amy, good to have you. Thanks for being with us. Let's start with the why. What are the reasons why young people might need to care for their aging parents? And what does it mean to care for? Because I think maybe there's a difference between how men and women look at sometimes caring for older people.
True, yeah. So, there are really 2 key things to it. It's a lack of financial resources to pay for the care, but it's also because many people want to care for their parents. They want them to have good quality care. They want them to remain at home if that's their wish. So if a parent has not had adequate retirement planning and savings, if the cost of medical and personal care over the long term is just stunning for people. Most people just are not prepared for that. And if a parent's unable to work, even if they're not, before retirement age, then they won't have the income for it. And the cost of a residential care program is incredibly expensive. So, it is difficult to find quality care that we feel good about our parents having. So all in all, it can come to a point where you feel like you need to provide that care yourself.
Being a part of the sandwich generation, as we're experiencing, is just such a unique challenge. So if your parent needs help, whether it's financial or maybe it's physical, how do you have that conversation with them? They may not be ready to admit that they need the help, but you know that they do.
True. Sometimes it's really hard for people to start accepting help. I always say have the conversations early and often. Try to start talking about this long before they actually are in the position where they need help, because it's easier to talk about something that's off in the distance. So you want to talk about what the options are. Do your homework first. If you want your parents to stop driving, or you want them to accept some help in the home or go live somewhere else, be sure and have what those options are as part of the conversation. Don't just throw things out like, you can't live here anymore. Talk about where they might live instead. Express your love and concern and respect. These are our parents. They will always be our parents. I don't believe in this concept of parenting your parents, because then that changes the way we interact with them. So be respectful. Talk about what their goals and wishes are. How do they feel about it? Do you ever feel that you might need some help in the future? Or would you like some help around the home right now? Validate those feelings. Change is hard for anyone. And, it's perfectly natural that they might be a little bit resistant to a feeling like they are dependent on someone.
It's a really good reminder. Don't try to parent your parents. I don't know if my parents are watching right now, but I won't do that. But how do you decide if having a parent move into your home is the right decision versus the other options you mentioned, the senior care or living?
Right. So you need to look at the financial picture. I did this with my parents. My parents lived in a senior community for a while, and when they needed 24-hour care, I moved them back in the house with me because financially it made more sense. We couldn't afford for them both to be in a higher level of care. I could provide more of the care myself at no cost, and I hired caregivers to fill in where I couldn't do the work so that I could keep working. You need to think about the privacy issues and independence issues. That was one of the hardest things for me is, they're always here. How are you going to use space? Talk about roles and boundaries. Sometimes parents move in and, who gets the kitchen at what time? Who's cooking the meals? And, that kind of thing can be really hard. And a lot of old things from childhood may start coming up. So talk about these things. Again, be respectful, and don't, look at it as all bad. It's wonderful to have time with your loved ones like that.
Yeah, Amy, as you know, it's such an important point right now, right? This stuff can be exorbitant when you're looking into it these days, and the real challenge is how you're going to pay for this stuff right now. It's a conversation so many people are having. We really appreciate you being a part of it. Thank you so much, Amy.
A lot of good tips there, Amy. Thank you so much.
I'm Peter Alexander.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emily. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Peter Alexander. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023, Fox News on trial. The lawsuit seeking more than $1 billion, pitting a voting machine company against a cable news giant. And breaking right now, the major move just announced by the judge.
Also breaking in custody, the man who shot a 16-year-old teenager who mistakenly rang his doorbell has now surrendered to police. Why it took as long as it did and the conflicting accounts of what really happened there.
Caught on tape, Oklahoma's governor is calling for the resignation of officials after they were recorded talking about beating and killing reporters and even about lynching black people, how the officials are defending themselves.
And eyes on your own paper, how schools are using artificial intelligence to stop their students from using it.
We begin this hour with that breaking news. The judge in the trial between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News has just appointed what's called a special master in the case.
Yeah, this is happening even as we speak. Dominion alleges that Fox News knowingly spread false information claiming its voting machines rigged the 2020 election. Those are claims, of course, stoked by then-President Donald Trump and his allies. Fox News denies those claims. They cite the First Amendment protections and what Fox calls the media's absolute right to cover the news.
Dominion is seeking $1.6 billion in damages from Fox. We have NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, who's outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Also with us here on set, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Emily, let me start with this breaking news and you. What more do we know about this special master and why the judge might have made that decision?
Well, Kate, we're just getting our eyes on these court documents. The judge formally tasking a special master to investigate if Fox News Network did comply with its discovery obligations. As the network has previously said, it has done so. The inquiry comes after a former Fox News producer brought to light some recordings of conversations that she conducted and Fox employees conducted with sources around voter and election fraud allegations. Now, I'll tell you this. I've been going in and out of the courthouse throughout the day. In order for me to do so, I have to be in the media overflow room. So I have this unique window. I can see this live stream of what's happening in the courtroom. And you may remember in the last hour, I told you, okay, opening statements, they were supposed to be getting underway around 1:30 p.m. It is now 3 p.m. So we're experiencing a significant delay here. We were supposed to hear from Dominion and then Fox. So as to why that is the case, what is causing this prolonged delay, it remains unanswered, but it's certainly fueling speculation. It is the second delay we've seen. Remember, initially the trial was supposed to get started yesterday. It was pushed to today. And now we're seeing this delay in opening statements. So we're going to be continuing to watch. But right before I stepped outside, I was speaking with a representative of the courthouse. He told the members of the media, you know, as an update, there is no update. So we will see if we actually do get to opening statements this afternoon, because court is supposed to be adjourned around 4:30 or so, guys.
Hey, Emily, we want to let you get back into the courtroom. Let's get to Danny on this topic of the special master, if we can, very quickly. I think a lot of folks, us included, are trying to figure out what exactly this means and how it will impact things going forward.
A special master is basically like a mini judge. This judge doesn't have time to deal with these discovery issues. He's on trial. So he appoints essentially a mini version of himself to investigate independently the issue of whether or not Fox or possibly their attorneys played discovery games and whether or not...
Define discovery for us,
Sure.
for those who don't know what discovery is. Sorry.
In the civil system in America, each side is on its honor, on the honor system, to turn over documents that are requested. The problem with that is that if you hide documents, it can be very hard for the other side to find out that it even happened.
Right.
In a lot of my cases, I have often suspected that the other side is hiding documents, but you can't prove it because you don't have access to the documents. So the special master here has a lot of powers to investigate who, what, where, and when, and whether or not documents were hidden.
So in the case, once it finally starts moving forward, we expect that Fox News is going to say we're protected by the First Amendment here. We didn't defame. We're not guilty of defamation, right? What is the standard for a news outlet and whether they can just say First Amendment?
The First Amendment does not give anyone a right to defame others, no more than it allows us to make threats or do something like shout fire in a crowded theater. There have always been exceptions to the First Amendment, and defamation is simply a false statement about somebody else that causes them harm, and the statement is made, at least under the New York Times v. Sullivan standard, with reckless disregard of whether or not, at least reckless disregard of whether or not the statement was true. By the way, judge in this case has already determined that the statements were false, so half the case is already won for Dominion.
Yeah, and then, of course, the next question becomes if there's still the potential for a settlement. You've told us that that still remains a potential, even though this trial is already underway. Danny Savalas, thanks for your expertise. Appreciate it. There is some more breaking news we want to get to right now. The man charged with shooting a Kansas City teenager is now in custody. This just happened. The Clay County Sheriff's Office says this 84-year-old, you see him on the screen, Andrew Lester, surrendered a short time ago. Lester is accused of firing a gun at 16-year-old Ralph Yarl. He was the one who was trying to pick up his younger brothers just a few nights ago, but he went to the wrong house. Yarl, fortunately, is now out of the hospital, but his lawyers say he is still dealing with some serious injuries. Earlier today, as you see, Yarl's classmates marched around their school. They chanted his name in support. We want to bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. She's been watching this story closely. A lot of developments within the last couple of hours here, Antonia. So tell us, what more do we know about the surrender here, as well as what actually happened the night of that shooting?
That's right, Peter. All this has unfolded very quickly this afternoon. Andrew Lester has just surrendered to Clay County officials there and is being booked as we speak. And this comes after days of protests in the community and many residents, not just the Black community that has rallied behind Ralph, but people all over the state have been asking why he wasn't taken into custody earlier. The shooting happened on April 13th, and there have been, some confusing accounts and details about what happened. But what we understand now is that Ralph Yarl approached trying to pick up his twin brothers that day and went to the wrong address, rang the doorbell, and that day, Andrew Lester says he was home alone and was fearful upon seeing Ralph at the door, that he opened one door, but that there was another glass door in between them. And prosecutors allege he shot through that glass door twice at Ralph Yarl, who then we're learning now stumbled out into the street and had to go to 3 different neighbors before he received aid. You know, as you mentioned, he's back home and he is alive, thankfully, and doing well on the mend. But it's been up and down as NBC News has spoken to his attorneys and to family members. You know, at one moment he's grateful to be alive, and the next he's asking, why did this happen to me, Peter?
Yeah, this is such an awful story from start to finish. I want to ask you about that student march we saw at Yarl's school. What are his classmates saying? We know they were all decked out in blue, his favorite color.
That's right. They are trying to wrap him and his family in as much love and support as possible. You see the images right there, people leaving school to make sure that this public support for Ralph is out there as he's on the mend. And of course, they're eager for him to get back into school. For anyone who doesn't know much about this 16-year-old, he is beloved by his classmates and by his teachers, who have come forward to reporters all over the country to tell us all about him, about how he is the leader in his marching band, a very accomplished musician, someone who has big dreams for college, a very high achieving student. And so there is just a shock and horror about every element of this story, and this desire to, get him back to his classmates and to his friends and to the most normal routine that he could possibly have after such a horrific incident.
Antonia Hilton with the latest reporting there. Antonia, thank you very much for that.
At this hour, Southwest Airlines is trying to get back on track. Technical problems disrupted nearly 2,000 or so flights today so far. Southwest asked the FAA to pause departures for a period after reporting those tech problems. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins me now from Washington. Tom, bring us up to speed here. Is everything back to normal? And what the heck happened that led to this latest round of Southwest delays? Do we know?
I think it's going to take a while to get back to normal. Pardon me as I look off screen here at a computer screen. And Southwest now has 47% of flights delayed. And as you would expect, the Southwest hub airports around the country are the most affected. It's going to take a while for this entire ripple effect to play out across the country. This all started earlier this morning when the airlines suddenly said they were pausing their departures because of a situation with a technical issue. We then subsequently learned that they had a third-party vendor involved in doing some work, and a firewall came down within the computer system. And as a result, they then asked the FAA to essentially issue a ground stop for FAA flights, or I'm sorry, for Southwest flights nationwide on departure. That's highly, highly unusual. Didn't last very long, and then Southwest said its system was coming back up again. But as you know, this is a very tightly wound aviation system, and just a couple of delays or cancellations or whatever can throw it into a real mess. And so now Southwest is trying to recover from that mess. This comes after that major meltdown they had over the Christmas holiday last week of December, when more than 16,000 flights were canceled, 2 million passengers stranded when the Southwest computer system failed because of a series of snow issues in major airports and then a cascading series of delays and cancellations. The company's spending $1 billion now to upgrade its IT system so this doesn't happen again. And then today it happened again, but in a much lower and smaller form. The question is, are they getting things back up to speed permanently? We'll have to see. Kate?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of critique going on, I'm sure, in the coming days. Tom Costello, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, Hollywood is inching closer to a shutdown, and Elon Musk is planning a rival to ChatGPT.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Bertha, great to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Peter, Kate. Yep, the Writers Guild, the union representing television and movie writers, has voted overwhelmingly to approve a strike. The Writers Guild of America is saying more than 9,000 members approved the strike and could walk out at the beginning of next month when the current contract expires. And the writers last went on strike back in 2007. There is still time for both sides to come to an agreement before this year's deadline. Elon Musk said he is planning an AI initiative to rival OpenAI and Google's DeepMind. Musk says he is creating Truth GPT as an alternative because he fears that existing AI businesses are training their systems to be what he calls politically correct. Musk also called for federal regulation of AI technology. And Apple opened its first store in India today with people lining up outside to take pictures with CEO Tim Cook. One fan even bringing a 1984 Mac. Pretty wild. Back to you.
Oh, I totally remember that, Mac. I do. Bertha Coombs, thank you.
Yeah, it's still in our basement right now. Up next, new details about the victims from this weekend's mass shooting at a Sweet 16 party. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Investigators in Alabama are still looking for a suspect in the deadly mass shooting at a birthday party over the weekend. Overnight, authorities raised the number of people injured in that shooting from 28 to now 32 people injured. We're also learning more about the 4 people killed, among them 18-year-old Phil Dowdell, who was a star high school football player. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Guad, do we have any sense whether police are making progress identifying a suspect, and maybe they're just not telling us everything?
Well, Kate, the Alabama State Bureau of Investigations, now leading this investigation, has kept a lot of these details to themselves. They did share some more information Monday night, indicating that they did not recover any high-powered rifle ammunition at the scene. Instead, they did recover what they said were numerous shell casings used in handguns. Now, about the investigation itself, they're saying that they're still completing interviews. They're going through the evidence, and they, quote, say it's an effort to solidify a motive and potential suspects. That's all the information that authorities have shared. And as you mentioned, they did update the number of those injured. Originally, the number was 28, and we now know that it's 32 people injured during the incident, Kate.
Yeah, and let's focus on the victims for a moment. What more have we been able to learn about some of the other victims of the attack?
So, Kate, we now have more details. Phil Dowdell, who a lot of attention has been focused on him, the 18-year-old that was killed. He was the star athlete and football player at Dadeville High School. His sister, Alexis Dowdell, was celebrating her 16th birthday. I spoke to the Associated Press, and the Associated Press shared some of the details of what she lived through after the shooting happened. His sister, Alexis, saying she was with Phil after he was shot, told him to hold on, told him to stay strong, and now we know that he did not survive. And then there's 17-year-old Shankivia Smith, who was also an athlete at the same high school, had become a team manager. And then we also now know 23-year-old Corbin Holston had also gone to the same high school. He was also an athlete. And then finally, 19-year-old Messiah Collins, whose father told local media that he was an inspiring singer there. Kate, those are the details we've learned.
Just so sad. Guad Venegas, thank you.
To Akron, Ohio now, where peaceful protests overnight came after a grand jury declined to indict 8 police officers in the shooting death of Jayland Walker. Walker's death happened nearly 10 months ago. Investigators say Walker shot at police first during a car chase. The jurors found that justified the officer's use of deadly force. But the number of shots fired has infuriated people in the Akron community. In less than 7 seconds, since 6.7 to be exact, officers there fired off 94 shots. 46 of them struck Jayland Walker. We want to bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. He's in Akron for us right now. Ron, Jayland Walker's family, they want the Justice Department to investigate here. Is there any indication that that could happen?
We don't know. We have not heard anything from the DOJ just yet, but the family and others here want someone from the outside to come because they don't trust the police department to do an internal investigation. And this is a pattern that we've seen, of course, in these kinds of situations across the country. But so far, there's been nothing from the DOJ. They're obviously watching the situation. They could come in and perhaps file criminal charges, which would be one thing, which would be if they saw a violation of Mr. Walker's civil rights, or they could do what's called a pattern and practice investigation, which is a top-to-bottom look at a police department with the eye of changing, reforming, improving its systems over a period of years. So neither of those two steps has been taken just yet, but that's part of what could come here.
Ron, walk us through this. The officers in this case, we know they're still facing an internal investigation. What specifically are they examining there? What should we be watching?
It's unclear exactly what the internal affairs investigation is going to look at. They're going to look at whether these officers followed police procedures, policies, whether their training was adequate. all kinds of internal things about the police department, how they do their jobs, and whether these officers comply with that standard. The grand jury had a different standard. It's a criminal standard. So this is to look at the department itself. And again, people here in the community don't have a lot of expectations that an internal affairs investigation is going to produce a lot. One thing that's very unresolved here is that the 8 officers who were involved in this still have not been named. They're still on administrative duty, and we still know very little about them.
Ron Allen with the very latest. You're watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
So brides-to-be across America are dealing with some serious pre-wedding drama. That's because dress retailer David's Bridal filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. As NBC's Blaine Alexander tells us, that is leaving some feeling anything but wedded bliss.
In the race down the aisle, there are few moments more monumental than finding the perfect dress.
Now, this is what you're looking for. Memorize it.
Stunning news for one of the nation's most bustling bridal suppliers. David's Bridal is declaring bankruptcy just days after laying off more than 9,000 employees. In the bankruptcy filing, the company points to a dwindling demand for formal wedding attire, noting shifts in consumer behaviors that have led to an overall casualization in wedding events.
We have just the look for every magical moment.
In a statement to NBC News, David's Bridal says all stores will remain open and we intend to fulfill orders without disruptions or delay. Adding, our customers should not expect to see any change in service. That is little comfort for bride-to-be Allura Sham.
Potentially, like, my dress gone. It's terrifying, honestly.
She ordered her bridal gown just a couple of weeks ago in Kentucky.
Everyone around here, everybody gets their dresses at David's Bridal.
This is the second time the wedding super chain has filed for bankruptcy, the first in 2018. One of the company's struggles, competing with boutique shops and online options. Brianna Bard bought her dress at David's.
In this generation, people are wanting that boutique style dress, the look, the overall experience, and I just don't feel like you'll get that at David's Bridal.
In a statement, the CEO says the chain is looking for a buyer who can continue to operate our stores going forward. All of it comes at an especially stressful time for brides-to-be. Weddings are quickly becoming more expensive. The average price tag to walk down the aisle, $29,000. That's up nearly $5,000 since before the pandemic.
What do you tell a bride at a time like this? Don't panic.
Planner Jan Hill has been in the industry for nearly 20 years. She suggests brides always have a backup.
Review the contract, contact the store, ask what the policy is, check the specific arrival time for your gown, bridesmaids' dresses.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
I was going to say we got an extra dress in the basement, but it's like 12 years ago. It's not going to help anybody at this point. Today, by the way, is tax day, folks. You have until midnight to get those returns in, but if you waited until the last minute, we do have you covered. Here's NBC Philadelphia's Tracy Davidson.
If you're done, congrats. The IRS says if you filed electronically and you selected direct deposit, you should see your refund in less than 3 weeks. If you want to see where your refund is in the process, you can check your refund on the IRS website. You'll need your Social Security number, your filing status, and the exact refund amount listed on your return. If you are determined to file and you are sending a paper return, the envelope needs to be postmarked before midnight, which means you'll have to get to the post office before they close on Tuesday. One note about paper returns, the IRS says they go to the back of the line for processing, so you may be waiting a while for your refund. You can file electronically as long as it's submitted by midnight. And if you made less than $73,000 last year, the IRS has free filing software that will walk you through the process to file online. You may be able to find in-person help. VITA is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program coordinated by the IRS. The locations offer free help to those who make generally less than $60,000 a year.
There will be fewer, but yes, there will be free sites available, and you can search for them on the IRS website. Okay, they do. If you go to the usual irs.gov and type in the search bar, free tax preparation, they will give you a list of sites that are still available.
Stephen Balsam is a professor of accounting at Temple's Business School. He says if you've decided that you're not going to make the deadline, anyone, regardless of income, can use the IRS free file to file for an extension. Balsam says look for Form 4868, but you'll still have to pay what you owe.
If you don't pay the correct amount with your extension, if you don't pay the amount due, you will incur interest. Okay, you won't incur penalties because it is a legitimate, you filed the correct form that's necessary, but you will incur interest.
Tax tips there. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Bottom of the hour right now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Despite talk of a 24-hour ceasefire, fighting continued today in Sudan's capital. The U.S. Embassy there advising any Americans in the country to shelter in place. That warning comes after a U.S. diplomatic convoy came under fire yesterday. No one was injured. The deadly conflict erupted over the weekend as the country's military and a powerful paramilitary force vie for control of Sudan.
The FDA has authorized a second dose of the updated COVID booster for adults 65 and over and people with weakened immune systems. Folks over 65 can get a second dose 4 months after their last shot, while most people who are immunocompromised can get an additional dose after waiting 2 months. The CDC still has to sign off on the decision, and that could happen as soon as Wednesday.
The U.S. Secret Service agents were deployed on the grounds of the White House today after, get this, a toddler squeezed through the metal fencing along the north side. The agents retrieved the boy, brought him back to his parents. I guess they were briefly questioned before being allowed to continue on their way. The Secret Service did not give any additional details about the toddler or the parents. You work at that place. They take it pretty seriously.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not trying to squeeze my head through any fences around the White House these days, and it's probably a good recommendation to parents to keep a close eye on your kids.
I kind of feel bad for those parents.
Yeah, those dogs can be aggressive in the neighborhood, right? You got to be careful. Outrage, by the way, is growing today in Oklahoma after county leaders were allegedly caught on tape making racist remarks. The state's governor is now calling for the sheriff and other top officials there to resign. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has been watching this for us. Morgan, what do we do want to note here that the audio that was released appears to be clips, not the full recordings. It's also unclear if context is missing or if the clips were edited before they released. But what do we know about this? Walk us through what we have to this point.
Yeah, Peter, a lot of details coming out over the last 24 hours. This audio recording was obtained by the McCurtain Gazette-News. This is a small newspaper in southeastern Oklahoma, about 200 miles outside of Oklahoma City. And this entire recording, according to the paper's publisher, was obtained following a county commissioners meeting because the publisher said he was concerned these county officials were still holding business away from the public. And so he left a voice-activated audio recorder nearby where these 4 officials, including the county sheriff and 3 others, continued to talk. Upon obtaining that audio recording, the publisher said they were discussing everything about retribution to a reporter at the newspaper over a recent lawsuit, to talking about justice in the past where it involved lynching of black people. I do want you to hear a portion of this recording, and keep in mind that this has not been independently verified by NBC News and is only a portion of this larger recording. Take a listen.
If it was back in the day, would they like take a damn blackjack, whoop their and throw them in the cell? I'd run for chair. Yeah, well, it's not like that no more. I know. We'll take them down here on Mud Creek and hang them up with the damn rope. Yeah. But you can't do that. The thing about it is, they got more rights than we got.
Now, since the release of these portions of the recording, there has been a response from law enforcement. We do know that the Oklahoma Independent Bureau of Investigation is looking into this, as well as the FBI. They are calling this an active investigation, though, and are not commenting on it at this time. Peter?
Yeah, just outrageous to hear that, even if it's just a clip of what may be a larger conversation. Morgan Chesky, thank you.
A third suspect is under arrest in connection with the drugging and killing of 2 gay men in New York City last year. John Umberger and Julio Rodriguez were both found dead after visiting gay bars in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood last year. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now. Gary, how did police finally find this last suspect, and are they looking for anyone else?
Yeah, Kate, the NYPD says they have them all. 35-year-old Jaquan Hamilton was charged Monday with murder, robbery, grand larceny, identity theft, and conspiracy. He's the third and final suspect to be arrested in connection with the homicides of two men who were drugged, robbed, and killed in separate incidents after visits to gay bars in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen last year. John Umberger and Julio Ramirez had both left bars with at least one other person before their bank accounts were drained of thousands of dollars using facial recognition access on their phones, according to family members. Through a search warrant, police obtained security video of Hamilton and DeMeo entering and leaving Umberger's New York City residence, along with video from one of the suspect's phones that appeared to show Umberger unconscious, lying face up on his bed. Last month, the medical examiner's office ruled their deaths a homicide caused by, quote, drug-facilitated theft, and said fentanyl and cocaine were among the drugs found in their system. Two other men, Robert DeMeo and Jacob Barrasso, were arrested in connection to these deaths earlier this month. Kate?
I know our reporting here at NBC actually led to some families reaching out and thinking that maybe their family member might have fallen victim to this. Is there any indication that more victims could be tied to the scheme?
So the police had named these three men among those responsible for what they're calling a broader citywide robbery pattern that included at least 17 victims over the past 2 years. And the indictment indicated they participated in a pattern in which victims were, quote, incapacitated to the extent that their ability to perceive events became diminished. That's when police say these suspects stole credit cards and would steal the physical cards and the information stored on their phone, transferring money to themselves. Kate?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us. Thank you.
An American journalist will stay behind bars in Russia for at least a few more weeks after he lost his appeal today against his pretrial detention. Earlier today, this happened. Evan Gershkovich is his name. He's with the Wall Street Journal. He was seen for the first time in weeks when he appeared in that Moscow courtroom. He is the first American correspondent since the Cold War to be detained in Russia on spying accusations. Gershkovich and the U.S. have denied the allegations, and they are demanding his release. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has been watching this for us today. Megan, tell us about Gershkovich's court appearance today and what we should be watching for to happen next.
Well, Peter, you know, we were able to get access inside the courtroom briefly, so you can actually see Evan Gershkovich inside this glass and metal cage, essentially. He had on blue jeans. He was wearing this dark-colored blue long-sleeved collared shirt. He had his arms crossed. He didn't speak, but we know from his meeting yesterday, finally the U.S. ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, was able to have a meeting with him yesterday, and she tweeted out and said he is in good health and remains strong, and that certainly appeared to be the case. But what we're looking for now is the fact that his trial date should be set at the end of next month. But history has taught us, Brittany Griner, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to happen. We saw Brittany Griner's case being pushed back by months for that trial date to be set. So the suspicion is that it's possible that that could happen again. But once that trial date is set, the Kremlin has said that if it's a possibility that after the trial, there could be conversations about a potential prisoner swap.
What's striking is these are the kind of sham trials that Evan Gershkovich should have been covering, and instead he was the one at the center of it today. What are we hearing from U.S. government officials about this appearance and about the rejection of that appeal by the judge?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's such a good point, Peter. And, you know, the United States continues to say that they are going to do everything. They're continuing to do everything they can to try and secure his release. We heard earlier today, shortly after that detention hearing was denied by the judge, from the U.S. ambassador to Russia. In fact, I want to play for you a little bit of what she had to say.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul Whelan. Paul has been held more than 4 years in Russia. Both men deserve to go home to their families now.
Now, the detention of Paul Whelan is certainly, of Evan Gershkovich has certainly shined a light on the detention of Paul Whelan, who's been in custody, as you know, for the last 5 years.
Megan Fitzgerald, thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in Washington, D.C. today for a rare trip. He's meeting with Republican lawmakers as speculation grows that he will soon announce a presidential bid. His visit also comes as he ramps up attacks against Disney, even floating the idea of building a state prison on land next to the amusement park in Orlando. National correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is following all this for us. Gabe, what sort of support does Ron DeSantis seem to have for escalating the fight against Disney?
Well, hey there, Kate. Well, the Florida state legislature is now working on a bill that would wrestle back some power, some oversight powers over Disney. Of course, this has been an ongoing war of words between the entertainment giant and Governor Ron DeSantis ever since last year. Disney opposed the what critics dubbed the so-called "Don't Say Gay" bill that banned classroom discussion of gender identity and sexual orientation in kindergarten through third grade. Governor DeSantis shot back and said that the company, which was under a 42 square mile special taxing district, essentially allowed it to rule itself, that should not fly, and has been trying to gain broader oversight powers over Disney for the last several months. Well, now the governor says that it wants the state to be able to inspect rides and monorails at Disney. And so it says that the governor says that the legislature will work on a bill to revoke the agreement that Disney entered into with an outgoing board of that oversaw Disney. And so that should play out in the coming weeks. Tomorrow, there's also a meeting of a state oversight board with DeSantis allies that will be watched very closely, Kate.
And I know politically, former President Trump responded today to DeSantis. This has got some political edge to it, too.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. You see right there that Donald Trump saying that Ron DeSantis is being absolutely destroyed by Disney. Another presidential hopeful, Chris Christie, also saying that, DeSantis essentially should not be doing this and it could be driving business out of the state. This is, again, an ongoing political feud that DeSantis has adopted as part of his quote, war on woke corporations, and says that Disney has been getting away with too much for far too long. So look for this to play out in the coming weeks as speculation builds on Ron DeSantis's potential presidential run. He is here in D.C. Later on today, meeting with GOP lawmakers. He has so far lost the endorsement already of several members of Florida's congressional delegation who have endorsed his potential rival, former President Trump. Kate?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. Still ahead, the dramatic video taken moments after actor Jeremy Renner's terrible accident.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Sunset tonight marks the end of Yom HaShoah. That's Holocaust Remembrance Day, marked by Jewish people around the world. Look at this stunning shot. At the Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland, a woman is seen here proudly carrying an Israeli flag.
She's there as part of the 35th annual March of the Living. It's a program that brings young people to Poland to better understand the history and the impact of the Holocaust. Of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, more than 1 million of them died at Auschwitz.
for Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Newly released body cam video shows the scary moments after star actor Jeremy Renner was run over by his snowplow in January.
The footage shows first responders treating Renner after he was nearly crushed to death under that 7-ton vehicle. NBC's Kaylee Hartung breaks down the dramatic rescue. We do want to warn you, obviously some of the video is graphic.
Hey there, as Jeremy Renner continues to recover from that accident that nearly killed him, we are getting a closer look at just how tense the situation was, with police and medics arriving to a harrowing sight, stunned by what they found and rushing to provide life-saving care. The newly released body cam video shows the dramatic aftermath of the January 1st snowplow accident near actor Jeremy Renner's house in Nevada that left him with 30 broken ribs, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung.
At about right where his blood is at, that's right where it all happened.
The video shows the large emergency response that saved Renner's life and offers more detail about exactly how Renner ended up being crushed by a snowplow after the actor tried to help his nephew.
That's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there. So
he tried to jump on it?
He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Renner himself thought he was in grave danger in those moments.
If I was there on my own, that would have been a horrible way to die. But I wasn't alone. It was my nephew, Sweet Alex, and the rest of the cavalry came.
He spent weeks recovering at renowned regional medical center. And just last week, he returned to the hospital to, quote, revisit the amazing group of people who saved my life. And against all odds, he stepped out onto the red carpet for the premiere of his Disney Plus series, Renovations. A miracle recovery for Renner, who waited 22 minutes for emergency crews to reach him in Lake Tahoe amidst difficult winter conditions.
Are there any obvious injuries?
Yeah, oh my God, yes. He said he's got ribs issues.
Okay.
His right side. Yeah, his right chest and the upper torso. His ribs look like they might be crushed. He's got a head wound as well.
From the brink of death to bouncing back in true superhero spirit. And Jeremy Renner has joked his calendar is now wide open as this accident completely derailed his plans for the year. But he is excited about that new Disney Plus reality series that serves children's charities. And as for his health, Renner says some good came of the accident. It helped him finally quit smoking. Now, he still has a long road ahead, but what a remarkable recovery he has already made.
Wow. Yeah, when you see the video, you realize.
He's got a good sense of humor, but that is just an awful thing to imagine. Yikes.
Well, here's some good news, some better news. Today, the general manager of the Buffalo Bills gave some encouraging news about cornerback Damar Hamlin.
This is still hard to believe. Hamlin, you'll remember, well, he's now been cleared to resume all football activities. His announcement, though, comes just 3 months after he collapsed on the field. We all witnessed this. He suffered cardiac arrest following a tackle. It was in the first quarter of a game. They were playing the Cincinnati Bengals. Officials for the team say that since the incident, Hamlin has now seen several specialists who are all giving him the green light to return to the field.
And, you know, they're all in agreement. It's not 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or anything like that. They're all in lockstep of what this was, and that he is cleared, resumed full activities just like anyone else who was coming back from an injury or whatever. So he's fully cleared. He's here, and he is of the mindset. He's in a great headspace to come back and make his return.
I mean, this really is a miracle recovery. Hamlin said just a couple of months ago that he had hoped to return to the NFL. A little more sports action for you. This one got ugly. The Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green, you see him there. He was ejected from last night's playoff game against the Sacramento Kings. After fighting for a rebound, the Kings forward Domantas Sabonis got tangled up with Green, grabbed his ankle. Green responded by stomping on the chest of Sabonis. By the way, you can't do that. Both players were charged with fouls with Green's, resulting in an automatic ejection. The league has not said if either player will be suspended. The Kings won the game over the defending champs, taking a 2-0 series lead.
There's more ahead. You're
watching NBC News Now Daily. Let's do it together.
There we go.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Artificial intelligence programs like ChatGPT are putting high schools and universities on alert.
Even the music puts you on alert right now, right? These programs are blurring the lines between original work and AI-generated essays. But now new technology is helping teachers tell the difference. And here's NBC News correspondent Kadi Schwartz.
At the University of Southern California, a new kind of test.
It is continuous autocomplete.
Dr. Karen North asking her students to write an essay themselves.
Public speaking can be difficult, but here are some good practices that can help keep you on track and have a good public speech.
And to use an artificial intelligence program that writes the essay in seconds.
Public speaking is a crucial skill that can make or break one's personal and professional success.
Can you tell which is which? That question growing more critical by the day as AI programs become more prevalent.
It's pretty much everywhere you look, like in the classrooms, outside of the classrooms.
All raising the prospect that students may not be hitting the books to get that better grade, but hitting AI programs like ChatGPT and making it hard for teachers to tell the difference.
So you're thinking going all the way back
For sure, I'm going to.
pen and paper.
Yep. You're going to take a test. I'm going to hand out the test. Everybody take out a pen. Close your computers.
Now tech company Turnitin, known for software that detects plagiarism, has developed a new program to detect AI.
Are you using AI to help detect AI?
Absolutely. Our detector itself is a piece of AI trained on data that we have. It's developed using our over 20 years of expertise in understanding student writing.
But how accurate is it? Well, Dr. North put it to the test. To generate an essay using AI, students simply go to a program like ChatGPT and type in a simple prompt, like write an essay about crisis communications in the digital age, and then in seconds, it spits out an essay.
First step in crisis communication is to have a plan in place before the crisis occurs.
Students can take that entire essay, hand it in, or use portions or ideas that come from it. For this test, those whole essays are then uploaded to Turnitin.
So many of them are 100% AI.
Did Turnitin catch all of the AI-generated responses?
We were sort of shocked. It did catch a lot.
But some did slip through.
There's one kid who had a 100% AI-generated document, and it flagged him as 3% AI.
And this essay also got a flag.
First of all, know your audience because you should be able to speak to the age, demographic, and interests of your audience. Next, being nervous is normal.
Except that was an original essay written without ChatGPT.
Are you offended?
Yes. I'm super offended that it thinks I'm an AI.
What scares you the most, AI or AI detectors?
When somebody who didn't cheat is identified as cheating, that's catastrophic.
But Turnitin says a flag should lead to conversation, not punishment.
Our detector is really intended to highlight areas of text that teachers should pay attention to. It should highlight areas of text that might plausibly have been generated by AI.
Do you think teaching is going to change forever?
100%. We've seen it with the calculator. We've seen it with Google search. The problem with this one is that it actually generates the product for the kid, and therefore it doesn't teach the student how to think.
Classroom discussions with real-world implications.
It's interesting, right? Is this pretty eye-opening, you guys? Frighteningly.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Such a head-scratcher that they're using AI to crack down on AI.
And the fact that even that can't totally tell which is AI and which is the real person.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Soon the professor will be out of a job. Who knows? This thing's the way things are
I
moving
hope
these
not.
days. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now.
Rapper Megan Thee Stallion speaking out for the first time about her recent trial against fellow rapper Tory Lanez. Lanez was found guilty in December of shooting Megan Thee Stallion in the foot in 2020. In an essay for Elle magazine, Stallion said it was the most traumatizing incident of her life, and she lashed out at the people who accused her of lying about the incident. She also expressed her gratitude for the fans and the allies who rallied around her.
A second member of the popular K-pop group BTS is joining the South Korean army. J-Hope begins boot camp today for his 18 months of mandatory service. The first member of BTS to leave for service was Jin back in December. South Korea requires all able-bodied men to fulfill their military duties by the time they are 28 years young.
Breaking hearts all over the world. Fans are getting a first look into a movie adaptation of the Broadway musical Wicked, which just closed. The film's director, John Chu, shared some photos of the main characters. You see them there writing what happens when you veer off the yellow.
Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
If it's Tuesday, Congress returns to face a new round of dysfunction over raising the debt limit amid new fallout over the biggest classified documents leak in a decade. Plus, all eyes are on the Supreme Court as the justices could rule at any time on the fate of a widely used abortion pill and where the legal fight over abortion access goes next. And NBC News speaks exclusively with Republican 2024 hopeful Asa Hutchinson in Iowa as he becomes the first GOP candidate to take on Trump, accusing the former president of wanting to, quote, get even rather than lead the country. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where Congress is back in session and trying to overcome partisanship, toxic politics, domestic instability, and intra-party fighting as lawmakers face disputes over two of the most essential roles of the government, to pay its bills and to keep our nation's secrets secret. Today, behind closed doors, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy tried to sell his Republican caucus on a proposal aimed at essentially trying to force the White House to the negotiating table on the issue of the debt ceiling. The White House vehemently opposes McCarthy's plan, and some Republicans say they still aren't on board with it yet.
I think we've got a lot of specifics still to work out, but directionally, I think we're getting closer as a team to a proposal to the Senate, and I'm encouraged by the discussions we've had today.
I'm not there yet. I want to know what the details are and what their plan is.
Now, McCarthy outlined that plan yesterday in New York. It calls for, among other things, new spending caps, a 1% limit on budget growth, no student loan forgiveness, and tougher work requirements for government aid. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries panned the Republican approach to this crisis earlier today.
Right now, all we have is a speech and talking points, but we haven't seen a legislative proposal. The first thing that we need to do is to make sure that we cleanly raise the debt ceiling to avoid a default on our nation's debt for the first time in our history. It would have catastrophic consequences. Even the flirtation with a default is going to hurt everyday Americans.
Now, even if McCarthy is able to get his caucus on board, he's facing a likely dead-end road with Democrats in the White House who are accusing Republicans of playing a game of, quote, hostage-taking with the full faith and credit of the government. Now, keep in mind, analysts warn the U.S. will reach its borrowing limit at some point between July and September if Congress does not act. The debate over the debt limit has become the latest example of dysfunctional politics in America at a moment when Congress and the country are facing a staggering amount of fallout from war abroad, instability at home, and the worst leak of U.S. intelligence since Edward Snowden. Joining me now is Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. So, Ryan, break this down for me. How is McCarthy's debt ceiling plan being received on the Hill right now?
Well, Kristen, if I was sending you a text message, I might send like the shrug emoji. That might be the best way to describe it. I think that members right now are still trying to figure out exactly what the details are in this plan. But I do think it's going to be an uphill climb for Kevin McCarthy. There are a lot of skeptical Republicans who view this debt limit negotiation as their best opportunity at leverage over some of these big ticket issues that they really promised their constituents when they won back the House of Representatives in the 2022 midterms. So they're not just going to go along willy-nilly with a plan that comes from the top down. What Republicans and McCarthy in particular promised when he became Speaker is that they would do it for more of a bottom-up approach. So what you see McCarthy doing here is essentially setting out some guidelines and then trying to get some feedback from his caucus as to what they want to see specifically in this plan. The big problem he's going to run into, though, is that with a 4-vote slim majority, even one member could derail this process, and that makes it really hard to put together a plan that will ultimately get over the finish line.
Let me follow up with you on that, because McCarthy can essentially only afford to lose 4 GOP votes. Can you break down for us who some of those undecided Republicans are, who we should be watching, who I know you're going to be chasing after in the hallways?
Yeah, well, the first place to start would be that group of breakaway Republicans that took a while to vote for him to become the next Speaker of the House. And many of them members of the Freedom Caucus, and many of them were with McCarthy today behind closed doors trying to hash out these differences. They're the ones that have a very specific set of goals that they would like to see come out of these negotiations. But, Kristen, we shouldn't focus all of our effort on the Freedom Caucus, because as what happens in these negotiations is if you pull too far to the right, then you have the opportunity, or the risk, I should say, of losing some of the more moderate members. And, you know, those clips that you played before you came to me, one from Matt Gaetz, who's on the far right, and then of Nancy Mace, who's closer to the middle, you see them both being skeptical, which is why I said that we should kind of look at this with a collective shrug. It's going to be difficult for him to kind of marshal all these different perspectives and come up with a plan that can pass through the House.
And Ryan, just quickly before I let you go, I mean, this is very unlikely to pass in the Senate. So what's the broader strategy here? I mean, McCarthy hasn't even been back to the White House in months since he first met with the president about this. It doesn't seem like there's any real movement to get this done.
Well, this is the attempt to get that movement headed in that direction. You know, Kristen, you cover Joe Biden. You've heard him say to Kevin McCarthy over and over again, show me your plan. This is McCarthy putting pen to paper, coming up with a plan, and then demonstrating that he has enough Republican votes to get it through the House of Representatives. Yes, whatever emerges the first time around probably has no chance of passing a Democratic Senate and being signed into law by Joe Biden. But what it can do is begin a real substantive negotiation between both sides. They claim this is what they want. This is McCarthy doing his part to get to the negotiating table. We'll have to see how the president and Senate Democrats respond.
Ryan Nobles, great reporting as always. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And joining me now on set is Republican from Illinois, Congressman Darren LaHood, and Democrat also from Illinois, Congressman Mike Quigley. Thank you so much for being here for this bipartisan discussion. We are really looking forward to it. I want to start off by asking you both about that very fact. A lot of people look at Washington, they look at this process over the debt ceiling, and they feel like things are broken here. Congressman Quigley, start us off. What do you say to people who feel like Congress is broken?
Yeah, look, there are exceptions. I was the sponsor of 2 bills, Act for ALS and Big Cat Safety Bill, which had the most bipartisan support of any bills in their term. They both passed. So if you have the same mindset and you're willing to put aside the toxicity, you can get anything done if folks are willing to compromise.
Congressman LaHood, your take?
Well, Mike and I are here today to talk about a bill we're working on in a bipartisan way. The majority of stuff that we pass in the Congress is done in a bipartisan way. These big issues that you talked about at the beginning, of course, we're going to have differences on that. We're going to have to work through them in a divided government.
We are going to delve into the details of the bill that you both are proposing in just one moment. I do want to get your reaction, though, to the news of the day and this proposal by Speaker McCarthy. Congressman LaHood, what do you make of it? Do you support his approach? And do you think it can pass?
Well, I have a lot of faith in Speaker McCarthy and the team he's put together. There's been a lot of outreach in our conference from all sections, getting their feedback on what we need to do. The other part is we have to recognize we have divided government. So for President Biden to say that he doesn't want to sit down with Kevin McCarthy, I think is just wrong. Every president has negotiated when it's come to the debt ceiling. Now, I'm not someone that said we ought to default on our debt. We shouldn't do that. But we can chew gum and walk at the same time. We ought to have a conversation about reducing spending, particularly when we're $31 trillion in debt. And that's what Speaker McCarthy is talking about, having a conversation with Joe Biden on how we have spending cuts.
So do you support Speaker McCarthy's plan, this 1 year raising the debt limit coupled with spending cuts?
I support the bill that he talked about today. I think it's the right approach to take.
Congressman Quigley, respond to that. The idea that President Biden has not invited Speaker McCarthy back to the White House. He says he's not going to until he sees his budget. Should he be meeting with Speaker McCarthy?
I think there's always room to meet, but I have to quote for the first time in my career President Trump when he said, I can't even imagine raising the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge. There was something very close to what President Reagan said. In my lifetime, we've raised the debt ceiling 78 times. 49 times under Republican leadership.
Well, let me ask you about that, because you have said that raising the debt limit shouldn't be it should be a bipartisan issue. So would you support Speaker McCarthy's plan?
I support something like we tried to do under a Simpson-Bowles agreement. Well, 13 years ago, I was one of only 38 members of the House that ended up voting for it. It was big, balanced, bipartisan, and it covered the issue over a long period of time. It was a serious way to address it, and I support that.
So I hear some similarities in what you both are saying, and I guess if you're sitting at home watching this, the big question is the nation going to go over the cliff? How confident are you that a crisis will be averted here?
Well, the nation shouldn't go over a cliff. I don't think that's going to happen. We will avert that, but there's going to have to be negotiation. There's going to have to be compromise. But to think that we can't talk about spending cuts on reducing deficits, particularly when we spent $6 trillion through COVID, we have to reduce spending. I think that's a conversation that's easy to have with the American people. They do it every single day with their family budgets and in businesses. We ought to be able to do it here in D.C.
Congressman Quigley, your take on this, and again, do you want to see President Biden meet with Speaker McCarthy at this point in time?
Again, I think there's always room for negotiations. That's important.
So he should?
I think they should always have these discussions. I just don't think you risk this default, saying we're going to do this unless you do that. I think both minds understand we have to raise the debt ceiling, but we have to have, again, a Simpson-Bowles-like long-term comprehensive solution.
Okay, let's talk about the other major news we have been tracking, the massive leak of intelligence. And the two of you have put forward a bipartisan bill to address this. Among the penalties, $500,000. This would be civil penalties for anyone who misused or didn't carefully store classified material. Congressman LaHood, your confidence that this is going to get passed, and is this enough?
Well, first of all, it's a bipartisan bill. Congressman Quigley and I are working on this, came up with this together. It's simply unacceptable to see what's happened over the last several months with classified documents by former President Trump, President Biden, Vice President Pence, and others to have that happen. So what we did in a bipartisan way is let's figure out how we can prevent this from happening in the future. This current statute really focuses on intent and knowledge. It doesn't focus on carelessness, negligence, mistakes that were made. So what we've done in this bill, we want to make sure this never happens again in the future. So we're adding to the statute civil penalties up to $500,000 for each document that's not secured or doesn't go through the same process, but also other penalties where your pension can be taken from you, you can have your security clearance taken. We want to give more tools in the toolbox to federal prosecutors when this comes up again.
Does this bill go far enough, though?
I believe it does. And I think if you look at the bipartisan support we have already on our side and the Democrat side, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Congressman Quigley, let me get your take on this. How confident are you that this bill is going to pass? Have you gotten assurances from your fellow lawmakers that they are going to support this? Do you think you have the votes?
Yeah, well, look, we're in D.C. There are no assurances, right? But this is too big. It's a bipartisan problem, so it requires a bipartisan solution. The early take from leadership on the committees that are of note and from leadership on both sides are there is and there will be support.
And do you think that this will pass? Do you have a sense of the timeline?
I think there's broad bipartisan support. We're going to go through the committee process on this. But when people look at the inexcusable, unacceptable behavior that's gone on with classified secured documents, something has to be done.
We know that the Senate is going to be briefed tomorrow. Do you have any sense of when the House might be briefed on the classified documents leak?
There's a briefing that'll take place this week.
This week?
On this.
Do you know when that's going to be?
It'll be later this week.
And do you have confidence that you'll get the full information, the full answers to the multitude of questions that you're going to have?
Well, I don't think the investigation is thoroughly complete. Let me express the frustration, because this is a slightly different bent than the former president and vice president's misdeeds. This was someone doing this with the evil criminal intent, even if it's just for their ego. So it's a slightly different bent. I am concerned. I was on the committee, Intelligence Committee, 8 years, and we were told time and time again, yes, this is bad. We're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. I'm concerned, especially the Department of Defense does not do enough to screen people.
Congressman LaHood, pick up on that. What is the crux of the problem here? I mean, as we point out, obviously this leak is in its own unique category, biggest leak since Edward Snowden. And yet we are also talking about the current president, the former vice president, who have not carefully enough stored classified documents. What is the problem?
Well, I think that's what we're addressing in our legislation. This is completely unacceptable. They are two separate issues. But essentially what it jeopardizes our national security. It jeopardizes our troops overseas, sometimes our nuclear codes, other security mechanisms that we have in our country. And to have people engaged at the highest level with improper storage of secure documents, having them where they shouldn't be, it's unacceptable, and that's what we're doing with our legislation.
Senator Lindsey Graham says that people should be fired over this, heads should roll. So far, no indication that's going to happen, but do you agree with him?
I think the Department of Defense has to start over, recognizing they're not doing nearly enough to make sure these documents are kept safe and that they have people properly screened, and they limit who has access to this. This person's textbook example of someone who should not have.
But do you think people should be fired over this?
Absolutely.
Do you think people should be fired over this? Okay. Let me move on to politics quickly. Congressman LaHood, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in D.C. today. As you know, I know you're going to be joining him at an event tonight, and you're going to be hosting him in Illinois in a few weeks. Do you think he's the strongest standard bearer right now for the Republican Party?
Well, I served with Governor DeSantis when he was a member of Congress from 2015 to 2018. Got to know him a little bit then. I think he is one of the strongest conservative leaders we have in this country. I frankly look at what he's done in Florida, one of the best economies in the country, low crime rate. I'm impressed what he's done there. So
is he stronger than Trump, who endorsed you, by the way?
Well, what I would say is I look at Illinois. I wish we had a governor like Governor Ron DeSantis in Illinois. We keep hemorrhaging people out of our state because of high taxes, high crime, the way we handled COVID. I love what he's done in Florida.
Speaking of the governor of Illinois, the New York Times says that some Democrats see Governor Pritzker as the break glass candidate in case President Biden doesn't run. President Biden has said he's going to run. We anticipate he'll be announcing it relatively soon. Do you think President Biden is the strongest person to lead Democrats in 2024?
I think President Biden is remarkably underrated. Look, he unified the West for the war in Ukraine.
Is that a yes?
Yes. He has normalized the body politic here, brought us back to the rule of law, passed the first infrastructure bill, first gun control bill, has a long, strong legislative record a lot of presidents would have envied.
I thank you both so much for being here for this spirited discussion and for giving us so much information. Really appreciate it. Congressman, thank you. And we are following some breaking news in Dominion's defamation lawsuit against Fox News. The judge in the case just announced the two sides have reached a settlement. That announcement came on the same day opening statements were set to begin in the $1.6 billion suit. NBC's Emily Ikeda is in Wilmington, Delaware, live, where that trial was supposed to begin. Emily, dramatic developments. Bring us up to speed here. What's the latest?
Yeah, absolutely. Some 11th hour drama here. Opening statements for this high stakes trial were supposed to begin at 1:30 p.m. Hour by hour, as we were left with unanswered questions around what was delaying the process. There was speculation around, okay, could this be the result of a settlement? Well, just before 4 p.m., the judge and the jurors re-entered the courtroom, and we got our answer. The judge announcing that the parties involved have settled the matter. He profusely thanked the jurors, 12 jurors, 12 alternate jurors that had just been seated earlier today, saying they had done their duty, and it was because of them that these parties were able to reach a settlement before the actual trial got underway. We had already seen one delay in this process. It was supposed to get underway yesterday morning, and we got a formal announcement from the judge pushing it to today. And so what you can see happening behind me, just out of view, you may be able to watch people walking behind me, and that is because Dominion's lawyers are addressing the press at this hour. And just moments ago, I'm going to pull it up on my phone because I just got this statement in from Fox Corporation, our NBC News team, sharing this with me. We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. It goes on to say we acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. The settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. We are hopeful that our decision to resolve this dispute with Dominion amicably instead of the acrimony of a divisive trial allows the country to move forward from these issues. Kristen, as soon as we're done here, I'll be popping over there to hear exactly what Dominion has to say on this.
And Emily, really, the crux of this was this battle between press freedom, which is what Fox was arguing, freedom of the press, and this argument by Dominion, which said that you cannot knowingly disseminate misinformation. It was anticipated that this is the type of case that would have gone all the way to the Supreme Court. Talk about the stakes of this case.
Well, I think one of the interesting things that we saw play out here, but during the pretrial hearings, and there was an initial ruling before the trial even got underway from the judge that actually declared the statements, the conspiracy theories swirling around Dominion voting system, suggesting they had some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election. The judge ruled those to be false ahead of time. He said it was crystal clear those statements were not true. And so Dominion's job throughout the rest of this, throughout the trial, was merely to prove defamation and that they acted with actual malice, which is a difficult standard to reach, and it's why a lot of defamation cases frequently don't reach trial. They are settled outside, or they are settled before they even reach trial. And actual malice means that Dominion had to prove that Fox knowingly aired false claims or at least acted with reckless disregard for the truth. But again, so many eyes have been on this case, especially when you consider there are other similar suits coming down the pipeline for Fox. Kristen.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And we're going to take this press conference. Emily, great reporting. Dominion's lawyer speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Our employees, our people, our partners are grateful to the court for allowing us the process for the truth to come out. I cannot thank the election officials that we serve enough. Without them, there is no democracy. And the work they tirelessly do to that end, and they deserve much better. We are grateful for all the support we have received, grateful to our legal team, and want to acknowledge Staple Street Capital, who have been unconditional in their support of Dominion and our customers. I want to introduce Hutan Yagubzadeh, principal and founder of Staple Street Capital.
Sir, can we just ask, should Rupert Murdoch apologize to you personally?
Hi. I'm a co-founder of Staple Street Capital, which is an investment firm that owns Dominion Voting Systems in partnership with John Polis and the rest of the management team. It's not every day that an investment fund finds itself at the center of this type of dispute. For us, this case has always been about exposing the truth and holding those who knowingly spread lies accountable. We are proud to have played whatever part we could in helping Dominion achieve these important goals. I would also like to thank all the Dominion employees who have been through so much and stuck with the company through all this. We're all very proud of them. I also want to thank our attorneys at both Sussman Godfrey and Claire Locke for all their hard work. Without their efforts and resolve, the truth that has been exposed over the course of the last several months may have never seen the light of day. Thank you. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Stephen Shackelford.
Hi, Stephen Shackelford with Sussman Godfrey. I am so proud to be here today representing Dominion. It's a great day for the company, although a bittersweet day for the company. As I was preparing today to give the opening that I never got to give, I was reminded of the hell that the Dominion employees went through and continue to go through to this day. Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox. But we're not done yet. We've got some other people who have some accountability coming towards them, and I'm very proud of the team from Sussman Godfrey that has worked tirelessly for this case, and we'll move right on to the next one. Thank you.
Stephen, did you get any apology? Were there any other turnaround? Is there an apology or a written statement from Fox coming?
Anything else as part of this settlement? Is there anything else in this settlement besides money?
Davita Brooke, Sussman Godfrey, one last thank you, which is really to all of you for being with us on this journey. We appreciate what you've done to help us and to help expose what we were able to discover over the course of this process. And so thank you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Counselor, anything else in this settlement besides money?
Any retraction apology? Any retractions?
That's all for now. Thank you.
And you were just listening to representatives for Dominion voting system essentially praising this massive settlement that was just reached. You just heard that one person say money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox. Again, very big breaking news in this Dominion suit against Fox News, settling with Fox News for more than $787 million. And also, you heard some of the representatives there thanking the employees of Dominion and saying that the truth that has been exposed may not have seen the light of day if not for them. Emily Ikeda, let me go back to you and get your thoughts on what we just heard.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out the settlement number, $787 million. We're talking about roughly half of what was initially demanded in that lawsuit. Started out as $1.6 billion lawsuit. We're just learning that from Dominion lawyers who are now exiting the property behind me. You know, and when you consider one of the other developments earlier today, that there was going to be an investigation. The judge earlier today announced that he would be tasking a special master into investigating Fox and whether it actually fulfilled all of its evidence obligations. And actually, one of our colleagues reached out to that special master because this leaves a lot of unanswered questions still at this point, asking him, you know, what happens to that investigation? He responded, quite frankly, I don't know. So that's the best answer that I can give you. So still a lot of moving pieces at this hour, but already just from the pre-trial filings that we've seen, we've gotten this rare window, this rare glimpse into the inner workings, the behind the scenes of this top-rated cable news network, whether it be some of the texts and emails, communications between Fox's executives, some of their hosts, really revealing some of the skepticism that was happening among those hosts and executives while they were airing false claims. So substantial amounts of evidence that would have been discussed over the next 5 to 6 weeks had this trial actually played out. Even just overnight, we looked at some of the level of exhibits, the mound of evidence that was submitting from both sides. More than 7,000 different exhibits filed into the court ahead of the trial playing out. Think broadcasts, emails, communications, and from Fox's side, more than 5,000. So it would have been a lengthy, detailed trial that would have played out. Not to mention some of the people that were anticipated to take the stand. You think chairman of Fox Corporation Rupert Murdoch was a possibility. We could have heard from some of Fox's top hosts, Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, Maria Bartiromo, but no more. This case is settled, as the judge announced just a matter of moments ago, Kristen.
Emily, I think you raised such an important point, which is that throughout the course of these legal proceedings, we have gotten glimpses, behind the scenes glimpses, as you say, of these communications between Fox executives expressing skepticism about what was being reported, and that is undoubtedly among the concerns behind the scenes about this case. Emily, stand by for me if you would. I do want to bring in Danny Savalos, who has been tracking these developments as well. Danny, I think we have you on the phone. Let me just get your reaction to this settlement. $787 billion. Dominion was asking for $1.6 billion, but this is still a substantial figure.
It's a massive number, and this was a foregone conclusion. This case was always going to settle. First, most civil cases do settle. The vast majority of them are resolved either before trial or on the courthouse steps, and it's not that unusual to resolve a case during jury selection or after. It's really, in many ways, a big game of chicken. And in this case, it is a $1 billion game of chicken. And I suspect, although I do not know, that Fox probably blinked early. And Dominion probably smelled the blood in the water and thought, well, if we hold out and simply refuse to settle even a day, and we heard there were settlement discussions yesterday, Dominion, I suspect, and we may never know, by simply holding firm and planning to go to trial, that alone can boost your settlement value. I mean, the fascinating thing is we rarely get to see the inner workings of negotiation prior to trial with an eye towards settlement, but it is some of the most dramatic, fascinating stuff. I've been involved in it plenty of times, and it is really a game, a chess game of negotiation and finding the number at which both sides feel they can walk away with their ego intact and their bank account for the defendant able to survive.
And you heard Emily talk about and highlight the fact that throughout this process, of course, there was so much focus on those communications between Fox executives, between some of their top anchors, really airing what they thought of the election. And some of them expressing skepticism about what was being reported on air, casting doubt on the election results. How much of that led to this settlement and where we are today, and the fact that, as you say, Danny, Fox blinked?
I think from an evidence standpoint, the behind-the-scenes people, the producers, the people high up on the chain of command, their statements were more compelling for Dominion's case than, say, just the stars like Tucker Carlson. Far more important that a higher up in the chain of command who's involved in producing the shows where those statements were made. Far more important that they may have had doubts, serious doubts about the truth of these statements than, say, Tucker Carlson, who's really just the face of the show. But either way, this was an avalanche of really bad statements that damaged Fox. And in addition to that, Kristen, a court had already determined that the statements were in fact false. That is a major element of defamation that was just already decided before trial. Dominion had no burden to prove that anymore. They won on that issue. So as this case crawled along to trial, this was something Fox had to settle. And I expect towards the end, the only thing that held it up is Dominion realized that Fox had to settle, and they had that leverage where they could basically reject most of what Fox was offering. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Fox went to Dominion yesterday to settle this case, offered them a very large number, maybe $500 million, and Dominion said, no, we want the full amount and we're going to trial. And I bet that one day of holdout probably added several million, if not dozens of millions of dollars to this settlement value. Again, we'll never know because this is the kind of thing that doesn't usually emerge. But this negotiation is high stakes in any case. In this case, this was the highest stakes negotiation, arguably ever.
Danny, thank you for that analysis. Stand by for me if you would. Let me now go to NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung, who's been tracking this trial as well. Brian, your reaction?
Yeah, well, when we talk about the financial impact here, there are a lot of questions about what the $787.5 million with an M settlement would do to Fox News. Would that impact the business, force them to sell anything? And what we have to understand is that this company had about $4 billion in cash as of the end of December 2022. So because of that, they can take this on the chin. They could have taken the $1.6 billion quite fine as well without having to substantially sell any sort of their assets. Now, nonetheless, that's still a large amount of money. But when you settle for half of what Dominion was asking for, maybe you consider yourself having gotten out on the easier side of things, perhaps the reason why they decided to settle. For what it's worth, what would that do to the company from a stock standpoint? There's been a lot of Wall Street notes and analysts that have been watching the progression of this lawsuit since it was filed in 2021. Bank of America Securities estimated at the end of March that for every $500 million in damages, shares of Fox Corporation would lose about $1 per share. So if you do a little bit of the back of the napkin math, a $787.5 million settlement would equate to roughly about $1.50 per share, which last I saw it was trading at about $34. So maybe that takes it down just a notch. It's not going to bankrupt. It's not going to cause this company to go under. And when you do look at some of the aftermarket moves, again, the stock market is closed as of 33 minutes ago. Shares are down by about 1.5%. So not necessarily notable movement, but it's certainly something that says that, well, shareholders clearly aren't happy about this deal.
Well, and you take me to my next question, Brian, because this is the day of the settlement. And to your point, in the broader context, and that's why it's so important to have your perspective, when you think about $1.6 billion, this is something that Fox can clearly afford. At the same time, the optics of this are clearly problematic for the company. What are you going to be watching for in the coming days, in the coming weeks, as it relates to Fox's bottom line, to their stock, to get a better sense of what the impact of this long term might be?
Yeah, and Kristen, you know, the story of this actually kind of goes back to even prior to the 2020 election. When you consider the business model of this company, this used to be a much larger media conglomerate that had the assets of 21st Century Fox, those movie studios and TV production studios that effectively subsidized the news business as well. And in 2019, they divested those assets to Disney. So they became essentially a company that relied much more heavily on the revenues coming from their TV news. And that relies a lot on the advertising dollars as well as the carrier fees that cable companies pay Fox News to carry Fox News content onto their platforms. And that's perhaps one reason why they may have leaned into the particular approach that they had with the way that they were messaging about Dominion to keep those ratings high. Now, for what it's worth, whether or not that changes as a result of this settlement might be shaded by the fact that the statement from Fox News does seem to admit that they made false claims about Dominion. But whether or not that changes the way that they operate going forward is very much a business question that the Wall Street community is actually paying attention to as well. Bank of America noting that at a minimum, the constant barrage of negative headlines should be an overhang on near-term investor sentiment. Again, that was put out prior to this settlement, but worth noting that they're watching that as well.
Definitely worth noting. Brian Chung, thank you so much, and Emily and Danny as well for helping us out with that breaking news. Really appreciate it. Coming up, new developments in the abortion pill legal saga as the Supreme Court weighs whether to allow restrictions on a widely used medication to go into effect. That's next. Plus, taking on Trump, GOP rivals spar with the former president as the Republican primary heats up. We'll have the latest from the campaign trail ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. With the fate of a key abortion pill in limbo, the Supreme Court can now rule at any time. Anti-abortion groups today filed their response to the High Court's initial decision to side with the Biden administration, urging it to lift its temporary pause of a lower court ruling that would have significantly restricted access to the pill. With that pause slated to expire tomorrow night, doctors, patients, and providers are facing a scenario where regulatory rules around access to the drug could be rolled back to the year 2000, making it harder to to obtain and take mifepristone as part of a two-step regimen used in half of abortions nationwide. To break down what the court's next steps might be, I'm joined by senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
So just start off by breaking down both sides' latest arguments because they've evolved a bit.
They have. And the key for the plaintiffs, the anti-abortion advocates and doctors that brought this case, they continue to try to convince the court that this drug simply isn't safe and the FDA should not have approved it. That's obviously something that the government and the pill manufacturer strongly contest. But one of the new arguments that the anti-abortion groups are making this time is that as it relates to the original of mifepristone that happens in the year 2000, they say, look, for 16 years, this drug was on the market with a number of restrictions. So how can the Justice Department argue now that those restrictions are invalid when for 16 years no one complained? However, the Justice Department now points out that because the pill has been updated with all of these new regulations and this sort of morass of entanglements, because we are where we are now in obviously the year 2023, if you actually tried to go back to the year 2000 regime, if you will, Kristen, that would cause a regulatory chaos, says the Justice Department, because the label wouldn't actually match what the court is saying you have to do. And so it's sort of a disaster to, again, make the Biden administration point here if you went actually back to the year 2000. But we'll see what the Supreme Court does with this. They may not decide that issue at all.
Well, and that brings me to my next question. How quickly could the Supreme Court take this up? And what are the various scenarios that we're looking at? And what would that mean in terms of access?
They could take this up at any time. They could issue a decision as we speak right now. But now that the plaintiffs have put in their last legal brief, they could decide at any time what to do here. And there's basically three different paths they could take. The first scenario would be to grant this stay request that the Justice Department wants. The pill would remain on the market. That's the big thing to note here. If the stay request is granted, the pill stays on the market. The case goes back down to the Fifth Circuit. So that's it's not on the Supreme Court's docket. It goes back down the Fifth Circuit, but the pill would remain on the market. The second path potentially here is to deny the Justice Department's request for a stay, in which case you could see significant confusion because, of course, remember, there's still that Washington decision which tells the FDA you have to keep the pill on the market. And so you need to see exactly how does the Supreme Court decide to square those two. That's a little bit unclear. Option number three, the court could just grab the case for itself, Kristen. The justices could decide, you know what, there are important issues here. This is sort of a regulatory mess. We want to hear the case ourselves, in which case, again, pill stays on the market. And it's just a matter of when the justices want to hear it. Do they want to fast track it and hear it before summer recess? Or do they decide, you know what, let's keep everything on ice and we'll hear it next fall?
Laura, very quickly, if it does go back to the Fifth Circuit, would they be considering the entire case or would they be considering a narrower question?
They would be hearing the narrower issue because, remember, they decided the pill was it's able to actually be approved and that these plaintiffs didn't bring it in enough time. Essentially, these plaintiffs, it was an untimely suit. But they are looking at a narrow question of what happens to those regulations after 2015 thereabouts. And so they'd be looking at that narrow issue, Kristen.
All right. Laura, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, as always.
Of course. Yep.
Turning now to the 2024 presidential campaign trail, where a Republican presidential candidate is doing something no one else in the field really has. He's going after former President Trump. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson got into the race earlier this month, calling for the party to move on from their former standard bearer. Our Vaughn Hilliard spent some time with Hutchinson recently, exclusively during his first trip to Iowa. Here's a look at his reporting.
This man?
Hello, Governor.
Hey, how are we doing?
Good to meet you.
Is a Republican.
I might be spending as much time up here as I do in Arkansas.
Taking on Donald Trump.
I'm running for president because we need a course correction in our country. I'll just tell you very frankly, we need a course correction in the Republican Party as well.
This is Asa Hutchinson, a former congressman, a former Bush administration official, and most recently, the two-term governor of Arkansas. How are you going to do this?
Well, it's going to take a lot of shoe leather. We're going to have to be going to small venues. We're going to be visiting with people about the issues.
We spent the day in Iowa with Hutchinson, his first trip to the caucus state since formally filing his paperwork to win the Republican nomination for president. He intends to make this campaign very different than Mr. Trump's.
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
One focused on traveling town to town.
I'd like to have one of those mushrooms there.
Those are my favorite.
And then that New York strip. This guy looks like a Brussels sprouts guy to me.
You're the one candidate so far who is really taking Donald Trump on directly, not really going around the edges of this. Why?
Because he's a defining person in this campaign. And if you don't say, I'm different from Donald Trump, that I'm going to provide a different leadership than he does, then why are you in the race?
Why does the party need to move on from Donald Trump?
Because Donald Trump has taken us back to bitterness. He's taken us back to, what's a personal vendetta. Whenever you look at what he wants to do as president, it's more about getting even with his political enemies than leading our country, and that concerns me. Oh, listen, we are cooking that. Yeah, I like what I see.
What evidence or data have you seen that would suggest that you can win this nomination?
Well, history. Whenever you look at the history of front runners, it's not too good.
This front runner, though, still here in Iowa this month has 80% favorability among Iowa Republicans. How do you make that not reality?
Well, you get in there and you make your case. And sure, I will concede that this is a challenge. All right.
Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump have really played to these ideas of cultural fights. And in the Republican Party, we've seen it galvanize a primary electorate. But to what extent do you fear that it alienates a part of the general electorate that you would need to win the presidency?
Well, I think you have to be careful about using the same tools the left use. Do we want the conservative government to tell businesses what you can and can't do, or what you can't speak out on and not speak out on?
You also vetoed a ban on gender-affirming care for minors in Arkansas. What went into your thought process when you did that?
I think whether you're talking about the government telling parents about vaccines, or parents telling how you raise your children on some very sensitive issues like gender identity, I think you have to be careful about getting the government right in the middle of that.
Great conversation there by our Vaughn Hilliard. Our thanks to Vaughn for that great reporting. We have got a lot of news to break down now with my panel. Joining me now on set is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong, former Michigan Democratic Congressman Andy Levin. He's now a distinguished senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, and Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. I want to delve into 2024 and the Republican primary field, but I have to ask you all about this breaking news. And Scott, let me just start with you. The fact that Fox has settled with Dominion, $787 million, half of what they were asking for, but still a significant amount of money.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot. And I think that the takeaway is that there are consequences to these things. Consequences when you lie and float conspiracy theories on a broadcast, consequences to attacking the Capitol. During January 6th, we are seeing dozens and dozens of these cases and prosecutions come to fruition right now, and consequences, when it comes to lying about the election.
Sarah, what is your take? And do you think there will be adjustments, not necessarily at Fox, but more broadly ahead of 2024?
I'm not sure there'll be big adjustments. I think that they might know now not to run afoul of the law and that people will actually sue them. And it does look like, for accountability purposes, the courts might be one of the last places to go. But I am not the least bit surprised that Fox settled, because this was really bad for them. And if this big court case had taken place, their viewers were going to actually start to learn about it. Because one of the things that's interesting, I do focus groups every week talking to Republican voters, and they didn't really know about the Dominion case, and so they would have started to hear about it, and they wanted to avoid that.
Andy, what's your take on that and the decision to settle broadly?
Well, Kristen, I'm really sorry to miss the show. It would have really been something, and that's why Fox settled. As a lawyer, you learn in law school how hard it is to bring a defamation lawsuit. But Fox was caught literally lying, putting out these lies, host after host, show after show. And I hope that things will change. I worried that they won't change much at Fox because they haven't been reporting on this at all.
Sarah's point is fascinating, though, that there are a whole host of people who just aren't really paying attention.
Well, because they watch Fox News and other right-wing outlets that have not been reporting on this, vital case. So, but it's a big, big deal that they settled. And I think it shows that there's some health in our democracy, that we can hold news outlets accountable to telling the truth.
Did you have one more?
No,
okay. Okay. Let's move on to, of course, this is the backdrop against which we are talking about the GOP primary, which is coming into sharper focus every single day. Scott, you have Ron DeSantis, who is here in D.C. He's meeting with Republicans. He is positioning himself as someone who is poised to run. He has not officially done so yet. It's notable when you see the Asa Hutchinson piece with Vaughn that Hutchinson is really carving out his own path. Ron DeSantis is not doing that.
Yeah, but he is reaching out to Republican lawmakers quietly behind the scenes, building support like this event today. He is just blocks from where we are, in fact, right now, with Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, and some others. Now, we are starting to see just a handful of these Republican lawmakers jump in and endorse Ron DeSantis for president. Laurel Lee from Florida today, who served as Secretary of State in Tallahassee with Ron DeSantis. Obviously, they're very close. But a handful of these folks are jumping in and endorsing him, even though he hasn't announced for the presidency yet.
Yeah. Sarah, what do you make of that? And do you get the sense that if you look at the polls, and I know it's so early to be talking about polls, but still, Trump seems to be expanding his lead over Ron DeSantis.
When Donald Trump jumped in the race right after the midterms, I thought it was crazy to get in that early. But what he's been able to do is start consolidating support. He's getting big endorsements, and Ron DeSantis is still trying to be governor of Florida. And so even though there's a couple people here and there coming out endorsing him, Ron DeSantis isn't officially in the race while Donald Trump is like sucking up endorsements. Yeah.
So to that point, I mean, does he need to take a page out of Asa Hutchinson's playbook, which is, yes, I'm going to distinguish myself from, I mean, obviously the risk is you wind up alienating the Trump base.
Yeah, although here's the thing. Ron DeSantis has pitched himself as a fighter. He even made that crazy ad, God made a fighter.
Right.
He's got to fight. He's got to go right at Trump. If he can't be an alpha against Trump, like, to be the man, you've got to beat the man. You cannot go around Trump. You have to go through him. And DeSantis right now feels very much on the sidelines, and it could get to the point where by the time he gets in, Trump already feels inevitable. And so these Republicans have got to start making contrast cases against Trump. It's going to be too late very soon.
Andy, what is your take as Democrats watch the Republican field take shape? Do you have a sense of who Democrats are more nervous about, Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump?
Well, I'll tell you this. Ron DeSantis is as much of a MAGA extremist as Donald Trump. And this whole thing of trying to go after kids, trying to restrict education in, K-12 in our schools, he was for a 30% sales tax. He was privatizing Social Security. I mean, there is a lot Democrats can run on against Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump. And the real question for the Republican Party is, will they shake this anti-democratic with a small d whole era, moving into authoritarianism, and go back to just being a party of ideas that I might disagree with, but are perfectly respectable ideas?
Let me answer that for him. Definitely no. They are definitely not going back. And I think the fact that Ron DeSantis is sort of the only viable challenger against Trump right now and is running kind of as a Trump-light version sort of tells you all you need to know about where the Republican Party is. And these candidates who are from the before times, like Nikki Haley, like Mike Pence, whatever, voters have very little interest in candidates like that.
Yeah, Scott, our NBC colleagues have a piece out. Donald Trump hasn't commented once on the 6-week abortion ban in Florida that Ron DeSantis just signed. What does that? It's so fascinating. And obviously Republicans are grappling with the issue of abortion and how to deal with it in 2024. But what does that tell you?
Well, they have a recent memory looking back at the 2022 midterms and how poorly they performed after the Supreme Court abortion ruling, how that galvanized the Democratic base and really carried them through that election. Even though the majority did flip in the House, they only won by a tiny margin.
Yeah.
And so they are looking back at that election result and are fearful for what could lie ahead for 2024. Ron DeSantis signed that bill very, very late, didn't advertise that he had signed that bill into law, and Donald Trump is staying out of the fray entirely.
And Kristen, they have a more recent memory, Wisconsin, where the Supreme Court flipped because of this Republican extremism on abortion. I mean, this mifepristone thing, people want these decisions to be made by their doctors, by their families, and in terms of the drugs, by the FDA, by the scientists.
Sarah, I'm going to give you the final word. What do you make of this, and how big of a liability are Republicans concerned the issue of abortion may be? And is that part of why we're not hearing from the former president on this?
Yeah, I actually think the former president is probably going to run to Ron DeSantis's left on abortion. Yeah. I think that he understands that where the American people are is much closer to 15 weeks with exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. And Donald Trump has like that lizard sense of where voters are and knows how to go there. Ron DeSantis got cornered by the base into signing that 6-week bill, and he is going to come to regret it if he makes it to a general election.
Looking at the primary, thinks it could help him, but there's no doubt a lot of jitters about what that could mean in the general. Great conversation. Thanks for responding to the breaking news. We really appreciate it. Scott, Andy, and Sarah. Still to come, the Missouri man who shot 16-year-old Ralph Yarl after the teenager mistakenly rang his doorbell is now facing felony charges as Yarl recovers at home. The latest from Kansas City next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
Welcome back. The white homeowner who shot a black Kansas City teen who knocked on his door Friday is now in police custody. Andrew Lester, an 84-year-old white man, was charged with first-degree assault and criminal action on Monday, 3 days after he shot Ralph Yarl, a black 16-year-old. Yarl's lawyers say he was shot after going to the wrong address while trying to pick up his twin brothers from a friend's house. After he knocked on the door, Lester told him, quote, "Don't come back around here," and then fired on the teen, hitting him in the head and the arm. Yarl's lawyers say the shooting was racially motivated. Yarl is now recovering from his injuries at home, where he received a phone call from President Biden last night. NBC's Maggie Vespa has the latest on this story from Kansas City. Maggie, thank you so much for joining us. So I just want to ask you about the arrest warrant that was issued for the shooter yesterday on charges of assault in the first degree and armed criminal action. And he was taken into custody this afternoon. A lot of people are wondering, why did this happen this afternoon? Why not sooner?
That's a great question, and frankly, Kristen, police aren't answering that question at this point. We were asking them all day today, frankly, where is Andrew Lester? Where is the person who you've known, according to his own admission, made in that probable cause statement that this is the shooter in this case, an admitted shooter who gave his story as to why he says he felt, in his words, scared to death on Thursday night. So given all that information, we've been asking, where's the arrest? You know, these charges were lodged late yesterday, basically around 5 p.m. Central Time, local time. And it wasn't until about 3 o'clock Central today that we found out that Andrew Lester, that 84-year-old white homeowner, had indeed turned himself in. We kept asking police, what's the deal? They basically just kept saying, we're working on it. So we will keep working on getting details as to why there was that lag there. At the same time, as you said, 16-year-old Ralph Yarl at home right now, out of the hospital after being shot in the head and in the arm, having undergone brain surgery in the hospital and walking away basically with a traumatic brain injury at this point. His family telling us that that means that it's very possible that he will have some sort of permanent damage moving forward. They say for the most part, his speech is back and he's able to communicate with everybody, but he does have some impediments there at this point. They're hoping for a full recovery, Kristen, but basically they tell us they're not exactly sure how this is going to go. At the very least, it will be a long road to recovery. So everybody just hoping and praying for them that that goes well and moves forward.
Everyone hoping that he has a full recovery. Maggie, there are such complicated legal issues surrounding this case. We only have less than a minute, but just very quickly, what are they?
Yeah, essentially there are two conflicting stories. Ralph Yarl says that his family says that he just rang the doorbell, sat there, waited, the homeowner opens and fires. Andrew Lester basically says that Yarl was trying to jiggle the door handle and he was afraid that Yarl was going to break in. That, as you know, Kristen, could be key if Lester, if the homeowner were to pursue some kind of self-defense argument, sort of a stand your ground-esque, or if we're in your own home in Missouri, that's called the Castle Doctrine. So basically he would have to prove that he felt threatened in that situation and he had no duty to retreat under Missouri law. Again, we're getting this information right now from that probable cause statement. We haven't been able to reach Lester. He doesn't have an attorney that we've been able to find to talk about potential defense strategies moving forward, but we'll stay on it.
Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. And thank you for being with us this hour. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with a staggering settlement, nearly $800 million on day one and done of what was supposed to be a trial in the case Dominion brought against Fox News for lying about its voting machines. No chance now that Rupert Murdoch will have to take the stand. So why didn't they want this to go to a jury? We're live from Wilmington with that breaking news. Plus, a case that's capturing the country. Hundreds of people right now beginning a march for 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, as we're learning the man who shot him in the head for mistakenly ringing the doorbell is in custody. And there are new details tonight on a different shooting out of New York that is eerily similar. The latest on both coming up. Plus, how 16 minutes turned into an all-day delay for Southwest. A case of deja vu all over again for the airline. How one little glitch turned into this national nightmare for them and a lot of people trying to fly. Plus, in tonight's original, more and more Israelis dodging the draft, risking prison to burn their papers. What some teens are telling our team about why they will not serve their country. And how a fake Drake is going super viral with AI simulating the voices of two of the world's biggest music stars. We'll lay out the legal drama on this a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight a stunner of a twist in that huge and high-profile defamation case against Fox News. An 11th hour settlement with Dominion, literally minutes before opening arguments were supposed to begin. A settlement to the tune of $787.5 million after Dominion sued Fox for lying about its voting machines. Dominion's team outside court in just the last 30 minutes or so, laying out why this is such a big deal to them and to anybody who cares about free speech, and where the right to it ends once lies begin, saying truth matters, lies have consequences. Here's what Fox News is saying tonight, that the settlement, and I'm quoting here, reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. More on that line in a second. Adding, Fox hopes this settlement, as opposed to what they call a divisive trial, allows the country to move forward from these issues. So what are the issues?
Fox aired conspiracy theories about Dominion's voting machines after the 2020 election as part of this kind of made-up fantasy about a plot to steal the election. Things that weren't true. Things Fox now acknowledges weren't true. And when Dominion sued for $1.6 billion, it looked like even as of today, we were on track for a trial. You see the sketches of lawyers and reps for both sides in court today. There was some back and forth about jurors and then a pause. A very long pause, 2+ hours long. And after, the news of this settlement and the implications for how far First Amendment protections go. In other words, is free speech still free speech when it is a knowing lie about someone or something else? Eamon Javers is outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. There's been a lot of action, Eamon, in just about the last 60 minutes or so. Really no question from a judge or jury on this, but there is a settlement where apparently, as Dominion says, Fox is acknowledging that some of what it said wasn't true. Fox alluded to that in its own statement, saying that we acknowledge the court's rulings on some of these claims that were false here. Walk us through what we need to know 5 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Hallie, absolutely dramatic moments here in Wilmington, Delaware. Both sides eyeball to eyeball leading up to today, saying they were prepared to go to trial. In the end, though, that wasn't the case. Fox agreeing to settle this case for just over $787 million, and that avoids the entire trial process. Of course, it happened after the two sides got to the courthouse steps. Sometimes you hear about the settlement on the courthouse steps. This one went a little bit farther than that. They actually impaneled a jury. The judge had taken his seat. He'd given the jury their instructions and then let them go for a lunch break that turned into a 3-hour delay here. And as that 3-hour delay percolated and percolated, we got more and more of a sense that a settlement might be in the offing. I was in the hallway upstairs in the courthouse, and I could see through the window of one of the holding rooms where the Dominion lawyers were huddling. I could see one of the co-founders of State Street Capital, which is the private equity firm that owns Dominion, talking to some of the Dominion lawyers. And in the moments before the announcement was made, he burst into an enormous smile in that holding room with those lawyers. Then the judge called the jury back and said, basically, your services are not needed. This case has been settled, and let them go. The Fox lawyers departed the scene here, not talking to the press, not answering any of our questions. The Dominion lawyers and Dominion executives, though, headed to microphones, and the Dominion CEO had this to say. Take a listen.
Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion that caused enormous damage to my company, our employees, and the customers that we serve. Nothing can ever make up for that.
Now, Hallie, I asked the Dominion team, the legal team, and the executives whether there were any other elements to this settlement other than the $787 million. They didn't answer that question. We're going to press for more detail on that. Typically, you can see some kind of contractual language regarding an apology or additional statements that the people on the other side have to make. No indication of that so far. It may be that the $787 million is the sum total of the settlement, but we're going to press for a little bit more information there. You also saw the lawyer, the lead lawyer for Dominion here, saying that they've got more to come, more cases and more accountability. A person close to Dominion tells me that he was referencing cases they're bringing now against Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, the two former Trump lawyers back in 2020. Dominion says here today that they're not done, Hallie.
You've hit on something important here, Eamon, as it relates to this settlement. And I think it's a question of what does Fox, if anything, have to do, let's say, on air or online now, right? Does there need to be, as you say, some kind of an apology? Is the acknowledgement that Fox gave in that statement that we just talked about, this acknowledgement of the court's rulings that some of these claims were false, is that enough? Like, is that what Dominion wanted? And I know we're still reporting this out, but I am also struck by Fox's statement talking about how they hold themselves and will continue to the highest journalistic standards, when in reality this case is all about the breakdown of those standards and what those standards are supposed to be, given what Fox repeatedly allowed to be on its air.
Well, that's exactly right, Hallie. And if you look at that statement that came out from Fox, I believe you just had it up on the screen, what you see is, obviously a carefully put together statement. These are very high stakes. They're saying this reflects our continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. They also had an acknowledgement there of the court's ruling that these statements were false. The question now, in my mind anyway, is whether that's going to be it from Fox's side or if there's another shoe to drop here. We're just going to have to wait to see. We're going to press the Fox team, we're going to press the Dominion team to see if there's anything else coming, perhaps an on-air component of this, and maybe not, Hallie. This could be just it.
Yeah. Eamon Javers, live for us in Wilmington. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit, Eamon, see what else you're digging up as you're peeping in windows and checking out all of that. Eamon, thank you. Let me bring in Danny Savalas now. So, Danny, help us understand this, because there was a big question here that this case, if it had gone to a jury, as we expected it to as of this morning, was supposed to answer. And that is this question about First Amendment versus defamation, right? Like, can you, freedom of the press, freedom of speech is protected, but where is that line drawn? We won't really have an answer on that, right? Because this isn't going to a jury. This case, if it had been decided by a jury, was going to have major implications that potentially could have reshaped some of legal theory for decades here. At this point, there is a settlement, but maybe the broader question unanswered.
It's interesting because the New York Times v. Sullivan standard has long been criticized as effectively creating an immunity for media companies. In other words, the argument is it's so difficult to prove that actual malice standard in order to hold someone liable for defamation, a news company, for example, that it's a test that essentially provides immunity. And the problem now is that we're not going to learn the contours of that test. For example, had Fox been found liable, then that would tend to show that the test does work. There are instances in which a media company can be held liable for defamation. They're not always absolutely protected by the New York Times v. Sullivan actual malice standard, which requires at least knowing that a statement is false or being reckless as to whether or not it is false in the face of information suggesting that it's not true.
So real quick, Danny, is this basically Fox making the assessment in super layman's terms that $750 million is worth it if they had lost, if this had gone to a jury?
Yeah, today is not about the First Amendment. It's not about defamation. When you get to this stage of civil litigation, and I've been there plenty of times myself, it's a business decision. That's all it is. It's really more like poker. Either side is staring at each other like a couple of gunslingers in a billion-dollar stakes battle, and someone is going to blink. In fact, someone blinks 99% of the time because in civil land, virtually no cases actually go to trial. And when the stakes are this high, the reality is neither side wants to take that risk. Although, because Dominion had the leverage, I suspect, although we may never know, that yesterday they told Fox, we're going to trial no matter what. And that day alone, that day of delay, may have gotten them several million more dollars. That's how negotiation really works.
Whew, Danny Savalas, thank you very much. Lots to watch tonight. We're also watching two cases tonight getting national attention with shots fired first, questions asked later. One person hurt, another dead, each for making what seems like a simple mistake. In one instance, apparently ringing the wrong doorbell. In another, turning up the wrong driveway, with real fear and real questions about how people can and should protect themselves. In Kansas City, we are learning tonight that 84-year-old Andrew Lester was in custody on felony assault charges and has now posted bail. You see here his new booking photo. He surrendered himself 5 days after shooting 16-year-old Ralph Yarl in the head and arm. Prosecutors say Lester fired his gun through a glass door when Yarl mistakenly rang his doorbell instead of a neighbor's when he was trying to pick up his twin brothers. Yarl is recovering at home right now with his family late tonight, meeting behind closed doors with the prosecutor in Clay County. His lawyer saying the family is satisfied with the charges and that they believe the prosecutor is sincere. As you're seeing live right now, supporters are speaking. We expect a march to begin in support of Yarl any minute, just hours after a bunch of his classmates walked out of school. Look. The principal at Staley High says more than 1,500 kids walked out of the 1,900 who go there. Teachers, members of the community, all joining in. It is clear people care about his story. But while Ralph Yarl is alive and recovering and maybe one day might speak about what happened to him, Kaylin Gillis will not. She's the 20-year-old killed after she and 3 friends turned up the wrong driveway in a rural area about 60 miles north of Albany, New York. Police say a 65-year-old white man shot at their car while the women were trying to turn around and get back on the right road. He is now in custody. His lawyer just now calling it a series of errors leading to tragedy. We'll have more on that with Miguel Almaguer in just a second, but we want to start in Kansas City where Maggie Vespa is live for us. And as we said, Maggie, literally as we were coming to you in this story, we have heard from Andrew Lester, or at least reps, that he has posted bail. We're also hearing from Ralph Yarl's mother talking with NBC News. Tell us more.
Yeah, so basically that first update, Hallie, just in the last couple of minutes, as you said, the Clay County Sheriff here in the Kansas City area confirming that that Andrew Lester, the homeowner in this case, has posted $200,000 bails. He's officially out of custody, but that being said, again, he's been arrested. He's been charged with those 2 felony counts, and he faces the possibility of life in prison. Also, as you said, we just moments ago heard from family of Ralph Yarl, the 16-year-old who's recovering at home after being shot twice. His mother said, "I just want justice to be served." You can hear the news helicopters overhead, by the way. "I just want justice to be served. So whatever the right amount of justice for this situation should be granted to him, nothing more, nothing less, just the right amount. That's it." So that statement just coming in again from Ralph Yarl's mother. A lot of reaction here on the ground. Again, Andrew Lester had just turned himself in this case like 2 hours ago. So a lot of developments here that people have been waiting days for to hear those charges would be filed. So that's where we are at the moment, Hallie.
Do we know why it took so long for Lester to surrender himself? And then obviously he's now potentially, I guess, out on bail, as the reporting indicates here.
We don't, and we also don't know why it took so long potentially for police to go out and arrest him. We asked them multiple times today, essentially, where is the arrest? He was charged last night. Today marks day 5. Like, tonight will mark 5 full days since this shooting, and police just kept telling us, essentially, we're working on it. So we'll keep working on getting those answers, but not at this time, Hallie.
Well, what we know, as you are doing this live shot with us here, we've got people not too far from where you are getting ready to march in support of Ralph Yarl. It feels like the world knows about this case. You look at his GoFundMe, it's raised like $3 million from 78,000 people, right? People are just jumping in to come and try to support his family. Ralph's aunt says he because he is, ambulatory, he can speak, at least to a degree, he knows about this. Watch.
Yeah.
He sees that there's a lot of love in America. There's a lot of good people. Doesn't matter black, purple, green, white, yellow, it does not matter.
Tell us more about that piece of it, Maggie.
Yeah, so essentially the family telling us that Ralph, again, as you said, is aware of the support. He's aware of just how the national conversation has formed around what happened to him on Thursday. And that includes, as you said, the GoFundMe account. That includes getting a phone call from President Biden yesterday, who invited him to the White House and then talked to him about, his dreams of the future, wanting to major in chemical engineering and attend Texas A&M, and also talking to him about the president's work against gun violence. He's aware that Hollywood heavyweights like Viola Davis and Halle Berry have taken notice of this case, tweeting and posting about it, demanding charges, demanding justice. So again, Ralph Yarl, at this point, families say, still having trouble speaking to some degree. He has a traumatic brain injury. They don't exactly know what the road ahead is going to look like. But again, as you point out, he is communicative, he is aware, and his family says he is absolutely buoyed by that support.
Maggie Vespa live for us in Kansas City, where we, of course, expect more updates to come. Thank you. I want to go to Miguel Almaguer now on the case of Kaylin Gillis, Miguel, in New York, where apparently she was in her car with some friends, turned up the wrong driveway in a rural area, was looking to get back on track, and was fired on. She is now dead. She's been killed. And we're hearing from a family friend who called her, telling our team at NBC News, a kind, a beautiful soul, a ray of light. She was looking forward to starting college in Florida to pursue her dream of becoming a marine biologist. I mean, she had hopes and dreams. This friend says she was taken from us far too soon, and we are devastated. Tell us more about what happened here, because police say that Gillis, the people in her car, they never actually got out of the car. So there was, and I'm quoting here, clearly no threat.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. The sheriff tells us 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis was shot and killed Saturday night when the SUV she was in accidentally pulled into the wrong driveway. It happened in remote Washington County in upstate New York when investigators say Gillis and her friends, who were in 2 vehicles and a motorcycle, couldn't find a nearby home. As the SUV was turning around, investigators say Kevin Monahan walked out of his home and fired 2 shots at the vehicle. Gillis, who was in the front passenger seat, and her 3 friends never got out of the car and never posed a threat to Monahan. According to the sheriff, Monahan has now been charged with murder.
What happens to him next? You mentioned he's 65 years old. We showed his mugshot. He's in jail now. Where does this go?
So he's expected in court tomorrow. As we mentioned, he has pled not guilty. The district attorney is likely going to be asked that he be held in jail without bond. We've reached out to his attorney. He said this is there is much more to this story, but he would not elaborate about the shooting or why it occurred, Hallie.
Miguel Almaguer live for us with those developments. Again, more to come on that front as well, we're sure. Appreciate it, Miguel. The Wall Street Journal today says they're disappointed that their journalist, Evan Gershkovich, and his appeal to get out of prison in Russia has been denied. You can see some of these just stunning images of Gershkovich in court. He's in this like glass box, basically, the first time he's been seen in a couple weeks. That's him, obviously in the blue plaid shirt. He's got jeans on. He's kind of got his arms crossed, making eye contact with some of the people in the room. This is a box, essentially, that's used to hold defendants in Russian courts. The U.S. ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, was given access to Gershkovich. She talked outside of court today. Listen.
I can report that he is in good health and remains strong despite his circumstances.
Andrea Mitchell is joining us now. And Andrea, it is a telling moment to see Evan Gershkovich, this detained American journalist, going through the pretrial motions. I mean, it brings up, I think, for a lot of people, Brittany Griner, what happened with her. Obviously, in the U.S., people are innocent until proven guilty. Different scene, of course, in Moscow. Explain where this goes.
Well, it doesn't go to a good place unless something miraculous happens. First of all, it's much more serious than Griner's charge. Griner was on a rather minor drug charge, which is very serious in Russia. This is espionage. And what we know from Paul Whelan's, tragic case, he's been in jail for 4 years of a 16-year sentence, convicted falsely of espionage. And basically, 99% of the people who go to trial get convicted. So, so all these pretrial hearings and his appeal was denied, bail was denied. So he's now back in that old KGB prison, and he's there till the end of May at the earliest for another pretrial hearing. The trial itself and then the sentencing, because he's going to get convicted. It's like Alice in Wonderland. You're on trial, you're convicted, chop off their heads. Well, that's the way it is in Russia. And so eventually, they won't even consider a trade, according to what they've said, at least, until after the whole legal process is through. Which is what they said with Griner. Well, they waited until their sentencing. So he could be in there for quite a time unless something really extraordinary happens. Meanwhile, there's the whole case of Paul Whelan.
That's right.
Which is still
That, of course, is the other American who remains detained in Russia. Pressure building, and this family is hoping to continue to build pressure on the Biden administration to do something to get him out. But it's coming at this time, Andrea, as you well know, of just such tension with Russia over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we've seen Vladimir Putin basically visiting the front lines of this war here. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has as well in just the last maybe 24 hours or so.
Yeah, the big difference is Zelensky was posing and doing selfies with soldiers, and Putin was, of course, in a ceremonial visit. But the other thing about the Whelan family is that they've really changed tone in the last 48 hours, saying that they're no longer going to deal with the administration, that they feel that he's been abandoned, that he feels abandoned, twice left behind in 2 previous trades, the Trevor Reed case, the Griner case, and now very much afraid that all the focus on Gershkovich is going to mean he's left behind again.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much for all of the reporting. We're glad to have you with us. Tonight, Netflix is saying in just the last few minutes that guess what? They're going to delay the big rollout of its password sharing crackdown that people don't really like. So if you are one of the folks that's splitting a password between like 20 of your closest friends, you might get to do that a little bit longer. This news is coming out of an earnings report that Netflix has given in just the last maybe 45 minutes or so. Kind of a vibe check on how Netflix is doing. It's pretty mixed. You can see some of the results right here. Earnings beat estimates, but revenue, the money that they made, came in just a little less than what was expected. This matters, right? Like if you're like, oh my God, stop CNBCing me to death. I get it. Here's why this matters, because this is really the first test of how well the new, cheaper subscription for Netflix, the one where you have to see ads, how is that actually working? Is it boosting profits? Is it keeping subscribers around? As there's this big streaming battle for your eyeballs. We're also just finding out that Netflix says they're ending its OG DVD service, the little envelopes that they send you with DVDs. That'll end in September. So RIP your DVD player. CNBC's Alex Sherman is joining us now. This is super interesting from Netflix, and it does feel like the big headline, this unpopular password sharing crackdown. They're going to press pause on that a little longer. Is that because of so much backlash from customers?
I think it's just because they wanted to test out exactly what it would mean
to do this password crackdown sharing. In other words, what has happened in some of these other countries is that when Netflix has rolled this out, there is a bit of a backlash, as you might expect. There are some people who are realizing that their password has been shared. Maybe they didn't even know it had been shared. And so those people are actually canceling their accounts. So Netflix has been tinkering around with the pricing of this. It is coming. It's going to come in the second quarter. So if you feel like you're going to, kick back and relax and keep sharing your password, your days are numbered. But we may learn a little bit more about the details about when it is coming in this country. It's already rolled out in Canada and a few other countries during Netflix's conference call, which is coming in the next hour.
Alex Sherman, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 16 minutes, just 16 minutes, triggering this all-day frustration fest and thousands of delays for Southwest customers tonight after yet another system failure for the airline. Right now, you've got more than 2,000 flights delayed, more than half of all of Southwest's flights for the day. The company says it asked the FAA to ground its planes for a little bit this morning after it discovered what it called, and I'm quoting here, data connection issues resulting from a firewall failure. But even though this ground stop was shorter probably than what it takes you to get through airport security, people are still feeling the impact of it tonight as we speak, hours and hours later. And no, you're not having deja vu. It was only a few months ago, back in December, that Southwest had to cancel thousands of flights because of a different computer failure with its scheduling system. I know you remember this. There was so much frustration over that the company's COO had to testify on Capitol Hill, apologizing and saying that Southwest was working to avoid putting their customers and employees in that situation again. NBC's Tom Costello is joining us now. How did this happen, and how does Southwest get back on track, both in a micro and macro way?
Alert, alert, alert.
What?
I got new numbers.
Lay it on me.
2,200 flights now canceled, 52% of their daily schedule.
That's not great.
I meant to say, no, sorry. Delayed, not canceled.
Yeah,
Delayed,
still.
not
Okay.
canceled.
But what I'm hearing from you is that the delays are actually growing as we head into the evening.
So it's gonna continue to cascade until they get to the end of their day,
The
as you'd
domino
expect,
effect,
because this always happens, right? We see it in the winter with bad snowstorms. We see weather involved, and then this is, of course, not weather related, but it cascades. And so you're right, it didn't last that long, as you suggested, but then once you start tripping the whole system up, it takes forever. I think it's going to take till the end of the day. They say the system is up and running again. But to your question, yeah, we had this big problem over the Christmas break, right in the last week of December, when they had a total meltdown. 6,700 flights canceled. 2 million passengers were in some way stranded. So here's what the airline says it's going to do to try to fix it. And they're spending a total of $1 billion on upgrades and fixes to all of this. That's a big deal. Changing their schedule, updating their icing and de-icing issues and equipment, giving refunds and points to passengers involved back in December. And they say they're going to improve, or they were going to improve, communication. You got to wonder, though, Hallie Jackson, what the heck happened, right? If they invested all that money in a computer system. So this is
the question, right? Because they say a data connection issue resulting from a firewall failure. I mean, I don't know what that means. Tech problems is what that means. But to your point, they've spent a bunch of money on tech. If it's not working for them, is there not a risk of a perception issue for Southwest, right? Like, my parents fly it up from Tampa all the time, right? But if they think, hey, who knows? Every time you do it, it could be rolled at ice. Isn't this an optics issue for them in addition to a technical issue?
I think they've got the brand is at risk. The brand suffered significant issues last summer with all the meltdowns, again over the Christmas break, and now we've got this. I think they know they've got to get their game together. Now, listen, this may have been a one-off, completely unrelated to what happened in December. And if so, well, you feel bad for them that yet again they're victimized by some little technical glitch. But nonetheless,
here we are talking about them again on the national news.
And this impacts, of course, so many passengers. So I think they've got a serious issue. They got to get to the bottom of it.
What do they say about it?
They're saying they're working on it.
All right.
They say it's resolved today, but we'll see, whether this moves on to more days beyond this. Hopefully not.
I will let you continue to monitor your fresh numbers. Tom Costello, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Coming up, a big moment, a major moment for Damar Hamlin. What the Buffalo Bills are saying today about when he's going to get back to the game 3 months after he collapsed on the field. Wait till you see this and wait till you hear what he said. Plus, what we're finding out tonight about when Alec Baldwin's movie Rust is going to pick production back up. That's coming up in the 5 Things. A legit incredible scene in Buffalo today with Bills safety Damar Hamlin saying he is ready. He is ready to get back to playing football just 4 months after his heart stopped on the field after a tackle in prime time. Watch.
Riding a roller coaster of emotions. I'm taking it one day at a time, and I'm trusting God, you know. I'm walking by faith.
The Bills GM says Hamlin's been cleared by 3 specialists to play football and get back to team workouts, and said Hamlin is, I'm quoting here, in a great headspace to come back and make his return. We also heard Hamlin say this whole thing's been life-changing, but not the end of his story. Sam Brock is joining us now. It is almost unthinkably good news, right, for people who were watching that Monday Night Football game when Hamlin collapsed and how serious it was on the field and how serious this obviously heart stoppage was for him. And now here we are, not even 4 months later, and he's like ready to get back to playing football. People were wondering, could he even walk again? And now here we find out he's going to play.
It defies logic, Hallie. I know a lot of people are probably thinking, didn't this just happen? It felt like I just watched this. Well, it did. This was only January 2nd when the Bills were playing the Bengals, and Damar Hamlin, in his own words, died in front of a national audience on that football field. He suffered what he described as commotio cordis, which is a direct hit to the heart that stops it, basically creates cardiac arrest for a period of time. And yet, the CPR and the medical treatment that he received on the field in that moment brought him back to life. But coming back to life, that in its own right was an incredible story. This is a young man who plays safety for the Bills in the NFL and plans on going back now onto the field here in a matter of months, but is already cleared for practice. We saw the Bills feed today, and there was a picture of him with his universal heart symbol up there that says, "Welcome back, number 3." He's on the field practicing. Here is Damar Hamlin earlier today discussing the fact that, yeah, there weren't good odds of this, but he's been beating those his entire life.
I've been beating statistics my whole life, you know, and some people might say that coming back to play might not be the best option. But that's their opinion. And like I said, I've been beating statistics my whole life, so I like my chances here.
Hallie, I spoke with a cardiologist about this because I'm sure the first question that many people have is how safe is it for Damar Hamlin to be competing again after this? She said the likelihood he would have another occurrence, having had one already of cardiac arrest, it would be like lightning striking twice. That there's roughly 1 of every 50,000 athletes that does suffer a sudden death because of something like this. But the odds are no greater or less because it's already happened to Hamlin once.
Sam Brock, it is just incredible. I don't know what it's going to be like to watch that first game. I'm going to have chills just thinking about it. Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate it.
Me too.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the movie Rust will start filming again Thursday in Montana, according to 2 sources close to production. Remember, the film stopped everything back in 2021 after cinematographer Helena Hutchins was shot and killed when a prop gun Alec Baldwin was rehearsing with fired off a live round. He has pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter charges. Apparently, Baldwin's going to be on set Thursday and throughout production. Number 2, President Biden signing an executive order today to try to make childcare cheaper. It includes more than 50 directives to try to fix this country's childcare and long-term care system. The president called the issue fundamental to who we are as a country. Number 3, that 24-hour ceasefire that's in effect in Sudan until noon Eastern tomorrow. Big question marks about whether it's holding, with reports of gunfire even tonight. The U.S. Embassy in Sudan is telling Americans, stay sheltered in place. There's no plan right now for a coordinated evacuation. Fighting started in Sudan over the weekend between the country's army and a paramilitary group. The country's Ministry of Health Emergency Operations says at least 270 people have been killed, at least 2,600 people hurt. Number 4, today, the FDA authorizing a second dose of the updated Omicron-targeted COVID booster for adults older than 65 and 65. You got to wait at least 4 months after your last shot. The vaccine would become the one for all vaccines moving forward, even for like your first shot. The CDC director has to sign off before it'll become available. Number 5, a T-Rex skeleton selling for more than $5 million at auction in Zurich today. It was like 300 bones dug up from 3 different places in the U.S. And it has a name, this skeleton, Trinity, the T-Rex, 38 feet long, 13 feet high. It's the first time that a T-Rex skeleton has ever gone up for auction in Europe. So listen, right now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and I do mean right now, he is on the ground, on the move as we speak here in Washington, on a mission to show that his not even announced campaign is not already fizzling out. at an event where he hopes to bring in lawmakers away from former President Trump and towards his own potential 2024 run. He's being joined by a bunch of members of Congress there, including 2 who have already endorsed Governor DeSantis again for a presidential run that he hasn't even officially announced yet. You can see some of the names on screen as we speak, including Congressman Laurel Lee, the first endorsement for the governor from a Florida member of Congress. You got to think maybe that is a bit of a relief for Ron DeSantis, because a couple of other members of that delegation have gone over to Donald Trump. It's all happening as this whole DeSantis v. Disney feud continues to heat up. DeSantis is threatening the company with everything from expensive inspections to maybe new toll booths to maybe building a state prison right nearby. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is covering all things Ron DeSantis and is joining us now. In the ethos of this show, pulling back the curtain, et cetera, you and I were talking, and the idea of, like, what is so interesting about this story? And in your words, and I loved it, Ron DeSantis is trying to show that he is fizzle-proof, that he is not going to flame out a la Jeb Bush or Scott Walker in the early days of this campaign.
And have we mentioned he's not even running yet, Allie?
That's the thing. I mean, like, that's what's so interesting about this, is that he's up here in D.C. trying to be like, hey, building a coalition, because he knows what's coming.
That's right. And so we just got word from one of our producers who's at this event. He apparently went in the back, did not take questions from reporters. So he's trying to woo these lawmakers, perhaps in secret. But yes, as you said, he has 2 endorsements here on the Hill, but he is losing the support of the Florida delegation. Yet another lawmaker came out today. 6 members of Congress have now endorsed former President Trump.
Who was also a Florida resident, let us know.
That's right, Florida residents. But this is the sitting governor, of course. And
who won by a lot.
A lot. But former President Trump not letting up on the attacks. Today, he came out and said that the ongoing battle between DeSantis and Disney, that he says essentially that it's a political stunt. And he says, DeSantis, he's trying out different nicknames for Ron DeSantis, apparently. He's being absolutely destroyed by Disney. So DeSantis, it's a variation of DeSanctimonious. But clearly, it's a, he's saying it's a political stunt. And he's not the only Republican who is saying so. Another presidential hopeful, Chris Christie, by the way, out today.
Also not officially announcing yet.
Also not officially announcing, but he's saying that, this appears to be anti-conservative, anti-business, that they are piling on Ron DeSantis for going up the largest single-site employer in Florida.
They're taking on this huge tourist attraction because Ron DeSantis doesn't like that Disney came out and spoke out against that controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law that he backed. There is reason for people in DeSantis's orbit to maybe not love the numbers that they are seeing, the polling numbers. And again, it's early days, but after Donald Trump was indicted and arraigned.
The indictment bump, of course.
That's what it was, though. In the Republican primary base, let's be clear, not among general election voters, which is going to matter for a general election. But you can see some of the numbers here, and you can see the endorsements that he's gotten. And, Donald Trump is outpacing Ron DeSantis. Yes, he is the sitting Florida governor. Donald Trump was a former U.S. president, right? I mean, there is some reason why there is discussion, and I know Chuck Todd will talk about it. Does he need a reboot even before his campaign began?
And that's, part of the reason he's here in D.C. today is to try and shore up that national GOP support. He's also trying to bolster other parts of his credential. By the way, he's going to a foreign trip next week. He's heading to Israel, as well as potentially Asia as well. And that comes after sharp criticism from members of the Florida delegation, including Marco Rubio, for those comments about Ukraine. So this is all, yes, Florida Governor DeSantis trying to prove that his campaign is fizzle-proof. We just heard, from Chip Roy. We spoke with him earlier today, and he says that he's looking for a non-baby boomer president. And he thinks Ron DeSantis is the future. Those poll numbers, however, may give some Republicans some pause at this point.
It is also, fact check, April of 2023. So we have quite a ways to go. Gabe Gutierrez, talk to you every day. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's a threat, not a promise. When we come back, a bunch of top officials in Oklahoma. This story is just everywhere today, facing calls to step down over some really disturbing audio that's released. We'll tell you what they were caught saying and what the governor wants to see now.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Tonight, the governor of Oklahoma is calling for the resignation of the sheriff and other top leaders in one rural county, as we're hearing some stunning and disturbing audio of those leaders talking about beating and killing reporters and complaining about how they can no longer lynch black people. Listen to this clip from the McCurtain County Gazette News of the sheriff and county commissioner. And obviously a warning here, it is clearly offensive.
I want to tell you something. If it was back in the day, when they take a damn blackjack, whoop their ass and throw them in the cell, I'd run for sheriff.
Yeah, well, it's not like that no more.
I know. Take them down here on Mud Creek and hang them up with the damn rope.
Yeah.
But you can't do that.
The thing about it is,
they got more rights than we got.
We should note NBC News has not independently verified this audio. It's not just the governor talking about this. You're seeing pictures, video of people protesting at a county commissioners meeting, demanding that these leaders step down. NBC News could not reach for comment any of the 4 officials heard in that audio. The sheriff's office has said the recording was, in their words, illegally obtained and suggests it may have been altered. I want to bring in Morgan Chesky, who's covering this one for us. Walk us through how this has unfolded and what could come next here, because now you have it reaching the levels of the governor of Oklahoma basically saying, hey, these guys got to go.
Yeah, Hallie, you've got the governor asking these 4 individuals to step down. You have the FBI, the Oklahoma Bureau of Investigators also looking into this as well. So it is interesting to see what will come next. What we do know is it's interesting how this all began as well, with the publisher or reporter for the McCurtain Gazette leaving this tape recorder outside at this county commissioners meeting with an audio recording, or it was voice recorded audio. And it was a suspicion on behalf of the publisher that these county commissioners or the sheriff were continuing to discuss business that should be made public after the, I guess, public moment had ended. And that is how we ended up hearing this egregiously offensive audio. As you mentioned, important to note, NBC News has not independently verified it. As for what happens next, we do know that they've been placed on leave, but no firm steps are at least clear at this point in time. Here's another portion of that audio, which has yet to be heard in its entirety, that I'd like you to take a listen to.
Yeah, but here's the reality. If a hair on his wife's head, Chris Willingham's head, or any of those people that really were behind all that, if the hair on their head got touched by anybody, who would be the bad guys?
Who'd you blame for?
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to share a statement that was provided by the attorney for the Willingham family. They are the publishers for the McCurtain News Gazette. And it says, for nearly a year, they have suffered intimidation, ridicule, and harassment based solely on their efforts to report the news for McCurtain County. This, of course, is the primary source of news in this rural community about 200 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. Hallie?
This is the second time that we've talked recently about police officers saying, or members of law enforcement saying things that are patently offensive, racist, like police officers out in California, in Antioch, we talked about, who are getting investigated for the FBI, by the FBI, for sending racist text messages. Do you have an update on that one?
Hallie, there's a protest planned for tonight in that Bay Area community, and these are detailing text messages that go back as far as 2020 and 2021 that were made on officers' personal cell phones while they were on duty. The second report of 2 was released just this week, and we have heard department leadership call these text messages racially abhorrent. And the worst of all, Hallie, is that it involves 17 police officers in this department. Of course, this remains an ongoing investigation, but definitely keeping a close eye on the protests there, and also protests planned for the Oklahoma community of McCurtain. Hallie?
Laura Gincheski, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, much more, including why some young Israelis are burning their draft papers and even risking time in prison not to serve. That's next in tonight's Original. Plus, what we're learning right now about a parking garage that has collapsed in Manhattan. Stay with us. Today, another shooting attack by a Palestinian has hurt 2 Israelis in a car in Jerusalem, and 6 Palestinians have been hurt after Israeli Defense Forces raided the occupied West Bank, all part of a wave of violence that has killed more than 100 people this year alone, and all while protests against Israel's far-right government and its planned judicial reforms show no sign of stopping. Which brings us to tonight's Original, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And it is a scene that looks kind of like something out of the Vietnam War era. Some young Israelis, look at this, taking a stand, refusing to serve their mandatory military service, burning their draft papers, even risking time in prison. NBC's Josh Letterman has the story.
It's a rite of passage in Israeli society. When you turn 18, you serve mandatory military service. 2 years for women, nearly 3 for men. But for some young Jewish Israelis, something is changing.
When you think of Israel's military in one word, what do you think?
3 words, wrong side of history.
What about you?
Apartheid.
These teenagers are burning their draft letters, part of an unprecedented movement to refuse to join the army. For many, one of Israel's most cherished public institutions.
Our society is violent because everyone is holding weapons.
The spark that lit this fire, a proposal by the most right-wing government in Israel's history to weaken the nation's courts, giving politicians far more power. For 15 weeks, hundreds of thousands of Israelis have protested, even after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu put the plan on ice, for now. He says refusal to serve is the end of our country. In Israel, refusing military service can come with a heavy price.
I was imprisoned for a total of 115 days. I wouldn't say it was a good experience. It's a bad experience.
I met people in prison who were arms dealers, rapists, murderers.
Soon it will be Sophie's turn. She's about to hit draft age.
Does hearing about that prison experience scare you?
Yes, of course, but it doesn't deter me. It's a difficult experience that I'll have to have in order to fight for what I believe in.
It's not just young Israelis saying no more. Some high-ranking officers, Air Force pilots, and die-hard patriots say Israel's rightward shift has pushed them to the breaking point. Ron Scherf served 10 years in the Special Forces and another 22 in the reserves.
Is this just about the judicial overhaul, or it's something bigger?
No, it's much bigger. It's about the greed for unlimited power. It's like the starting of a fascist movement.
You think Israel could become a fascist country?
I can't believe it, but it's going to be an undemocratic country.
This is an especially fraught moment for Israel's military to be divided. Recent rocket attacks from Lebanon, Syria, and the Gaza Strip raising the specter of a multi-front war.
Are Israel's enemies looking to exploit the domestic political instability here?
Definitely. We see that. They're saying it out in the open that Israel is crumbling.
As Israel celebrates its 75th Independence Day next week, an emotional debate about what this country may look like at 100.
32 years in the army to think that my daughter will not be part of this, I can't even imagine that. It's tearing us apart.
Josh Letterman is joining us now from Tel Aviv. Josh, tell us more about this, right? I was struck by that interview where you're asking these young people in Israel, like, what do you, describe the military in a word or just in a few words here. Do they have to give a reason to the military about why they think they shouldn't have to serve? What are they telling them?
They do have to give a reason, and some have tried to get medical exemptions or to get conscientious objector status, which is really difficult to get here in Israel. Some say that if Israel ceases to be a democracy, Hallie, they simply cannot, in good conscience, continue to be part of its armed forces. But a lot of these reservists are also raising a really interesting concern about potentially facing war crimes charges if this judicial overhaul goes through, because they say, look, Israel has traditionally defended itself by saying that it has an independent court system to deal with any infractions. They say if Israel is no longer seen as having independent courts, they could find themselves vulnerable in the international courts instead.
Josh Letterman, live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for bringing us that original reporting tonight, Josh. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. At the Northeast Bureau, a parking garage, look at this, has collapsed in Lower Manhattan. Officials are reporting that somebody's been killed. 5 other people have been hurt. Apparently, people are still trapped in what's left of this building. Firefighters responded to the scene, but rescuers had to come out because of concerns of whether this building was structurally safe. We're going to stay on top of this story. We've got a team racing to that scene. We'll try to bring it to you live in just a couple of minutes. Out of our Southern Bureau, police in Austin, Texas, recovered a 4th body this year from a popular lake downtown. There is some speculation about what could the issue be here, but police say at this point there is no evidence of foul play. They also say that the circumstances in all the cases are different. Out of our Western Bureau, hikers on a mountain in Colorado are losing their shoes in so much snow. It's prompted 3 separate rescues in just the last week. If the weather's getting warmer, that's making things worse because the snow is softer and people are sinking into it, ending up barefoot. Still to come, why a super viral song just got pulled from a bunch of streaming platforms. Next.
is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So tonight, a new song going super viral is getting yanked off some pretty big platforms. Here it is. I want you to listen to it.
All I know is you couldn't have the world, yeah, you were my world. Got these girls on my neck, got these girls on my check. I'm Selena, baby, on my Gina, baby, yeah.
Okay, so that's Drake and The Weeknd, right? No, it is fake Drake and not The Weeknd. What you just heard was AI, a piece of software, basically, mimicking the voices of those superstars and put together by a creator known online as Ghostwriter 977. The song's called Heart on My Sleeve, and people seem to like it. It's been played millions of times on all kinds of platforms until now. Because a music publisher for these artists is having the fake track pulled down off some legit services like Spotify, Apple Music, and Tidal. Gadi Schwartz, our resident AI correspondent, has been all over this story. It's a fake song that was a big hit, but now you can't listen to it because it can't get streamed. Help us understand all of this, right? Because there's some real potential risks to artists here.
First of all, it's viral. It's kind of slaps. I mean,